hiding in the bathroom, engaging in mischief, only to be mistaken for an object of affection by my sister. My family is somewhat unconventional. I have never seen my father since birth. My mother often appears lost in thought, neglecting me entirely. At the age of 5, I fell gravely ill. My mother, bewildered, held me in the hospital, her helplessness palpable. Though I recovered, I was left with lingering ailments. My mother's mental state deteriorated over time, frequently murmuring my father's name. She would say, "If your father were here, you wouldn't be like this. I must find him to give you a complete family." She sent me to live with distant relatives, showering me with toys. However, as she departed, she suddenly embraced me, tears streaming down her face. Confused, I had no inkling that I had become an orphan. Initially, my uncle and aunt treated me well, preparing delicious meals and allowing their daughter to play with the toys my mother bought. Yet, as time passed, my aunt's patience waned. When will Wang Zai's mother come to take him? It's been 3 years. She lamented. Soon, I hope, my uncle replied. Isn't she just making us raise her child? How shameless. My aunt retorted, her frustration evident. By then, I had grown older and felt a pang of bitterness at my aunt's words. She seemed to forget that it was my mother's substantial fortune that had transformed their lives. They used my mother's money to buy a large house and a car, and with the remaining funds, they ventured into business, prospering. Wealth had changed them. My aunt's disdain for me grew increasingly apparent. One day, I overheard them arguing. My uncle exclaimed, "If it weren't for Wang Zai's mother, would our lives be this good? This is money we earned through our own efforts. What does she have to do with it?" My aunt scoffed, unrestrained in her contempt, right before my eyes. My aunt loathed me, regarding me as a thorn in her side. Gradually, her daughter, Zhang Xian, began to mirror her disdain. The little girl spoke rapidly, often more annoying than adults, branding me with derogatory nicknames such as sickly child, beggar, harbinger of misfortune, and orphan. The term orphan became a taboo in my heart. As I matured, hearing those words pierced me deeper. Finally, one day, I could no longer contain my anger and slapped her fiercely, exclaiming, "Zhang Xian, your entire family are orphans." But my aunt swiftly retaliated with a slap of her own, saying, "Isn't it true that you are an orphan?" At that time, my height barely reached 1 meter. Gazing at my aunt's scornful expression, tears welled up in my eyes. At night, I would quietly pick up the phone at their doorbell. Knowing my mother would never hear my words, I still cried into the phone, "Mom, please come back for me. I don't want a father or a complete family. I just want you, a mother who loves me. Please, don't let me become an orphan." My uncle's business flourished, but my aunt and Zhang Xian's disdain for me only intensified. Whenever my uncle was away, they would mock me mercilessly. If I dared to show any discontent, my aunt would strike me with a fly swatter, while Zhang Xian laughed gleefully by her side. Time flew, and I turned 18. I had grown tall and handsome. Zhang Xian, my age, had blossomed into a stunning beauty. Her long, flowing hair and delicate features, coupled with porcelain-like skin, made her resemble a doll. Especially captivating were her long, slender legs, which often caused me to swallow hard in desire. I frequently fantasized about winning her over, pleading with my eyes for mercy. With her newfound wealth, Zhang Xian dressed in the latest fashions. The bathroom was often adorned with her stockings and delicate garments, capturing my gaze. Whenever I faced her mockery, I would sneak her belongings to indulge in mischief. During adolescence, it was inevitable to develop desires for the opposite sex. To me, Zhang Xian seemed quite enticing. "Wang Shi, have you stolen my things again?" She would sometimes inquire when she sensed something amiss, to which I would defiantly retort, "I didn't steal. If I did, I'd be a dog." "Huh, I see you as nothing but a shameless dog," Zhang Xian would scoff, glaring at me, kicking me hard with her foot. Before long, it was Zhang Xian's birthday. On that day, she wore a beautiful black dress that starkly contrasted with her fair skin. Sitting on the sofa, she pointed her toes, her small, fair feet alluring. The gentle curve of her foot made my heart race. Though I was far away, I could already catch a whiff of her soft, sweet scent. As she slipped her toes into her stockings, she arrogantly announced, "Mom, my classmates will be arriving soon. You and Dad should stay away. Don't ruin the birthday atmosphere." "All right, my precious. But remember, don't befriend those whose families are nothing," my aunt replied. "Don't worry, my friends are all elites." "Speaking of uselessness, isn't there one in our house?" Zhang Xian remarked, casting a haughty glance in my direction. I sneered inwardly, thinking her friends were hardly elites, a group of ruffians, and she had the audacity to boast. "Mom, I find him revolting," Zhang Xian exclaimed, growing even angrier when I remained silent. What are you sitting there for? Don't you see my Xian is having a birthday? Get out! My aunt shouted, her voice piercingly shrill. I had long since grown accustomed to such treatment. As I stepped outside, I felt a pang of disappointment gazing at their lavish home. Zhang Xian's birthday was also a day of torment for me. While she celebrated, her parents were likely off enjoying a vacation. I, however, had not a single penny to my name, going an entire day without food. My aunt never gave me pocket money. My uncle used to slip me some, but once my aunt discovered it, there was a fierce quarrel, and I refrained from accepting any more of their money. Fortunately, my aunt allowed me to attend school and placed me in the same class as Zhang Xian. However, she never acknowledged me in class, pretending not to know me. She often led her classmates to ostracize me, labeling me as an orphan without parents. I harbored a deep-seated hatred for my aunt and Zhang Xian, a visceral loathing. If I ever acquired wealth, I vowed to repay them tenfold. Thus, I wandered outside for an entire day. I visited internet cafes to watch others play games and napped in a nearby park. As night fell, hunger began to cloud my vision. Standing beneath Zhang Xian's building, I heard the raucous laughter coming from her home. Beautiful girls and handsome boys flitted past the windows, and the sounds of merriment echoed loudly within. Meanwhile, I could only squat there, waiting for their revelry to subside, so I could sneak in for a bit of food. As time dragged on, it was well past 1 in the morning when the lights in her home suddenly extinguished. Her classmates hadn't left. It seemed they were spending the night. Starving to the point of near collapse, I stealthily returned inside with my key. The house was dark, filled with the heavy scent of alcohol. I stumbled upon a feast laid out on the dining table, immediately sitting down to eat voraciously. Gradually, my eyes adjusted to the dim light, revealing several people sprawled in the living room, sound asleep. The thought of their joyous celebration while I endured hunger ignited a fire of resentment within me. I resolved to retaliate by seeking out Zhang Xian's stockings in the bathroom. Upon finding a pair of her stockings, I was instantly filled with exhilaration. I thought to myself that Zhang Xian was indeed tidy after a tiring day. She had still washed her stockings. They felt slightly damp, still imbued with her fragrance. But just then, I heard Zhang Xian's voice unexpectedly. Her voice was soft as she asked, "Chun Sun, are they all asleep?" In that instant, my face flushed with heat. I spun around abruptly, hastily shoving her belongings into my pocket. The bathroom was shrouded in darkness. I couldn't see her face. My heart raced as I held my breath, paralyzed with anxiety. "Fool, what are you doing? Are they asleep?" Upon noticing my silence, Zhang Xian giggled playfully. Sweat trickled down my forehead to my chin. It was the first time I had heard her speak to me in such a gentle tone, her delicate voice rendering my mind momentarily blank. Perhaps the restroom was too dimly lit for her to recognize me. I could only nod aimlessly and gesture towards the exit, hoping she would leave soon. However, she did not depart. Instead, she approached and embraced me. "Are you anxious?" "I've been quite anxious myself," she said, her warm and soft embrace causing my eyes to widen in surprise. Before I could fully grasp the situation, she rose on her toes and exhaled warm, humid breath upon me. In that moment, my mind short-circuited. My fingers brushed against the soft fabric of her dress, sending electric shocks through my body. I wanted to resist, yet I could not fend off her alluring fragrance. I stood there, dazed, allowing her tender lips to brush against mine. Her kiss ignited an indescribable feeling within me, a sensation so exquisite that it ensnared my thoughts. Had she mistaken me for someone else, perhaps her boyfriend? I realized that my physique bore a slight resemblance to that Shin Sun. With a gentle tug, she pulled me closer, laughing, "This is still my first kiss. I promised I would give myself to you on my birthday. Come, let's go to the room," she declared. After hearing Zhang Xian's words, I allowed her to lead me towards the room, my heart racing with anxiety, yearning to break free and escape. Yet, her presence seemed to possess an enchanting allure that captivated me, making me feel entranced. She was so assertive if I did not act, it would seem unmanly. Moreover, she was a girl who evoked both love and resentment within me. Just moments ago, I had fantasized about being with her, and now, unexpectedly, that dream was materializing. As she ushered me into the room and gently closed the door, my heart pounded like a drum. She, too, appeared nervous, an inexplicable excitement radiating from her as she held me close, allowing me to feel her heartbeat. I realized then that she truly believed I was her boyfriend. The Chun Sun I knew was a notorious troublemaker at our school. I had heard rumors of their infatuation, but had never witnessed them together. The realization that they were indeed a couple left me feeling somewhat despondent. Chun Sun, I like you, she whispered, rising on her toes once more. I resented Zhang Xian, yet I was also drawn to her. She was insufferable, much like her mother, but her delicate visage was breathtakingly beautiful. The thought of her being involved with someone else urged me to embrace her tightly. I thought to myself that since she had a boyfriend, I might as well seize the opportunity. Even if she discovered the truth, I could at least gain something from this encounter. In a flurry of passion, I acted out all the fantasies I had imagined. We collapsed onto the bed, and my hands ventured beneath her dress. Wait, I'm a bit nervous. She suddenly grasped my hand, her anxious gaze piercing through the darkness. I remained silent, my heart racing with fear. If I give myself to you, you will take responsibility, right? She asked earnestly. Her words caused me to hesitate. I thought to myself that I was hardly inclined to take responsibility. My feelings for her were teetering on hatred. Yet, the tone of her voice indicated that this was a momentous occasion for her. If I were to take her right then and there, would she not report me for assault upon realizing who I was? The thought caused an internal struggle within me. I yearned to possess her in revenge, yet I was fearful of the consequences if she uncovered my identity. At that moment, her alluring figure lay before me, a temptation I could hardly resist. Will you take responsibility for me? She questioned, her displeasure evident as I remained silent. Seeing her discontent, I felt a sense of helplessness. I longed to assure her of my accountability, but would she even accept it? In that instant, doubt crept into her mind. She swiftly broke free from my grasp and turned on the light. As the blinding light illuminated our faces, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Then, with a fierce slap, she struck me and shouted, "Beast, how could it be you?" My heart raced wildly as I observed her terror-stricken expression, which mirrored my own fear. Her face darkened, and she immediately covered her mouth, whispering, "Don't scream. Let go of me." To my astonishment, it was as she had kissed for so long, and Zhang Xian was on the verge of tears from her fury. I tightened my grip over her mouth, pleading, "Don't shout, please. If anyone finds out, we're both doomed." "You scoundrel! How dare you impersonate my boyfriend? Let me go, I will kill you." Zhang Xian fumed, struggling and stamping her delicate foot upon me. Her actions caused me immense pain, yet I dared not release her and risk her cries for help. I could only persist in my attempts to calm her. Xian, I didn't intend to take advantage of you. You foolishly mistook me for your boyfriend. Please, don't shout if your boyfriend finds out. It won't end well for either of us. Get lost, you shameless wretch. You truly have no shame, you disgust me, she retorted. As I witnessed Zhang Xian's refusal to be pacified, fear gripped me. If she continued to scream, her boyfriend would indeed come looking for her. He was known for his prowess in fights, while I had always been weak and sickly, no match for him. At that moment, I heard someone pounding on the door outside. It was Chun Sun shouting, Xian, what are you doing in there? Don't shout. If Chun Sun discovers I took advantage of you, he will kill me. It won't benefit you either, he might just dump you. I whispered, my face pale with fear. Get lost. Zhang Xian suddenly pushed me forcefully, causing me to tumble to the ground. As I lay on the floor, I saw the icy glint in her beautiful eyes. Her lips curled into a sneer, and she pointed a slender finger at me, saying, Wang Shi, I am truly ashamed of you. You dare impersonate my boyfriend and take advantage of me? Look at you, you are weaker than I am, and yet you dare to dream of grandeur. Please, I am sorry. For the sake of our shared childhood, could you not open the door? If word of this gets out, Chun Sun will certainly want to kill me, and my aunt will punish me as well. I pleaded desperately, my eyes filled with desperation. Oh, wouldn't that be wonderful? You dying would save me from having to endure your presence. Zhang Xian scoffed, her laughter laced with disdain. To my horror, Zhang Xian opened the door. At that moment, my heart shattered into a million pieces. I then saw a dyed-haired boy standing outside, his face a mix of astonishment, joined by several other boys and girls who had come to investigate. Chun Sun, this beast just impersonated you and took advantage of me. Hurry, beat him to death, he's driving me mad. Zhang Xian's eyes radiated malice, her once charming face now twisted with rage. Upon hearing her words, Chun Sun remained silent. Even though Zhang Xian's explanation was clear, he still struggled to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, the other students looked at me in sheer disbelief. Suddenly, a girl exclaimed, Zhang Xian, isn't this the orphan you despise the most? What's going on? Why is he at your house? Ah, Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned by the girl's question. Indeed, isn't this the impoverished boy from our class? I heard, he's an orphan, how did he end up at Zhang Xian's house? Other students chimed in. As I listened to their conversations, Zhang Xian became flustered. She had spoken ill of me too often, painting me in the most contemptible light among our classmates. Now, however, she dared not acknowledge our relationship, for doing so would bring her immense shame. A sardonic smile crept across my face. Bro Chun, this situation seems rather peculiar, one boy remarked quietly, noticing Zhang Xian's inability to clarify matters. Zhang Xian, how could you associate yourself with this orphan? It seems you did not extend an invitation for him to attend your birthday today. Chun Sun remarked, igniting a cigarette with a sullen expression. Ah, he is a thief. Yes, indeed, he is a thief who came my home to steal. Zhang Xian exclaimed suddenly, her cheeks flushed after a moment of contemplation. What? A thief? Chun Sun's companions widened their eyes in disbelief. Yes, he came to my house to pilfer, Zhang Xian hurriedly affirmed. Upon hearing her words, a boy dashed forward and kicked me. He then rifled through my pockets, swiftly extracting a pair of stockings. What the hell, you pervert? The boy exclaimed dramatically upon discovering the contents of my pocket. Ha ha ha, here to steal Zhang Xian's stockings, are you? The other boys chortled, joined by several girls who stifled their laughter behind their hands. With my secret laid bare, I was overwhelmed with embarrassment, wishing to disappear into the ground. My gaze darted towards Zhang Xian, only to find her blushing and laughing along with everyone else, as if our connection had ceased to exist. Anger surged within me, a profound resentment. I could scarcely believe she would resort to such an excuse to distance herself from me. Chapter 3. Zhang Xian's indifference, 7 pairs of eyes mockingly fixated on me. 3 boys and 4 girls. Among the boys, all were notorious ruffians from our grade, while the 4 girls, including Zhang Xian, were exceptionally beautiful. The events of today would soon spread throughout the school. My dignity was utterly shattered. The ordeal was not yet over. I was still to endure a brutal beating. Chun Sun coldly observed me for a while before delivering a harsh kick to my face. Trash, he exclaimed. The moment his bare foot struck me, a wave of dizziness washed over me. The humiliation I felt was profound. Soon, Chun Sun's 2 friends joined in, kicking me mercilessly, each blow intentionally aimed at my face. My frail body, already weakened, could not withstand their relentless assault. As the kicks continued, I gradually succumbed to the pain, unable to suppress the blood that seeped from my mouth, my vision beginning to blur. A kind-hearted girl intervened, stopping the 3 boys. Enough. You'll kill him if you keep this up. He is an orphan and a thief. With someone like him, it would be a crime to beat him to death, one boy retorted, delivering another kick. Come on, let us just leave it at this, the girl pleaded. Despite my dire situation, Zhang Xian remained silent, offering no words of defense. My consciousness faded further, and a sorrowful smile crept across my face. I then heard Chun Sun's voice again. Xian, how did he take advantage of you? He. Zhang Xian stammered. Xian, you weren't taken advantage of, were you? Chun Sun's voice took on an eerie tone. No, I wasn't. Zhang Xian hastily protested. Really? Chun Sun's voice grew colder, echoing in my ears. I heard our brother Sun is going to have his way with you tonight. You would have really let this orphan take advantage of you, would you? One boy chimed in. I was taken advantage of. He only kissed me and touched me a bit. Zhang Xian exclaimed. Who would believe that? Chun Sun pressed her, and Zhang Xian found herself speechless. Lying on the ground, I scoffed inwardly, thinking, is this my just deserts? I had warned her not to speak recklessly. With a final chuckle, I succumbed to unconsciousness. Time passed, and I faintly heard voices. There were shouts of anger from my uncle, mingled with Zhang Xian's sobs. I also heard my aunt's piercing voice, berating my uncle. What's the big deal? He is just an orphan. If he dies, so be it. Why are you scolding Xian? Isn't it better if he is gone? Less burden on the family. Exactly. It's his fault. It was my birthday, and he sneaked home in the middle of the night. He embarrassed me in front of my classmates, ruining my celebration. If he dies, he deserves it. Why are you scolding me? Zhang Xian wept, feeling wronged. If he dies, you owe him your life. My uncle snapped. Are you crazy? Lao Zhang, if you dare to touch my precious one, see if I don't scratch you. The room fell silent. Then, a faint scent filled the air as my uncle sighed deeply. If Wang Shi's mother knew he was beaten like this. Wait, what? Can they kill us? My aunt shouted. You're such an idiot. My uncle cursed suddenly. As they left the room, I gently opened my eyes. My face was streaked with tears, and I reminded myself not to cry. No one cared for me. I had to love myself. I needed to be strong until my mother returned for me. I spent an entire week in the hospital, recovering from the severe beating that exacerbated my existing ailments. The thought of Chun Sun's filthy foot ignited a fire of rage within me. I silently vowed to seek vengeance. My uncle and aunt visited me. My uncle's eyes were filled with concern, while my aunt scoffed, coldly remarking, "What a waste of space. Can't even carry a bag of rice. Now that he is sick, we have to pay for his treatment." My uncle, a man of integrity, remained silent, knowing that if he spoke, my aunt would only berate him further. He gently stroked my head, his eyes reflecting guilt. Once I healed sufficiently, he brought me home. During my recovery, I felt profoundly lonely. With no one to check on me, I lay alone in bed for 3 more days. My facial injuries healed, but the beating left a shadow in my heart, and the twisted expressions of Chun Sun and his friends haunted me. Returning to school meant at least I wouldn't feel so isolated. Though no one spoke to me, observing their conversations was somewhat entertaining. Yet, I was terrified of being beaten again, especially recalling the humiliating events. I feared their mockery and the constant insults that weighed heavily on my heart, leaving me with a desire to end it all. Just then, my bedroom door swung open. It was Zhang Xian, entering with a faint floral scent. She remained as stunning as ever, radiating an exquisite charm. Dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts, her long, slender legs were alluringly fair. However, disdain was etched on her face as she regarded me with contempt. Upon entering, she picked up a book and hurled it at me, shouting, "Look at the mess you've created. Chun Sun is treating me poorly now." Hearing her words filled me with disgust. She was the cause of my current predicament, and instead of showing concern, she chose to confront me. I had warned her not to speak carelessly. With a cold laugh, I sat on the bed, regarding her coolly. "What do you want, Zhang Xian? Should I explain to Chun Sun that you weren't taking advantage of that day?" Zhang Xian glared at me, her anger palpable. My heart swelled with resentment, yet I couldn't help but admire her beauty, especially her delicate figure that ignited a desire within me. I thought, if I could become like Chun Sun, perhaps she would no longer look down on me. "Did you hear me? Stop staring at me." Zhang Xian berated me. "Didn't he hear a thing? I'm not going." I shot back, my irritation and pain bubbling to the surface. Taken aback by my retort, Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment, raising her hand as if to strike me. However, she seemed to reconsider, casting me one last disdainful glance before slamming the bedroom door behind her. I exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 4. The hero saves the damsel the night past. And the next day, as I entered the classroom, I was met with the scornful gazes of my classmates. The atmosphere was charged, resembling a pot about to boil over. They erupted into laughter, hurling various taunts at me. "Look, it's the thief, Shigo. I heard you snuck into Zhang Xian's house to steal her stockings. How were they? Do they smell good? Got any left for us to sniff?" Their words flushed my face with embarrassment, and for a moment, I was overwhelmed with a suicidal impulse. Faces twisted in mockery swirled before me, and my heart ached as I lowered my head, unable to meet their gazes. Zhang Xian arrived just then, and the classroom erupted once more. I looked up to see her in her pristine school uniform, embodying an innocent charm. Our eyes met, but she quickly averted hers. The students were noticeably more polite towards Zhang Xian, but their voices still carried a mocking tone as they teased her. "Xian, the thief who stole your stockings is here. Do you want us to teach him a lesson?" Listening to my classmates, a wave of discomfort washed over me. Yet surprisingly, Zhang Xian refrained from joining in their ostracism, questioning why they were even bothering with me. Xian, that person stole your stockings," someone remarked. "Is this ever going to end? Are you unwell?" Zhang Xian suddenly shouted at that classmate. The outburst left the classmate visibly embarrassed, and they glanced at me. Sensing the lack of interest, everyone dispersed. I sat quietly at the back, observing the scene unfold. As I watched Zhang Xian's retreating figure, an indescribable feeling stirred within me. At noon, my aunt arrived to take Zhang Xian home. She had never offered me a ride, leaving me to walk back for my meals. I seldom returned home, not wanting to witness my aunt's disdainful expression. So, I remained in class, lost in thought, my stomach growling. "Stolen stockings. Are you going to eat or not?" Suddenly, a girl turned around and placed a box lunch on my desk, her fair hand extending towards me. The enticing aroma wafted from the lunch. The fragrance emanating from her was even more delightful, clean, and refreshing. Surprised, I looked up at her, and the sight of her smiling eyes made me feel a bit anxious. This girl was undeniably cute, with double eyelids and crescent-shaped eyes. She was petite, her forehead adorned with stylish bangs, and she wore a pink shirt with a white strap peeking out near her collarbone. I recognized her. She was the one who had pleaded for me when I was bullied. Dang Ning. I involuntarily called her name. Tang Ning's eyes sparkled with joy. Why did you bring me lunch? I asked, astonished. Just eat. We can chat while we dine, she said gently. Upon hearing her words, I couldn't help but swallow hard as I glanced at the box lunch. No longer feeling the need to be polite, I opened it and began to eat. The meal was filled with delectable dishes, chicken legs, and sweet and sour pork. I thought to myself, Zhang Xian's friends are quite the elite, both beautiful and kind. Thank you, I said, feeling a bit more at ease after a few mouthfuls. No need to be polite. I couldn't finish it anyway. It would be a waste to throw it away. Tang Ning smiled. I was eyeing that chicken leg, and upon hearing her words, my expression changed. A closer look revealed that a small piece of meat was indeed missing from the chicken leg. But before I could react, Tang Ning suddenly grew angry. What? Are you complaining about it? So many people wish to have a bite of my leftovers, and I'm not giving it to them. It was a bit awkward, and I dare not say anything. However, I thought to myself, eating your leftovers is akin to a kiss, isn't it? Looking at Tang Ning again, I realized she was as attractive as Zhang Xian, albeit in a different way. Tang Ning's petite frame had a certain charm. I'm amused that she had initiated this encounter, so I couldn't be blamed. I took a bite from the spot where she had nibbled on the chicken leg, and the sensation was surprisingly delightful. Do you know why I sought you out? Tang Ning asked, her smile unwavering. I shook my head, puzzled. Tang Ning pouted slightly, then continued, Zhang Xian wants you to explain to Chun Sun that she hasn't been with you. You must not explain to Chun Sun. Why? I asked, astonished, having finished the chicken leg. Because Chun Sun is a scoundrel. He has a girlfriend outside of school and has played with several girls here. He only desires Zhang Xian's body and doesn't genuinely care for her. Zhang Xian is on her period these days, yet Chun Sun still expects her to oblige him. Wouldn't you say he is a scoundrel? I was not part of their circle, and Tang Ning's words made me realize how chaotic it was. After pondering for a moment, I understood. Chun Sun must have thought Zhang Xian was with me, hence his cold demeanor towards her while still wanting to take advantage of her. Zhang Xian was quite clever and self-respecting. She understood that yielding to Chun Sun wouldn't earn her kindness, hence her desire for me to clarify matters. What a beast. Yet I found myself strangely fond of her. At the thought, I couldn't help but mutter under my breath. Ha! Tang Ning laughed at my words, then stood up, smiling. You have quite the sense of humor. Just remember, don't explain anything to Zhang Xian. If you need anything, you can find me. All right. After Tang Ning left, I stared at her departing figure for a moment, then lowered my head and finished the leftovers she had given me, reflecting on her kindness. In the afternoon, I witnessed an argument between Chun Sun and Zhang Xian. It seemed to stem from Chun Sun's crude desires, which Zhang Xian had refused. Damn it, are you going to give it to me or not? Chun Sun suddenly yelled. The shout startled me and my classmates, drawing our attention. Chun Sun stood at the front of the class, while Zhang Xian sat there, her eyes red and looking utterly wronged. What's wrong, bro? A boy asked, trying to flatter him with a grin. Shut up. What are you looking at? Chun Sun shouted, grabbing a thick physics book and hurling it at me. The hefty book struck my head painfully. As it hit, I felt a surge of anger and almost charged at him, but remembering my frail condition, I gritted my teeth and held back. Scoundrel, who do you think you are? You've been played by so many. What is wrong with me having a turn? Chun Sun's demeanor was menacing and frantic. Chun Sun, are you out of your mind? I've never been touched. I'm still pure. Zhang Xian's eyes turned redder, and tears began to flow. Get lost. Didn't you get played on your birthday? Give it to me. You're coming out with me tonight. Chun Sun bellowed. No, I'm not ready. Zhang Xian finally broke down in tears. Sitting behind, I felt a pang of heartbreak for Zhang Xian's pitiful state. Although I harbored resentment towards her, my feelings were conflicted. I liked her too. The deterioration of her relationship with Chun Sun was a consequence of her own actions. If she had let me be that day, things might have turned out differently. She should have liked someone like Chun Sun, who was nothing but a scoundrel. It was her vanity that led her to this unfortunate fate, believing that Chun Sun's status was worth her admiration. Such intimate matters were laid bare by Chun Sun's cruel tongue. The classmates overheard, and Zhang Xian appeared both humiliated and distressed. Observing Chun Sun's fierce expression, many chose to exit through the back door to avoid conflict. Chun Sun glared at me with palpable disdain, prompting me to consider leaving through the back as well. Damn it, are you going to give it to me or not? Just answer me. Yes or no? Chun Sun was relentless, standing over Zhang Xian with an intimidating presence. How could I ever like someone like you? Just leave. I don't want to be with you anymore. I'm truly disappointed in you. With those words, Zhang Xian cried even harder. Upon her declaration, Chun Sun's expression darkened, turning increasingly ferocious, his eyes reddening. Suddenly, he seized Zhang Xian's delicate chin, saying, Zhang Xian, do you dare play games with me? Don't think I don't know who you are. What are you pretending for? Have you forgotten how you chased me before? You're nothing but trash. In that moment, I appeared behind Chun Sun, brandishing an eraser, and struck him forcefully on the back of his head. At that instant, I could no longer restrain myself. Deep down, I harbored immense hatred for Zhang Xian, for her indifference and disdain towards me, and for her haughty demeanor in my presence. Yet, I simply could not bear to witness such humiliation inflicted upon her. Chapter 5. Tang Ning's inquiry as the eraser struck Chun Sun's head. A cloud of dust erupted into the air, staining his hair and my hands alike. My gaze was icy, fixed intently on the crumpled form of Chun Sun on the ground. Wangxi. Zhang Xian's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing my action against Chun Sun. At that moment, the expressions of my classmates shifted dramatically. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and a sense of fear gripped my heart. This was my first encounter with a fight, and I was utterly inexperienced. After I launched my surprise attack, Chun Sun quickly regained his footing. His gaze was fierce, and his face contorted with rage. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and as he stroked the back of his head, he twisted his neck to scrutinize me. His imposing presence left me feeling utterly outmatched. Although I lacked fighting skills, I understood a fundamental principle. One must possess a commanding aura. Gritting my teeth, I swung the eraser in my hand once more. However, this time, Chun Sun did not evade. He merely sneered at me and suddenly struck back with greater speed. A sharp pain shot through my nose, and warm blood flowed profusely from my nostrils. I fell backward, only to be met with a brutal kick from Chun Sun. You worthless fool, daring to play the hero? He spat. He relentlessly kicked me, cursing incessantly. Lying on the ground, my body ached, and my heart simmered with anger. I envisioned myself leaping up and delivering a punch that would send him flying, but my frail body lacked the strength. Enduring his brutal assault, I could only glare at him defiantly. Are you convinced yet? He coldly questioned as the class bell rang. Not convinced, I shouted back, nearly losing consciousness but still gritting my teeth. You idiot, you still refuse to yield? Apologize. His words dripped with disdain, mocking me for my helplessness. The classmates, having watched in silence, erupted into a chorus of shouts at my response. More students streamed back to their classrooms from the corridors. Chun Sun glanced at the throng outside, then pointed a finger at me. So you refuse to submit? Fine, from this day forth, I will beat you daily until you do. Anyone who dares to speak to you will face my wrath as well. With a fierce glare at Zhang Xian, he left. The tyrant had finally departed, and my classmates sighed in relief, returning to their seats. Blood continued to trickle from my nose, leaving me in a state of utter disarray. Unable to restrain myself, I cast a glance at Zhang Xian, only to see her avoid my gaze. Her reaction pierced my heart, filling me with sorrow. I felt a chill within me, suppressing my pain as I struggled to stand. Limping back to my seat, I suddenly noticed my deskmate pushing her desk away. She was a rather stout girl, and her strength was evident. The screech of the desk scraping across the floor resonated throughout the classroom. I was taken aback by the contempt in her eyes. Suddenly, a boy burst into laughter, shaking his head. You're nothing but a loser, thinking you can play the hero. What did you say? My heart clenched as I stared at him in disbelief. I said you're pathetic, a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. You stole Zhang Xian's stockings and still dare to pursue her, you waste. The boy's words struck a nerve, and I couldn't help but clench my fists. I glanced at Zhang Xian's frail figure, my heart aching unbearably. I had endured the beating alone, with no one to speak up for me. And now that Chun Sun was gone, they mocked me with their cruel words. What a heartless bunch of classmates. I laughed, a hollow, desolate sound escaping my lips. If only I weren't so frail, if only I had a modicum of strength, I would undoubtedly teach these contemptuous individuals a lesson. Acting tough, huh? Another student glared at me, their face contorted with aggression. Sit down, you worthless piece of trash. They shouted relentlessly, their faces twisting before my eyes. I stood there, fists clenched, staring at them, overwhelmed with an indescribable embarrassment. Gradually, My gaze became unfocused. Suddenly, I coughed up blood and collapsed onto the floor, losing consciousness. As I lay there, my heart felt as cold as ice. I told myself that I must grow stronger. I must become formidable enough that no one would dare to look down on me. Chen Sun was a thug, undeniably strong, and Zhang Xian admired him. My classmates feared him. In the game of power, if I grew stronger, no one would dare to mock me again. I was certain of it. Before long, I regained consciousness. Upon awakening, I found myself lying on a hospital bed. The room was small, with a bed and a nearby cabinet occupying half of it. A beautiful girl was seated beside me, engrossed in her phone. It was Tang Ning. When she noticed I was awake, she set her phone aside. Still as gentle as ever, she smiled at me and said, "You're awake." "Where am I?" I shook my head, realizing it was dark outside. "The school's infirmary," she replied. "Oh." I stared blankly out the window, recalling the events of the day, a chill settling in my heart. My body ached, and my nose and surrounding area were swollen. Being beaten in front of the entire class was incredibly humiliating. I yearned for revenge against Chen Sun, but all my anger felt futile. Tang Ning is such a beautiful girl, I thought, realizing she knew I had been beaten, which made my heart feel heavy. "It's normal. You can't beat Chen Sun," she reassured me. "He's the leader of Class 3. It would be strange if you could." Seeing my silence, Tang Ning chuckled. "But you do have quite a bit of courage to take on Chen Sun." "Heh, I just couldn't stand him," I replied, forcing a bitter smile. "Your temper is quite fierce. You fainted from anger." Tang Ning laughed again, putting her phone into her bag. At that moment, an odd feeling surged within me. I gazed at her in astonishment, wondering how she knew about my situation. Moreover, how did she bring me to the infirmary? She was Zhang Xian's close friend. Could it be that Zhang Xian? As I pondered, I noticed a hint of playfulness in Tang Ning's expression. She was the kind of sweet and adorable girl whose eyes sparkled like crescent moons. As her playful demeanor deepened, I instinctively recoiled. "Tang Ning, what are you doing?" My face flushed, and I felt my voice tremble. "Wang Shi, are you a foot fetishist?" Chapter 6. A plea her words made my breath hitch. My face grew even hotter, and I felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. The incident of stealing Zhang Xian's stockings had become a lingering source of distress for me. But now, Tang Ning had casually mentioned it. Damn it, doesn't she consider my feelings? I looked at Tang Ning again, seeing her bright eyes shimmering with mischief. She wore a playful grin, devoid of malice. It seemed she was not mocking me, but rather expressing a girl-esque curiosity. Yet, even so, I still felt embarrassed. Why bring this up? My ears burned as I furrowed my brow, gazing out the window. "Come on, it's a funny story," Tang Ning urged with a laugh. "Stop it. I'm embarrassed," I replied. "Come on, or I'll get mad." Tang Ning pouted at me. Unable to resist, I stole another glance at her and noticed she genuinely didn't mean to ridicule me. Her curiosity was innocent. Despite my tarnished reputation, she did not shun me and chose to accompany me in the infirmary. There are still good people in this world. Tang Ning is one of them. She had previously protected me, brought me lunch, and chatted with me, even if the meal was her leftovers. The thought moved me. Stammering, I began to explain, "It's not that I have a foot fetish. It's just that I feel more embarrassed about other things." "But oh," this topic felt so awkward, I truly struggled to explain. Seeing my discomfort, Tang Ning laughed heartily. She was sweet and adorable, her entire face flushed with laughter. Her personality was so exuberant. It was my first time witnessing her in such a lively mood. With a grin, she said, "You definitely have a foot fetish." "No, I hurried to clarify, but no matter how I tried, I couldn't explain myself clearly. "The stocking thief, are you interested in seeing my feet?" She suddenly asked with a smile. "Is that okay?" My throat felt parched, and an unusual sensation surged within me. It was merely a glance at her feet. What was the big deal? With that thought, Tang Ning gracefully bent down. She was a clean girl, always exuding a subtle fragrance. Her shoes were impeccably clean, a pair of trendy in-brand sneakers. As she untied her shoelaces, she slowly lifted her petite foot. Indeed, her foot was dainty, encased in white cotton socks, exuding an undeniable charm. The moment I caught a whiff of her scent, I instinctively held my breath in nervous anticipation. "Do you want to touch them?" Tang Ning desit, gently swaying her small foot in front of me, occasionally arching her instep to provoke me. "I don't want to." I feigned disinterest, though my heart desired it immensely. "Forget it then." Suddenly, Tang Ning's expression turned serious, and she placed her foot back into her shoe. Seeing her start to put her shoes on, disappointment washed over my face, which she quickly noticed. She laughed, her cheeks flushed with mirth. Haha. You really do have a foot fetish, you big weirdo. I don't. I protested, feeling a rush of embarrassment. Oh, come on, look at your disappointed face. Haha, it's hilarious. She laughed so hard that she could barely catch her breath. Her teasing was lighthearted, driven by curiosity and a playful spirit. My face flushed crimson under her playful jests, and I felt a mix of helplessness and fondness for her adorable demeanor. Feeling slightly exasperated, I shouted, I do like feet. If you're so bold, why not show them to me a bit longer? Haha, you really do speak your mind. She replied with a grin. Next time, I'll take you home now. Tang Ning stood up, and as time slipped away, I felt my mood lift significantly thanks to her lighthearted teasing. Although I had suffered greatly at the hands of Chun Sun, I could still walk. As we strolled towards the school gate, I felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Tang Ning. I realized she must have been teasing me out of pity. I had heard she was well-liked and had many friends at school. She bore no disdain for me. A girl like her surely had countless companions. I couldn't help but glance at her petite figure, a wave of longing washing over me. It was a pity I was unworthy of such a wonderful girl. I decided to let this beating slide. I would avoid fighting Chun Sun in the future. He was a formidable opponent, and I was no match for him. I'll get you a taxi, Tang Ning said as she summoned one for me. You should get home. Your parents might be worried. She smiled gently at me and waved goodbye. As I sat in the car, watching her petite silhouette fade away, I felt a surge of inexplicable emotion. I silently vowed to become stronger to repay her kindness. Have you had enough of watching? Want to stay a bit longer? The driver suddenly broke the silence. My face flushed with embarrassment at his words, which carried a hint of mockery. I felt as though he looked down on me for taking advantage of a girl. I was determined to repay Tang Ning for the fare she had paid. When I returned home, the driver handed me 95. I carefully tucked the remaining money away. Feeling its value was immeasurable. I limped into my room and lay on my bed, lost in thought. A sense of loneliness enveloped me as I reflected on the day's events, feeling a fresh wave of sadness. Just then, the door swung open. It was Zhang Xian, dressed in a flowing white dress, her gaze cold as she regarded me. She was still stunning, but her youthful face appeared somewhat pale. Her eyes seemed slightly puffy, evoking a sense of sympathy. Yet, her indifferent demeanor chilled my heart. She stared at me with an icy gaze, and then abruptly said, "Thank you for today. It offsets the despicable things you've done in the past. We're even now. From this point on, we have no relationship." Her words struck a sharp pain in my heart. Looking into her cold eyes, I felt an inexplicable ache. "I won't trouble you again. Let us leave it at that. From now on, we're strangers." She shot me a frosty glance before turning to leave. "Wait." I gritted my teeth and called out to Zhang Xian. "What do you want? Is this not over yet?" She spun around, annoyance etched on her face. "Zhang Xian, do you really believe that our connection has been severed forever? Don't forget, I live in your house. There can never be a complete separation between us." My voice trembled with a mix of pain and determination. "Then what do you want?" Her expression shifted slightly. With a smile, my eyes welled with tears. "Sister, I know we are not true family. My surname is Wang, while yours is Zhang. I am merely an orphan under your care. You don't need to treat me as family, nor do you need to hold me in high regard. But I must say, even though I'm a transient guest in your home, we will continue to see each other every day. Can't you treat me a little better?" Upon hearing my words, Zhang Xian smiled, her lips curling into a disdainful smirk as her gaze turned peculiar. Chapter 7. Brother, I heard you. Her haughty demeanor left me perplexed about her true thoughts. Yet, her contemptuous gaze pierced my heart like a needle. The room fell silent, the only sound being the ticking of the clock. She stared at me with cold eyes, a hint of mockery evident. Finally, she spoke. "Wang Shi, do you want to pursue me?" "I don't. I merely wish to improve our relationship. After all, we see each other daily, and it would be unbearable to remain silent." My heart raced with anxiety. "Oh, really? Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions, you shameless scoundrel. Pervert who steals my stockings." Her words were a cutting insult as she slammed my door shut behind her. Once she left, an overwhelming sense of loneliness washed over me again. Reflecting on her previous demeanor, I felt a pang of sorrow. That night, the spots where I had been struck began to throb with pain. My face was severely swollen, and numerous bruises marked my body from Chun Sun's assault. I went downstairs to grab a bag of ice to soothe the injuries. The sight of Chun Sun's arrogant face filled me with rage. He had struck me twice and humiliated me, and I was determined to seek revenge. The following morning, I descended the stairs for breakfast. My aunt and Zhang Xian were already awake, seated at the dining table, tearing into their bread while chatting. Upon seeing me approach, Zhang Xian's expression immediately hardened. My aunt looked at me with surprise and said, "Wangxi, you've been beaten again?" "Yes." I nodded with a bitter smile at her question. "Haha, you're nothing but a loser who is now trying to learn a fight." My aunt's voice dripped with disdain as she cast a scornful glance at me. As her words faded, I noticed Zhang Xian's complexion pale. I thought to myself, what a joke. I was beaten up because of your precious self. But I said nothing, merely offering a weak smile as I sat down to eat my bread. Being beaten was truly nauseating. I felt too unwell to eat. My aunt scrutinized me, her eyes revealing her distaste. "Mom, I can't eat anymore," Zhang Xian suddenly declared, tossing aside her bread. Was it his repulsiveness that bothered me? I suggested he change his dining location. "Sweetheart, have a glass of milk before you leave," Aunt said hastily to Zhang Xian. "No need. I'm already disgusted." Zhang Xian replied coldly, casting a frosty glance at me. That look pierced my heart once more, evoking a bitter smile within me. I thought, no matter how much I invested in such a girl, it would be futile. I truly am pathetic. "Mom, could you give him some money to see a doctor later?" Zhang Xian suddenly said coldly. "What?" Aunt was taken aback, and I was equally stunned. After all, her family has never given me money. Previously, Uncle had secretly given me some, only for Zhang Xian to inform Aunt. After all, he looked utterly revolting now. It would be better for him to recover quickly. After all, we had already spent a considerable amount on his treatment. With a suddenly haughty demeanor, Zhang Xian turned to leave. Hearing her words, Aunt couldn't help but glance at Zhang Xian and then at me. Observing my woeful state, Aunt pondered for a moment and retrieved 200 yuan from her bag. Zhang Xian's family is quite affluent, and Aunt readily handed me that sum. Upon seeing the 200 yuan bills, my heart surged with excitement. My spirits inexplicably lifted, and I felt an unexplainable joy on my way to school. However, upon entering the classroom, my mood soured again as I noticed the disdainful faces around me. And my chubby desk mate, her icy expression made me want to punch her. She was engrossed in reading male comics during class, picking her nose while doing so, which was far more revolting than I could ever be. Yet she accused me of being a pervert. Occasionally, when I glanced at her comic book, I would catch sight of the indecent dialogue within. "Demu, springtime, let us burn with fervor." In the morning, I sought out Tang Ning to repay her. Fearing embarrassment, I loitered outside her classroom for quite some time, hesitant to enter. It was Tang Ning who noticed me and graciously called me in. As I entered her class, I saw several classmates looking at me with peculiar expressions, whispering among themselves. "Are you here to see me? What do you want?" she asked languidly. One foot propped on the desk, dressed in clean Adidas sweatpants. "To repay you," I replied. "Didn't I say you didn't have to?" "That money was for treating you to some nutrients," Tang Ning said with a smile, waving her hand casually like a heroine. "No, I can't take advantage of a girl." "Take it, or I'll feel uneasy," I insisted. "Well, do as you please," she replied. Sitting on the edge of her bed, her face flushed from the sunlight. After placing the money on her desk, I prepared to leave. "Aren't you going to chat for a bit before leaving?" Tang Ning asked with a cheerful smile. "No, I want tea," I replied with a smile of my own. "All right then." Suddenly, as if recalling something, Tang Ning said, "You should come find me at noon after school, and we'll go home together." Upon hearing her words, an unsettling feeling washed over me, a sense of foreboding. However, before I could inquire further, the class bell rang. As I exited Tang Ning's classroom, I overheard a boy say to her, "Tang Ning, is that guy the one from class 1 who steals stockings? Disgusting. How could you befriend him? As if you're not repulsive. Always telling me crude jokes, you lecherous guy. Don't let it slip, there's so many classmates around." The boy whispered, and his classmates erupted into laughter. Listening to Tang Ning banter with the boys in her class filled me with envy. I wondered when I could be seen as a normal person too. Upon returning to my classroom, I noticed Zhang Xian glance at me. Her gaze was gentle, but when our eyes met, it turned icy. After meeting with Tang Ning, my spirits had lifted somewhat, and a faint smile lingered on my lips. However, upon seeing Zhang Xian's expression, I adopted a cold demeanor. She looked surprised and shot me a fierce glare. I thought, didn't she say she wouldn't acknowledge me yesterday? What a contradiction. It seemed she was looking for trouble again. With my hospitalization looming in a few months, my studies had suffered greatly. Everyone ostracized me, and this environment only deepened my disinterest in learning. My chubby desk mate was once again engrossed in her male comics, thoroughly enjoying herself while secretly snacking on instant noodles from her desk. I too had no desire to study and prepared to sneakily pull out my phone to read a novel. Just then, I received a message from an unfamiliar number. After school, go home with Tang Ning. Chun Sun is going to beat you up. My previously calm demeanor shattered upon reading that message. After all, Chun Sun was a thug, and I harbored a genuine fear of him. I was no match for him, and he had many friends. If he decided to attack me, I would have no means of defending myself. Who are you? My heart raced, panic seeping through as I replied. After a long wait, the reply came. I am the one you hate the most. Chun Sun, damn you. Despite my fear of him, I couldn't help but curse back. My hatred for him ran deep. He had beaten me mercilessly before. After sending my response, my heart raced with anxiety mixed with an inexplicable anticipation. However, as time passed without a reply, disappointment began to settle in, and I tucked my phone away. Perhaps Chun Sun had spread the word about wanting to beat me up. Throughout the entire morning, I felt the weight of many peculiar gazes upon me. A chorus of whispers followed. Wang Shi, there's going to be a show after school. Anger welled within me. Yet I felt powerless against the humiliation inflicted by so many. Ultimately, I was a coward, incapable of confronting everyone who looked down on me. I merely wished to grow stronger, to no longer be scorned. Tang Ning even took the time to call me, insisting that I walk home with her after school. Being protected by a girl made me uncomfortable, yet I acquiesced. The thought of facing Chun Sun filled me with dread. After the third period, I could not resist the urge to wash my face in the restroom. Just as I had washed half of my face, a boy suddenly entered. His expression was serious, and he coldly locked the door behind him. What do you want? I stammered, sensing his ill intentions. Brother, I heard you have a foot fetish? He laughed, revealing a lewd grin. Chapter 8. Justice resides in the hearts of the people once again. This awkward topic made my face flush instantly. At this moment, I bore two significant accusations, thief and pervert. Each of these labels rendered me incapable of holding my head high. Ostracized and scorned because of these accusations, few in the school were willing to engage with me. Associating with me had become a source of shame. As I looked at the boy before me, I felt a surge of anger and frustration. I scrutinized his appearance closely. He was quite handsome, clad in designer athletic wear, with a string of peach pits adorning his wrist. He simply stared at me, grinning in a somewhat lascivious manner, as he removed the bracelet and began to fiddle with it in his hands. What is that for? I asked, maintaining a stern expression. What do you think? He asked with a mischievous grin. I don't know. Not wanting to discuss such a humiliating matter with him, I attempted to leave with a stern face. Wait, he called out in a mocking tone, blocking my exit with a string of pits. What do you want? His arm crossed over my chest, his strength palpable. I tried to push past him, but he was as immovable as a wall. Gradually, I began to feel anxious. His strength seemed greater than Chun Sun's. In a fight, he could easily overpower me. There was a tense silence. He merely smiled wickedly, exuding an aura of mischief. When the class bell finally rang, he spoke. We are kindred spirits. You and I kindred spirits? I stared at him wide-eyed. You can go now. Just like that, he let me go. Back in the classroom, I felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. My reputation had truly become foul. It seemed everyone was now eager to befriend me. While I may not be a paragon of virtue, my values remain intact. Upon recalling the words of that boy who referred to me as a kindred spirit, a wave of discomfort washed over me. I harbor feelings for Zhang Xian, yet I assure you, I am far from a deviant. The sky outside is shrouded in a dull yellow hue, evoking a sense of oppression. After school, Chun Sun intends to confront me, and my body feels weak with apprehension. Enduring the tension, I awaited the final bell, which eventually rang with a resounding clarity. At that moment, a sense of panic enveloped me completely. I observed my classmates laughing and chatting, my gaze somewhat vacant. They were preparing to return home or to the cafeteria for a meal while I stood at a loss, unsure of my own direction. As a man, I possess my own dignity. Must I truly resort to pitifully begging Tang Ning for protection, following her home like a lost child? Amidst my inner turmoil, a hand unexpectedly rested upon my shoulder. A group of boys approached, blocking the doorway to the classroom. Come with us, loser, they sneered. Startled, I turned to the owner of the hand, only to discover it was our class leader, Chai Jin. He embraced me tightly and began to pull me outside. As we reached the corridor, we were immediately surrounded by even more onlookers. "Brother Jean, are you going to hit me too?" I asked, my heart racing in fear as I gazed at him. "You're a freak. Why would I strike you?" Chai Jean replied with a dismissive chuckle. Observing the boys encircling me and then glancing at Chai Jin's expression, I suddenly understood everything. Within our school exists a band of ruffians who consider themselves the leaders of their respective classes, often scheming together. While their bonds may not be particularly strong, they are fiercely united when it comes to bullying others. I had not provoked Chai Jin, yet he chose to assist Chun Sun in tormenting me. To Chun Sun, the kingpin, I am merely trash. Dealing with Chun Sun alone is already arduous enough. Now, with Chai Jin meddling, my frustration grew immensely. Anger surged within me, and I yearned for immense strength to vanquish these petty tormentors. However, I remained powerless, forced to endure their jeering as they led me out of the school. Along the way, we attracted a growing crowd of students, all following us with smiles upon their faces. As I gazed upon their expressions, a profound sense of desolation settled in my heart. I had no grievances against them. Why do they treat me this way? "Brother Sun, I brought this freak for you," Chai Jin exclaimed as we exited the school grounds, shoving me roughly. Chun Sun had been waiting outside for quite some time, flanked by 2 lackeys, and he greeted me with a smirk. He produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, tossing one to Chai Jin, proclaiming, "Thank you, society, for Brother Jean. Thank you, society, for Brother Sun." Chai Jin caught the cigarette, licking it with a peculiar grin. As Chai Jin and Chun Sun joined forces, a dark throng of students gathered around us, their eyes fixed upon me. My anger boiled over, nearly causing me to spit blood. They regarded me with disdain. Chun Sun, cigarette dangling from his lips, advanced towards me step by step. Suddenly, he kicked my thigh with a forceful blow. "You're putting on quite a show." I stepped back, silently observing the imprint of his foot on my pant leg. I merely gazed at him, my eyes ablaze with fury. The crowd erupted into laughter, their amusement cold and laced with scorn. "Still pretending?" Chun Sun kicked my thigh again, nearly sending me sprawling. My hatred intensified. I wished I could obliterate him with a single glare. "Are you still pretending?" Chun Sun suddenly slapped me hard across the face. The resounding crack left half my face numb with pain, and tears threatened to spill from my eyes. I glared at him, my entire being on the verge of exploding. I could not help but glance at the surrounding crowd, witnessing their laughter to the point of tears. They were a callous bunch, their indifference chilling my heart. With no one stepping forth to offer a kind word on my behalf, they reveled in their superiority, taking pleasure in bullying someone they deemed weak. I feared them, yet I could not tolerate their maltreatment any longer. If I possessed even a fraction of strength, I would refuse to be subjected to such humiliation. Do they all look down upon me? Am I viewed as a deviant, a thief, or merely a feeble waste of space? I am already weak. If I do not strive to empower myself, shall I remain in this state of contempt indefinitely? Still pretending? I shall show you what pretense truly is. As Chun Sun prepared to strike me again, I unexpectedly delivered a forceful slap to his face. The sound resonated sharply in the air, and in that instant, all eyes widened in astonishment. Fueled by anger and fear, I watched Chun Sun's astonished expression as he staggered backward. My heart raced with an indescribable dread. I was no match for him or his entourage, yet I would not submit. I could not allow such a scoundrel to bully me. I may lack strength, but I still possess my pride. Has he lost his mind? How dare he strike Chun Sun? No way, he has finished now. The onlookers were stunned into silence. Whispers erupted before the crowd suddenly exploded with noise. They all shouted at me, their faces contorted with rage, as if I had harmed their own kin. "How dare you strike back?" Chun Sun's forehead pulsed with veins, his fists clenched tightly. "Why should I not retaliate? Just because I fear you does not mean I shall cower. Fine, I'll make sure to finish you off." Chun Sun delivered a crushing blow to my face. As he struck me, I braced myself to retaliate, but my reflexes were too slow. Before I could respond, I was already hit. I stumbled backward, seemingly falling into someone's embrace. The hold was soft and fragrant, suppressing the urge to cry. I turned to see the person who had caught me and froze in astonishment. "Sister?" A rush of complex emotions surged within me as I beheld Zhang Xian's flushed face. She glared at me before pushing me away. Upon being released, I noticed that she and Tang Ning had both arrived, accompanied by a beautiful girl and several boys. At that moment, Tang Ning wore an expression of anger. Her delicate brows furrowed tightly. Glancing at the bruise on my face, she angrily seized my shirt and declared, "Let us go home together." "Tang Ning, what are you doing?" Chun Sun laughed, blocking our path with his two lackeys. "Enough already. Just a few hits will do." Wang Shi barely fought back. "Do you intend to kill him?" Tang Ning's demeanor remained frosty as she suddenly pouted, shouting at Chun Sun. "Wang Shi, has he even fought back? Did you not see him strike me?" Chun Sun roared. "Exactly. This brat has grown too arrogant. Tang Ning, you should just ignore him. Go home quickly. Don't let this fool ruin our friendship." Chai Jin laughed, stepping forward. "Indeed, Sister Tang, you should leave. What business do you have with this fool? He deserves whatever happens to him." A few more boys approached, urging Tang Ning to depart. It appeared that Tang Ning held considerable influence at school. I was taken aback to see those ruffians treating her with such deference. Casting another glance at the encroaching crowd, my anxiety deepened. "Tang Ning, are you out of your mind? Why are you protecting him?" Chun Sun, noticing her silence and stillness, grew increasingly agitated. "Do you wish to know the reason?" Deng Ninging Guidet. "Indeed, provide me with a justification," Chun Sun demanded. "Because I despise you. You are a scoundrel, and I refuse to witness Wang Shi being beaten by a lowlife like you." Tang Ning's gaze turned icy, her voice deliberate and unwavering. "What did you say?" Chun Sun's countenance darkened, as foreboding as a stormy sky. "Because you are a scoundrel. Wang Shi does not deserve to be struck by someone as vile as you." Chapter 9. Lu Jicheng, Class 11. The wind picked up, sweeping swirling clouds of yellow sand from the ground. It tousled Tang Ning's silky hair, the dust settling upon all of us. Zhang Xian glanced at the grime on her clothing, gently furrowing her brow. I stood beside them, observing the scene unfold before my eyes. Observing Zhang Xian, who always wore an arrogant demeanor, an odd feeling surged within me. As for Tang Ning's words, they caused Chun Sun's expression to change dramatically. His face darkened further, unable to fathom that Tang Ning would speak so candidly. With a slight twist of his mouth and a gentle turn of his neck, he questioned, "What do you mean? Are you severing ties with me?" "Indeed, I despise you. You scoundrel." It was said that Wang Shi was a pervert who stole stockings, revolting in nature. Yet compared to him, you are an infinitely more disgusting man. A pervert 100 times over. Your heart is so foul, you have no right to confront him. Tang Ning closed her clear eyes, pouting as she shouted at him. "You!" A low growl escaped Chun Sun's throat, reminiscent of a beast. Tang Ning was well-liked and held a high status in school. Yet, she daringly reprimanded Chun Sun in front of so many people. Watching her speak her mind, Chun Sun's face contorted more and more. I feared, above all, that in a fit of rage, Chun Sun might harm Tang Ning, for she was standing up for me, protecting me. If she were to suffer because of me, I could never forgive myself. With that thought, I immediately stood before Tang Ning, shouting, "Chun Sun, what are you doing? What do you intend to do? If you dare to lay a finger on Tang Ning, I swear I will kill you." "Shit." Seeing my fierce demeanor, Chai Jin muttered under his breath. Chun Sun was taken aback, and everyone regarded me with strange glances. The wind howled, and the air was thick with tension. However, my loud outburst rendered the atmosphere awkward. Chun Sun and Tang Ning ceased their quarrel, and numerous eyes fixated on me. The only audible sound was that of the wind, as the sky turned an ominous yellow. I had suddenly become the focal point. Faced with countless gazes, my face flushed instantly. Had I truly created such an awkward silence? "Wang Shi, who asked you to intervene? What are you doing, being so shameless?" Zhang Xian suddenly yanked me backward, rolling her eyes at me. What is wrong with me? I felt even more embarrassed, sweat trickling down my cheek. Tang Ning's brother was a notorious delinquent. Even if she scolded Chun Sun, he would not dare to touch her. "Huh? You actually want to protect her? How quaint, what a disgrace." Zhang Xian, with her haughty demeanor, continued to roll her eyes at me. "Ah, so that's it." Under Zhang Xian's disdainful gaze, I felt utterly humiliated. Looking back at Tang Ning and Chun Sun, they remained at an impasse. Chun Sun's gaze was fierce, while Tang Ning appeared unafraid. Many were still looking at me, regarding me as the center of attention. Chai Jin, lighting a cigarette, smiled and said, "What a downer." Wang Shi actually jumped in to steal the spotlight. "But if you're truly that bold, I wouldn't mind a one-on-one duel." "A duel?" My heart twisted at Chai Jin's words. "Yes, do you dare to face me in a duel? You coward, don't hide behind a woman." Chai Jin and Chun Sun's lackeys yelled at me. "Deng Ning, I acknowledge that your brother is a notorious thug. You've severed ties with me. Haven't you? Very well. But today I must teach this brat a lesson because he is too arrogant. Isn't he's supposed to have some backbone? Let him face me in a duel. Chun Sun trembled with rage, his face turning a shade of green. He glared at me with murderous intent. Wang Shi, how could he possibly be your match? Tang Ning's delicate face flushed with anger as she glared at Chun Sun. I don't care. I must fight him today. You can protect him, but you can't be by his side all the time. As long as you're not around, I will strike him. Unless he duels me, I will hit him every time I see him. Chun Sun coldly declared. Yes, this brat is part of our class. He has offended brother's son, and I will definitely beat him regularly. Chai Jin laughed. Chun Sun, Chai Jin, you are truly bullies. Despite Zhang Xian's disdain for me, she could not help but speak up. Get lost, you shameless wretch. Chun Sun pointed at Zhang Xian's nose, cursing. Chun Sun, are you cursing me? Zhang Xian's eyes reddened. Damn it, you allowed that brat to insult me. What else could I be called but a wretch? Pretending to be dignified. How laughable. Chun Sun pointed at Zhang Xian, cursing coldly. There were too many onlookers, and Chun Sun's voice was too loud. After Chun Sun finished his tirade, everyone turned to look at Zhang Xian. She was a girl of impeccable character, a pampered little lady. Her reputation was her lifeblood. Seeing so many strange gazes upon her, Zhang Xian was nearly brought to tears. Chun Sun, you are slandering me. I was truly blind to ever like such a scoundrel. Fool! Chun Sun sneered. As I watched Zhang Xian on the verge of tears, my heart felt a tumult of emotions. Even though Zhang Xian despised me, she was the one who had led me to this predicament. However, today she stood up for me, defending me from Chun Sun's insults. Had she not joined Tang Ning to protect me, she would not have faced such contempt from Chun Sun. I could no longer endure. It was time for me to explode. Gritting my teeth, I shouted at Chun Sun and Chai Jin, a duel it is. Who fears you? Ha ha, he accepted the duel. Upon hearing my words, Chai Jin cast a triumphant glance at Chun Sun. Wang Shi, what are you doing? They're thugs. How could you possibly stand a chance against them? No duel. Let us leave. You can't win against them. Don't fall for their provocations. Tang Ning, Astoni said, tugged at my clothes, wanting to leave. Want to leave? Chai Jin laughed, blocking our path with a mocking grin. Then, squinting at me, he remarked, Kid, think carefully. If you dare to run today, we'll beat you every time we see you. However, if you comply and duel us, we might just forgive you. If you win, we might even call you Big Brother. Indeed, hurry and win. If you win, we'll call you Big Brother. The onlookers cheered, eager for the spectacle. Do you have any sense of compassion? What are you shouting about? Wang Shi is a sickly boy. How could he possibly defeat them? Hearing the crowd's uproar, Tang Ning angridi questionet. Tang Jia, why not reconcile with us? If you do, we 1T beat him. Our relationship is so good. Do you really have to sever ties with us over him? Please don't be angry. We need you. Chai Jin chuckled. Reconcile? Upon hearing Chai Jin's words, Thunk Ning Frognet. Yes, abandon him and reconcile with us. We can return to how things were and leave this brat alone. Chai Jin, Chun Sun, and Tang Ning were all prominent figures at our school. These individuals attracted attention, and I often saw them together. They were all part of the same circle. If Tang Ning were to leave, it would diminish their status significantly. Meanwhile, I suddenly fixed them with a cold gaze and declared, I'm sorry. I don't need your mercy. Let us duel. What did you say? Chai Jin asked, astonished. I said, I'm not afraid of you. My heart, already brimming with frustration, finally erupted at that moment. In that instant, I saw through the hearts of men. Chai Jin was cunning and treacherous, while Chun Sun was rotten to the core. However, Tang Ning was a good person, a truly good person. I could not allow Tang Ning to compromise herself for the sake of reconciliation. These were scoundrels, and I could not let a good girl like Tang Ning be tainted by them. In the past, I had no friends, but today I had one. I had Tang Ning, someone who genuinely cared for me. If Tang Ning reconciled with them, they would undoubtedly continue to slander me. My cowardice would surely cause me to lose this precious friend. I cannot allow that. I must be strong. I shall never allow Tang Ning and Zhang Xian to return to their circle. You fool, you seek your own demise. Upon hearing my words, Chai Jin's gaze shifted. His eyes turned fierce and cruel, exuding an overwhelming aura that oppressed me. If death is to come, then let it. I'm not afraid of you, I declared with unwavering resolve. Wang Shi, what are you doing? You can't possibly defeat them. You lack fighting skills and have no friends. Why do you constantly argue with them? Can't you just concede? Seeing my unyielding stance, Tang Ning grew anxious. They're scum. Why should I submit to them? I replied coldly. Yet your fighting skills are hardly impressive, and you don't have a single friend to back you up. How could you possibly stand against them? Tang ning questionet. True, you could seek a friend to challenge them on your behalf. However, I doubt you possess even one friend, Chai Jin laughed. He has friends. Right now, Tang Ning is his ally. He can ask Tang Ning to fight for him. Chen Sun's face also turned a shade of ashen amusement. The onlookers glanced at my ailing form, and then at the petite Tang Ning. Observing our feeble pairing, they all erupted into laughter. Faced with their mockery, I could no longer restrain my clenched fists. I could no longer tolerate their insults towards Tang Ning, nor could I endure their disdain for those who have shown me kindness. I was resolute. I would fight them to the bitter end. I was aware that they would likely beat me to death, yet I was unafraid. Just then, a sardonic laughter emerged from the crowd. Who says Wang Shi has no friends? I am his friend. Who are you? Chen Sun's expression turned icy. I am Lu Jiqing from Class 11. The crowd involuntarily parted as a boy, cigarette in hand, stepped forward. A smile graced his face, and his gaze was one of unassailable confidence. Chapter 10. My heart aches when they recognize the boy's face. Chen Sun's expression shifted, and so did Chai Jin's. The surrounding crowd wore serious expressions, gradually beginning to murmur among themselves. Tang Ning gazed at the boy's face with great astonishment. Zhang Xian's face was filled with intrigue, while a beautiful girl beside them blushed slightly upon seeing the boy. Zhang Xian could not help but look at me, her voice laced with surprise, asking how I could possibly have such a friend. The boy exuded a powerful presence. I admired his indomitable spirit. Yet, after hearing Zhang Xian's words, I felt a wave of shame wash over me. He was my kindred spirit. We shared a common passion. I couldn't help but blush as I confessed. We just inexplicably became friends. Incredible. You actually know him. A nearby boy suddenly shouted. What? Upon hearing his outburst, my expression faltered. Lu Jiqing, the heartthrob of our experimental school. Not only is he handsome, but his academic performance, character, family background, and temperament, as well as his basketball skills, are all top-notch. Such a person is not someone Chen Sun or Chai Jin could ever compare to. How could you possibly have such an outstanding friend? The boy gritted his teeth, staring at Lu Jiqing as he shouted again, Lu Jiqing, let us play basketball together this afternoon. Lu Jiqing, I am your fan. Xingge, you must defeat them. Instantly, the crowd erupted into cheers. Everyone's eyes sparkled with unspoken admiration as they gazed at Lu Jiqing. Even Zhang Xian, with a hint of pride, stole a few more glances at him. When she looked back at me, there was a glimmer of something special in her gaze. Witnessing the astonished expressions around me, I felt profoundly shaken. In a struggle for dominance, they all saw the radiant side of Lu Jiqing, yet remained oblivious to the fact that he was my kindred spirit. Gazing at Lu Jiqing's handsome face, I seemed to see a halo surrounding him. At that moment, Chen Sun's already pale face twisted in anger. He coldly remarked, Lu Jiqing, we the 13 Eagles have never crossed paths. Are you truly stepping in for this kid? Yes, I shall challenge him. Lu Jiqing chuckled, taking a deep drag from his cigarette and narrowing his eyes. Why? Chen Sun asked coldly. Because we are kindred spirits. We share a passion for foot fetishes. A mischievous smile broke on Lu Jiqing's face. As soon as he uttered these words, I noticed both Tang Ning and Zhang Xian turn their attention towards me. Their expressions were inexplicably peculiar. My face flushed crimson, reaching down my neck. I could hardly fathom that he would utter such shameless words before so many. Yet, his statement seemed to carry a humorous charm. In an instant, the crowd erupted into laughter. They laughed, their eyes still reflecting admiration. Truly, Lu Jiqing is always so amusing. Ha ha, that's hilarious. Upon hearing their remarks, I couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment. I merely stole a pair of stockings and was met with disdain, ostracism, and discrimination from everyone. Yet here was Lu Jiqing, boldly proclaiming his peculiar interest before a crowd. And it was deemed humorous. This world is utterly unfair. I, too, wish to become someone like Lu Jiqing. After Lu Jiqing made his declaration, Chen Sun's expression darkened further. He couldn't believe that Lu Jiqing was such a person. Coldly, he glared at Lu Jiqing and said, Well, you have casually crafted an excuse to support Wang Shi. Very well, you intend to oppose us, the 13 Eagles? Of course not. I merely wish to challenge Wang Shi. Lu Jiqing smiled. Do you truly wish to fight? Chai Jin inhaled deeply, inquiring. Indeed, I do. Lu Jiqing smiled. Very well, let us fight. The sky grew increasingly dim, as if a veil of gray had descended upon it. At that moment, the wind ceased, and the air became thick with humidity. Lu Jiqing stood in confrontation with Chun Sun, and gradually, the crowd began to retreat. They cleared a vast space, allowing the two of them to stand amidst the assembled throng. I never imagined that a boy I had just met would stand up for me, and his reason was that we were kindred spirits. My heart swelled with emotion, and my nose tinged with a sense of warmth. At that moment, I saw Lu Jiqing smile at me and say, "Wang Shi, do you know why I'm helping you?" "Because we are kindred spirits," I replied. "Certainly, but there is another reason." Lu Jiqing smiled. "Another reason?" I looked at him in astonishment. "Because you are self-reliant. I admire friends like you," Lu Jiqing stated. Upon hearing his words, a surge of indescribable feelings welled up within me. Just then, I noticed his expression shift suddenly. "Lu Jiqing, watch out. How vile." Lu Jiqing quickly dodged Chun Sun's punch, shooting him a fierce glare. Chun Sun had attempted to ambush Lu Jiqing. After Lu Jiqing evaded his blow, Chun Sun struck again. His force was formidable, and he appeared menacing. Punch after punch, his fists relentlessly rained down upon Lu Jiqing. Yet Lu Jiqing remained calm, deftly evading the blows while his expression grew increasingly grave. Gradually, a smile began to surface on Lu Jiqing's face. In a swift move, he landed a punch that effortlessly sent Chun Sun crashing to the ground. As Chun Sun fell, the crowd erupted in excitement. Zhang Xian and Tang Ning looked at him with gleaming eyes, exuding palpable admiration. Beside me, a boy took on the role of commentator, his excitement palpable as he gripped my arm, exclaiming, "Chun Sun is a fierce fighter, known for his brutal strikes. He possesses immense strength. It would take on 3 opponents at once." However, Lu Jiqing's athletic prowess is unparalleled. Don't be fooled by his laid-back demeanor. He has previously defeated 5 ruffians like Chun Sun. What, he is that strong? I gasped in astonishment. We attended the same middle school. I witnessed him chase off 3 high school students with just his backpack. The boy's expression radiated pride. Just as he had said, Chun Sun was indeed no match for Lu Jiqing. He attempted to rise twice, only to be effortlessly knocked down again. As I watched Lu Jiqing's smiling face, Chun Sun suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Jiqing, you may be an exceptional fighter, but it seems you lack true friends, don't you? Now it has arrived. Wang Shi." Lu Jiqing smiled and said, "Alas, it is a pity that he is a useless person." With a cold laugh, Chun Sun's expression suddenly became more menacing. He clenched his fists and shouted angrily, "What are you all staring at? Hurry up and help me. Come on, let us all take him on together." "Chun Sun, how despicable you are." Upon hearing his words, Lu Jiqing's face changed dramatically. Just as he finished speaking, a boy kicked him hard from behind. Caught off guard, Lu Jiqing fell to the ground, clearly in pain as he opened his mouth to glance at his hand. At that moment, Chun Sun's 2 lackeys and others rushed forward with a roar. As they mercilessly kicked at Lu Jiqing, he rolled on the ground, dodging and kicking up dust. I could no longer hold back and rushed over to push one of the thugs aside, shouting, "Lu Jiqing, I'm here to help you. Don't help me. Let us run." He quickly scrambled to his feet, grabbing my hand and fleeing. "Run?" I stared at him in astonishment. A true hero does not suffer immediate losses. "Let us hurry. Let them wait. I will seek revenge." With a swift kick to a thug, Lu Jiqing pulled me along even faster. "Hey, don't run." Chun Sun and the others chased after us, their expressions filled with smugness. "What a coward. Why not face us one-on-one?" Lu Jiqing showed no tolerance for their antics, shouting back as we ran. "One-on-one? With a whole group of us against you?" They shouted in response. "You wait until I get home and find my workers. I will make sure to take you down." Lu Jiqing pulled me along as we dashed through the wind, continuously evading them while exchanging verbal jabs. Finally, we managed to shake off their pursuit. At this point, I was drenched in sweat, my face pale from exhaustion. My health wasn't too great, and this was my first experience with such vigorous exercise. I felt a bit dizzy and nearly fainted. Lying on the ground, I watched Lu Jiqing panting heavily beside me. "Ah, your body is too weak." Lu Jiqing merely caught his breath before lighting a cigarette and sitting beside me. "I have health issues. I suffered from pneumonia as a child, which led to asthma, along with several complications. Whenever I get sick, I shared painfully." "Hey, do you want me to give you mouth-to-mouth?" Lu Jiqing teased with a wicked smile, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. His words reminded me of the Man-Man manga featuring my classmate, Fat Mei. Demu, spring, let us burn fiercely. The thought of that fiery imagery made me feel a twinge of fear. I sat up cautiously to look at him, try my best to suppress my breaths. Silently, we sat together without a word. He gazed at his injured wrist, and suddenly tears welled in his eyes. Lu Jiqing, what is wrong? Does it hurt? I was taken aback to see him crying, feeling a bit dazed. I'm not in pain. I'm heartbroken. Lu Jiqing glanced at his wrist again, wiping away a tear. I'm sorry. It's my fault you got hurt. Seeing him like this filled me with an indescribable guilt. No, it's my 1.5 years of hard work with the 8-petal Vajra that is ruined. Suddenly, Lu Jiqing took off his prayer beads and smashed them onto the ground. Looking at the shattered beads, he clutched his chest in silent agony. Chapter 11. The masterpiece prayer beads. Lu Jiqing confided in me that he had a deep fondness for prayer beads. His father owned a 10-petal Vajra, and they would compete daily to see who could polish their beads better. He had dedicated countless hours to perfecting the color of his own beads, wearing out several pairs of gloves in the process. But just now, a kick sent him tumbling, damaging his beloved beads. His 1.5 years of dedication had been destroyed in an instant. Those 13 eagles are so despicable. Just wait, I will surely seek revenge, Lu Jiqing said, gazing mournfully at the broken beads. 13 eagles? I looked at him, astonished. Yes, they're the 13 scoundrels from our school. They are nothing remarkable. They invited me before, but I ignored them, Lu Jiqing added. You're quite impressive. Listening to Lu Jiqing, I couldn't help but feel envious. They're just thugs. What's so great about them? I truly admire your courage in not fearing the 13 eagles. Lu Jiqing chuckled. What is there to be afraid of? At worst, they'll beat me to death. You have guts. I appreciate people like you. I said, I've seen the 13 eagles bully others, but those people were too meek. Helping them would be of no use. If I helped them, I would only end up in trouble myself. Lu Jiqing sighed. Sorry. You're in trouble because of me now. Hearing his words made me feel guilty. Heh, we are kindred spirits. Lu Jiqing smiled, patting my shoulder. Seeing the smile on his face reminded me of Tang Ning. They were kind souls, warm to others, and did not look down on me for being treated poorly at school. This thought deepened my guilt. Chingu, thank you for being so good to me. I will compensate you for the beads you broke. Hey, I volunteer to help you. Why should you compensate me? Lu Jiqing quickly shook his head. No, I must compensate you. I insisted, looking at him earnestly. Really, it's not necessary, Lu Jiqing replied. No, I must. I persisted. After hearing my words, Lu Jiqing scrutinized me carefully. His gaze gradually became complex. If you want to compensate me, then get me a pair of stockings. Stockings? I was taken aback. Yes, I have been eyeing those things from the girls' dorm for quite a while. When we have time, let us steal some together. Lu Jiqing grinned mischievously. Indeed, I felt we were kindred spirits. His words stirred a twinge of excitement within me. After considering Zhang Xian's beauty and her long legs, I blushed and said, Stealing is fine, but we must steal from beautiful girls, otherwise it would be too disgusting. Haha, I think so too. We checked our phones and realized it was only 12:30. We found a small restaurant, eating while discussing our ideas. He told me he had never stolen before, but he had been contemplating it for a long time. Upon hearing that I boldly sneaked into the beautiful Zhang Xian's home to steal stockings, he began to admire me. Shiga, next time something like this happens, take me along. I truly idolize you. As he spoke, Lu Jiqing displayed a rather lewd expression. Heh, you're really disgusting. I couldn't help but remark after giving him a meaningful look. He was unaware that I lived with Zhang Xian. I saw her things every day, and if I wanted to steal, it would be incredibly easy. Men should be a bit lewd. What is wrong with that? To dare to act is to be a real man. Compared to the hypocritical Chun Sun and Chai Jin, I felt we were far superior. Lu Zixing lit a cigarette, disdainfully curling his lip. Indeed, some people preach virtue while secretly engaging in filthy deeds. I nodded in agreement. Exactly. Why don't we start an organization? Lu Jiqing became increasingly excited. What organization? I inquired. Call it Everything is for the Stockings. That is too lewd. People will laugh at us. My face flushed. A little lewdness is genuine. Then let us keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone. We chatted for the entire afternoon, discussing academic issues and enjoying ourselves immensely. When it was time to head back to school, I still felt a lingering excitement. As we entered the teaching building, Lu Jiqing said to me, If Chun Sun bothers you again, just tell me. Don't fear him. We'll confront them. Yes, let us confront them. I felt touched, thinking how kind Lu Jiqing was to me. After having a fight with Chun Sun at noon, I expected he might come after me again, but surprisingly, he didn't cause any trouble in the afternoon. Only Qian Jin and a few sycophants insulted me a couple of times, which I ignored. In the evening, our class finished school early, and as I stepped out, the entrance was nearly deserted. I spotted my aunt's car. She pretended not to see me, and I chose to ignore her. Upon returning home, the thought of having made a good friend in Lu Ziqing filled me with joy. At last, after all these years, I had someone I could call a friend. I added Lu Ziqing on WeChat and chatted with him for a while. He shared some photos of beautiful women, which stirred a peculiar excitement within me. I then browsed through his moments, as well as Tang Ning's. Tang Ning's posts featured some selfies and pictures of her meals. She was already beautiful, and the edited photos accentuated her allure. Lu Ziqing's posts, on the other hand, were filled with poetry, revealing his passion for learning. Regarding his so-called hobbies, I suspected he was merely jesting. Perhaps he had a slight affection, but he was certainly not a pervert. It is natural for boys to experience a yearning for the opposite sex during adolescence. A bit of flirtation is quite normal, yet one must maintain a proper worldview. Lu Ziqing's perspective was commendable, far superior to that of Chun Sun and his companions. It is indeed amusing when boys gather to discuss risky topics. After perusing their moments, I gradually felt a sense of loneliness creeping in. At that moment, I had only 2 friends on WeChat, and I longed for more connections. I recalled the mysterious person who had messaged me during the day. She claimed to be the person I despised the most, and I retorted, "Chun Sun, damn you. Just wait, I will surely seek revenge." A short while later, she replied, "Indeed, I can't get enough. My heart itches if you don't hit me at least once a day." I remarked, "How shameless. You should let Chun Sun hit you again." She responded with a hint of confusion. Aren't you Chun Sun?" I feigned surprise and asked, "Stop pretending. You know I'm not Chun Sun." "I refuse to believe you would dare insult him," she replied, and I couldn't help but chuckle at her messages. In that moment, my heart warmed, and I felt a sweetness in our exchanges. Having grown up together, I realized I didn't even know her phone number. Yet now, she was messaging me so frequently. Her attitude towards me had certainly shifted. Still, she remained proud and unwilling to yield. "Chun Sun, dare you to add me on WeChat?" I inquired. "Whatever," she replied. Her words sent a wave of excitement through me. I added her on WeChat, and upon glimpsing her moments, I nearly cried out of joy. There were numerous photos of her, each more stunning than the last. Watching her proud smile, my eyes began to glisten with tears. "Zhang Xian, I truly like you. I do not wish for much. Just a little kindness from you would suffice. Your photos are simply breathtaking," I expressed in a message. However, this time she ignored me, and after a long wait with no response, I felt a tinge of annoyance. I thought to myself, if you choose to ignore me, then so be it. Who cares about your attention? While rummaging through my mother's belongings, I stumbled upon a beaded bracelet. It was composed of round stones, cool to the touch and of an ancient design. I remembered that when Lu Ziqing's bracelet broke, I had this one tucked away. It didn't seem very valuable, certainly less than his 8-petal walnut bracelet. After some contemplation, I placed it in my pocket, deciding that although it may lack worth, I would gift it to him as a token of my friendship. When I eventually have the means, I would replace it with a finer bracelet. The next morning, I messaged Lu Ziqing to invite him to lunch together. I had 95 yuan in my pocket. Since he had treated me yesterday, I resolved to return the favor and present him with the bracelet. In the morning, Chai Jin found trouble again and loudly berated me in class. Aware of my inferiority, I chose to remain silent. At noon, Lu Ziqing and I headed to the school cafeteria together. After ordering 2 clay pots, I said, "Lu Ziqing, I have a bracelet. It may not be as good as yours, but I would like to give it to you. If you consider me a friend, please do not reject it. I promise to buy you a better one when I have money." "Sure, let me see your bracelet." Lu Ziqing smiled, showing no sign of disdain. Relieved, I carefully presented the bracelet to him. As I handed it over, I cautioned, "This bracelet is not very good. It's just made of stones. Please don't dislike it." "Ha! How could I ever disdain a friend's gift? If it's truly worthless, then I must keep it." Lu Ziqing smiled as he accepted my bracelet. However, after he took it, his expression changed dramatically. His face paled, and his gaze flickered over the bracelet. "This bracelet, is it truly worthless?" Seeing his reaction, I felt a surge of anxiety. "Wangxi, what does your family do?" Lu Ziqing suddenly asked, his expression grave. "What is wrong with the bracelet?" I grew more anxious, fearing he would despise me as a friend. This is a pinnacle treasure among bracelets. I cannot accept such a precious gift. His voice grew strained, and his pupils dilated as he stared at me, almost like a monster. Chapter 12. The mysterious Zhang Xian with gratitude. I gazed at Lu Ziqing's eyes, momentarily stunned. I then looked at the seemingly ordinary bracelet, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. I thought Lu Ziqing was teasing me, trying to lift my spirits. Yet, his serious demeanor suggested he was not joking. Come on, stop messing around. This bracelet was a toy given to me by my mother when I was young. How could it possibly be a pinnacle treasure? My heart suddenly filled with a sense of panic. Reflecting on my pitiful experiences throughout my childhood, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. What? A toy? Lu Ziqing exclaimed in shock. Oh, what is wrong? I trembled, my face turning slightly pale. Wang Shi, what does your family really do? Lu Ziqing questioned, his eyes filled with an indescribable strangeness. Just ordinary people. As I thought of my parents, a strange feeling surged within me. Impossible. This bracelet is a rare gem. How could your parents be ordinary? Are you hiding some secret from me? Lu Ziqing frowned, scrutinizing me. No, I have no secrets to deceive you. It's true. My parents are just ordinary people. If they were prominent figures, I wouldn't be here getting bullied. Moreover, my life has been quite miserable. Watching the sparkle in Lu Ziqing's eyes, I began to feel anxious. Suddenly, the air around us felt thick. The previously noisy cafeteria seemed to fall silent. In that moment, Lu Ziqing and I simply gazed at each other. He occasionally glanced at my bracelet, then looked back into my eyes with an odd expression. He scrutinized me intently, as if trying to discern something from my gaze. But I was not deceiving him. My eyes reflected sincerity. Gradually, he resumed examining my bracelet closely, holding it up to the sunlight, and even discreetly sniffing it. Seeing his grave expression, I couldn't help but find it amusing. I thought to myself, this is merely a string of stone beads. It is neither jade nor a gemstone. How could it possibly be a pinnacle treasure? Perhaps Lu Ziqing had become overly infatuated with bracelets. Remembering the pained expression on his face when his walnut bracelet broke, I felt a chuckle bubbling within me. If you truly believe this bracelet is a treasure, then consider it yours. After all, I feel guilty for having damaged your bracelet. But my parents are genuinely ordinary people. I am not deceiving you. If they were prominent figures, I wouldn't be bullied like this. I explained with a wry smile. Upon hearing my words, Lu Ziqing began to gradually believe me. He stared at my bracelet, murmuring, could it be that your bracelet is a high-quality imitation? Yes, it should be an imitation. If it were genuine, my aunt would have taken it long ago, I replied. If it is indeed an imitation, then it is an exceptionally well-crafted one. The quality is indistinguishable from the real thing, Lu Ziqing remarked. Then I shall gift it to you, I replied with a smile. Haha, I think I shall pass. What if it turns out to be genuine? With a chuckle, Lu Ziqing returned the bracelet to me. If it were real, how much would it be worth? I inquired. If it were authentic, you would be in fortune, Lu Ziqing responded, inhaling deeply in my words. How much? I pressed further. This amount, he said, extending a finger. 10,000? I gasped. 10,000 hardly qualifies as treasure. In these past 2 years, bracelets have been quite popular. A string of 11 bead Kong could easily fetch that much if you played your cards right. Lu Ziqing laughed heartily. Is 100,000? My astonishment deepened, a chill creeping over me. Lu Ziqing chuckled again upon hearing my words. Could it be? My voice faltered, tinged with surprise. As I noticed Lu Ziqing's expression shift, his gaze, once gentle and warm, turned alert and fixated on something behind me. Unable to resist, I turned to look, only to see a large group approaching, their expressions fierce and menacing. Chun Sun and Chai Jin were among them, and my heart raced at their presence. Yet, they merely walked amidst the crowd. Leading them was a dapper student, clad in designer clothing, a faint smile gracing his face. Upon spotting me, his eyes glinted with malice, sharp as daggers, leaving me breathless. After a fleeting glance at me, he swiftly turned his gaze to Lu Ziqing, his expression more predatory. Yet, Lu Ziqing maintained his composure, exchanging a brief stare with the boy before he broke into a smile. Lu Shao, enjoying a lively chat? The boy greeted, his tone dripping with condescension. Hello, Bao Sao. Lu Ziqing replied, his demeanor growing serious. Playing with bracelets? The boy inquired, eyeing mine. Indeed, Lu Ziqing nodded slightly. After a cursory glance at my bracelet, the boy shrugged dismissively and turned to speak with Lu Ziqing. Suddenly, he whirled back to me, his expression mirroring Lu Ziqing's earlier surprise. Could this be? The boy's astonishment startled me, and I instinctively tightened my grip on the bracelet and took a few steps back. What the hell? One of the boys' lackeys caught sight of my bracelet, cursing under his breath. Soon, I overheard their hushed murmurs, speculating about its authenticity, questioning how someone from a poor background could possess such a valuable item. A moment later, I noticed the boy's disdainful gaze directed at me. Haha, wearing a counterfeit? Aren't you afraid of breaking out in hives? He scoffed with a derisive snort. Hearing this, Lu Zhiqing's expression darkened. What, do you possess something superior? He retorted. This is Baltic amber. What do you think? Quite nice, isn't it? The boy laughed, revealing a long string of beautiful yellow beads. Goodness, you truly are wealthy. Lu Zhiqing exclaimed, anger evident in his voice. Haha, it's decent, the boy chuckled, then stowed away his bracelet. So, when will you join our 13 Eagles? Ha! To bully others like you? Lu Zhiqing sneered. I watched the exchange with admiration for Lu Zhiqing, sensing the boy's high status within the school, exuding a peculiar charisma that suggested he might be the leader of the 13 Eagles, even above Chun Sun and Chai Jin. If I dared to speak disrespectfully, he could easily retaliate. Yet, when Lu Zhiqing insulted him, the boy remained unfazed. Lu Xiao, I know you look down on us 13 Eagles, but you should recognize who holds sway in this school. My brother offended you and your friend yesterday. I shall drink 3 cups in penance, and we can remain friends. How does that sound? He proposed, smiling. No need for friendship. It's better to let well enough alone, Lu Zhiqing replied coldly. Bring me some drinks. The boy suddenly shouted, disregarding Lu Zhiqing. Boss, our cafeteria doesn't sell alcohol. One of his sycophants quickly interjected. Can't we get Coke? The boy frowned. Hearing this, his lackey hurriedly fetched a bottle of leftover Coke and scrounged 3 cups from another table, fawningly pouring for the boy. He gazed intently at Lu Zhiqing, genuinely downing 3 cups of Coke, even tipping the last cup to show it was empty before smiling and departing. You little brat, our business isn't finished. Chun Sun threatened me as they left. Ha! A back and forth like a stream, a little man in a cycle of give and take, Lu Zhiqing scoffed, watching their retreat. I felt a mix of fear and admiration. Lu Zhiqing's audacity in confronting the 13 Eagles was astonishing. Yet, he had a point. The boy had claimed they would avoid conflict. Yet Chun Sun insulted me without a word of reprimand from him. Brother Chung, are they really the 13 Eagles? Is the one with the bracelet their leader? I pondered aloud. Yes, he is Lu Bao, the leader of the 13 Eagles. Utterly hypocritical. Not a word he says can be trusted, Lu Zhiqing replied. Oh, if he dares to hit you, I will help you fight back, I offered. And my words? Lu Zhiqing regarded me as if I were an oddity, then burst into laughter, throwing an arm around my shoulder. Good, if he acts up, we shall strike him down. All for the sake of stockings, we will surely defeat the cold-blooded 13 Eagles. Keep your voice down. I hissed, my face flushing as I noticed many students watching us, including several girls. It seemed someone had let slip our team name, all for the stockings, causing me great embarrassment throughout the afternoon. As for the bracelet, I suspected it was fake, but Lu Zhiqing insisted I wear it. I observed many classmates sporting bracelets, finding them quite appealing, despite it being a counterfeit. I hid in my sleeve, unwilling to reveal it. That evening, upon returning home, I encountered Zhang Xian and my aunt. Both turned their noses up at me upon sight. I thought to myself how petty Zhang Xian was for forgetting that night as events. I couldn't help but fantasize about her long legs. As I indulged in these thoughts, I went to wash my hands in the restroom, preparing for dinner. During the meal, I felt eyes upon me. My aunt and Zhang Xian were staring. My aunt scrutinized my bracelet, while Zhang Xian covertly assessed me. Dressed in a silk nightgown, Zhang Xian's figure appeared particularly alluring, and my cheeks flushed as I caught her gaze. Noticing my embarrassment, she let out a disdainful huff before walking over to pour a glass of water for me. So, you're hanging out with Lu Zhiqing now? But that name is truly disgusting. All for the stockings, she quipped, her words deepening my blush. Seeing me silent, she sneered once more before striding away. Having relatives like you is truly shameful. Watching her graceful figure retreat, I felt a pang of discomfort. I pondered, why is she so affected by my recent misfortunes? Everything seems unchanged from before, though she rarely initiated conversation with me in the past. Yet, the way she scrutinized me earlier sent my heart racing. After returning to my bedroom, I lay on my bed for a while, preparing to tackle my homework. I felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of assignments, which had become a significant source of anxiety for me. Just as I was about to begin, the door to my room swung open unexpectedly. It was Zhang Xian. standing in the doorway with a peculiar gaze fixed upon me. Her unsettling stare made me want to inquire about her intentions, but her earlier sarcastic remarks had stung, leaving me reluctant to engage. To my surprise, she too remained silent, shutting the door and taking a seat on my bed. I sat at my desk, feeling her presence behind me, and the seconds ticked by slowly, causing me discomfort. Unable to bear it any longer, I turned to her and asked, "Sister, what on earth do you want?" In that fleeting moment of turning, I was taken aback. Chapter 13. The affable Aunt, her face was flushed, and her gaze held an unusual intensity. Beneath a delicate nightgown, her long legs shifted slightly, and her slender fingers intertwined, giving off an air of shyness. The sight of her expression instantly made my own cheeks redden. I felt a dryness in my throat and an unfamiliar sensation swelling within me. I wondered what had caused this change in her demeanor. Did she perhaps desire something? Upon noticing my reaction, her face deepened in color, and she inhaled deeply before glaring at me, exclaiming, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" I retorted. Hearing my response, her soft lips parted slightly, as if she had something to say. This only deepened my intrigue. Zhang Xian was known for her pride and reluctance to seek help. Was she genuinely in need of my assistance? Had she matured and entered the tumult of adolescence, requiring my support for personal matters? "Wang Shi, may I borrow your bracelet to take a look?" After a brief hesitation, Zhang Xian suddenly requested. Upon hearing her words, a chill swept through me. I forced a wry smile, realizing I had misinterpreted her intentions. I removed the bracelet, preparing to hand it to her. But just as I was about to do so, her bashful demeanor sparked a realization within me. I recalled that when I first arrived at Zhang Xian's home, their circumstances were modest, residing in an old apartment with little of value. However, over the years, her family had grown increasingly affluent, and my aunt had begun to collect jewelry. Surely, she had glimpsed my imitation earlier and wished for Zhang Xian to borrow it for inspection. Yet, my aunt had always treated me poorly, lacking the courage to directly ask, hence sending Zhang Xian to me. And Zhang Xian, with her pride, found it difficult to approach me directly. Witnessing her awkwardness amused me, and with a smirk, I waved the bracelet in front of her. "I suddenly have no desire to lend it to you. Why not?" Zhang Xian's expression shifted dramatically. "If you call me good brother, I might consider it," I teased, grinning at her. "How shameless," she retorted. "It's merely a trinket. I wouldn't care to look at it anyway." Fuming, Zhang Xian shot me a glare and stood up. "Then, are you truly not going to look at it?" I asked. "Not interested," she replied coldly, casting one last glare before storming off. After her departure, I reflected on her earlier demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, as I glanced at my bracelet, my brow furrowed in concern. I recalled the expressions of Lu Ziqing and Lu Bao, as well as my aunt's reactions upon seeing it. A wave of unease washed over me. What if my bracelet were genuine? My mood turned grave as I contemplated my parents, causing my frown to deepen. "Sheng Yi, if my bracelet is real, how much would it be worth?" I messaged Lu Ziqing. Within 5 minutes, he replied, and upon reading his response, I felt as if I had been struck by lightning. I glanced at my bracelet again in panic. No way, it couldn't possibly be genuine. While I thought this, a sense of unease gnawed at me. I began to pace around the room, then abruptly opened the door and stepped outside. Zhang Xian's room had a computer, and I resolved to research information regarding the bracelet. As I approached her door, a sense of trepidation settled in. Zhang Xian despised me and typically forbade me from entering a room. Yet, my curiosity about the bracelet was overwhelming. If I didn't investigate, I knew I would be restless all night. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door and entered her room. The moment I stepped inside, I was rendered speechless by the scene before me. Zhang Xian's room was spacious, accommodating a large bed, a desk, and even a sofa. At that moment, she was perched on the bed, lifting her silk nightgown as she applied lotion to her long, beautiful legs. Her slender limbs and delicate feet were utterly captivating. Witnessing such a sight, I felt an overwhelming urge to devour her. Upon noticing my entrance, Zhang Xian remained silent, her eyes wide with surprise, seemingly unbothered to adjust her attire. Having cohabited under the same roof for over a decade, she had long since grown accustomed to my presence and had inadvertently exposed herself to me on numerous occasions. I swallowed hard, my thoughts racing as I acknowledged her allure. With an awkward smile, I gestured towards her computer and said, "Sister, may I use your computer for a moment?" "Not a chance." Zhang Xian blinked at me defiantly. "Come on, don't be so stingy." Just let me use it for a bit, I implored, anticipating her typical response. I said no. If you don't lend me your bracelet, then I won't lend you my computer. Leave. Zhang Xian raised her chin haughtily, adopting an imperious tone. Fine. No borrowing then. Frustrated, I exited her room. I was accustomed to Zhang Xian's behavior and knew that pleading would be futile. Returning to my own room, I sulked at my desk for a while. Yet, thoughts of her earlier enchanting appearance quickened my heart. I mused, having such a girl in the house was simply irresistible. I finally lay down to sleep after finishing my homework around 11 at night, my mind filled with the alluring contours of Zhang Xian's figure. The next morning, I awoke and picked up my phone, fiddling with it for a bit. I noticed a message from Lu Ziqing, inquiring when I planned to engage in the big task. I knew precisely what he meant, and it intrigued me. I replied, saying, any time works for me. How about tonight? Let us seize the opportunity while the boarding students are in evening study, Lu Ziqing suggested. Sound good. I readily agreed. After chatting for a while, both of us were filled with excitement. With only half an hour before school, I got out of bed, prepared to wash up and have breakfast. Oddly enough, I sensed that my aunt was regarding me with a strange look that day. Her appearance was rather unappealing, and her smile seemed quite sleazy. The gaze she directed at me felt oddly suggestive. I thought to myself, my aunt must be coveting my bracelet. She was utterly shameless. Just a few days ago, she had berated me, yet now, seeing my bracelet had changed her demeanor entirely. Aunt, I'm heading out, I said, hastily finishing my bread and preparing to leave for school. Wait, I'll drive you, my aunt replied, her smile dripping with insincerity. Mom? Zhang Xian exclaimed, surprised. Xian. Although Wang, she is not your biological brother. He has grown up in our household. Be kinder to him and refrain from scolding him so often, my aunt said, her gaze fixed on me with a smile. What? Zhang Xian was taken aback once more. From the house to the garage, I felt my aunt's eyes glued to my wrist, watching my bracelet intently. However, the bracelet had already been concealed within my sleeve, rendering it invisible to my aunt. Under her scrutinizing gaze, an unsettling sensation crept into my heart. As I entered the car, I inadvertently slammed the door with excessive force due to my nervousness. Be quieter, Zhang Xian immediately exclaimed upon hearing the loud sound. I apologize, I was a bit anxious. I hastily clarified upon noticing her irritation. Oh, come on. It's just a loud door slam. What's there to fear? Annie intervened. Zhang Xian stopped criticizing him. Upon hearing my name mentioned, Auntie swiftly admonished her. Mom, what's gotten into you today? I was taken aback by Annie's unexpected defense of me, and Zhang Xian appeared even more astonished. We should treat Wang Shi kindly, Annie smiled, her smile lacking sincerity. While Annie drove, I sat beside her, with Zhang Xian seated behind me, occasionally catching her fierce glare through the rearview mirror. Auntie, on the other hand, incessantly engaged me in conversation, her enthusiasm leaving me feeling quite uncomfortable. However, if my bracelet were indeed authentic, Auntie's kindness towards me would be justified. Our city, situated within the province, has seen a slight decline in housing prices over the past 2 years, yet they remain exorbitantly high. Zhang Xian's family resided in a spacious 180-square-meter flat and drove a Mercedes S320. My uncle owned a company, earning a substantial income annually. If my bracelet were genuinely as valuable as Lu Ziqing claimed, selling it could potentially double Zhang Xian's family's financial standing. With Auntie's sudden shift in demeanor, I found myself questioning the authenticity of my bracelet. My mind remained in a daze until we reached the school. As Annie's car pulled up to the school entrance, Zhang Xian hastily exited and made her way towards the building, clearly anxious to avoid being seen with me. Yet, Annie abruptly called out to her, Zhang Xian, why are you in such a hurry? Mom, I need to get to school quickly, Zhang Xian replied impatiently. Wait a moment, what's the rush? Annie stopped her, casting a flirtatious glance in my direction. Zhang Xian, regardless of anything, Wang Shi is your brother. From now on, don't pretend not to know him at school. Spend some time with him, treat him kindly. Come here, you both should enter school together. Let your classmates see that you know each other, so they won't bully him. Mom, at Annie's words, Zhang Xian nearly broke into tears, clearly not wanting to enter school alongside me. Chapter 14. Relentless companionship throughout my life. Annie had always treated me poorly, often mocking me and even resorting to physical punishment on several occasions. Yet now, having seen my bracelet, her attitude had shifted dramatically. If my assumptions were correct, she likely intended to deceive me into relinquishing my bracelet for her own profit. Despite her insincerity, I found myself enjoying her newfound affection. Observing how distressed Zhang Xian appeared, almost on the verge of tears, I feigned a sigh and pretended to be aggrieved, saying, "Auntie, if Zhang Xian dislikes me, please don't make it hard for her. It seems no one in this family cares for me. I might as well tell Uncle that I'll reside at school from now on to avoid causing you trouble. What if someone steals your bracelet?" Annie blurted out. "What did you say, Annie?" I feigned astonishment at her words. "Huh?" Auntie's face flushed upon witnessing my surprised expression. She then adopted a serious tone. "Wang Shi, I understand you may harbor some biases against me. However, everything I do is for your own good. Girls should be raised with modesty, while boys need to endure challenges. Now that you've grown, there's no need for further hardship. Rest assured, Annie will treat you well from now on." Auntie, her words unexpectedly stirred my emotions. "Zhang Xian, we are family. How can you disdain your brother? Hurry and go to school with him. Stop throwing a tantrum like a spoiled princess. You've been spoiled by me, and now it's time for some necessary discipline. If you continue to look down on your brother, I may have to discipline you too," Auntie remarked in a half-threatening tone. "Mom, is it not true that you are after Wang Shi's bracelet?" Zhang Xian retorted, her high-maintenance attitude surfacing as she voiced her frustration. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's outburst, Auntie's face grew even warmer, a hint of anger flashing across her features. "You little brat, have I been too lenient with you? Are you being disobedient? Mom, you've gone too far." The ensuing argument between Zhang Xian and Auntie drew the attention of several classmates nearby. Zhang Xian, concerned about her image, grew increasingly agitated under their watchful eyes. Watching Annie rebuke Zhang Xian for my bracelet was amusing. As I thought to myself how far Annie would go for money, she not only refused to apologize, but also obnoxiously referred to me as Wang Shi. Her insincerity was palpable, yet I found it amusing. However, the sight of Zhang Xian's distressed expression tugged at my heartstrings. For she had never been spoken to in such a manner by Auntie, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In a moment of mischief, I attempted to mediate, placing my hand gently on Zhang Xian's slender waist, saying, "Sister Zhang Xian, please don't argue with Annie. She is getting older. It wouldn't be good for her health to be upset. Besides, there are others watching. Let us not make a scene, or it would be quite embarrassing." "Ha! And yet I am the one who has been so good to you. Yet you show me less filial piety than Wang Shi." Auntie glared fiercely at Zhang Xian, casting her a subtle look. Although Zhang Xian excelled academically and possessed a high IQ, her emotional intelligence seemed lacking. I could perceive Auntie's signals, but Zhang Xian remained oblivious. She continued to raise her voice, angrily declaring, "Mom, I'm thoroughly disappointed in you. How could you treat me this way for the sake of money? What? You dare speak to me like that?" Auntie's fury escalated at Zhang Xian's words. "Enough, enough. Let us not argue." I quickly supported Zhang Xian's waist and deliberately grasped her long, delicate fingers. "I want to be coming home tonight." With my coaxing and persuasion, Zhang Xian finally took a few steps towards the school. However, as she left, she still shouted back at Annie. As we approached the school building, I held Zhang Xian's hand tightly, my heart racing under the gaze of several classmates. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Xian was too upset to notice my little transgression. Angrily, she remarked, "Wang Shi, don't you think my mom is disgusting? She would stoop so low as to deceive you for your bracelet. It is indeed quite distasteful. But your mother has her struggles as well. Consider how well she treats you. Don't hold a grudge against her," I replied. Zhang Xian nodded softly. Gradually, a silence enveloped us as we struggled to find words. Zhang Xian began to examine her hand, noticing how pale and delicate it appeared as I gently held it. She suddenly lifted her gaze to meet mine, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. She exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you taking advantage of me?" "I'm not." "Ha!" Realizing she had caught on, I quickly released her hand. "Wang Shi, you are utterly shameless. Just like my mother." Infuriated, Zhang Xian attempted to kick me. Though I lacked fighting skills, evading a girl like her was relatively easy. I swiftly sidestepped, delighting in my own mischief. Following the earlier incident, I felt our relationship had grown closer. While she still harbored disdain for me, her attitude seemed to have shifted slightly. "It was merely a touch. What is the big deal? Have you forgotten how you squirmed the last time I touched you elsewhere? You big scoundrel." Her anger flared at my words, prompting her to chase after me. Despite the severe beating I received on her birthday, that night, remained a cherished memory for me. She had bestowed upon me her first kiss and allowed me to take liberties with her. Having never touched a girl before, I savored the delightful experience. I playfully provoked her, encouraging her to strike me. Although I was a tad slow to dodge, receiving a couple of kicks only filled me with joy. Hee, are we having fun? Just as Zhang Xian and I were engrossed in our playful banter, a cold voice emerged from behind me. The tone was dark and oppressive, instilling a sense of unease within me. Upon hearing that voice, my expression instantly changed. Zhang Xian, looking behind me, gradually transformed her irritated gaze into one of coldness. Turning around, I spotted the boys behind me. It was Chun Sun, currently standing with Chai Jin and several other boys from my class. Upon seeing Zhang Xian and me enjoying ourselves, his face turned a shade of gray. Meanwhile, Chai Jin was fixated on Zhang Xian's ample figure. Fool! Zhang Xian cast a cold glance at Chun Sun and Chai Jin before turning toward the teaching building. I heard Zhang Xian scold Chun Sun for his pale complexion. Stealing a glance at them, I too turned and walked towards the teaching building. Stop! Suddenly, Chun Sun called out to me from behind. What do you want? My voice trembled slightly as I turned to face them, fear evident in my eyes. How does it feel to pick up my old shoes? Chun Sun licked his lips with a smirk, while Chai Jin and a group of boys chuckled oddly. Unable to restrain my anger upon hearing Chun Sun's words, I clenched my fists tightly, my gaze fixed on him, refusing to speak. Trash, now that you have Lu Ziqing backing you, you think you're someone special? You, a mere pauper, want to compete with me, Chun Sun, for women? Chun Sun's icy stare bore into me. What do you mean by that? Provoked by Chun Sun's incessant taunts, I finally spoke up. I just want to say, you are worthless. Do you submit or not? Chun Sun inquired. I do not. I replied defiantly. I'll screw you. Upon hearing my retort, Chai Jin and a few of his sycophants immediately erupted in insults. Their expressions turned ferocious as they advanced a few steps closer. What did you say? You called us trash. Do you submit or not? Chai Jin grabbed my collar, demanding an answer. Struggling to breathe under Chai Jin's tight grip, I felt their menacing stares and overwhelming presence. I realized they were looking for trouble. If I uttered another word of defiance, they would surely strike me. Yet, I truly refused to yield to them. They were nothing more than a pack of thugs, relishing in using violence to intimidate others. I stood upright and dignified. Why should I bow to them? Even if I did submit, would they truly let me off so easily? Rather than endure their humiliation and mockery, I would rather stand tall and face my end with grace. I, Wang Shi, may not excel in fighting, but I refuse to submit to them. Just as I was about to voice my defiance, a shadow suddenly darted from behind me. Seizing Chai Jin by his collar, a thug attempted to strike him, but with a single punch, he sent the assailant sprawling to the ground. It was Lu Ziqing, his fierce demeanor evident as he gripped Chai Jin's collar and pushed him away forcefully, sending him staggering back several paces. I said, you're trash. Do you submit or not? Lu Ziqing growled at Chai Jin. Lu Ziqing, you dare to hit me? Chai Jin's face turned pale upon realizing it was Lu Ziqing. Let me tell you, from now on, stay away from my brother. If anyone dares to lay a finger on him again, we will retaliate without mercy. Lu Ziqing's expression was one of grim determination. Lu Ziqing, do you truly wish to oppose the cold-blooded 13 Eagles? Chun Sun's expression darkened at Lu Ziqing's fierce gaze. I have said it. No one is allowed to touch Wang Shi. He is my comrade and my brother. Chapter 15. I beg you, please stop talking. Thanks to the generous patronage of a normal lunatic for 2 jade pendants. It was still early morning, the sky slightly brightening. Around us, a throng of onlookers had gathered. In that moment, Lu Ziqing's eyes were fierce and his voice resonated powerfully, exuding an aura of dominance. As his words echoed, Chun Sun's expression became even more grim. Glancing at the surrounding students, he pointed menacingly at Lu Ziqing and said, fine, you're something else. Just wait. You bastard. Chai Jin cursed at the gathered crowd. A group of them swaggered away, flaunting their supposed power. Once they departed, I noticed a hint of weariness in Lu Ziqing's eyes. Seeing his expression made my heart ache, for I understood the strength of the 13 Eagles. Lu Ziqing was standing up to them for my sake. Despite his prowess in fighting, he was ultimately alone. While I had been frail and of little help due to my illness since childhood, contemplating this, my heart grew heavier as I approached Lu Ziqing, gently tugging at the sleeve of his school uniform. Brother Chung, let us go. All right, my Shigo. Lu Jiqing's gaze softened as he looked at me, gradually breaking into a smile. The warmth in his eyes nearly brought me to tears. Gritting my teeth, I earnestly asked him, Lu Jiqing, is it worth it for you to offend them for my sake? Heh, we're comrades, after all. Lu Jiqing chuckled, pulling me into a firm embrace. He turned to the onlookers and smiled before leading me inside the teaching building. He then took me to the restroom, locked the door, lit a cigarette, and sighed. Shigo, we may have to confront the 13 Eagles soon. Really? My heart tightened at Lu Jiqing's words. Indeed. He nodded gently. Lu Jiqing then recounted the matters concerning the 13 Eagles. He explained that they were the most dominant force in the school, with anyone who was well-connected or wealthy typically affiliated with them. Previously, the leader of the 13 Eagles, Lu Bao, had even invited him to join, but he refused, as he could not condone their bullying and oppression. Despite each of them coming from reasonably well-off families, they would still extort money from fellow students. However, extortion was just a minor issue. Whenever they disliked a student, they would swarm and attack. If they fancied a girl, they would resort to coercion and abduction, tearing apart any relationships, regardless of whether the girl had a boyfriend. Two boys who refused to break up with their girlfriends were even driven to dropping out. Their girlfriends, in turn, were lured to gatherings where they were drugged. Did they not report this to the police? I felt a jolt of shock at the revelation. They were too intoxicated to recall who had touched them. What good would reporting it do? Lu Jiqing grimaced. Moreover, if they find out who did it, that's one thing, but what if they can't? This is their territory. Who would dare to offend them? He took a deep drag from his cigarette. Can we still remain in this school? Previously, I had been blissfully ignorant, drifting through life. But after becoming aware of their world, I realized the dark undercurrents at play. That's not an issue. As long as we keep our distance from them, we'll be fine. Our school discourages relationships, and not many engage in them. There are plenty of beautiful girls from affluent families. Some of the wealthier or more emotionally intelligent ones are beyond their reach. For instance, Tang Ning is beautiful, yet they dare not approach her. Then there's Zhang Xian, who comes from a wealthy family. They fear the affluent and dare not act recklessly. Our school is quite large, with many students. Most are unfamiliar with them, and thus are not bullied. Lu Jiqing explained. Oh, that's a relief. I felt somewhat reassured after hearing this. Yes, some students might kick one another for fun, but they primarily bully those who lack ability, yet pretend to be tough. As for my desk mate, or those in the same dorm who are overly docile, as long as they keep their distance from them, they should be fine. Yet, how could I assist those who needed help? How could I? The pretentious tough guys always made trouble, and I couldn't help them. The overly meek ones wouldn't be able to assist me if I were to be beaten. Lu Jiqing looked at me with a hurt expression. Haha, that's intriguing, I replied, my cheeks slightly flushed. You are quite rare. Someone who cannot fight, yet refuses to yield no matter what. That's why I couldn't help but step in when I saw you being bullied. However, sooner or later, I will have to confront the 13 Eagles. And this isn't because of you. It's because I refuse to join them. They harbor resentment towards me. Moreover, I have thwarted many of their schemes. There has long been animosity. It just awaits a spark to ignite it, Lu Jiqing stated. Am I the catalyst between you two? I inquired. To some extent. Yes and no. Regardless, we may need to take action in the coming days. Lu Bao, with his hypocritical cunning, has long sought to take me down. Now that I've clashed with Chun Sun and Chai Jin, he will surely seize this opportunity to eliminate me, Lu Jiqing stated. Then I shall assist you, I declared without hesitation. You would help me? Lu Jiqing's gaze transformed into something peculiar. Upon witnessing this odd look from him, my face flushed once more, for I was utterly inept at fighting, frail, and lacking strength. Moreover, our adversaries were the 13 Eagles, comprising 13 leaders, each with numerous underlings. We were merely two individuals, and our aim was for stockings. I apologize, but I possess no strength and am not skilled in combat, I remarked sheepishly, averting my gaze from Lu Jiqing. Upon seeing my expression, a hint of guilt flickered in Lu Jiqing's eyes. He promptly patted my shoulder and said, Brother, I meant no mockery. Please do not be disheartened. I merely fear the overwhelming numbers of the 13 Eagles and worry for your safety. However, I genuinely wish to assist you. I gazed earnestly at him. I understand. Lu Jiqing nodded vigorously. A sudden silence enveloped us, and Lu Jiqing, weary from standing, squatted down and lit a cigarette. At that moment, the bell for the early class rang, and our thoughts of the 13 Eagles rendered us indifferent to attending. We can fight, Lu Ziqing suddenly exclaimed, flicking the ash from his cigarette, his eyes brightening. Fight? I asked in astonishment. Indeed, Lu Ziqing appeared quite animated, then continued, the 13 eagles have 13 leaders, and the first sister, Tang Ning, has distanced herself from them. You seem to have a good rapport with her. We can systematically take down the remaining 12 leaders. One by one, I can handle them in a one-on-one fight. You can assist me. Assist? My eyes lit up at Lu Ziqing's words. Yes, just like in a game. You can provide healing support. Even if you cannot heal, creating distractions is better than having no help at all. This way, I shall remain unscathed, Lu Ziqing explained. That sounds good, but what if they all come after us at once? I questioned. That's where Tang Ning comes in. Her brother is a notorious figure outside school. As long as we have Tang Ning's protection, they won't dare retaliate. While saying this, Lu Ziqing produced a newly bought item and began to grind it. The more he ground, the more exhilarated he became, exclaiming, "This is truly fate." With the most powerful external force among them, Tang Ning stepping back. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for us to deal with them? By the way, how did you become so close to Tang Ning? Does she have feelings for you? You should employ your charm to win her over. If you manage to date Tang Ning, even the 13 eagles wouldn't dare to touch you. Lu Ziqing said, embracing my shoulders. What? Use charm to win over Tang Ning? I exclaimed in disbelief. Haha, you are fair-skinned and quite handsome. Now tell me, what transpired between you and Tang Ning that made her treat you so well? Lu Ziqing probed. Nothing much, she's just a nice person. I responded awkwardly. Ha! Then play the pity card and appeal to Tang Ning's sympathy. Today's beauties are particularly fond of guys like you. Lu Ziqing said animatedly. Brother Chung, I cannot pursue Tang Ning. If anyone were to do it, it should be you. I quickly shook my head at Lu Ziqing's suggestion. But Tang Ning is so beautiful. If you could win her over, it would be a tremendous stroke of luck, Lu Ziqing insisted. No, I already have someone I like. The thought of a captivating figure warmed my heart. What? You have someone you like? Lu Ziqing stared at me in surprise. Yes, I have liked her for quite some time, probably since childhood. Thinking of her, a sweet smile crept onto my face. Who could it be that surpasses Tang Ning in beauty? Lu Ziqing asked. Upon hearing this, I smiled and replied. She is just as beautiful as Tang Ning, but doesn't have her connections. Nevertheless, I simply like her. Observing my foolish grin, Lu Ziqing appeared somewhat embarrassed. He then approached the sink to check his reflection, saying, Am I meant to use my looks to entice Tang Ning? You are quite handsome as well. Why not pursue Tang Ning yourself? Since I can converse with her, I could invite her to lunch with us, I suggested. Good. Let us invite her out for a meal to strategize together. Upon hearing my words, Lu Ziqing snapped his fingers in excitement. Our plan was swiftly set in motion. He would woo Tang Ning, leveraging her brother's influence to protect us while we tackled the 13 eagles, taking them down one by one. However, Lu Ziqing's words struck me as odd. It seemed he was more intent on forming an alliance with Tang Ning rather than wooing her. I felt a twinge of concern about his ability to win her over. At that moment, my phone vibrated unexpectedly. It was a text message, and as I glanced at it, my expression shifted dramatically. Who sent you that message? Lu Ziqing asked, astonished by my flushed face. Take a look. My face reddened further as I handed my phone to Lu Ziqing. Upon reading the message, his face also turned crimson. The message read, Please stop talking. I've already listened to you for over 10 minutes. It's so awkward. Shiga, are we speaking too loudly? Lu Ziqing stared blankly at the message from Zhang Xian, his face pale. Perhaps a bit too loud. A drop of water fell from the faucet. In that moment, the entire building was eerily quiet. Chapter 16. Young Master Bao is looking for you, she heard it. They all heard it. The silence in the building felt palpable, with even a single drop of water sounding exaggeratedly loud. Lu Ziqing and I had been so engrossed in our conversation that we lost track of time. If it weren't for Zhang Xian, we might have continued our lively discussion. When did our conversation transform into a public broadcast? My face burned with embarrassment, wishing desperately for a hole to hide in. After a prolonged silence with Lu Ziqing, I felt slightly more at ease. It must have been after the class bell rang, for before it rang, the outside was quite chaotic, and our noise likely went unnoticed. Once the bell rang, everyone returned to their classrooms, and the building became eerily quiet, amplifying our animated discussion. Chen Sun had settled in. At noon, Lu Bao will bring Tang Ning, and I'll use my charm to win her over, Lu Ziqing suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing his words, I couldn't help but bite my finger in astonishment. So it's settled, huh? We, the cold-blooded 13 Eagles, will certainly. Lu Jiqing continued, oblivious to my dismay. Brother Chung, stop joking. There's no point in trying to hide it now. I awkwardly bit my finger, feeling utterly embarrassed. Damn it, this is mortifying. Upon hearing my words, Lu Jiqing dashed toward his classroom. I cast a glance at the nearby class, feeling even more despondent. The corridors were lined with several classes, and the water room was directly across from Class 2, while Zhang Xian and I were in Class 1. Zhang Xian must have heard our conversation, and students in Classes 2 and 3 certainly did too. And Chen Sun, being in Class 3, must have heard as well. The thought of it made my face burn even more. As I entered my classroom, I noticed the teacher and classmates regarding me with strange expressions. I couldn't resist glancing at Zhang Xian, whose beautiful eyes were filled with disdain. I then looked at Chai Jin, who regarded me with an indescribable look. How is it that we no longer discuss significant matters? Or is it simply the early study period under the watchful gaze of our homeroom teacher, whose eyes mock me? We've nearly reached a consensus. I replied, my cheeks flushed. Just as my words faded, a wave of laughter erupted in the classroom. Everyone erupted into hearty guffaws, their laughter echoing as they pounded their desks. I found myself the center of their ridicule. Even Zhang Xian could not contain her laughter, wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes with her slender finger, chuckling incessantly. All of this simply for the sake of stockings. What a spectacle. Shiga, let us join you in your quest for stockings. My classmates jeered. Enough already, I replied, feeling the heat of embarrassment threaten to bring me to tears. How did I end up with such childish classmates? The homeroom teacher waved her hand impatiently, clearly uninterested in my plight. The entirety of the class passed with my face burning crimson. Seated at the back, I noticed my deskmate, the chubby girl, casting flirtatious glances in my direction. The early study period merged seamlessly with the first lesson, leaving no respite in between. When the first class concluded, I saw Zhang Xian leave and decided to follow her. Sister Xian, I need to talk to you about something, I said, hastily catching up. What do you want? Keep your distance. I don't know you. As I approached, Zhang Xian yelped as if a cat had stepped on its tail. No, I have something serious to discuss. I insisted, aware of her disdain, yet still trying to explain. No way, I don't want to talk to you. Just back off, don't get cocky. Zhang Xian retreated once more, her expression one of palpable fear. Seeing her react this way filled me with a growing sense of disappointment. My heart ached, wondering why she held such contempt for me. Was her heart made of stone? No matter my efforts, could I not win even a morsel of her favor? I gazed at her as she continued to step further away until she vanished from my sight entirely. In that moment, my heart shattered into a million pieces. Suddenly, I found myself devoid of any motivation. My heart ached as if it were being sliced by a knife. Upon returning to the classroom, I noticed Chai Jin and his entourage encircling me. He forcefully knocked my book to the ground and coldly asked, "What? Are you planning to hit me?" Feeling despondent, Issues silence. Observing my lack of response, one of Chai Jin's lackeys seized my hair and taunted, "Didn't you hear me calling you fool? Get lost," I retorted, wrenching free from his grasp and glaring at him with fury. "How dare you speak to me like that?" Upon hearing my defiance, they immediately lunged at me. I managed to resist for a brief moment before they overpowered me and brought me to the ground. They continued their assault until nearly class time, retreating only when they heard the teacher approaching. As they departed, Chai Jin kicked me and sneered, "You deserve a beating every day, you idiot." Without uttering a word, I struggled to rise from the ground, gathering my scattered books and brushing off the dust from my pants. I sensed someone watching me and couldn't help but lift my gaze. Upon seeing Zhang Xian's lively face, my heart ached anew. "Wang Shi, can you please stop causing trouble? It's affecting me. If you keep this up, don't expect to sit with me anymore." The chubby girl exclaimed loudly, picking up her own fallen books. Sorry," I muttered, feeling an overwhelming sorrow. As class commenced, I sat blankly staring out the window, gazing at the desolate basketball court and the barren campus beyond. In that moment, I felt my existence was utterly meaningless. Having been frail and sickly since childhood, I was never destined to fight like the healthy boys. Now, having offended so many delinquents, what could Lu Jiqing's protection do for me? I was worthless, a natural-born failure. At that moment, I yearned to scream at the heavens, questioning why fate had been so cruel to me. Just then, my phone vibrated twice. I retrieved it to find a message. "What's the matter with you? Speak up." Don't waste my time. Reading her text, I couldn't help but chuckle. How could I pursue her when she clearly despised me? I merely smiled bleakly and chose not to respond. Yet, she sent me another message, seemingly angry. What do you mean? Are you sulking? I didn't mean to offend you. I was just startled when you suddenly approached me. After disliking you for over a decade, it's only natural I would struggle to adapt to a change in our relationship. Reply to me. Don't act ungratefully. I still chose not to respond. So, you're really not going to reply? Fine, if you want tea, then so be it. I've given you a chance, and if you squander it, it's on you. Still no reply? You're quite something. Now that you have some skills. You're acting all high and mighty, huh? All right, I admit my fault. Just tell me what you want. Don't be mad at me. So, will you reply or not? If you don't, I'll blacklist your number. Haha, don't want to flirt with me anymore? I'm currently single. So if you're not interested, that's that. Watching Zhang Xian's barrage of messages, I felt a twinge of yearning upon reading her final text. I scolded myself for being so pathetic, yet I genuinely liked her. After some thought, I replied, I don't want to flirt with you. I just hope you can be a bit kinder to me. All right, I'll be nicer to you. Just don't be upset. Zhang Xian texted back. I wanted to ask you and Tang Ning to join me in Lu Jiqing for lunch. After a moment's consideration, I replied, ha, Tang Ning already knows. She said it's fine. Zhang Xian acknowledged my message, and we fell silent thereafter. Once our conversation ceased, I found myself repeatedly reviewing our exchanged texts. I was taken aback that Zhang Xian would comfort me. It filled my heart with sweetness. Then, I scolded myself for being foolish, realizing I should have expressed my desire to flirt with her when she asked. After all, we weren't truly family. I had merely boarded with her family as a child. I regretted my earlier foolishness. Suddenly, I recalled my words in the restroom and felt a pang of dread. Zhang Xian must have overheard me mention having someone I liked. Xian, have you truly broken up with Chen Sun? Feeling a sense of loneliness, I couldn't help but text Zhang Xian. I'm in class. Don't disturb my studies, she replied. I gazed at Zhang Xian, who was attentively listening in front of me, and warmth flooded my heart. The entire morning was a torment, and I eagerly anticipated our lunch together. When the final bell rang, I promptly stood and glanced at Zhang Xian. Since we were in the same class, I wanted to join her in finding Lu Jiqing and Tang Ning in the cafeteria. However, I hesitated to approach Tang Ning directly, fearing she would score me again in front of the crowded classroom. This time, however, I noticed Zhang Xian casting a disdainful glance my way. To my surprise, she waved at me, saying, "Come here. I no longer harbor any disdain for you." Really? Upon hearing her words, a myriad of flowers seemed to bloom in my heart. Unbidden, a joyful smile spread across my face. Hurry up. Zhang Xian shot me an exasperated look, unfazed by the astonished gazes of our classmates. Okay, I replied, elated as I approached her. As I walked, it felt as if I were walking on clouds. Shigo, where are you going? Suddenly, Chai Jin and a few of his lackeys blocked my path. What do you want? Seeing their malicious expressions, my smile faltered. Heh, the young master wants to see you, Chai Jin said, gripping my wrist tightly. Chapter 17. Joining the 13 eagles, my mood plummeted from the warm embrace of paradise to the icy depths of despair. An inexplicable anxiety surged within me at the mere mention of the name young Master Bao. He was the leader of the 13 eagles, the pinnacle of this school's hierarchy, surpassing Chun Sun and Chai Jin in both status and strength. Given our escalating conflicts, his summons could not bode well. Shall we take a stroll? Chai Jin smiled, signaling to a few sycophants. Before I could protest, they forcibly escorted me out of the classroom. My heart raced with trepidation as I struggled in vain against their grip. Chai Jin, what are you doing? Zhang Xian appeared anxious at the sight of me being restrained. She seemed intent on rescuing me, but as a girl, she was powerless against them. Don't fret. Young Master Bao simply wishes to have a word with him, Chai Jin said with a mischievous grin, licking his lips. You dare to lay a hand on Wang Shi? Zhang Xian exclaimed. Huh, we wouldn't dare. Chai Jin chuckled at her threat. I'll go with you, Wang Shi. I refuse to believe they would dare harm you. Undeterred by her, Chai Jin continued, as Zhang Xian pondered and followed suit. As we approached the entrance of the academic building, I was overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing Zhang Xian genuinely coming to my aid. Young Master Bao's intentions could only spell trouble, and if Zhang Xian accompanied me, she could very well be dragged into it. Yet, she showed no fear and willingly stepped in to protect me. Are you a tough cookie with a heart of gold? A strange thought crept into my mind. Wang Shi, don't worry. I'll accompany you. I can't believe they would dare to touch you, Zhang Xian said, her cheeks flushed with indignation. No, you don't need to protect me. Go find Lu Ziqing and Tang Ning, I shouted as they dragged me along. Huh? Zhang Xian blinked in confusion at my words. Silly girl, hurry, I urged, nearly in tears at her obliviousness. Oh right, a girl like me following you is of no use. I might even end up being a burden. She finally grasped, her expression one of naivete. Then hurry, I shouted again, exasperated. Are you really scolding me? Now that I've started being nice to you, you think you're all that? She retorted, refusing to leave my side. Sister, I was wrong. Please don't follow me. Go find them. It'll be too late if they beat me to a pulp now. That's more like it. She smirked, casting me a disdainful glance before leisurely walking away. As I watched her graceful silhouette, I felt a mix of gratitude and frustration. How could such an endearing sister exist, whose intellect was flawless yet emotional intelligence was zero? Enjoying the show of affection, are we? Chai Jin's voice suddenly interrupted my thoughts. Casting him a disapproving glance, I chose to ignore him. After all, I was no match for them, so I surrendered to my fate. Soon, we arrived at a restaurant called Little Fortune, renowned for its crab meat and ham-fried rice. Upon entering, I was taken aback by the throngs of patrons. Yet, the atmosphere was far from lively. It was eerily quiet, tinged with an air of menace. As we stepped inside, all eyes turned towards me, each face menacing, their gazes filled with malice. Chun Sun was among them, his eyes glinting with hostility upon spotting me. Young Master Bao sat in the center, nonchalantly enjoying a bowl of fried rice. They had claimed dominion over the entire establishment. In that moment, I felt as though I had stumbled into a den of wolves. Young Master Bao, I brought this kid, Chai Jin declared, shoving me forward with a grin. Bao didn't even glance my way, continuing to savor his meal with meticulous care, as if his primary concern today was simply dining. Standing there, neglected, my anxiety surged. Power dynamics were palpable, and young Master Bao exuded a formidable presence. Dressed in designer brands, adorned with yellow beads on his wrist, he embodied both elegance and a terrifying authority. With every fiber of my being, I sensed the danger he posed. Fear gripped me, and against my better judgment, I spoke up. Young Master Bao, why did you summon me? If there's nothing urgent, I'll take my leave. Silence. Chai Jin barked, startling me into silence. Don't disturb young Master Bao while he eats. Intimidated by the oppressive atmosphere, I fell silent. Time dragged on as I watched Bao finish his rice. He then wiped his mouth with a napkin and lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before fixing his bright gaze upon me. Wang Shi, I hear you're plotting against me? His words elicited a ripple of laughter from the crowd, transforming into raucous, mocking guffaws. I felt the weight of their derision. All the members of the 13 Eagles were present, looming like ominous clouds blocking out the sun that should have been ours. How audacious to think you could challenge us. Chai Jin suddenly kicked me to the ground. As I fell, chaos erupted in the restaurant, with everyone rising, their faces twisted in malice, ready to pounce. Don't touch him. Let him sit before me, young Master Bao said lazily, lifting his cigarette-laden hand. Get over here and sit down. At his command, they hoisted me onto a chair in front of him, pressing me down firmly. What does your family do? Bao asked, smiling as he took a puff of his cigarette. My family is ordinary. I felt like a puppet manipulated by their whims, my heart simmering with resentment. Yet, powerless, I could only answer earnestly. Oh, so just an ordinary family. Then I suppose your allowance is quite meager? Bao continued, his smile resembling that of a patronizing adult. Wang Shi, do you know? To join the 13 Eagles, one must either come from wealth, possess exceptional fighting skills, or have numerous connections outside of school. He stood, adjusting my collar, and declared, but today I've decided to make an exception. I am inviting you to join the 13 Eagles. Why? I asked, astonished at his proposal. Because I intend to deal with Lu Ziqing. He has been obstinate, repeatedly opposing us. And since you are his friend, I have decided to invite you to join us. We shall isolate Lu Ziqing, leaving him without a single ally in school. Bao Poklim Lao Li. Stunned, I struggled to comprehend his reasoning. His invitation was absurd, yet sincere. And I couldn't help but steal glances at him, marveling at how he could so candidly articulate his thoughts. I find myself utterly lacking in merit. My combat skills are feeble, and though my aunt's family is affluent, their treatment of me is far from kind. My allowance is meager, rendering me inferior even to many ordinary students at school. Should the young master attempt to win me over, it would only serve to fracture my relationship with Lu Jiqing. Yet, astonishingly, the young master has divulged his plans to me. His confidence is palpable, and perhaps rightly so, for the allure of joining the 13 Eagles is undeniably enticing. This very proposition could indeed jeopardize my bond with Lu Jiqing. Trust me, I would never deceive you. You must hold a fondness for Zhang Xian, do you not? Have you offended my brother because of her? The young master chuckled while glancing at Chen Sun. But fear not, as long as you join us in the 13 Eagles. I assure you, Chen Sun will no longer pose a threat to you. We will treat you as a true friend. Lu Jiqing is indeed formidable in combat. Yet what of it? Can he contend with the entirety of the 13 Eagles? With Tang Ming's recent withdrawal, we find ourselves in need of a new member. A mere nod from you, and we shall embrace you as one of our own. We can offer you status, assist you in amassing a handsome allowance, and even help you win over girls, including someone as beautiful as Zhang Xian. The young master is not mistaken. There are numerous advantages to joining us. Once you are part of our ranks, Chen Sun will no longer trouble you. A short, stocky thug rose and handed me a cigarette with a smirk. Wang Shi, we of the 13 Eagles never extend invitations to the ordinary. This opportunity is singular. Seize it wisely. A wise man would recognize the immense value of joining the 13 Eagles. You may lose Lu Jiqing as a friend, but you would gain 12 others. A chubby boy chuckled. Indeed, join us, and we shall refrain from striking you. After all, we are classmates. Chai Jin, do not threaten our brother, another sturdy lad warned. Glaring at Chai Jin, Tang Ning is our second in command. Beware of our future second brother's wrath. Indeed, Tang Ning is our second sister. Should Wang Shi join us, he would ascend to our second seat. Chai Jin immediately broke into a grin. You are feeling swayed, aren't you? The young master smiled at me. As I observed the earnest invitations from the boys, my heart began to race. The young master's smile appeared genuine, suggesting he might not be so terrible after all. Lu Jiqing is indeed impressive, yet in comparison to their lavish assembly, he seems rather pitiful. Our humble name pales in insignificance against the grandiose title of the cold-blooded 13 Eagles. Zhang Xian has a penchant for vanity. She favors those who are well off. If I were to join the 13 Eagles, would she regard me with newfound admiration? Faced with this overwhelming temptation, the devil within me stirred. I too harbor a desire for admiration and wish to be revered. Gazing into the young master's sincere eyes, I clenched my teeth and declared, I refuse to be a traitor. Chapter 18. A joint scheme. Initially, the young master appeared quite pleased, confident that I would join the 13 Eagles. However, upon hearing my words, his expression shifted. His eyes widened slightly in surprise, and he looked around in confusion. Then, he smiled, a smile laced with malice. Wang Shi, what did you just say? As I beheld the young master's grin, fear began to creep into my heart. He is the leader of the 13 Eagles. Surrounded by his followers, any one of them, even a mere lackey, could easily best me in a fight. How could I not be afraid? Yet, I thought of Lu Jiqing, who would stand against the 13 Eagles for my sake. I clenched my fists and looked him in the eye. I will never betray my friends. Oh, upon hearing my words, the young master blinked. In that moment, I sensed a shift in his aura, a palpable menace emanating from him. A wave of danger washed over me as I noticed their expressions darkening. Chen Sun regarded me with a knowing smirk. Their demeanor turned hostile, and they seemed prepared to strike. Realizing I was no match for them, I was filled with dread. In that instant, I recalled Lu Jiqing's teachings. A wise man does not suffer in vain. He escapes. Within a heartbeat, I turned and fled. My heart raced with panic. Blur in my vision. Just 2 steps into my flight, I collided with someone. The person was solid, akin to crashing into a stone wall. I winced in pain and, with my eyes shut tight, shouted, You lot are nothing but bullies, ganging up on the few. Strike me down if you wish, but I shall never betray my friends. After my outburst, I braced myself for their blows, prepared to uphold my integrity for the sake of my friends. To my astonishment, they did not retaliate. 1 second passed, then 2, and I could no longer resist the urge to open my eyes. Upon doing so, joy flooded my heart. I had crashed into Lu Jiqing. At that moment, I saw him smiling at me, his eyes slightly red, filled with warmth. Flanking him were 2 lovely girls, Zhang Xian and Tang Ning, along with several youths sporting dyed hair. Wang Shi, I knew I was mistaken, Lu Jiqing said with a smile, lifting his chin slightly. Brother, what brings you here? Fancy some fried rice? came the lazy voice of the young master from behind. Just passing by to see what's up, another youth chuckled, pulling out a cigarette to light. Nothing, just chatting, the young master replied with a grin. Oh, let us hope it's merely a conversation, the dyed-haired youth laughed, then glanced at me. Brother, are you all right? I'm fine, I replied, shaking my head gently. If all is well, let us be on our way, the dyed-haired youth suggested. Agreed, I nodded again. After a final glance at the young master and his crew, I departed with the dyed-haired youth. As we exited, I noticed they continued to watch us intently. Chun Sun's expression was grim, his gaze unsettling, while the young master observed Tang Ning with a furtive intensity, lost in his own thoughts. Once we had distanced ourselves, the dyed-haired youth halted to speak. He scrutinized me and then Lu Zhiqing. Tang Ning, what's the deal with your two friends? Why are they at odds with the 13 eagles? The young master's family is quite wealthy. Why provoke them? It's not them who caused trouble. It was the young master who confronted them, Tang Ning replied, furrowing her brow in annoyance. Upon hearing this, the dyed-haired youth glanced back at me and Lu Zhiqing. He noted the designer brands on Lu Zhiqing, but remained silent. However, upon noticing my ordinary school uniform and worn-out sneakers, he frowned. If you come from nothing, it's best not to antagonize others. He.S. a young master. Can nobody like you compete with him? Didn't you hear? It was the young master's crew that bullied Wang Shi. Thung, Ninge Flymet. Oh well, just reach out to me if you need help, but try not to invite trouble, he warned with another glance at me before departing. It was evident that these dyed-haired youths were outside delinquents, older and possessing a more mature demeanor. I felt a sense of gratitude toward them. Their disdain for me did not bother me. Thus, only Lu Zhiqing, Zhang Xian, Tang Ning, and I remained, sharing a glance and a smile among ourselves. Lu Zhiqing soon revealed his pearly white teeth and extended his hand towards Tang Ning, expressing gratitude. Thank you. If it weren't for you reaching out to your brother's friend, I would not have been able to rescue Wang Shi just now. It's nothing. It's the least I could do, Tang Ning replied graciously, offering her small hand. The two engaged in a sincere handshake, with no ulterior motives in Lu Zhiqing's eyes. I thought to myself, he is certainly not here to flirt. He seeks an alliance with Tang Ning. It's quite cold. Shall we find a restaurant to talk? Lu Zhiqing said earnestly, still holding Tang Ning's hand. Sure, Thunk Ning replied, her eyes crinkling with a smile. There are plenty of restaurants off campus, and they all serve delicious food. We casually chose a small eatery and settled in, grateful to escape the cold after standing outside for too long. As soon as we entered, Zhang Xian and Tang Ning rubbed their hands together to warm them. Order whatever you like. It's on me, Lu Zhiqing stated. Oh, just a light meal for us. We're on a diet, Zhang Xian said, casting a disdainful glance at the greasy table, her brows furrowing slightly. All right, then let us order a few specialty dishes, Lu Zhiqing suggested. Before long, he had ordered a few stir-fried dishes and 4 bowls of rice, followed by 4 bottles of soda. He then turned to us, saying, Tang Ning, as you have seen, young master, Bao not only intends to deal with me, but also with Wang Shi. I believe we cannot just sit idly by. I need your support. Join us. We need someone of your caliber. Join you? Thunk Ninket Climate, Surpriset. Indeed, it's all for the sake of our cause. And you too, Zhang Xian, should join us. Lu Zhiqing insisted earnestly. Me, Zhang Xian, having just wiped the soda bottle with a napkin, nearly dropped it, startled by Lu Zhiqing's insistence. Yes, if you both agree to join us, that makes 4 of us, Lu Zhiqing said seriously. Zhang Xian stared wide-eyed, while I sat awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. The name Lu Zhiqing had suggested felt a bit too much for me to accept. I quickly interjected, Brother Chung, please don't joke around. How could Zhang Xian and Tang Ning possibly join us? Moreover, our name sounds so kitsch. No, I actually think the name is quite appealing and trendy. Thunk Ning interrupted Mesutenni. What? I couldn't help but widen my eyes at Tang Ning's remark. Klitsch. This name is indeed far more melodious than cold-blooded 13 eagles. Wang Shi, you truly lack any sense of style. Zhang Xian chimed in with a mocking gaze. What? I gaped again at Zhang Xian's words. I had always thought that name was horrid. I felt a pang of shame whenever Lu Zhiqing mentioned it. Yet, unexpectedly, Tang Ning and Zhang Xian found it appealing. I glanced at Lu Zhiqing and saw him wearing a smug expression, which only added to my confusion. Was I truly out of touch? Then I heard Tang Ning say, Lu Zhiqing, your name is indeed far better than cold-blooded 13 eagles. However, if it comes to fighting, Zhang Xian and I won't be of much help. That's all right. Just let your brother protect us. As long as he is on our side, I believe we can defeat the 13 eagles, Lu Ziqing replied, his excitement palpable. He disregarded the cold and rolled up his sleeves, saying, "Look at these muscles. I can take on several opponents alone. With Wang, she's supporting me by continuously healing me. I can surely take them all down one by one." "You can heal during a fight?" Tang Ming asked, astonished. "Well, even if I can't heal, causing chaos is a valid strategy. Having more allies is better than none. Wang Shi is quite capable," Lu Ziqing stated earnestly. "Huh, I can't say I've noticed that," Zhang Xian replied disdainfully, casting a glance at me. I had long grown accustomed to her sarcasm, yet her disdain still stung. I thought to myself, just wait. Once I help Lu Ziqing defeat the 13 eagles, you will see my true worth. "Wang Shi, did they hit you earlier?" Tang Ning asked, noticing my slightly dirty uniform and frowning. Just a little bump. It's not really a fight," I said quietly, embarrassed. "Who hit you? Who is it?" Lu Ziqing inquired. "Qianjin. He just bumped into me," I admitted. "All right, tonight we will deal with Qianjin. It's just that his influence in the 13 eagles is minimal, and he's in the same class as Wang Shi. If we handle him, it will save Wang Shi from future troubles," Lu Ziqing asserted. "Okay, then I'll support you tonight." Thinking of how Qianjin always troubled me, I felt a surge of resentment. Soon, our dishes arrived, and the four of us began to eat and chat. Lu Ziqing and I polished off most of the food, while Tang Ning had a little and Zhang Xian ate nothing. In that restaurant, Lu Ziqing successfully pulled Tang Ning and Zhang Xian into our ranks. We also planned to take care of Qianjin that very night. From now on, we would be comrades. After lunch, we made our way back to school. As we walked, Lu Ziqing excitedly spoke to the two girls. "No worries. I will do my utmost to assist you. However, Wang Shi isn't very strong in fights. You must ensure his safety," Tang Ning said to Lu Ziqing. "Rest assured, I can protect myself. I will be a capable support," I quickly added. While speaking, I couldn't help but glance at Zhang Xian, expecting her to mock me again. Just then, I suddenly heard a strange snicker. It was a girl-esque laughter, melodious, yet laced with endless sarcasm. Surprised, I quickly turned around. "What's wrong?" Tang Ning asked. "Nothing," I replied, frowning as I looked behind us. To my astonishment, there was no one there. I thought, could have been my imagination. I blinked and glanced at them. Seeing their lack of reaction, I continued walking towards the school. As we walked, I couldn't resist glancing back once more. Chapter 19. The excellent support. Looking at the empty space behind us, I frowned lightly. There was still nothing there, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. It seemed as though someone was following us. Noticing that Lu Ziqing and Zhang Xian remained unperturbed, I thought perhaps it was just my imagination. I was merely an ordinary person. Why would anyone stalk me? Later that evening after school, Lu Ziqing sought me out. He wanted to help me deal with Qianjin, so I wouldn't have to endure his constant harassment in class. As he entered the classroom, we secretly glanced at Qianjin, who immediately yelled, "What are you looking at? Want to take me on?" "Brother Chung, how do we confront Qianjin?" I asked, feeling a bit anxious at the thought of fighting him. "Follow me outside," Lu Ziqing whispered. Nodding, I stepped outside with him. The school day had ended, and many students were leaving the teaching building. As we walked, Lu Ziqing explained, "There are too many people in school. If we fight, the teachers will find out. Qianjin is a boarder. After he finishes dinner, he will definitely return to the dorm to rest. We should confront him there." "All right, I will support you," I replied. Hearing my words, Lu Ziqing patted my shoulder with a smile. "Wang Shi, you've had a rough childhood. It's not your fault if you're not skilled in fighting. When I said I wanted your support, I was just joking. Just focus on protecting yourself. I can handle them alone." "Okay." Hearing Lu Ziqing's words, I felt a twinge of disappointment. Although he didn't intend for me to assist him, I genuinely wanted to help him in the fight. We grabbed a quick bite outside, and then Lu Ziqing and I started timing our actions. When it was about 6:40, Lu Ziqing suddenly stood up and declared, "It's time. Let us go." "All right." I gritted my teeth, my heart racing with anticipation. As we traversed the basketball court of the campus, we made our way to the dormitory area. Passing by the girls' dormitory, we entered the boys' quarters. Upon stepping inside, my heart raced with anticipation. Glancing at Lu Ziqing, I noticed he appeared somewhat anxious as well. "Brother Chung, how about we ask Qianjin later? If he promises not to bully me anymore, perhaps we should refrain from retaliating." After a moment's contemplation, I shared my thoughts with Lu Ziqing. "Are you suggesting truce with him?" Lu Ziqing looked at me in astonishment. "It's not exactly a truce. It's just that he didn't insult me last night. It seems rather unjust to barge in and attack him out of the blue, I replied. So, he has supposed to forget about the incident at noon? Lu Zhiqing inquired. Recalling the kick from Chai Jin earlier, I felt a pang of uncertainty. As we conversed, we had already arrived at the entrance of Chai Jin's dormitory. Both of us took a deep breath, and Lu Zhiqing boldly pushed open the door. Haha, we've been waiting for you. At that moment, I noticed Chai Jin's room was filled with people, and he sat at a table, brandishing a baseball bat and laughing heartily. Oh no! It seems we've walked into an ambush, Lu Zhiqing exclaimed, grabbing my arm and turning to flee. However, it was already too late to escape. As we pivoted, 2 more dormitory doors swung open, and a horde of students rushed out, weapons in hand, advancing toward us. Damn it! Lu Zhiqing, a diligent student with commendable grades, nonetheless possessed a fierce spirit, often muttering curses. As a student wielding a broom approached us, Lu Zhiqing swiftly kicked him, sending him tumbling. Just then, Chai Jin and his entourage charged out from behind us, prompting Lu Zhiqing to turn and deliver another kick. Indeed, Lu Zhiqing was formidable in a fight. When his foot struck one of the students, the latter's expression shifted drastically before he toppled backward, colliding with 2 of his companions. In that instant, chaos erupted in the corridor. We found ourselves besieged, trapped between 2 groups. Lu Zhiqing glanced ahead and then behind, contemplating before he bared his teeth and roared. Since we're here, let's take Chai Jin down a notch. Is that all you've got? Chai Jin sneered, brandishing the baseball bat towards him. Is that all you've got? Lu Zhiqing retorted, landing a solid punch to Chai Jin's chest. The impact sent Chai Jin staggering back, his complexion paling instantaneously. In that moment, the childishness and jest that typically adorned Lu Zhiqing's demeanor vanished, replaced by a fierce and intimidating aura. I was so engrossed in watching him that I was suddenly struck hard. Lu Zhiqing swiftly dispatched the student who had kicked me and turned to offer a word of caution. Watch your positioning. Oh, that kick hurt quite a bit. But if I fell, it would surely be worse. I dared not hesitate further, carefully following Lu Zhiqing's lead as we evaded their blows. Although I still endured a couple of hits, they were not as painful as before. I was only grazed by lighter punches and kicks. While their more powerful attacks, I managed to sidestep. Not bad. Your dodging skills are impressive, Lu Zhiqing remarked with a nod of approval before letting out a fierce roar and charging at Chai Jin. Though a dozen students stood before us, Lu Zhiqing displayed no fear. He surged forward like a warrior descended from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming presence. The students opposing him were taken aback, retreating to shield Chai Jin as they fell back into a dormitory. Close the door quickly. Don't let Lu Zhiqing in, Chai Jin shouted as they fled inside. Afraid? Are we? Lu Zhiqing scoffed, forcefully pushing the door open. With a resounding bang, 3 boys collapsed to the floor. Stepping over them, Lu Zhiqing leapt high, aiming a punch at Chai Jin. Don't underestimate me. I am capable too. Chai Jin, incensed, swung the baseball bat towards Lu Zhiqing. In an instant, Lu Zhiqing was caught off guard, the bat striking him in the waist, causing him to fall with a thud, clutching his side in pain. Seeing Lu Zhiqing down sent a jolt of panic through me. As several students aimed kicks at me, I hastened towards the dormitory, narrowly avoiding their assaults. At that moment, Chai Jin swung the bat again at Lu Zhiqing. Gritting my teeth, I leapt forward, using my body to shield him from the impact. Ack! I cried out in agony as pain surged through me. What the hell are you doing, Wang Shi? Lu Zhiqing shouted, witnessing my sacrifice. Skill activated. I absorbed 100% of the damage from my teammate. Tears threatened to spill from my eyes, yet I smiled at Lu Zhiqing. You scoundrel! Upon hearing my words, Lu Zhiqing's eyes glistened with emotion. Because I had taken a hit for him, Lu Zhiqing quickly regained his footing, glaring fiercely at Chai Jin before unleashing a punch aimed at his nose. With a resounding crack, Chai Jin fell to the ground. Now consumed by rage, Lu Zhiqing disregarded the surrounding aides. Gritting his teeth, he lunged at Chai Jin, pinning him down and raining punches upon him. As Chai Jin's lackeys rushed to assist their fallen leader, they paid little heed to me, pulling and striking at Lu Zhiqing. With a sharp slap, Lu Zhiqing managed to land a punch on Chai Jin, but the aides retaliated with multiple blows against him. Outnumbered, Lu Zhiqing found himself at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, he persevered, determined to secure a victory over Chai Jin to prevent any future bullying against me. I, too weak and ineffective in helping, grew anxious. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I tore a blanket off the bed and draped it over Lu Zhiqing. Skill activated. I granted my teammate an 80% increase in armor. Remarkable. With a blanket shielding him, Lu Jiqing weathered several blows with little effect. He turned, astonished, and praised me. Wow, I didn't expect that. I still have my ultimate move up my sleeve, I responded, observing the glimmer in Lu Jiqing's eyes. You have an ultimate move? He asked, taken aback. Indeed, I confirmed. What is it? He pressed. Devastating strike, furious headshot. With a mighty shout, I launched a fierce kick to Chai Jin's face. Chai Jin's eyes widened in surprise before he collapsed, unconscious. Not denying minions, not pushing lanes. Impressive dodging, effective protection. Wang Shi, you truly are a splendid support. Chapter 20. Because I like you. At that very moment, the sound of bells reverberated through the dormitory. It was the signal for evening study sessions at our school, reminding us to head to class. However, as day students, Lu Jiqing and I were not required to attend. Yet, upon hearing the bell, Chai Jin's supporters appeared anxious. As the tree falls, the monkeys disperse. Several glanced at Chai Jin before departing. Only a few of his lackeys remained, cautiously watching him. Do you all wish to join the fray? Lu Jiqing glared menacingly at the lingering aides. And no, they stammered, hastily retreating. The dormitories soon fell silent, leaving only Lu Jiqing, Chai Jin, and myself. Noticing Chai Jin still unconscious, I hesitantly asked Lu Jiqing, Brother Chung, do you think I might have kicked him too hard? Surely not. Let me have a look, he replied. We felt a bit uneasy after knocking Chai Jin out. Kneeling down, we checked his breathing and gently patted his face. Brother, are you all right? Lu Jiqing whispered. You've knocked me out. Chai Jin mumbled, blinking as he regained consciousness. What now? Should I go to the hospital? Lu Jiqing inquired. I think I might have a concussion. I'll head to the hospital myself, Chai Jin replied, glancing at us with a hint of fear. Together, we assisted him out of the dormitory and escorted him all the way to the school gates. As we stood on the bustling street, preparing to hail a taxi, Lu Jiqing turned to Chai Jin and said, We initially intended to have a conversation with you, but we never expected you to ambush us. Now that we've been struck, please don't hold it against us. Make sure to visit the hospital. If anything serious occurs, do inform us. Just keep it from your parents and teachers, unless it's grave. Chai Jin replied, If anything happens, I won't trouble you. Lighting a cigarette, he hailed a cab and departed. After his exit, Lu Jiqing and I exchanged glances, and our eyes gradually sparkled with excitement. We then brought our palms together in a triumphant slap, exclaiming, Awesome! Ha ha ha! Though the weather was cold, our spirits were undeniably warm. This encounter with Chai Jin had solidified a resounding victory for us, drawing our hearts even closer. We were still young, perhaps a tad naive, yet our friendship was remarkably pure. There were no ulterior motives between us. We were united solely by a shared passion. In the realm of youthful camaraderie, such simplicity reigns supreme. Sometimes, a mere game can forge friendships that last a lifetime. When offered an olive branch by the young master, I declined. Faced with the immense temptation of joining the 13 Eagles, I also refused. I turned down 12 superficial acquaintances in favor of one genuine friend. Today marked the most significant day of my 18 years. Lu Jiqing, I shall cherish you eternally. Does it still hurt? He asked as we walked home. It seems a little swollen. Does it hurt? I inquired. It's nothing. A little pain is inconsequential. Just bring me a pair of stockings to soothe it, and I'll be fine. Lu Jiqing laughed. All right, I'll get you some, I replied. Wangshi, I like black stockings, white stockings, pink ones, and those with patterns. What do you fancy? Lu Jiqing asked. Listening to him, I tilted my head upward, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and confessed I fancy invisible socks. Wangshi. Lu Jiqing's breath suddenly grew heavy. What's wrong? I inquired. You truly are a master in our foot fetish circle. Your taste will forever be my aspiration, he said, his eyes glistening with admiration, slightly reddening. Upon arriving home, I unlocked the door as usual. The moment I turned the knob, I spotted my aunt and Zhang Xian sitting on the couch, engrossed in the television. The warm floor heating made the room cozy. Zhang Xian, adorned in a black silk nightgown, appeared quite alluring. Her long, fair legs were exposed, and upon noticing my return, she adjusted her position and sat upright. I smiled at their gaze before shutting the door. At that moment, I noticed my aunt standing up and approaching me, her expression somewhat displeased as she scrutinized me closely. A sense of panic surged within me, and I exclaimed, Aunt, what's the matter? Why is your school uniform so dirty? Did someone hit you? Who did this? I'll go to your school. she said angrily. This sudden shift in demeanor left me bewildered. In my mind, I had long associated my aunt with malice, and her unexpected concern sent chills down my spine. I tripped and fell. Please don't be upset, I hurriedly reassured her. Stop pretending. Was it someone who hit you? If it was, I'll stand up for you. My aunt insisted. It truly wasn't he, I said, nervously touching my bracelet. Once in my room, I couldn't resist removing my bracelet, examining it closely under the light. I pondered, could my bracelet truly hold such value as Lu Jiqin claimed? What kind of bracelet is this? It's neither jade nor gemstone, merely a string of stones. How could it possibly be so valuable? Lost in thought, the door to my room suddenly swung open. It was Zhang Xian. She cast a cold glance in my direction before entering and plopping down on my bed. Her chin lifted defiantly as she stared out the window. What are you doing? I asked, taken aback by her odd demeanor. Did you lose a fight tonight? Zhang Xian queried. She was aware that I was supposed to confront Chai Jin from our class. I lost, I replied, feigning sadness. I knew you would lose. With your frail condition, how dare you challenge Chai Jin of the 13 Eagles? Zhang Xian scoffed. Indeed, it was quite a brutal beating, I said, suppressing a laugh while maintaining my facade of despair. Give me your bracelet. Zhang Xian suddenly extended her slender fingers towards me. What for? I asked, astonished. My mom wants to see your bracelet. She sent me to ask for it, she explained. Upon realizing her intentions, I felt a surge of anger. So, she wasn't concerned about me. She merely coveted my bracelet. How dare she disregard my plight after I had been assaulted? I want to give it to you, I said, my expression hardening. If you want to give it, then I'll leave. Zhang Xian stood up, and at that moment, disappointment flooded my heart, leaving me feeling as if it were shattering. Just then, she turned back, her expression one of feigned innocence, biting her lip as she glared at me. Wang Shi, I truly misjudged you. I treated you well, and now you refuse to give me a bracelet. What? You treated me well? I exclaimed, incredulous. Did I not treat you decently? Zhang Xian retorted. How exactly have you treated me? I asked. I never associate with the inept or engage in conversations with them. I don't care for others, especially not for useless people. Yet today, I spent the entire day with you, unashamed to be seen by our classmates. When I noticed your uniform was dirty, I even inquired about your condition. Do you not think that being good to you? Zhang Xian said, her anger palpable. Hearing her words, a wave of helplessness washed over me. Was she to be regarded as a princess, expecting me to act as her servant? She considered her minimal kindness to be a monumental sacrifice. My heart felt constricted, and I wanted to scream. I looked at her and said, Sister, I'd rather you not treat me kindly. Just leave. Ha! Your conscience must have been fed to the dogs. Zhang Xian said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I've done so much for you, and you can barely muster a little kindness in return. I took a beating for you and confronted the 13 Eagles, nearly facing death tonight. You expect me to hand over my bracelet to you? I exclaimed, feeling increasingly exasperated. I don't care. Just give me the bracelet. You're not worth my concern. I want to be nice to you anymore, Zhang Xian stated firmly. How unreasonable. You lack any semblance of logic. After you decide to be unkind to me, you still expect me to give you my bracelet? I want to part with it unless you provide a reason, I replied. My patience wearing thin. It's for my mom. She insists on having your bracelet. She knows you have feelings for me and sent me to ask for it, Zhang Xian admitted, her frustration evident as she stamped her foot. What? Her confession stirred a strange feeling within me. Please, I'm at my wit's end with my mom pestering me. Just give me the bracelet, and I promise I won't bother you anymore, Zhang Xian pleaded. Oh. I glanced at my bracelet, contemplating. Hurry and give it to me, she urged, extending her pale hand toward my bracelet. No. I lifted the bracelet high above my head. Why? Don't you find it annoying when I prolong this? Zhang Xian looked at me, astonished. Not at all, because I enjoy it. I relish the feeling of being entwined with you. Chapter 21. Zhang Xian schemes. I raised my hand high, though seated. My gesture was not particularly lofty. Zhang Xian stood before me, gazing vacantly, not snatching the bracelet from my grasp. Time seemed to stand still in that moment, and the air gradually filled with a hint of ambiguity. Dressed in a silk gown, her charming face flushed with a rosy hue. My heart raced, for I had inadvertently declared my feelings for her. It pounded in my chest, and I found myself unexpectedly filled with hope. I wished for her to tacitly acknowledge my confession and to treat me with a touch more kindness. Meanwhile, her bosom rose and fell rhythmically. Suddenly, she fixed me with her beautiful eyes and declared, "Don't flirt with me. I want to be with you. Just give me the bracelet to spare my mother from nagging me later." Huh? Are you trying to snatch it? In astonishment, I watched as she leaned towards me, and I instinctively leaned back. Yet, she suddenly toppled directly onto me, landing heavily against my body. The faint scent of her perfume wafted through the air, causing my heart to race even more. I could feel her silk nightgown brushing against my face, and I was overwhelmed with excitement. How could it be that I was embracing her once again? The sensation was simply exquisite. However, the situation did not conclude there. As she pressed down on me, I enjoyed the moment for scarcely a second before my body began to tilt backward. Due to inertia, she fell with me, and with a resounding thud, we crashed to the ground, chair and all. Holding her petite form tightly, I felt a sharp pain in the back of my head from the impact with the table. Zhang Xian emerged unscathed but startled, lying atop me as she scolded. "Why are you dodging? Are you crazy? Dear sister, you attempted to seize my heirloom. Yet you expect me not to evade? How domineering you are," I replied, wincing at her. "Huh, that shabby stone of yours is considered an heirloom? How absurd." Zhang Xian fell silent. The impact had left my head in a daze, but I soon regained some clarity. As I focused on the scene before me, my heart raced anew. She had propped herself up slightly, yet remained perilously close to my face. Her casual attire at home accentuated her figure, making her proximity all the more striking. Too close. Her gown brushed against my cheeks. I could not resist stealing a glance at her slender, pale collarbone, and, against my better judgment, I peered into her neckline. Seeing my gaze, she became furious and swiftly raised her delicate hand to strike me. Oh no! With both hands lacking a support point, she fell once more onto me. This time, my face was pressed firmly against her body. I felt the softness against my cheeks and inhaled her fragrant scent, nearly overwhelmed by the rush of blood to my head. "How brazen you are!" she exclaimed, hastily escaping my bedroom. After her departure, I reflected on the exhilarating encounter, still electrified by the moment. That little minx, I was determined to make her mine. Zhang Xian, with her wealth, exuded an air of haughtiness, spoiled by her family's affluence. Her intellect was sharp, consistently achieving high marks in school. Yet her emotional intelligence was sorely lacking. Though Zhang Xian could be foolish, her foolishness was endearing. As I recalled her vivacious face, I felt as if I were submerged in honey. The following morning, I washed my face and joined my aunt and Zhang Xian for breakfast. During the meal, my aunt feigned concern, asking Sheer, "Are you all right after your fall yesterday?" I grimaced internally, recalling how I'd been struck by Chai Jin and how my back ached today. Noticing her insincere concern, I replied, "I'm perfectly fine, not a bit sore." Oh, my aunt fell silent, her gaze fixated on my bracelet with an intensity that bordered on madness. I was uncertain of its authenticity, but if it were genuine, my aunt's family would surely become even wealthier. I decided to play along, smiling as I deliberately removed the bracelet and said, "Aunt, I frequently visit the hospital due to my illness and struggle with my studies. I would like Sister Xian to tutor me." "Studying? That is a good thing." Upon hearing my words, my aunt's smile turned sycophantic as she continued to eye my bracelet. However, Sister Xian seemed disinterested, having ignored my attempts at conversation the previous day. I feigned grievance, saying to her, "What? How can you treat me this way?" My aunt turned her gaze toward Zhang Xian. "Wang Shi, how despicable you are. I spoke to you yesterday and treated you well. How can you say such things?" Zhang Xian glared at me, her eyes wide. "You did speak to me, but only a few words. I have no friends at school. It's so lonely." I lamented. "Why don't you just die?" Zhang Xian snapped in frustration. "Sister Xian, how can you be so fierce to your brother?" My aunt interjected, casting another greedy glance at my bracelet before glaring at Zhang Xian. Suddenly, she appeared to have a thought and leaned in to whisper something to Zhang Xian. The words were too faint for me to catch, but I discerned snippets, something about enduring humiliation, sweet rewards, and Chanel, though the rest eluded me. Zhang Xian, upon hearing my aunt, seemed to soften, eventually offering me a sweet smile. It was the first time I had seen Zhang Xian smile at me like that, and it nearly left me speechless. "All right, let us finish breakfast, and I'll take you both to school," my aunt said with a charming smile. "Sure," I nodded lightly. As we approached the car, I noticed Zhang Xian's demeanor had shifted. She no longer regarded me with disdain, but rather looked at me with a sweetness that made her appear exceptionally adorable. I wondered what my aunt had said to provoke such a change. As I accidentally slammed the car door a bit loudly, I noticed Zhang Xian's expression shift slightly. I quickly apologized. Sorry, I was lost in thought. It's all right, young master Shi, please feel free. This car isn't worth much. Not compared to your esteemed bracelet. Zhang Xian said, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Oh, is that so? Then perhaps you could close the door for me next time? I replied with a smile. You. Upon hearing this, her expression darkened again. Sister Xian, pay attention to the details, my aunt quietly reminded her. Oomph. Zhang Xian responded coldly. On the way to school, I couldn't resist stealing glances at them. Though I couldn't hear their conversation, I surmised that my aunt had promised Zhang Xian some advantage. Hence her newfound friendliness towards me. Yet if I were to give them the bracelet, they would undoubtedly revert to their previous behavior of bullying me. Zhang Xian likely sought not the advantages promised by my aunt, but revenge for my previous arrogance. She must have thought me as foolish as she was, attempting to deceive me before retaliating. How utterly laughable. Upon arriving at school, I noticed my aunt whispering a few more words to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian nodded slightly, casting me a mischievous look. I smiled back, deliberately displaying an innocent grin. Then, Zhang Xian approached me, her sweet smile captivating as she said, My dear brother, shall we go to school together? Huh, who are you calling brother? I responded with a cold smirk. What do you mean? Zhang Xian looked at me in surprise. You treat me poorly. You are not my sister. I feigned ignorance, acting as foolishly as I could. Her anger was palpable as she rolled her eyes. Normally, she would have stormed off by now, but this time, she inhaled deeply, perhaps to muster her revenge. With a gentle smile, she patted her chest and said then, How about I treat you a bit better from now on, okay? That is acceptable, but you must agree to one condition, I replied. What condition? Zhang Xian inquired. I found it quite distasteful when you used that particular word while speaking, I remarked, mimicking her haughty tone. If you have the time, could you buy me a new school uniform? I feel utterly embarrassed being seen with you. Zhang Xian's expression shifted instantly, and she retorted fiercely. After hearing her words, I couldn't help but glance at my own uniform, realizing it was indeed worn and had even acquired a smudge from a recent altercation. However, it was my aunt who treated me poorly, always regarding me as if I were a mere pet. This thought enraged me, and I shot back at Zhang Xian. Aren't uniforms expensive? Will you buy one for me? I'll buy it for you, and a new pair of shoes as well. Zhang Xian huffed before storming off. As I watched her retreating figure, I felt utterly bewildered by her behavior. After pondering for a moment, I gradually comprehended her motives. Zhang Xian was concerned that my attire would bring her shame, fearing that classmates would mock her for being seen with me. She aimed to present me in a better light, feigning kindness in the process. How thoughtful of her. Remarkably, Zhang Xian kept her word. During the break after the first period, she indeed took me to buy a school uniform. We entered a dry cleaner near our school, where she promptly purchased me a new uniform and instructed me to change in the restroom, discarding my old one without a second thought. It dawned on me why Zhang Xian's uniforms always appeared so pristine. She consistently bought new ones, discarding the old. Had she not taken me to the laundry, I would have remained oblivious to the availability of new uniforms there. I'll take you to buy shoes at noon, Zhang Xian informed me. Oh, I nodded slightly. This time, I've been generous, right? Mind you, this is the first time I've gifted someone clothing and taken someone shoe shopping, she declared, scrutinizing my new uniform with a fierce glare. It's acceptable, I replied, pouting playfully to provoke her. You ungrateful thing. Zhang Xian rolled her eyes at my comment. Wearing the new uniform lifted my spirits. During the morning class, when Fat Girl noticed my clean attire, she moved closer to me. Nonetheless, I found her repulsive due to her habit of picking her nose. Especially when she reached her hand toward my side, I would instinctively shy away. What's the matter? Is wearing a new uniform such a big deal? Fat Girl observed my new uniform and glared at me. Just average, perhaps third in the world, I chuckled, feigning pride. After beating Chai Jin yesterday, he dared not scold me today. Even his minions regarded me with newfound respect. One of them even approached me, greeting me as Brother Shi. I thought to myself that my current status wasn't too shabby. I wouldn't bring Zhang Xian shame after all. After all, I once had the credentials to join the 13 Eagles. As noon approached, I noticed Zhang Xian standing up to look at me. This was my first shopping outing with her, and I felt a flutter of excitement. Rising from my seat, I made my way toward her. As I walked, I could feel the astonished gazes of my classmates upon me, bewildered by my newfound closeness with the stunning Zhang Xian. Suddenly, Chai Jin and his entourage blocked my path. What do you want? Here, to fight me again? I felt a jolt of surprise, glancing down at my new uniform, feeling somewhat conflicted. No fighting. I have something else to discuss with you, he replied, his face adorned with a bandage, his gaze toward me somewhat complex. Chapter 22. A surprising turn of events this time. Chai Jin's demeanor was notably more courteous. He refrained from physically assaulting me, as he had in the past, and no longer mocked me verbally. Instead, he gazed at me earnestly, seemingly awaiting my response. I met his gaze, pondering before asking, "What is it?" "Brother, Wendy wants to have a meal with you," Chai Jin stated. "Brother Wendy?" I was taken aback by his words. Silly me, Brother Wendy is Tang Ning's older brother. He is an influential figure outside of school, known as Tang Wendy. Zhang Xian playfully tapped my arm from behind. Huh, why does Tang Ning's brother want to see me? I was utterly perplexed by Zhang Xian's comment. Just then, Zhang Xian's phone rang. After a brief conversation, she hung up and shot me a glance, saying, "Look at your little courage like a mouse. Just come along. No one will harm you this time." Oh, I felt a slight relief wash over me as I followed Zhang Xian out of the school. Accompanied by Chai Jin and his entourage, we walked in silence until we arrived at a restaurant, seemingly the largest one outside our school, with 2 stories. Chai Jin led us upstairs and soon opened a private room. Upon entering, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped us, revealing a room full of people. Young Master Bao, Tang Ning, and Lu Jicheng were all present, along with the dyed-haired boy who had saved me last time, Chun Sun, and several local delinquents from our school. One short-haired boy stood out, his eyes glinting with a piercing intensity upon seeing me. I thought to myself that this boy emanated an aura even stronger than young Master Bao's. Feeling somewhat tense, I cautiously glanced at Zhang Xian. "Wendy, it's great to see you." Zhang Xian greeted him with a sweet smile. Xian, you are becoming more and more beautiful," he replied, casually biting down on a cigarette. "Wendy, you are looking increasingly handsome as well." Zhang Xian continued to beam, her gaze toward him holding a hint of something special. "I heard you found a boyfriend?" He smiled. "No, I haven't found anyone," Zhang Xian replied. "Ha, that's good. I still have a chance," he teased. "Brother Wendy, you were just joking. How could someone like you fancy me?" Zhang Xian responded, feigning modesty. No, you've misunderstood. I've liked you for a long time. But you just didn't know," he countered. "Really?" Zhang Xian raised her beautifully arched eyebrows. I watched as Zhang Xian and Brother Wendy exchanged playful banter, seemingly oblivious to our presence. I understood that Brother Wendy was here to assist me, being Tang Ning's elder brother. Yet inexplicably, a wave of jealousy surged within me. My gaze shifted toward Chin Sun, who also wore an odd expression. I suspected that in this moment, he and I were both silently echoing the same thought. Green tea. "Waiter, please bring the dishes." Young Master Bao lit a cigarette and instructed his minion nearby. With Brother Wendy present, young Master Bao's usual bravado was notably subdued, making him appear rather unassuming. "Wang Shi, sit beside me." Lu Jicheng gestured for me to join him. As I approached Lu Jicheng, I observed Zhang Xian still engaged in conversation with Brother Wendy. A pang of discomfort settled in my chest, yet I chose to remain silent. I took a seat next to Lu Jicheng, watching as Zhang Xian continued to chat animatedly with Brother Wendy. At one point, she even sat beside him. "Wang Shi, how's my plan progressing?" With Brother Wendy's protection, even if we take down 11 of the 12 eagles, young Master Bao wouldn't dare retaliate against us. You know, today's meal is courtesy of Brother Wendy because young Master Bao seeks revenge against us, and Wendy personally brought him here, Lu Jicheng whispered excitedly. As he spoke, Lu Jicheng crumpled a napkin and tossed it at Tang Ning, exclaiming, "Little beauty, you are amazing." "Stop it," Tang Ning laughed, having been momentarily distracted from her conversation with Brother Wendy. "Brother, let us wait and see the show unfold." Lu Jicheng smirked, leaning closer to me. Before long, the waiter began bringing out the dishes. As the food was served, Zhang Xian stared in astonishment at the array of dishes, exclaiming, "Brother Wendy, how do you know I love all these?" "Because I understand you," Brother Wendy replied with a smile, radiating the warmth of a friendly neighbor. Zhang Xian's face flushed at his words, and I felt an inexplicable surge of irritation bubbling within me. Sitting beside Lu Jicheng, I couldn't help but mutter a curse under my breath. "What's wrong with you?" Lu Jicheng looked at me in surprise. "Nothing," with a stern expression. I gazed at the sumptuous array of dishes before me, yet my appetite had vanished. It was my exclamation of discontent that drew the attention of Wendigo and young Master Bao. In an instant, They both turned their gazes toward me, while Zhang Xian furrowed her brow slightly. Wendigo, let us discuss matters of substance, I suggested. Young Master Bao casually sampled a morsel before placing his chopsticks down thoughtfully. Very well, he replied. Upon hearing his words, Wendigo smiled, and the private room gradually fell silent. The air was thick with smoke as young Master Bao lit a cigarette, revealing a defiant glint in his eyes. He cast a fierce look at us before turning to Wendigo. Wendigo, what do you intend to do about my younger brother? Chai Jin, who was assaulted. What do you propose? Wendigo inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. Revenge. I shall ensure that my brother receives retribution equivalent to the violence inflicted upon him. They knocked him out yesterday. Thus, I will have my brother return the favor. Young Master Bao's expression grew cold, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Ah, I see. Wendigo pondered his response. As I observed the two engage in conversation, an inexplicable tension gripped my heart. Everyone around us appeared equally anxious, their faces etched with seriousness as they fixated on Bao and Wendigo. With each passing moment, the atmosphere within the room grew more subdued. We all remained silent, awaiting Wendigo's reply to young Master Bao. Young Master Bao, wouldn't you agree that my relationship with you has been rather amicable? Wendigo suddenly smiled. Of course, you're like a brother to me. Over these past 2 years, I have greatly appreciated your support. Young Master Bao scoffed. If that is the case, let us not allow this minor incident to tarnish our relationship. Although Tang Ning has withdrawn from your 13 Eagles, I shall continue to look after you all. As for the altercation between Lu Ji-chung and Chai Jin, let us consider it resolved. With a smile, Wendigo's gaze suddenly turned fierce. He abruptly rose, pointing at Lu Ji-chung with a fierce demeanor. Lu Ji-chung, you insolent fool, did you not claim to have left this life behind? Why have you resorted to fighting again? Curse you! You shall drink 3 cups as punishment. 3 cups of what? Lu Ji-chung blinked, momentarily confused. 3 cups of alcohol, Wendigo reiterated, winking at him. This time, Lu Ji-chung comprehended Wendigo's words. Initially terrified by Wendigo's fierce glare, he gradually broke into a smile. Haha, 3 cups of alcohol? Wendigo, are you trying to drink me to death? How? Do you think I've gone too far? Wendigo shot him a glare. Too far? Indeed, 3 cups is excessive. However, if you insist, I shall accept the punishment. Without hesitation, Lu Ji-chung seized a bottle of beer and downed 3 cups in quick succession. All right, that settles it. From this moment forth, we are all family. Previous grievances are hereby wiped clean, Wendigo declared with a smile as he settled back down. Witnessing Wendigo effortlessly resolve our discord, I surreptitiously glanced at young Master Bao. In that moment, I noticed his countenance darkened, his eyes flickering with a cold light, and veins bulging on his forehead as he clenched his fists tightly. What is it? Young Master Bao, do you have any objections? Wendigo cast a threatening look in Bao's direction. Not at all, young Master Bao suddenly chuckled, regaining his composure. By the way, I have one more matter to discuss with you. Wendigo pondered for a moment before addressing young Master Bao. What is it? Please, go ahead, Bao replied with a smile. I have heard that Tang Ning has withdrawn from your 13 Eagles, which must have displeased you somewhat. However, it is not ideal for my sister, a girl, to be mixed up with your lot. How about this? Let Lu Ji-chung and this brother join your 13 Eagles. From now on, you shall consider each other as brothers, Wendigo proposed. Wendigo, what are you saying? Young Master Bao's displeasure was palpable. The resolution of our previous grievances through 3 cups had already left him feeling uneasy, yet he restrained his anger. Now, Wendigo wished to incorporate us into the 13 Eagles, further altering the dynamics, which visibly unsettled Bao. I am suggesting that Lu Ji-chung and Wang Shi join the 13 Eagles. Is that unacceptable? Wendigo again met Bao's gaze with a threatening intensity. It's acceptable, quite so, young Master Bao replied through gritted teeth, visibly displeased yet fearing Wendigo. Let Lu Ji-chung and Wang Shi join the 13 Eagles. It is of no great consequence. Wendigo assured him, this is a matter of face that I must grant. However, there's only one slot available in the 13 Eagles. Only one may join. Young Master Bao's fierce gaze shifted to Lu Ji-chung and me. If they wished to join, a duel would determine who would earn their place. Are you trying to sow discord? Lu Ji-chung exclaimed angrily upon hearing young Master Bao's words. He turned to Wendigo. Wendigo, I have no desire to join the 13 Eagles. Let Wang Shi take my place. I cannot bear the thought of battling a brother. No. Let us not complicate matters. Since Qian Jin has lost, let us remove him from the 13 Eagles. With Tang Ning and Qian Jin gone, it would be perfect for Lu Zicheng and this brother to join. A stout man interjected. Damn you! You are a traitor among us. Young Master Bao slammed his fist onto the table at the sudden words from the stout man. Young Master Bao, who are you cursing? Wendigo is present. Do you hold him in contempt? The stout man sneered. The room fell silent once more, thick with tension. I sat in a daze, watching the confrontation unfold between the stout man, young Master Bao, and Wendigo. I was astounded. I never anticipated that there would be infighting among them. Chapter 23. I am a useless wretch. The situation in the private room had suddenly grown complex. The seemingly harmonious gathering was rife with ulterior motives. Young Master Bao's expression had darkened to an extreme, his gaze fixed on the stout man, as if he wished to end his life. I had assumed that these ruffians were merely inclined to violence, but I was unprepared for the intricate web of deceit among them. As I observed young Master Bao, Wendigo, and the stout man, the dynamics of their relationships began to crystallize in my mind. In this private room, two factions emerged, each led by young Master Bao and Wendigo. Their familiarity was evident in their tone, suggesting a past camaraderie. Young Master Bao had mentioned Wendigo's past support, indicating that Wendigo had once shielded him. However, as young Master Bao's power grew, he began to regard Wendigo with disdain. Wendigo sought to undermine him by embedding a mole within Bao's ranks and attempting to integrate Lu Zicheng and me into their circle to counter Bao's influence. Previously, I had refrained from interacting with them, remaining oblivious to the chaos of their world. Now that I had been drawn into their sphere, I discovered the turmoil that lay beneath the surface. Young Master Bao, you seem rather displeased, a man with dyed hair remarked coldly. Da Yi, are you threatening young Master Bao? One of Bao's companions rose to confront him. Why do you have to speak here? Who are you to tell me to be silent? Another dyed-haired ruffian interjected, pointing aggressively at Bao's subordinate. You dare speak to my brother like that? Bao's subordinate glared defiantly at the ruffian. Soon, all eyes turned to young Master Bao, eager to witness how he would navigate the rising tension. We had beaten Qian Jin, and Wendigo had only required Lu Zicheng to drink 3 cups of alcohol to settle matters. Yet, Wendigo had also embedded a mole among Bao's ranks and sought to integrate us into their faction. Everyone was keen to see whether young Master Bao would choose to fight or to endure. If he chose to fight, his subordinates would surely spring to action. Is it your turn to speak now? You fool? Wendigo retorted. Daji Ge, these men are my brothers. Who are you to speak on my behalf? As young Master Bao lit a cigarette, he shot a cold glare at his subordinate. Young Master Bao, can you still endure this? Brother Wendy, he intends to deal with us. The critic exclaimed in astonishment. Silence. Suddenly, young Master Bao forcefully shoved the critic aside. He then turned to Brother Wendy with a smile and said, Brother Wendy, since you wish to nurture Lu Zicheng and Wang Shi, I shall assist you. I acknowledge that I have been somewhat arrogant and may have uttered some haughty remarks. I apologize. Look at how shameless young Master Bao is, how calculating he appears. Lu Zicheng muttered quietly beside me. Heh, young Master Bao, what are you doing? We are brothers after all. You call my brother your brother. An apology seems too formal. If you genuinely feel you have erred, why not a penalty drink? Brother Wendy chuckled, lifting his glass toward young Master Bao. No problem. Young Master Bao also laughed, accepting the glass and downing its contents in one gulp. The impending storm of conflict transformed into a gentle spring breeze, and the atmosphere in the private room became amicable once more. Young Master Bao began to smile, and Brother Wendy followed suit. Seeing the two leaders laugh, their surrounding companions also joined in mirth. Soon, everyone raised their glasses, happily toasting one another, as if they had always been good brothers and nothing had transpired moments before. Thus, Lu Zicheng and I found ourselves unwittingly inducted into the 13 Eagles. This time, while young Master Bao sought revenge against us, Brother Wendy safeguarded us and brought us into the 13 Eagles. From now on, we would also be considered high-ranking brothers within the school. The private room quickly became even more lively, with continuous toasting and drinking, as a few jesters intermittently shared amusing jokes to elicit laughter. Zhang Xian and Tang Ning, seated beside Brother Wendy, were persuaded to drink a few glasses of beer. When someone urged me to drink, I hurriedly waved my hand gently, explaining that I was unwell and could neither smoke nor drink. What nonsense! What illness prevents one from drinking? A jester scoffed. I, too, have ailments that torment me daily. I thought. The jester remained unconvinced. Dog, Wangshi truly cannot drink. He had pneumonia as a child and now suffers from asthma. He cannot smoke, drink, or engage in strenuous exercise. Fearing the jester's displeasure, Tang Ning quickly interjected to clarify. Heck, can he not fight? The jester asked with a grin. No. I shook my head gently, feeling a pang in my heart. What about the girl you like? The jester inquired. At his words, my gaze faltered. I then noticed everyone in the room looking at me intently. No. I felt as if a needle pierced my heart. Damn, how are you any different from the rumored useless ones? The jester exclaimed. As his words echoed, uproarious laughter erupted throughout the private room. They had all indulged too much. Their faces flushed as they looked at me, laughing heartily. Their laughter was one of derision, a mockery that resonated with disdain. Even brother Winnie joined in, attentively watching me as I forced a smile along with the others. Even Zhang Xian laughed, covering her delicate mouth in contempt. Only Tang Ning and Lu Ziqing appeared somewhat awkward. Lu Ziqing grasped my clothing, casting a resentful glance at them. Lu Ziqing, how did you end up with such a brother? I thought your brother was some sort of elite. Brother Wendy jested, raising his glass toward Lu Ziqing. My brother has his strengths as well. Lu Ziqing did not drink, his tone lacking enthusiasm. Brother Wendy, you know, Wangshi indeed has strengths, but they are somewhat peculiar. Young Master Bao had already drunk too much, standing and embracing Brother Wendy. Oh, what strengths? Brother Wendy smiled, as if they were brothers by blood. He is notorious at our school for stealing stockings. He and Lu Ziqing are kindred spirits. They even have their own group, named all for the stockings. The moment young Master Bao finished speaking, the private room erupted in laughter once more, this time even louder, shaking the very glassware. What a flamboyant name. I love it, Brother Wendy exclaimed, raising his glass toward Lu Ziqing in admiration. It suits your style perfectly. Lu Ziqing's face turned slightly red, yet he remained silent. Soon, our lunch approached its conclusion. Brother Wendy lifted his glass, leading everyone in a final toast. He seemed unsatisfied, pulling young Master Bao's hand and suggesting they head to a karaoke bar for another drink. I checked the time. We still had over 40 minutes before class began. If Zhang Xian wanted to take me to buy shoes, we had some time. This meal had resolved any conflicts between Brother Wendy and young Master Bao. Holding young Master Bao's hand, Brother Wendy asked, Is it all right if we skip class this afternoon? You're a jester, after all. Missing half a day shouldn't be an issue, right? Haha, that is no problem at all, young Master Bao replied cheerfully. That's great, otherwise it would be too disheartening. Xian Xian, Tang Ning, and Lu Ziqing, you all come along too, Brother Wendy called out to them. Sure, Zhang Xian smiled. Seeing that everyone was agreeable, Brother Wendy nodded in satisfaction. Then, our large group descended the stairs, where Brother Wendy produced his car keys and unlocked a vehicle. Another friend of Brother Wendy also opened his car. Xian Xian, Tang Ning, young Master Bao, Lu Ziqing will all ride in my car, Brother Wendy instructed as he opened the door. The rest of you, get in my car, another jester shouted. As I saw Zhang Xian, Tang Ning, and young Master Bao settle into Brother Wendy's car, I noticed the others scrambling to get into the other vehicle. I attempted to join them, but as I approached, it was already full. Lu Ziqing merely glanced at me before young Master Bao forcefully pulled him to Brother Wendy's car and shut the door. The two cars quickly started and drove off, one in front of the other. Only Chun Sun and 3 other boys remained, hailing a taxi. Before I could enter, Chun Sun and the 3 boys had already climbed in. He glanced out the window at me, wearing a peculiar smile. Drive. When the taxi pulled away, I was left standing alone on the road. I stared blankly at the departing vehicles, contemplating before hailing a taxi myself. Where to, young man? The driver inquired. Never mind. I won't take it, I replied after a moment's thought, stepping away from the taxi. The campus surroundings felt desolate in winter, the cold rendering the streets nearly deserted. Alone, I made my way back to school, and as I walked, I suddenly found myself in tears. Even when beaten or scolded, I had never cried before. Yet this time, an inexplicable sorrow overwhelmed me. Tears fell gently onto the ground as I walked, and I wiped my eyes repeatedly, yet for some reason, my tears would not cease. Chapter 24. The truth finally unable to contain myself, I crouched down and wept. No one comforted me, nor did anyone keep me company. Only my shadow lay on the ground, silently observing me. I cried with great sorrow, my heart aching profoundly, because I am a waste, a worthless being with no potential for nurturing. Brother Winnie looks down on me, and they all regard me with disdain. even with Lu Ziqing's assistance. Even as I became a brother among the 13 eagles, I remained deeply looked down upon. They admired only Lu Ziqing. Now, my soul and best friend has also been taken away from me. I felt so lonely as I had always been. Heaven, why you treat me this way? Why give me hope only to destroy it? If I had never had friends, would I not be crying like this now? Gradually, I sensed someone watching me from behind. It felt as though he had been staring at me, looking at me with concern. I wiped my tears away with determination and stood up, gritting my teeth to tell myself to be strong. Yet when I turned around, I found no one there. This sensation again, this illusion again. Was there truly no one behind me just now? Who are you? I couldn't help but shout, my voice laced with endless resentment. No one answered me, for there was no one before me at all. In the distance, a student was startled by my sudden shout, noticing the absence of any response. I couldn't help but glance around once more. Yet, truly, there was no one present. Could it be that my earlier sensation was merely a figment of my imagination? Just then, my phone unexpectedly rang. Upon checking, I saw it was a call from Lu Ziqing. Brother, why haven't you arrived yet? Where are you? He inquired. I'm not coming. You all enjoy yourselves. I chuckled softly, then ended the call. As I made my way back to the classroom, Lu Ziqing called me twice more, and Tang Ming also attempted to reach me, but I refrained from answering. I had no desire to hear their pleas, nor did I wish to join them at the karaoke bar. Wendy looked down on me, while Bao Xiao and Chen Sun held a profound disdain for me. Why should I willingly subject myself to their mockery? Furthermore, the thought of Zhang Xian's earlier demeanor towards Wendy gnawed at my heart like a knife. I felt miserable and oppressed. Sitting in the classroom, I stared blankly out the window, my mind racing with thoughts. They say that heartbreak can foster maturity and that sorrow brings about calmness. I may not have been in a relationship with Zhang Xian, yet recalling her laughter with Wendy left me with a bittersweet pang akin to the aftermath of a breakup. After shedding tears, my heart gradually found some semblance of tranquility. That afternoon, it felt as if I had suddenly matured significantly. Step aside. Gradually, my classmates began to arrive. My desk mate, the chubby girl, also showed up, glaring at me with a fierce expression. She looked down on me too and had always been quite aggressive. In this class, not a single student held me in esteem. They were all aware of my status as an orphan, unloved by parents. They had no inkling that I lived at Zhang Xian's house. They assumed I was merely a scavenger who was fortunate enough to attend school. In the past, I would have harbored various grievances against the chubby girl for her disdain. But this time, I found an inexplicable sense of calm. I realized that I longed for companionship in my solitary world. This blow had shifted my perspective considerably. Observing the world with a serene mindset, I discovered its inherent beauty. Hey, you look different today, I remarked playfully to the chubby girl, winking at her. Shut up, don't you dare mock me. She shot back, glaring at me fiercely. No, really, you seem to have lost some weight. Your uniform fits more loosely. What is your secret? Have you been on a diet? I scrutinized her closely. I haven't. Stop teasing me. She frowned. Oh, is that so? I smiled. As I spoke, I shifted aside to allow her space. The chubby girl settled into her seat by the window, with me beside her. Upon noticing my gesture, she squeezed into the space. Perhaps my compliment had brightened her mood, for she seemed quite pleased, albeit still a tad fierce, though it felt somewhat feigned. I couldn't help but think how amusing her round figure was, and as she nestled in, I playfully pinched her. Hey, what are you doing? She yelped, her face turning crimson. Just showing my affection. Is that a crime? I grinned mischievously. Are you out of your mind? How dare you take advantage of me? She shouted, clenching her fists and preparing to strike. Given her size, her punches were surprisingly painful. I wasn't sure if she was genuinely angry or merely playing along, which made me a bit hesitant to speak. But soon, I noticed her expression soften, and she remarked, You look quite handsome, especially in your new uniform. What? I gasped, my eyes widening at her bashful demeanor. I was complimenting you, you big fool. She replied, her cheeks flushed. Seeing her like this brought a smile to my face. I reflected on how a shift in perspective can alter our experiences. Had I not changed my approach, she would have likely pushed me away. Yet this time, she seemed genuinely happy, as if she appreciated my newfound kindness. I pondered whether girls were often like this, speaking one way while feeling another. Tentatively, I placed my hand on her thigh. Hey, stop that. You're being annoying. She protested, squirming in embarrassment. I couldn't contain my laughter at her reaction, though I maintained a serious facade. What's this? Have you become Tsundere just because you've slimmed down? Be good. Do you hear me? She resembled a startled bird, frozen in place. Observing her compliance, I decided to take out my phone and switch to the selfie mode. I gazed at my reflection, a fair face with slightly reddened eyes, reminiscent of subtle eye makeup. I appeared somewhat pitiful, yet undeniably charming. "Hey, can you show me that comic of yours?" I asked, harboring no ulterior motives, simply seeking companionship. "What comic?" she inquired. "The one titled Amu, Spring, Let's Burn Brightly Together." "That one is boring. Why do you want to read it?" she questioned. "Come on, just bring it out so we can read it together," I urged. "You see my comic?" she exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed, it was quite interesting," I replied. "Don't tell anyone," she insisted. "Of course, I noticed it long ago. Who would I tell? I've kept it a secret for you," I assured her. "You're surprisingly nice." "I'm sorry for being harsh before," she admitted. "That's all right, we're like family." "Teasing is a form of affection," I said. "You're such a jerk," she retorted, her tone teasingly flirtatious. Just from a little banter, our relationship blossomed into genuine friendship. The entire afternoon was spent engrossed in her comics, our bond strengthening. She even shared her snacks with me. As school concluded, she expressed a desire to continue, saying, "I have loads of these comics at home. If you want, I can bring you more tomorrow." "Sound good," I smiled, feeling elated to have gained a good friend in her. Upon returning home, I found my aunt cheerfully greeting her. "Aunt, you look beautiful today." "What did you say?" she asked, astonished. "I said you look younger and prettier today. Is that Langme working wonders for you?" "You look fantastic." "I just got a beauty treatment this afternoon." "What else with you today? So sweet-tongued." She chuckled, her wrinkles crinkling like a chrysanthemum. In a familial spirit, I couldn't help but compliment her. "Ha, you kids crack me up," she laughed, clearly delighted. "By the way, Zhang Xian is out having fun with her classmates. She'll be back soon, and we can wait for her to eat together." "Sure. Is there anything I can help with?" I inquired. "Do you have a fever or something? What could you possibly do?" "There's just a bottle of mineral water that needs changing, but it's heavy, and you can't manage it." "Let us wait for Zhang Xian to come back," my aunt replied. "Aunt, are you really going to have Zhang Xian change the water?" I asked, my eyes wide in disbelief. "Of course. Zhang Xian has always been the one to handle the mineral water at home. You know how heavy those bottles are. Your uncle is busy with work and seldom home, and I'm not in good shape to lift them. So it's always Zhang Xian who does it," she explained. "But Aunt, Zhang Xian is so slender. How can you make her do such heavy work?" "Let me handle it," I insisted. "She won't let you. She is afraid you might scratch the tiles in the house. Do not overexert yourself, and do not incite your sister's displeasure." So, regarding that new bed in my bedroom, upon hearing my aunt's words, my throat suddenly felt as if it were stuffed with cotton. It was Zhang Xian who helped the workers carry it. They questioned why I wasn't assisting, to which she replied that my health was poor. "In truth, your sister is quite kind to you, though her words often betray her intentions. She possesses a sharp tongue, yet a tender heart, always doing good without uttering a single word of praise." Chapter 25. My heritage. Upon hearing my aunt's words, I felt as though a jolt of electricity coursed through my body. My gaze became unfocused as I stared blankly at her retreating figure into the kitchen. It dawned on me that Zhang Xian had been quietly caring for me all along. Yet, she had grown accustomed to speaking to me in a harsh tone, deliberately feigning disdain. Gradually, her lively image began to materialize in my mind. I could almost see her standing before me, pointing her slender finger at me, exclaiming, "Wang Shi, how can you be so ungrateful after all I've done for you? What have you ever done for me?" I retorted defiantly. "Ah, you truly wound me," she replied. "I shan't speak further. Just hand over that bracelet, and I shall cease to be kind to you." Her playful demeanor and assertive tone left me bewildered. I could not comprehend why she treated me so harshly while exuding such confidence in her words. However, I have come to realize that she actually harbors great affection for me, though I failed to recognize it at the time. Having already wept once at noon, my eyes felt puffy and uncomfortable. Once again, I sensed the tears welling up. Unable to restrain myself, I lifted my head and blinked vigorously. At that moment, the door behind me swung open. As I turned, I was greeted by her charming visage, flushed with a hint of color and faintly scented with alcohol. She appeared somewhat taken aback upon seeing me standing there, and we exchanged silent glances. Gazing at her beauty stirred an indescribable emotion within me. I yearned to approach her, to embrace her tightly and express my gratitude. "What are you staring at, you weirdo? Are you unwell?" She suddenly broke the silence. "Is it not permissible to glance at someone? Are you made of gold?" Her biting tone extinguished any feelings I had harbored. Why didn't you join us at the karaoke? Feeling inferior? She probed, her alluring eyes scrutinizing me for a moment. No, I chose to attend class instead, I stammered, my voice betraying my inner turmoil as she had struck a nerve. Mom, I'm not hungry anymore. I've eaten outside, and I'm not hungry, I called out. But Zhang Xian disregarded me, removing her shoes and calling into the kitchen. Why have you eaten out again? Did we not agree that outside food is unclean? My aunt emerged from the kitchen, questioning. We went to a fine restaurant. It's nothing to worry about, Zhang Xian replied, casting a glance my way before retreating to her room. At dinner, it was just my aunt and me. Since the argument between my uncle and aunt, he had not returned home. Our meal was devoid of joy, and my mind wandered to where Zhang Xian might have spent her afternoon. That Wendigo seemed to have a penchant for her. I hoped he wouldn't take advantage of her kindness. Elfia, is that bracelet something your mother gave you when you were little? My aunt suddenly inquired with an odd tone. Yes, I replied, sensing her keen interest in my bracelet, causing me to become immediately wary. Can I borrow it for a moment? She asked with a smile. It's not anything special. Perhaps it's best left unseen, I said, pulling my sleeve to cover it. At that moment, I caught a flicker of irritation in my aunt's eyes, though she swiftly suppressed it, offering me a smile instead. Elfia, your mother has entrusted you to us for many years, yet she has never returned to check on you. That bracelet is a keepsake from her. Do take care not to lose it. Aunt, where's my mother gone? I inquired. She has gone to find your father, my aunt responded. Do you know what she is doing? And what about my father? What does he do? I pressed. I do not know, she replied, shaking her head gently. Aunt, may I show you my bracelet, and you can tell me about it? I suggested. You little rascal, are you trying to negotiate with your aunt? She chuckled. If I knew, I would tell you. However, your uncle knows best about what your parents do, though he cannot divulge it to you. Why not? I asked, astonished. I do not know. It seems there is some secret involved, something shrouded in mystery. However, I do know one thing. Your family was once quite affluent, my aunt divulged. My family was wealthy? We were once well off? I echoed in disbelief. Indeed, when you visited us, you wore branded clothing and indulged in imported goods. Your mother would send money to our family. But I digress. My aunt suddenly appeared exasperated, her gaze returning to my bracelet. Realizing her irritation, I refrained from further inquiries, understanding that perhaps her family had grown prosperous due to my mother. My uncle often claimed that it was because of me and my mother that they had attained wealth, which irked my aunt. She likely feared that my mother would discover their newfound fortune and demand financial assistance. If I wished to learn more about my parents, I would need to consult my uncle, but in the past, he had merely told me, cannot say. His 3 words puzzled me. Knowing or not knowing is straightforward. What does cannot say imply? As these thoughts swirled in my mind, a peculiar sensation began to rise within me. I harbored a sense of foreboding, an inkling that my parents might soon come to find me. Over the past few days, I had felt as though someone was watching me from behind. Moreover, the laughter of a girl I had heard previously could not have been a figment of my imagination. If it were an illusion, how could that sound have been so clear? It was unmistakably the laughter of a girl mocking me. Who could that girl be? Lost in contemplation, I noticed my aunt still covertly eyeing my bracelet. An idea struck me. I removed the bracelet and offered it to her, saying, "Aunt, would you like to see my bracelet?" "Really?" she exclaimed, astonished. "Yes," I replied with a faint smile, feeling somewhat fatigued. My aunt eagerly accepted the bracelet, examining it closely. She handled it with great care, caressing it with her fingers and occasionally lifting it to the light. Initially, I had refrained from showing my bracelet to my aunt, hoping to keep her curiosity piqued. If she could not see the bracelet, she might treat me with greater kindness and encourage Zhang Xian to approach me more. However, my thoughts had shifted. I now yearned to uncover my identity and learn about my parents. If my aunt possessed the ability to discern the authenticity of the bracelet, she would be able to determine whether it was genuine. If it were fake, I would have little left to hope for. But if it were real, "Aunt, what do you think of the bracelet?" I asked, my heart racing as I cautiously observed her reaction. "I cannot say for certain. It appears genuine. Yet something feels amiss," she replied. "Aunt, you still know how to evaluate bracelets?" I questioned. In the past, when our family had little, all the treasures I received were mere trinkets. But over the years, as I've spent more, my knowledge has grown," she explained, retrieving a magnifying glass to examine my bracelet further. "Is it real?" I pressed. "Let me take a photo. I will consult an expert," she said, suddenly setting the bracelet down. "All right." I gritted my teeth in determination. Before long, she had taken a photograph of the bracelet and departed with her car keys. An indescribable tension enveloped me. I felt even more anxious than when awaiting my examination results. Casting a glance at Zhang Xian's room, I noticed it was silent. She seemed exhausted, having indulged in drinks with Wendigo and now sleeping in her room. I sensed that Wendigo had feelings for Zhang Xian. Contemplating this, I decided to call Lu Jiqing. "Chingu, what did you all do this afternoon?" "Singing and dining," he replied. "Wang Shi, were you upset during lunch today? Perhaps you felt neglected by Wendy? If that is the case, just say so, and I will ignore him in the future," Lu Jiqing remarked. "Not really upset. Just had something sudden come up, so I didn't go," I fibbed to Lu Jiqing. "Oh, is that so? What was so urgent that you couldn't join me?" However, this afternoon, we had quite the fruitful experience. Wendy specifically mentioned in the karaoke hall that young Master Bao should take good care of us. If he hears of anyone harming us, he will personally avenge us. "Also, I didn't know you and Zhang Xian were siblings," Lu Jiqing added. "What? How did you know?" I exclaimed, my eyes widening at his words. "Zhang Xian told us herself. She shared everything about you. Last night, she even treated us to dinner and asked Wendy to look after you. Wang Shi, I truly envy you for having such a beautiful and wealthy sister. Why can't I have a sister as lovely as yours?" Lu Jiqing continued. He then relayed some of Zhang Xian's remarks to me. He explained that Zhang Xian often mocked and ridiculed me in hopes of motivating me to strive harder. She refrained from acknowledging our relationship to spur me on, but since I have consistently disappointed her, she has given up and will no longer provoke me, allowing me to become whatever I wish. Hearing this made me scoff internally. I thought to myself, how could Zhang Xian care so much? It's like pouring boiling water on flowers in winter. I have a condition that prevents me from engaging in vigorous exercise. I can only take leisurely walks to maintain my health, and sports like basketball or soccer are completely out of reach for me. Even with the slightest effort, the results are negligible. I must go to the hospital for a few days every few months, and upon my return, I find it difficult to comprehend what the teachers are saying. No matter how much Zhang Xian tries to provoke me, without her tutoring, I cannot improve. Zhang Xian's method of showing concern is utterly absurd. She is quite the eccentric. Lu Jiqing has stirred up a storm of frustration within me, and I resolved to have a word with Zhang Xian tomorrow. She was already asleep by the time I decided not to disturb her. The next morning, I rose early, eager to eat breakfast and attend school, and I also wished to see Zhang Xian to discuss how she might treat me in the future. However, for some reason, neither Zhang Xian nor my aunt had awakened, leaving the house eerily quiet. I sat in the dining room in a daze until I realized it was Saturday. At that moment, Zhang Xian's bedroom door opened. Perhaps because she had gone to bed early the previous night, she woke up particularly early today. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she glared at me and said, "Why are you up so early?" "I have school today." I blinked and replied, "Ha, silly," Zhang Xian scoffed, glancing at the wall clock. "Perfect timing. We should head to Zhongjie soon." "What for?" I inquired. "To buy you some shoes, you silly." Zhang Xian scolded me again. Since Winnie had treated us to dinner yesterday, Zhang Xian's plan to take me shopping for shoes had fallen through. I hadn't expected much anyway, thinking she might have forgotten. But to my surprise, she remembered, which touched my heart a little. Even though she continued to mock me, I felt a warmth inside. "Let me take a shower, and then we'll go out." Zhang Xian shot me a fierce look before heading to the bathroom. "No need," my aunt's voice suddenly chimed from behind me. "Why not?" Zhang Xian asked, startled to see my aunt emerging as well. Chapter 26. A chance encounter with Tang Wendy. My aunt's laughter was cold, her demeanor equally frigid. She regarded me with a disdainful glare, her face etched with cruelty. Today, my aunt was a stark contrast to the previous day, as if she had reverted to her former self. I could sense an unsettling feeling in my heart, as if I were beginning to understand something. With a sneer, my aunt dismissed Zhang Xian's intentions, saying, Xian, you needn't take him shopping anymore, nor buy him shoes. Wang Shi is ungrateful. No matter how well you treat him, it will be in vain. From now on, you're not to spend a penny on him, nor get too close to him. Do you hear me?" "Why?" Zhang Xian questioned in disbelief. "Because his bracelet is a fake." My aunt scoffed, casting a scornful glance at me. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Xian looked at me in utter shock. I gazed at my aunt's dismissive demeanor and smiled. When I handed the bracelet to her yesterday, I had already anticipated this outcome. If my bracelet was indeed a fake, I was certain my aunt would immediately turn against me. She would no longer treat me kindly, nor allow Zhang Xian to approach me. But I was unafraid, for I yearned to uncover the truth about my origins. Even the slightest clue would suffice. If the bracelet were genuine, it would imply that my parents held an extraordinary status. The recent incidents of being followed would gradually come to light. Conversely, if the bracelet were fake, it would suggest my parents were ordinary people. As for being followed, perhaps it had truly been my imagination. No one was seeking me out. My parents would not come for me. I would never see my parents again. Haha, I knew it. My bracelet couldn't possibly be genuine. If my parents were indeed prominent figures, why would they abandon me here to be bullied? Contemplating this, I cast a resigned glance at my aunt before trudging back to my room. Unable to lift even a bag of rice, what a useless person you are. My aunt's cold words echoed behind me. Fine. My heart ached at her remarks. The outside world was dull, and the sky appeared so gray. The room was dim, and I sat on my bed, feeling a chill within. Gradually, despair enveloped my heart. I had never harbored the expectation that the bracelet was real, nor had I ever envisioned my parents as significant individuals. Yet, why hadn't they come to find me? Dad, Mom, do you know how much suffering I've endured in this household? Tears threatened to spill from my eyes, and I felt an overwhelming urge to scream in anguish. Suddenly, I began to resent my parents. I despised them for their callous abandonment. It would be one thing if my father were irresponsible, but why did he have to take my beautiful mother away as well? If it weren't for him, my mother would never have left me in this cold and indifferent home. Searching for him, my anger extended beyond my parents to my aunt. For the sake of money, my aunt would resort to any means necessary. She had played her part so well these past few days that I nearly believed she had genuinely begun to care about me. Haha, her acting is exceptional, and she is truly hypocritical. Upon discovering that my bracelet was not genuine, she branded me as ungrateful, claiming that no matter how well she treated me, it would be futile. What an excellent excuse. And what about Zhang Xian? Was her kindness toward me merely a fade? She acknowledged our relationship yesterday. Could it be that she was deceiving me too? The thought pierced my heart with renewed pain. What are you doing? Why did you take off your jacket again? Hurry up, we're going to Zhongjia. Suddenly, the door swung open. Dressed beautifully and exuding a delightful fragrance, Zhang Xian appeared before me. Sister, you? I exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe she had come to find me again. Perhaps noticing the redness around my eyes, Zhang Xian gasped in astonishment. Gradually, a smile as cruel as my aunt's spread across her face. With her chin held high, she looked down at me with haughty disdain, saying, "How pathetic. Are you on the verge of tears because your parents are not prominent figures? I told you long ago that your bracelet was fake. If it were genuine, how could your parents allow you to stay here, taking advantage of my family? Ha ha, you're truly a laughingstock." Zhang Xian mocked me once more, and I had long since grown accustomed to her taunts. With no desire to engage in a retort, I furrowed my brow and said, "Sister, you misunderstand me. I have never yearned for my parents to be prominent figures. I merely feel disappointment." "What are you disappointed about?" Zhang Xian inquired. "Lately, I have had an unsettling sensation that someone is following me, and I suspect it could be my parents. Yet, my suspicion may be unfounded. They might not have come looking for me," I replied. "Haha, your imagination is quite vivid. You're just a nobody who would have the leisure to stalk you. Your parents might be dead. Stop overthinking," Zhang Xian retorted. "What did you say?" I exclaimed in a fit of rage, glaring at her. "Why are you yelling at me? Your parents don't care about you at all, so why defend them? They've abandoned you. What is wrong with saying they're dead? Shouldn't irresponsible parents be criticized?" Zhang Xian was also angered, raising her delicate brows at me. "You have no right to speak about them." My face flushed with fury. "All right, are you going to buy shoes with me or not? If not, I'll go shopping alone," Zhang Xian declared. "I'm not going," I replied angrily. "What? You're not going? Are you toying with me? If you don't go, then my shower was pointless," Zhang Xian said. "You shower every day anyway," I countered. "I have to wait until evening," she replied. "Oh, then I'll wait for you to wash your face, and then we can go together." After exchanging a few words with Zhang Xian, my anger dissipated. "Let us just take a shower and sneak out," Zhang Xian winked at me. "All right, I understand," I said. While showering at home, I felt a tinge of emotion. Although Zhang Xian's tone remained unchanged, I could sense her kindness towards me. These past few days, my aunt had pretended to be overly nice to me, nearly deceiving me. In contrast, Zhang Xian's seemingly genuine affection, influenced by my aunt, was heartfelt. My parents would no longer seek me out. Yet, I was fortunate to have Zhang Xian's kindness. I thought my world had turned dark and colorless, but Zhang Xian added a splash of color to it. Under the pretense of avoiding my aunt, Zhang Xian and I snuck out together. Though the sky remained overcast, the air felt fresh and liberating. My heart lightened, and my spirits lifted considerably. Stealing a glance at the charming Zhang Xian filled me with unexplainable joy. This was our first outing together. Sister, why have you suddenly been so nice to me? I pondered aloud in the car. Because I pity you, okay? Zhang Xian shot me a fierce glance. If I were perpetually pitiful, would you always be this kind to me? I asked, contemplating. It depends on my mood, Zhang Xian replied. What can I do to earn your favor? I queried. Zhang Xian, growing slightly impatient from my incessant chatter, finally said, just be like this. Like this? I asked, astonished. Yes, since you're a nobody, you ought to act like one. Listen to me, don't contradict me. Don't anger me. And don't do anything that displeases me. Don't act as if you possess abilities when your temper is worse than a young Master S. Zhang Xian instructed. Huh. He blinks ahead. Her implication was clear. If you lack talent, don't act pretentious. Instead, say some flattering words to appease her. The driver couldn't help but interject, muttering under his breath about how one should indulge a pretty companion. After hearing the driver's words, both Zhang Xian and I fell silent. Though his words were crude, they held some truth. Stealing another glance at Zhang Xian, I thought to myself how truly beautiful she was. With her snow-white oval face, delicate, slender brows, exquisite nose, and tender lips, especially her clear, soulful eyes that evoked a sense of compassion. With such a stunning sister, I should indeed be more accommodating towards her. I realized I had seldom given way to Zhang Xian. Whenever she treated me poorly, I would harbor resentment. She owed me nothing. She had every reason to be unkind. My mindset had been flawed. Henceforth, no matter how she treated me, I should not resent her. The driver mistakenly believed we were a couple, causing Zhang Xian to shy away from speaking with me. After alighting from the vehicle, Zhang Xian led me to Starbucks for breakfast, followed by a shopping spree at the mall. However, shopping with Zhang Xian was indeed frustrating. As soon as I spotted a pair of shoes I liked, she would disdainfully exclaim, "Hurry and put that down. That style was popular years ago. Don't embarrass me. Am I not allowed to look?" I protested. "Huh, you just want to buy it," she replied. "I wouldn't even bother glancing at such cheap merchandise," Zhang Xian declared. As I entered another store to browse, she once again mocked, "Don't go in there. That store hasn't had new styles in years." "Aren't you tired?" "I'm just looking around," I retorted. "Haha. Country bumpkin," Zhang Xian scoffed. She spent the entire morning guiding me around without buying me any shoes, but she herself was quite pleased with her 2 new garments. Then she received a phone call and, after hanging up, informed me, "Tang Ning is coming. Let us wait for her to shop together. She'll help you find shoes." "Tang Ning is coming?" I asked, astonished. "Yes, don't say anything to embarrass me. Now everyone knows you're my brother. Be mindful of your image," Zhang Xian admonished. "Sister, can you refrain from using an E so often?" I inquired. "I'm a wealthy person, so what if I'm a bit proud? Also, have you forgotten what I told you?" Zhang Xian asked. "I remember. No contradicting you. No making you angry," I replied. "Haha, you're clever. Don't ruin my mood, or I won't take you shopping," she warned. "Sister, you look truly stunning today. You have such a captivating presence," I complimented after a moment's thought. "Get lost." Zhang Xian shot me a fierce glare. After sitting in the mall for half an hour, Zhang Xian's phone rang. It was Tang Ning arriving. Zhang Xian answered the call and began scanning the area. My heart raced with excitement, for Tang Ning was also a beauty. She had a petite figure and an adorable appearance, contrasting with Zhang Xian's beauty, but equally pleasing to the eye. "She is here." Zhang Xian suddenly pointed toward the figure in the distance, her mouth covered in excitement. A petite beauty approached, gently embracing Zhang Xian and playfully tussling with her. At the same time, a young man walked over, smiling warmly at Zhang Xian. "Wendy, you're here too?" Upon seeing Tang Wendy, Zhang Xian exclaimed joyfully. "Yes, I heard you were shopping, so I came. Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal." With a smile, Tang Wendy placed his hand on Zhang Xian's waist. Chapter 27. Tang Wendy's home when Tang Ning and Tang Wendy arrived. Tang Wendy's gaze was fixed solely on Zhang Xian, completely ignoring my presence as if I were invisible. When he reached out towards Zhang Xian, an uncontrollable anger surged within me. Despite his previous assistance, witnessing him take advantage of Zhang Xian left me feeling uncomfortable. I stepped forward, positioning myself to block Tang Wendy's hand, my eyes fixed on him with suspicion. "You're here too?" Tang, when he finally noticed me, his expression somewhat surprised. He appeared quite serious, as if touching Zhang Xian's waist were entirely normal. Wendy, seeing that he wasn't angered by my interference, I greeted him with a smile. You're Zhang Xian's brother? Tang Wendy asked in a peculiar tone. Yes, what about it? I replied. Oh, it's nothing. Dan Wendy Juka. Zhang Xian. Haven't you bought shoes for Wang Shi yet? What is wrong? Has your fashion sense declined? Tang Ning suddenly interjected, interrupting my conversation with Tang Wendy. Indeed, I absolutely despise buying shoes for boys. It's utterly tedious, Zhang Xian pouted. Do you often buy shoes for other men? Both Tang Wendy and I asked in unison. As soon as the words left our mouths, we exchanged glances, sensing the awkwardness in the air. I noticed Tang Wendy's gaze towards me once again appeared strange. It was precisely due to the tacit understanding between us that Zhang Xian felt a bit awkward. Nevertheless, it was Tang Ning who spoke first, oblivious to any dissonance between Tang Wenning and me. With a smile, she remarked that someone as proud as Zhang Xian would never buy shoes for another boy. When she was dating Chun's son, all her gifts were in cash. Ha ha, how amusing Zhang Xian is. Casting a glance at me, Tang Wendy added, Indeed, Zhang Xian is quite lazy. Don't mention Chun's son. It vexes me, Zhang Xian interjected. All right, let us not bring it up. Let us go have dinner. After we finish, you'll see how I can help Wang Shi secure a pair of shoes in just half an hour, Tang Ning declared. Upon hearing this, Tang Wendy chuckled. There were dining options in the mall, and on the 6th floor, numerous restaurants awaited. Tang Wendy treated us to a small hot pot restaurant. He appeared significantly older than us, perhaps by 7 or 8 years, and he seemed adept at navigating social situations, attending to Zhang Xian attentively throughout the meal. During dinner, Tang Wendy suddenly turned to me. Ever since I had disrupted his plans earlier, his gaze had changed toward me. Your name is Wang Qi, right? He inquired. Wang Qi Danashche, he replied. Yes, Wang Qi. Did Sure-Sanding trouble you yesterday? Tang Wendy asked. Bro, his name is Wang Shi, Tang Ning corrected. No, he didn't bother me. I sensed a hint of provocation in Tang Wendy's tone, but refrained from emphasizing my name. If Sure-Sanding gives you any trouble again, just let Zhang Xian know. She has my phone number, Tang Wendy said. Thank you, Brother Wendy. I nodded lightly. Oh, no need for thanks, after all. You're Zhang Xian's brother. If she needs anything, I'm always available, Tang Wendy assured. I like Zhang Xian. Tang Wendy suddenly fixed his gaze on me. At his declaration, my heart jolted. I then discerned a hint of threat in his demeanor. He seemed to have perceived my feelings for Zhang Xian. Instantly, Zhang Xian's cheeks flushed, and she stammered, Brother Wendy, you're just teasing me. How could I possibly be worthy of you? You're so renowned, and I'm just a student. Stop joking. How could you possibly like me? No joke, I mean it, Tang Wendy asserted earnestly, gazing at Zhang Xian. Xian, my brother has confessed his feelings. Tang Ning appeared somewhat surprised, yet pleased, glancing between Tang Wendy and Zhang Xian, seemingly hoping for a romantic pairing. Ha ha, stop it. I'm getting embarrassed. Stealing a glance at me, Zhang Xian hurriedly declined. Xian, why not consider being with my brother? After all, you've already broken up with that scoundrel, Chen's son. It would be wonderful to be with my brother. If you do, we'd be family, Tang Ning encouraged. I never anticipated that Tang Wendy had come to confess to Zhang Xian, nor that Tang Ning would support his pursuit. Tang Wendy may not be conventionally handsome, but he possessed a certain charm. He was formidable in fights and held a considerable reputation outside of school. I felt dwarfed by him, as if there existed an insurmountable chasm between us. To my astonishment, even Tang Ning, Zhang Xian's closest friend, was advocating for Tang Wendy. Watching them, I felt a wave of apprehension wash over me. I dreaded that Zhang Xian might genuinely accept Tang Wendy's advances, thereby stealing away the fragile connection I had begun to forge with her. She would be snatched away by him, and I was deeply enamored with Zhang Xian. Tang Ning, stop joking around. Who would want to be your sister-in-law? Be careful. I might just end up as your sister-in-law and face domestic violence. I protested. It wouldn't work. My brother and I aren't suited. I have a fondness for your brother, but it's more like familial affection. P.S. just teasing me. You're in on this joke too. If you keep talking about it, I'll leave. Saying this, Zhang Xian stood up to depart. Ha, just a jest to see how startled you are. Let us eat. Tang Wendy's expression shifted. Then he smiled and reached out to pull Zhang Xian back. I knew you were just teasing. Zhang Xian laughed, returning to her seat with a playful grimace. The meal commenced in earnest with Zhang Xian, Tang Wendy, and Tang Ning engaging in lively conversation. Tang Wendy refrained from further declarations of love, as if the prior moment had merely been a jest. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Zhang Xian had not been taken from me. However, I began to understand the depths of Tang Wendy's character. He seemed to possess a knack for manipulation, even more so than the affluent young master. These individuals were indeed formidable, their cunning profound. While Zhang Xian appeared intelligent, she was as naive as a blank canvas. Tang Wendy, too, showcased his ability to drink, downing 3 bottles at the hot pot restaurant. With a flushed face, he half-drunkenly said to me, "Wang Qi, though your sister isn't with me, if you ever need anything at school, just let me know. I'll ensure you're well taken care of. Even if you wish to become Shi San Ing's elder brother, my words can elevate you." "No need, Brother Wendy. I'm quite content as I am," I replied. "That's unacceptable. People should always strive for greater heights. Your parents are no longer around. I must look after you in their stead. It's essential that I elevate you to a brotherly status," Tang Wendy insisted. Hearing his words, my expression soured instantly. Tang Ning and Zhang Xian shared my discomfort, sensing the provocation in Tang Wendy's tone. Zhang Xian, who understood me best, knew how much I loathed anyone mentioning my parents. My heart brimmed with anger, wishing to grab a beer bottle and smash it over his head. "Brother, how can you speak carelessly? Wang Xi's parents are fine. They're just away," and Haven T returned to find him. Tang Ning gently interjected, her brow furrowing slightly. After saying this, she quickly turned to me and said, "Wang Xi, I've known about your relationship with Zhang Xian for quite some time. When did you find out?" I asked, my anger somewhat subsiding as the topic shifted. "Last time on Zhang Xian's birthday, that's when I learned." She cried, expressing her guilt. At that moment, she felt confused and said you were a thief. Afterwards, she regretted it, especially when she saw Chun Sun and his friends attacking you. She even mentioned wanting to make amends, Tang Ning explained. "I also know a secret. Would you like to hear it?" Tang Ning glanced at Tang Wendy, her complexion paling slightly. "What secret?" I inquired. "Is it true that you've been in poor health since childhood, often falling ill?" Tang Ning asked. "Yes," I replied. "Then do you know what made Zhang Xian the angriest that day?" She continued. "I don't know," I shook my head lightly. "Come here, I'll tell you." Tang Ning grinned mischievously, beckoning me closer with her finger. "What secret?" My curiosity piqued, I leaned in. "Tang Ning, are you being cheeky?" Zhang Xian interjected, her irritation evident as she perceived Tang Ning's intention to whisper to me. Ignoring Zhang Xian, Tang Ning leaned in closer to my ear and whispered, "Zhang Xian said your health is poor, and you're always sick. She was furious when she saw you stealing her stockings, fearing you might fall ill and end up in the hospital." "What?" My expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Tang Ning's words. "Ha ha ha, to be honest, your sister treats you well. She just has this prideful nature. She never expresses her kindness directly." "Xian Xian is truly the best person," Tang Ning said, grinning and wrapping her arm around Zhang Xian's. Surprised, I glanced at Zhang Xian again. At that moment, I finally grasped the situation. Zhang Xian genuinely cared for me, albeit she never wished for me to know. Her seemingly harsh demeanor was merely a facade, a result of her aunt's disapproval of her kindness towards me. If she were too generous, her allowance would likely diminish, making her life at home more challenging. Only when her days are a bit easier will she allow mine to be so. She often mocks me deliberately, merely seeking to spur me on. Zhang Xian, if it weren't for Tang Ning and Tang Wendy being present, I would have embraced Zhang Xian and wept bitterly. "Are we still buying shoes?" Tang Wendy said coldly beside me. "Enough of this, let's go shoe shopping." Zhang Xian's eyes betrayed a hint of panic, and she stood up. Upon discovering the truth, my heart warmed as I descended the stairs with Zhang Xian. I no longer harbored any resentment towards her. She appeared endearing in every regard. Walking alongside her, I felt an impulse to grasp her small hand. I eagerly anticipated completing the shoe purchase so that I could return home and share my innermost thoughts with Zhang Xian. She treats me unkindly on purpose, yet I too am not innocent in this regard. I constantly bicker with her, expressing my disdain in my heart. Yet when she is bullied, I'm always the first to leap to her defense. Even if I cannot overpower anyone, I would fight fiercely for Zhang Xian. As we reached the ground floor, Tang Ning quickly selected a new pair of shoes for me. They were Converse sneakers, and as soon as I put them on, Zhang Xian discarded my old ones. Buying a pair of worn-out shoes was too much trouble. We decided to head home. I was somewhat satisfied with my new shoes, as Zhang Xian remarked to Tang Ning and Tang Wendy. Are we going home already? Let's play a little longer, Tang Wendy suggested. His spirits lifted considerably. Yes, we just finished eating. How about we enjoy ourselves a bit longer? Tang Ning replied, somewhat reluctant to leave. Where to? Zhang Xian inquired. To my new house. I invite you all for drinks, Tang Wendy declared. Your new home? Zhang Xian asked, astonished. Let us go, Tang Wendy urged, pulling Zhang Xian along. Reluctantly, Zhang Xian allowed herself to be led, encouraged by Tang Ning, who was also keen to spend more time with her. Meanwhile, I felt a growing sense of vigilance. It seemed that Tang Wendy was frustrated that his scheme had not succeeded. Soon enough, we settled into Tang Wendy's car, a luxurious Toyota Crown. Zhang Xian seemed surprised as she asked, Wendy-go, did you buy this car yourself? He had financed the car on his own, while his parents had purchased the house for him. Now, he merely lacked a wife, but it seemed he was still waiting. Tang Ning chimed in. You were just teasing me. Zhang Xian shot Tang Ning a disapproving glance. Riding in Tang Wendy's vehicle, we swiftly arrived at his home. Upon entering, I was taken aback. We resided in a province where housing prices were exorbitant, yet Tang Wendy's parents had gifted him a villa, an elegant two-story house complete with a small garden. The interior was stunningly decorated, and as we stepped inside, Zhang Xian's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Tang Ning, I had no idea your family was so wealthy. Our families are quite similar. If yours wanted to buy, you could, Tang Ning replied with a smile. Isn't this new house tastefully decorated? I spent $1.5 million just on renovations, Tang Wendy boasted. Now, I have everything I need, except for a beautiful wife. If you were willing, I would gladly hand over the keys to the house to you, Xian Xian. Tang Wendy posit, undo de. Wendy-go, please stop. Zhang Xian quickly rejected his offer. I have Rio cocktails in my house. Tang Ning, please pour some for Zhang Xian. Wang Qi, come upstairs with me. We need to grab a few things. Tang Wendy instru. Zhang Xian's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Tang Wendy's exquisite home. Unable to resist, she touched the elegantly crafted staircase railings, carefully examining the decor. When she heard Tang Wendy ask me to fetch something, she immediately offered. Wendy-go, what do you need? I can help you. It's not heavy. We can chat while we do it, Tang Wendy said with a smile. All right then, your home is truly beautiful, Zhang Xian remarked, momentarily forgetting her surroundings as she continued to admire the decor. Shall we? Tang Wendy smiled at me. Yes, I replied, following him upstairs, my instincts alert. Once we reached the second floor, Tang Wendy led me into a beautifully appointed study. In an instant, his demeanor shifted from a smile to a menacing glare. Grasping my collar, he hissed, You aren't Zhang Xian's real brother, are you? Indeed, I am not, I replied, unafraid despite his reputation. You dare to compete with me for a woman, you fool? Suddenly, he struck me hard across the face. Chapter 28. Tang Wendy's threat, don't scream. A single cry, and I will ensure both you and Zhang Xian meet your end. This is my home. I can do whatever I please. After delivering a brutal slap, Tang Wendy clamped his hand over my mouth, forcefully pushing me backward. You think you can compete with me for women? He snarled, his grip tightening. Enraged, I attempted to shout, but my words only emerged as muffled groans. He was clever enough to anticipate my curses. His strength was overwhelming. I found myself unable to move an inch. Seeing my helplessness, Tang Wendy displayed a smug satisfaction. You are worthless. I sensed something was off the moment I laid eyes on you. I wanted to take advantage of Zhang Xian, yet you dared to ruin my plans. It was evident you two are not true siblings. You like her, don't you? You want to pursue her? I clenched my fists, glaring at him in defiance. How dare you? Tang Wendy retaliated with a punch to my stomach, causing me to double over in pain. It was my first experience of such a blow. The agony was unlike anything I had ever felt, as if a knife was slicing through me. Tears threatened to spill as I struggled to breathe. Perhaps sensing my vulnerability, Tang Wendy released me. Yet, once freed, I remained silent, for the pain in my abdomen rendered me speechless. I crouched on the floor, clutching my belly, hoping to alleviate my suffering. Does it feel good? Want more? Tang Wendy mocked, lighting a cigarette and standing over me. I could only endure in silence, the pain persisting. Observing my silence, he crouched before me, exhaling smoke directly into my face. Do you know what I am? I am a thug, living off my wits. With a single call, 100 men will chase you down the street. If I say the word, you will be expelled from school within a day. And even after that, your life will be a living hell. I will ensure someone watches you constantly, making your existence unbearable. Even if your parents come, I will not hesitate to strike. Do you understand the consequences of trying to take a woman from me? He released me, lightly slapping my cheek. Hearing his words, I remained silent, still clutching my stomach, feeling slightly better. Are you scared? Tan Wendy tan te. Am I afraid of you? Suddenly, I lifted my head and swung a punch at Tang Wendy. To my surprise, I struck him squarely in the eye. My punch had nearly drained my strength, and he appeared momentarily stunned, blinking in astonishment. Then, his expression twisted into one of rage. He retaliated with a powerful blow to my head, launching a relentless assault upon me. He struck me in silence, gritting his teeth as he continued to pummel me. Finally, he seized my head and smashed it against the wall. After enduring several blows, he finally released me, panting, and said, "How dare you hit me again? Go ahead, try it." I shouted back, "Why wouldn't I dare to strike you?" and swung another punch at him. "You fool." He retaliated with a powerful jab that left my mouth bleeding. He then cast a fierce glance towards the door and pressed down on me, his large hand gripping my mouth tightly as he breathed heavily, staring at me. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by his labored breaths. He anticipated my defiance. I had the audacity to insult and strike him. Perhaps he feared Zhang Xian would learn of his actions, which is why he kept the noise to a minimum. After a few tense seconds, he remarked, "You're quite bold, aren't you? You're not scared of me, but what if I decide to deal with Zhang Xian?" His words sent a jolt of anxiety through me. I shot him an angry glare. Sensing he had struck a nerve, Tang Wendy licked his lips with a smirk. Taking a drag from his half-finished cigarette, he waved the smoldering end in front of me and said, "You think you can outsmart me? I've been around longer than you've been alive. You think I can't see you have a crush on Zhang Xian? But let me be clear, she's mine. I have my eyes on her wealth and her body. If you interfere, I'll make sure you regret it. Do you think I fear death?" I retorted, struggling against his grip. "You may not fear death, but do you fear what I might do to Zhang Xian?" Tang Wendy challenged. "You wouldn't dare." I shot back. "Why wouldn't I? I've committed my share of crimes. If I wanted Zhang Xian, I could easily lure her to my place and drug her. The women I've been with are beyond your imagination. I just want to have a little fun with her to experience what it's like to date someone. If you continue to be a thorn in my side, don't blame me for ruining your chances." I remained silent, believing his threats. I was convinced that if he couldn't have Zhang Xian, he would resort to despicable tactics against her. Even if he liked Zhang Xian, it wouldn't matter. She's mine to claim. If you keep getting in my way, I'll ensure your life becomes unbearable. When I have Zhang Xian, you'll wish you had never crossed me. After finishing his cigarette, he extinguished it with his fingers. "If you're smart, help me win her over. I'll ensure you have an easier time, and I'll take care of you at school. I'm a big shot. I'll look after you. Think it over. If you can't comprehend, I'll kill you now and then go downstairs to have my way with Zhang Xian." Tang Wendy released me. His words ignited a fury in me that nearly made me spit blood. Clenching my teeth, I longed to charge at him once more. However, his fighting skills were formidable, and the beating I had just endured had nearly incapacitated me. His status was also far beyond my reach. He was not just a local gang leader, but also wealthy and powerful, with many followers. Even someone as notorious as Bao Xiao would bow to him. I had no means to compete. Continuing to fight would only result in my demise. Fear gnawed at me that he might genuinely harm Zhang Xian downstairs. I could faintly hear her voice from below, a blend of arrogance and innocence that twisted my heart in pain, fearing that my impulsiveness might endanger her. Let him pretend to be a good person in front of Zhang Xian. Perhaps it would rein him in a bit. "Do you really like Zhang Xian?" I finally asked, gritting my teeth. "Have you come to your senses?" He sneered. "If you truly care for her, I might consider letting her go. But you must promise me you won't use any vile tactics against her." "How could I? If I intended to use underhanded methods, I would have done so already. She's a good friend of my sister. I have to respect that," he replied, his demeanor softening as he chuckled. He patted my shoulder and said, "Brother, you have no chance with Zhang Xian. What good is it to threaten me? Her family is wealthy, and you're just a nobody. You're not even decent looking enough for her. Why not help me? If I become your brother-in-law, I can look out for you." I thought to myself, you are the ugly one, but I held my tongue, merely watching him silently. Don't take offense at what happened earlier. I was a bit out of line after drinking. Don't tell Zhang Xian, or it'll tarnish my image. If she dislikes me because of this, I may have to resort to some underhanded methods. He helped me straighten my clothes and clean the blood from my mouth, restoring my appearance to how it was when I first ascended the stairs. "Did you hear me? Are you mute?" He snapped when I remained silent, squeezing me tightly. "Yes, I heard you, Brother Wendy," I replied, humiliated to the point of tears. "That's my good brother," he laughed, finally finishing with my appearance before leading me downstairs. As we descended, Zhang Xian looked at us, surprised. "What were you two doing upstairs for so long?" she inquired. This guy was too eager. He kept looking at the movies on my computer. I had to urge him multiple times before he came down. Tang Wendy smiled. A chill ran through me at his words. I hadn't anticipated him being so audacious as to tarnish my reputation. "Were the movies good?" he asked, his eyes glinting with a threatening light, glancing at Zhang Xian. "They were." "Fine," I replied, clenching my fists, fearing his intentions toward her. "Next time, avoid watching that kind of stuff. It's bad for your health. By the way, I notice I'm low on tissues in my study. Did you use them?" Tang Wendy asked. "Brother, what are you talking about?" Tang Ning blushed at his insinuation. "Wang Shi, you have no shame. I'm really disappointed in you. Let us go home. Stop embarrassing me." Zhang Xian was also furious, glaring at me as if to leave. "You're leaving?" Tang Wendy asked in surprise. "Yes, I need to go home. My mom called, saying my dad is coming back today. He is eager to see us, so we need to hurry. If we don't, she'll come to pick us up," Zhang Xian explained. "Really? You've only been here a short while." Tang Wendy seemed reluctant. "I really have to go home, otherwise my mom will be upset. She has high expectations for me, and if I'm late, she'll be displeased," Zhang Xian insisted. "Oh, then let me drive you home. We won't upset your mom," Tang Wendy suggested after a moment's thought. "Thank you," Zhang Xian smiled. Driving his crown car, Tang Wendy delivered both Zhang Xian and me back home. Throughout the journey, he cast glances my way, but I refrained from showering him with compliments. In my heart, I had resolved that I would never concede Zhang Xian to him, even at the cost of my own life. The situation at his residence had been perilous, and this was merely a temporary measure. Upon arriving in my building, Tang Wendy gazed deeply into my eyes. I remained silent, ascending the stairs alongside Zhang Xian. As we walked, I suddenly heard her laugh. "Wang Shi, do you think Tang Wendy is quite shameless? He's already 28, yet dares to pursue a high school girl like me." "What?" Zhang Xian's words left me momentarily speechless. Huh, if it weren't for Tang Ning's sake, I wouldn't even bother with him. Just because he is doing a bit better in life. What is so impressive about that? He's getting on in years, but still thinks he can win me over. Quite audacious indeed. If it were up to me, I would choose you over him. Zhang Xian proudly lifted her chin. "So do you like me?" After a moment's thought, I replied. In that instant, Zhang Xian's expression shifted. "I like you." My heart raced with anxiety, and I couldn't help but confess. My fear of losing her to someone else grew stronger. Tang Wendy had already made his move, and I had to act swiftly to win her heart before he did. That Zhang Xian's face darkened at the sight of me. It was then that I sensed something amiss. Her gaze was not truly on me. It seemed directed behind me. Chapter 29. Unspoken words after much deliberation. I finally voiced the words I had kept hidden within me. In that moment, I felt my face blanch and my body grow cold. I could indeed sense someone behind me, beads of sweat beginning to trickle down my forehead. Zhang Xian, noticing my pallor, shot me an awkward glare and, adopting a sweet demeanor, addressed my unseen companion. "Dad, you're back." "Yes. How has everything been at home these past few days?" A stern voice responded from behind. "Quite well. I've missed you," Zhang Xian replied sweetly. "Is that so? I missed you too." Then, I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder. The sudden contact nearly sent me tumbling. After suffering Tang Wendy's earlier blows, my legs felt weak, and my face paled further as I awkwardly stammered, "Uncle. Come on, let's head upstairs." My uncle appeared oblivious to our earlier exchange, offering me a smile. As we climbed the stairs together, my heart raced. Surely he had heard everything. He was simply pretending otherwise. Thankfully, it was my uncle who overheard, sparing me from humiliation. Had it been my aunt, I would have been thoroughly scolded. Casting another glance at Zhang Xian, an indescribable feeling welled up within me. Upon entering the house, I caught sight of my aunt's scornful gaze. She merely cast me a disdainful glance before coldly addressing my uncle. "What is this? You actually remember to come home?" "The company has been busy. I haven't had the chance to return," my uncle replied. "Huh, I thought you'd kick the bucket," my aunt scoffed. Seeing her unkind demeanor, my uncle appeared quite exasperated. However, being a man of integrity, he refused to argue back. Instead, he glanced toward the kitchen and inquired, "Did you cook?" "No, I wasn't in the mood," my aunt replied. "Every day, I toil away to earn a living, and you just stay home for beauty treatments and shopping. I return home for a rare visit, and you haven't even prepared a meal? My uncle inhaled deeply, finally unable to contain his anger. Is it not yet time? Why are you complaining to me? Look at the time. It's not even 4 o'clock yet. What do you want me to eat at this hour? My aunt shouted. What if Wang Shi is hungry? My uncle retorted loudly. Why should I care if he is hungry? Do I have to cater to him every day? My aunt was unyielding. As their argument escalated, the noise in the house grew louder. Zhang Xian, unable to bear it, softly attempted to mediate. Meanwhile, I felt a surge of resentment toward my aunt. Her mistreatment of me made me wish for my uncle to divorce her. After all, he was the breadwinner, and my aunt contributed nothing to the household. If they separated, perhaps life would improve for me. I contemplated feigning misery in front of my uncle. In a fit of anger, he might confront my aunt or even consider divorce. But then I looked at Zhang Xian and sighed inwardly. I realized I was merely a transient presence in this household, not a true family member. Despite my aunt's harshness, she had cooked for me and cared for me over the years. She had never forced me to do heavy chores, knowing I had health issues. Though her words were often hurtful, she had her own reality to contend with. I decided not to disrupt this family dynamic. Uncle, Zhang Xian and I had lunch outside. Please don't be angry. I'm not hungry at all, I quietly reassured him. What's the use of having you as a wife? My uncle ignored me, angrily addressing my aunt. Huh, so now you're starting to resent me? If you think I'm not good enough, go find a college girl instead. Now that you're wealthy, you could just find someone else, my aunt shouted. This argument had recurred countless times. Each time my aunt became upset, she would say the same things. Yet my uncle had never left her. His love for her remained steadfast. Fearing their quarrel would escalate, I hastily covered my uncle's mouth. He genuinely cared for me and never retaliated, no matter how I treated him. Unable to argue with my mouth covered, my uncle reluctantly pushed my hand away and said, Fine, let us just go eat out. I thought to myself, today is the dumpling festival. I had hoped to return home and enjoy the festivities, but instead, I was met with anger. If it weren't for Zhang Xian and Wang Shi being here, I would have dreaded coming back to this house. Then get lost. My aunt shouted, Fine, if you want to go, I'll go. My uncle, still irritable, cursed and took Zhang Xian and me with him. My uncle is truly a good man. He lets my aunt drive the nice car he bought. Despite being a big boss, he often takes a taxi or the company van. He brought Zhang Xian and me to a large restaurant, where he ordered the menu for us to choose our dishes. He appeared flushed, still somewhat angry. Order a plate of dumplings for your mom. She loves the celery filling. Bring it back for her when we eat later. I want to be going home, my uncle instructed. All right. Zhang Xian nodded gently, selecting a few plates of dumplings and some side dishes. Gradually, we fell into silence, exchanging glances. I recalled my earlier confession to Zhang Xian that my uncle had overheard, and my face turned crimson once more. Thankfully, the restaurant served dumplings quickly. We sat in silence, heads bowed as we quietly consumed our meal. Having eaten hot pot for lunch, I found it difficult to eat again so soon. I noticed Zhang Xian casting furtive glances at me, appearing quite distressed. Suddenly, my phone buzzed with a message. My mood, which had improved slightly, plummeted upon reading it. Little brat, are you trying to play games with me? Just wait until Monday. I'll show you a good time. The message was from an unknown number, but the tone made it clear who it was. Frustrated by the text, I contemplated shutting my phone off. Wang Shi, has anyone been bothering you at school lately? My uncle suddenly asked. His question caught me off guard. I thought of Tang Wendy, who had just assaulted me, and considered whether to tell my uncle. But I quickly dismissed the idea. Tang Wendy was a notorious troublemaker outside our school, with many followers. Even the wealthy young master feared him. My uncle was a legitimate businessman. Telling him would be futile. He would seek revenge for me. At best, he might have a word with Brother Wendy. This would not resolve anything and might only incite further anger from Tang Wendy. He was skilled at putting on a fade, especially in front of Zhang Xian, where he acted like a perfect gentleman. If I tarnish his image, he might resort to despicable means to deal with Zhang Xian. Being threatened is an unbearable experience. No one, uncle. During this time, things have been quite good, and Xian has been especially kind to me. I said, Well, that's good, he replied. If anyone bullies you, I will go to your school to confront them. Hearing my uncle's words, I felt a sense of helplessness. I thought to myself, he still believes it's someone from school. If he knew I had provoked someone from outside, he'd be utterly astonished. Tang Wendy is truly terrifying. It's better not to put my uncle in a difficult position. The meal passed quickly. Both Zhang Xian and I barely touched our food. My uncle, however, appeared quite hungry, as it seemed he hadn't eaten lunch. He then instructed the waiter to pack up the leftovers for Zhang Xian to take back to aunt. Realizing that my uncle truly wouldn't be going home, I pondered how many days it would be until I saw him again. After a moment's thought, I immediately asked my uncle, "Uncle, when will my parents come pick me up?" "Why the sudden question? Aren't you doing well here?" he inquired. "I miss my parents." Recalling the humiliation I suffered, my nose tinged with a sense of ache. Seeing my distress, my uncle appeared somewhat pained. He then smiled, ruffled my hair, and said, "Don't worry, your parents would never abandon you. They love you, and I believe they will come for you." "Then, when will they come for me?" I asked again. "Well." Upon hearing my question, my uncle furrowed his brow. "Uncle, you don't have to tell me when they will come for me. But, can you tell me what kind of people my parents are?" I inquired. "Wang Shi, who told you something?" My uncle's gaze suddenly turned vigilant, and he appeared extremely serious. I was taken aback by his expression. After a moment of contemplation, I decided to deceive him, saying, "Someone mentioned something to me, and they said a lot." "Who? What do they look like?" My uncle's face changed dramatically, and he seized my arm tightly. "Uncle," I was startled, feeling the pain from his grip. "Quickly tell me, what do they look like? Where are they? When did you see them?" My uncle demanded loudly, ignoring the astonished glances from other patrons in the restaurant. Faced with my uncle's anxious demeanor, I found myself at a loss for words. "Dad, Wang Shi is fooling you. We've been together recently. No one has approached him." Zhang Xian interjected, unable to hold back. "What? Fooling me?" My uncle looked at me in disbelief. "Yes, I was just fooling you. I miss my parents. Please tell me where they are." Once Zhang Xian exposed my ruse, I ceased to deceive my uncle. I suddenly felt on the verge of tears because I genuinely missed my parents. "I cannot say." My uncle frowned at me, again with that phrase. Knowing means knowing, not knowing means not knowing. What does cannot say mean? Are you playing with me? Tell me why you cannot say. I cannot help but shout, my eyes beginning to blur. Because, upon hearing my words, my uncle appeared greatly troubled. He seemed to be contemplating something, struggling to organize his thoughts. Yet, at that moment, his expression shifted dramatically, and mine followed suit. For once again, I heard that voice high. Chapter 30. Passerby, a single glance at my uncle's terrified eyes made me turn away instinctively. Yet behind me were only ordinary diners. I saw no extraordinary faces. The voice was the same as before, that of a girl's laughter. The laughter was clear and melodious, akin to the sound of silver bells. However, it seemed to carry a tinge of scorn, as if a girl were derisively laughing. She appeared youthful and beautiful, yet there was no such diner around us. I was certain this was not merely a figment of my imagination, for my uncle had also heard the voice. Who is it?" His face turned pale, and he suddenly shouted. His outburst startled the waitstaff and patrons in the restaurant. Silence ensued, with no one responding to my uncle's call. Zhang Xian's face also turned pale. She awkwardly tugged at my uncle's sleeve, saying, "Dad, what are you shouting about?" "Dad, what's wrong?" "They have come for us. They've come for us." My uncle's eyes were bloodshot, his demeanor extremely agitated. "Who has come?" I gazed at my uncle in astonishment, my heart churning like a turbulent sea. "It's—" Just as I was about to say something, my uncle's voice abruptly stopped. "Who is it?" I grew anxious, feeling increasingly strange. "Elfia, you and Zhang Xian must hurry home right now. Stay indoors for the next few days and don't go anywhere. Also, if you see any strangers approaching you, do not speak to them. I will arrange for someone to protect you. I will ensure they do not harm you." My uncle's face was as pale as a sheet. "Uncle, what is happening?" I asked. Ignoring me, my uncle gripped my arm and headed outside. He appeared extremely tense, his large hand gripping me like a vice. He then hailed a taxi and swiftly pushed Zhang Xian and me into the car. After a moment's thought, he tossed me his wallet, saying, "This is your fare." My uncle's wallet was bulging, containing at least 10,000. Seeing my uncle hurriedly hand over his wallet stirred an even stranger feeling within me. Just as I was about to say something, our taxi had already departed, leaving my uncle standing there with a look of apprehension. "Wang Shi, your parents haven't offended anyone, have they?" Zhang Xian, sitting in the car, looked pale. "I don't know." Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, I felt a bead of sweat form on my palms. Could it be that what my mother said was true? After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Xian muttered to herself. "What did your mother say?" I asked. She said your dad." Just as she was about to say something, Zhang Xian suddenly fell silent. "What did she say about my dad?" I pressed anxiously. "Never mind. It's probably not true. It's just my mother's speculation. Zhang Xian shook her head. What did she say? Zhang Xian, if you don't tell me today, I swear I'll kill you. I felt I was losing my mind, shouting at Zhang Xian. My mom said your dad used to be an official, but later embezzled funds and fled. Your parents have gone abroad. They will never return. Zhang Xian's face turned even paler in fear as she looked at me, clearly terrified. Then, Zhang Xian rolled her eyes at me and angrily shouted, What do you mean by that? Why are you yelling at me? You want to kill me? Come on. I apologize. Realizing I had lost my composure, I quickly apologized to Zhang Xian. I then sat quietly in the taxi, deep in thought. Piecing together the clues I had recently gathered, I contemplated my origins. First, my parents entrusted me to Zhang Xian's family for upbringing, yet they had never sought me out over the years. They must have encountered some difficulties. Secondly, my family might truly be extraordinary. I had heard that my mother had given a substantial sum of money to Zhang Xian's family during her childhood, which they used to purchase a house and a car. My uncle also utilized the remainder to start business. The fact that this sum could accomplish so much indicated it was anything but trivial. My aunt had mentioned that it was my mother's entire savings. However, even if my mother were an ordinary person, she was only in her 20s when she entrusted me to Zhang Xian's family. How could a young woman in her 20s amass such wealth? Moreover, Zhang Xian had claimed that my father was a criminal who embezzled funds and fled abroad. This seemed somewhat credible. After all, my mother had told me she was going to find my father when she entrusted me to Zhang Xian's family. Perhaps she truly did go abroad to find him. Given my father's special status, he might have been unable to return home all these years, and my mother might have remained abroad to accompany him. If this were true, what did my uncle's earlier attitude signify? Even Zhang Xian had noticed that my parents might have enemies. Otherwise, my uncle wouldn't have been so anxious. However, if my father is merely a corrupt official, what kind of enemies could he have made to frighten my uncle so profoundly? It seems implausible. Subtly, my thoughts drifted to my precious bracelet. Regardless of whether it was Lu Ziqing or young Master Bao, even my aunt displayed an unusual demeanor upon seeing it. Yet my bracelet is a fake, not something of significant value. My aunt has ceased to pay me any attention, showing no interest in my bracelet. If my parents were truly prominent figures, how could they possibly have given me a counterfeit bracelet? I recall young Master Bao mentioning that wearing a fake bracelet could lead to rashes. My mind was a whirlwind of confusion. I had thought the mystery was about to unravel, yet it became entangled once more because of this bracelet. Furthermore, the person tailing me, if she is indeed an adversary of my parents, why has she not acted against me? Surely, she must have had ample opportunity. My thoughts were in disarray. I barely registered when the vehicle halted downstairs. The fare was provided by Zhang Xian, and I numbly grasped my uncle's wallet as I ascended the stairs with her. Are the dumplings at the restaurant delicious? As soon as I stepped into the house, I was met with my aunt's resentful expression. Mom, they're not as good as yours. I pointed out the leftover dumplings, noting that Wang Shi and I did not enjoy them. Please make dumplings for us. We crave your cooking, Zhang Xian said with a smile. Really? My aunt asked in surprise. I have no appetite. You should make the dumplings, Zhang Xian replied. Well, at least you have some conscience, little brat. Hearing this, my aunt chuckled, though she added, it will be a waste to throw these dumplings away. I might as well eat them myself. I will prepare my handmade dumplings for you. That sounds great, Zhang Xian responded. Holding the dumplings, my aunt cheerfully entered the kitchen. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in my waist and noticed Zhang Xian glaring at me in annoyance. Learn from me, flatter my mom more. If you make her happy, she will treat you well, Zhang Xian advised. Oh, it's just that I furrowed my brow, consumed by the chaotic thoughts swirling in my mind. Forget it. Zhang Xian sighed lightly. What do you mean? I asked, astonished. Never mind. Regardless of who you are, I will treat you well. Perhaps. Your time at my home is limited. Zhang Xian's gaze held a unique intensity as she looked at me. Why do you say that? I inquired. Haven't you noticed? Someone is already tailing you. Regardless of who they are, your time here is running out. If they are sent by your parents, they might come to take you away. And if they are enemies, my father might send you away as well. After having bullied you for 13 years, it would be quite unsettling for me if you were to leave suddenly. With a smile, Zhang Xian's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Sister, upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, my heart grew complex. I found myself lost in contemplation about my origins, while Zhang Xian pondered whether I could remain in the family. Her analysis struck a chord. Regardless of who was sent after me, my days in this household were numbered. Perhaps I would never have the chance to see Zhang Xian again. Take a guess. How many days do you think you can stay? Zhang Xian asked with a smile. I don't know. I hope for as long as possible, I replied after a moment of thought. Our family treats you poorly, yet you still wish to stay? Wouldn't it be better to find your parents? They won't bully you like we do. They will treat you well and love you dearly, Zhang Xian remarked. No, you treat me very well. I enjoy being here. I love this family and I love you. As I consider myself merely an outsider, a transient in this household, a sense of sadness enveloped me, and my eyes reddened like Zhang Xian's. Chapter 31. Farewell. Everything unfolded as Zhang Xian had predicted. My days here were indeed numbered. Regardless of who was pursuing me, I could not remain any longer. Gazing at Zhang Xian's lovely face, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over me. At that moment, a multitude of memories flooded my mind. From childhood to the present, every moment, though I had endured much hardship in this home, it was also filled with many cherished memories. Zhang Xian always teased me, yet she was of similar age and my closest playmate. Despite her previous indifference, which often left me feeling wronged, simply seeing her made me feel less lonely. I had long grown accustomed to her proud demeanor. If I were to leave, I would undoubtedly feel out of place. With a smile, Zhang Xian seemed to share my sentiments. She too was reluctant for me to depart, having grown accustomed to my presence. Perhaps sensing my imminent departure, her gaze was filled with warmth. With a soft sigh, she looked at me and said, Since you are leaving soon, I shall treat you a little better. This way, my impression on you won't be too dreadful. No, I have never hated you. In my heart, you have always been the most beautiful, I replied, my nose tinged with the ache of emotion as I smiled at her. Really? Zhang Xian asked in astonishment. Yes, otherwise, I wouldn't like you, I stated earnestly. You like me? Despite how poorly I treat you. Zhang Xian scoffed. Because I am foolish, I confessed. Upon hearing my words, she fell into a brief stupor, her cheeks gradually flushing, and a smile broke through her features. Come to my room. I have something to tell you. I have held these words in my heart for a long time without the chance to express them. If I don't speak now, I fear it will be too late. Zhang Xian glanced toward the kitchen. Okay, I nodded gently, a sudden wave of sadness enveloping me as the distance between us shrank. In that moment, we seemed to transform into true kin, devoid of our previous confrontations, leaving only concern and care. She led me into her room and remarked, Haven't you always enjoyed using my computer? This time, feel free to play as you wish. You no longer need to sneak around. Come in whenever you want and play for as long as you like. Moreover, she continued, if your parents truly come to retrieve you, try to be a bit more amiable. Speak sweetly. Don't always be so blunt, or you'll only irritate others. Complimenting someone isn't flattery. Everyone enjoys kind words. Regardless of whether those coming for you are your parents or someone you need to hide from, you must learn to say nice things. This way, they won't harbor too much disdain for you. Whether you are a young master or a nobody, you're merely a nobody now. Since you are, you should embody the essence of one. Understood? Zhang Xian inquired. Understood, I replied. My throat constricted as if filled with cotton. The only thing I cannot let go of is your illness. You appear to be a nobody. How could your parents possibly be significant figures? Yet, your health resembles that of a young master. You are utterly useless if you cannot do anything. Should you leave and enter a new environment, you must learn to be perceptive. Even if your body fails you, you must feign willingness to help. Not everyone will silently assist you as I do. As she spoke, Zhang Xian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice quivering. Okay, I nodded, fighting back tears. And about what happened on my birthday night, I apologize. I was drunk that night and acted foolishly. I knew that person was you. I was being willful. Zhang Xian finally broke down, tears shimmering in her eyes. You knew it was me? At that moment, my eyes widened in shock. Of course, I am not foolish. Your figure resembles Chun Sun's, but you cannot deceive me. Chun Sun carries the scent of smoke, while you possess only a clean fragrance. Yet, when you were in the restroom, I mistakenly thought you were Chun Sun. However, as I approached, I realized it was you. My heart was filled with capriciousness, upset that you had returned secretly despite promising not to. I intended to tease you, yet I never anticipated the outcome would turn into what it became as she spoke. Zhang Xian became inconsolable. In truth, witnessing you being struck caused me immense heartache. Mother had slapped you before, stating that it was trivial for a boy to endure a few hits. Yet that day, Chin Sun struck you so fiercely. It was the first time you had been treated that way, sister. Please stop. It's just bad luck for me. I accept my fate, I said. I'm truly sorry. Sincerely sorry, suddenly. Zhang Xian embraced me and cried even harder. Holding her soft form, at that moment, my heart held no wicked thoughts. We were not blood relatives, lacking any familial ties. Yet over time, our bond had transformed into a deep-seated affection akin to kinship. She had long grown accustomed to me, and I to her. I genuinely did not want to part with her. I wished to remain by her side forever. Wang Shi, you are about to leave, but I have yet to treat you well even for a single day. Is it too late for me to be good to you now? Zhang Xian sobbed as she asked. It's not too late. It's not too late. Uncle only mentioned finding someone to protect me. He never said I had to leave immediately, I replied. But I fear you might leave suddenly. If you go, my life will lose its meaning. From now on, I will have no one to protect me, and I will never find a brother as wonderful as you, Zhang Xian lamented. I cannot bear to part with you either. Her words brought tears to my eyes. The room fell silent, filled only with Zhang Xian's muffled sobs. My heart swelled with mixed emotions, realizing too late how deeply she cared for me. An impulse surged within me. Gritting my teeth, I contemplated and said to Zhang Xian, if I were to leave immediately, I would like to ask you to fulfill a wish for me. What wish? Zhang Xian inquired. I like you, I said earnestly, looking directly into her eyes. What do you intend to do? Do you want to take advantage of me? Upon hearing my words, Zhang Xian's expression shifted to one of wariness. Seeing her reaction, my face flushed with embarrassment. I hurriedly clarified, no, that's not it. I would like to ask you to be my girlfriend, even if just for a minute. I have liked you for a long time and have always yearned to pursue you. If I could become your boyfriend, I would have no regrets. I understand. Zhang Xian nodded gently. What do you understand? I asked in surprise. Close your eyes, Zhang Xian instructed. What? I was even more astonished by her command. Close your eyes, she repeated. Oh, I quickly complied. As I shut my eyes, my heart raced wildly. I could sense her gentle fragrance and felt her warmth drawing near. The surroundings fell silent as I sensed her gradually approaching. Soon, I perceived a warm, delicate scent, feeling her soft lips nearly touching mine. Suddenly, the door was forcefully pushed open, startling me into opening my eyes. It was Uncle, his face stern as he approached and pulled me outside. Sierra, I found someone to protect you. You'll stay at their house for a while until it's safe for you to return, he said while leading me away. What? I felt a chill run through me at Uncle's words. Don't speak. We must hurry, he urged. Uncle, I haven't had the chance. I turned back, unable to suppress my gaze. All I caught was her pale, delicate face before Uncle firmly dragged me out of the house. In that moment, it felt as if my heart had been hollowed out. Without her, my world seemed to turn monochrome. She was the only splash of color in my life. Without her, it felt as if my existence had lost its purpose. In that final moment, I was in such a rush that I had no time to bid her farewell. Uncle, can I come back? I pondered aloud. I hope you can return. If possible, I wish you could stay at home forever. Chapter 32. Enemies crossed paths. The bustling city was vibrant under the night sky. Uncle's car sped along, the lights flickering bright and then dark. Everything was so hurried that I scarcely had time to feel sorrow. My mind replayed the blushing, feverish moments from earlier, my heart lingering on that captivating visage. If possible, Uncle hoped I would return home. What did his words imply? Did he mean I wouldn't have a chance to return? Would I ever see Zhang Xian again? As the scenery around me grew increasingly unfamiliar, panic began to set in. At that moment, Uncle's car suddenly veered towards a residential complex. The area was upscale, and a couple stood at the entrance. As we approached, Uncle lowered the window, asking, "Is it permissible to enter the complex?" "Yes, you may enter," they replied, glancing at me. "Come on, let us get in the car and talk," Uncle urged. "All right." The couple nodded in agreement, entering the vehicle. They then signaled the guard to lift the barrier. The car smoothly glided into the complex, slowing down considerably. From the back seat, the man among the couple asked, "So, this is Wang Shi?" "Yes. He is my sister-in-law's son. I feel useless for not being able to protect Wang Shi," Uncle expressed, his face filled with shame. "It's not your fault. You are inherently a good person. I just didn't expect my sister-in-law to trust you so completely, hiding Wang Shi in your home." The man reflected. Time had flown by, and it felt as if those past events were still vivid in my mind. "Tango, it's my fault for being inept. I've not been adept at making connections these years, merely earning a little money. Compared to you, I am far behind. and only by hiding Wang Shi in your home could I feel a bit at ease. You hold a higher status. Your words carry weight. Don't blame me for keeping it from you. I feared betraying my sister-in-law as trust, Uncle replied. How could I blame you? If you had spoken too soon and revealed Wang Shi's situation to me, then I would have had cause to be upset. Being discreet is the right approach. It ensures Wang Shi's safety, the man reassured. Rest assured, I will protect Wang Shi well. But have you met them? Do you know their background and status? The man inquired. I have not met them, nor have I seen even a shadow of them, Uncle admitted. What? You haven't seen even a shadow? The man exclaimed, his voice tinged with unspoken fear. Yes, their status is quite high, Uncle affirmed. Old Zhang, please do not jest. If that is truly the case, I fear I will not be able to protect Wang Shi, the man said, his tone a mix of terror yet resolute. But rest assured, even if I lack the ability to protect Wang Shi, I will do my utmost. After all, he is my brother's child. The man's tone was fearful, yet unwavering. We can only hope that my brother and sister-in-law return soon. Otherwise, if anything happens to Wang Shi, I truly will not know how to face them. Uncle sighed. Do not fret. I will do my utmost to protect Wang Shi. I just never imagined that this child has lived under our noses for over a decade. Whether I knew he was here or not, if anything were to happen to him, it would be my responsibility, the man declared. Uncle nodded, then suggested, let us head upstairs. As Uncle opened the car door, the man glanced at me and said, step out of the car. As I exited, I couldn't help but look around. This complex was upscale, with an exceptionally elegant environment. Before me stood a high-rise building. The man cautiously glanced around before ushering me into the hallway. Once we entered the elevator, I finally got a clear look at the man's appearance. He was robust, with piercing eyes, clad in a luxurious sleepwear set, draped in a black mink coat, and a dragon claw tattoo subtly peeked from his collar. Around his neck hung a gold chain, as thick as a thumb, exuding a strong aura of the underworld. Beside him stood a petite woman with a graceful appearance. Despite her advanced age, one could discern the beauty she once possessed in her youth. Could this man be a certain notorious figure from the underworld? I pondered the true identity of my parents, who had summoned such a person to protect me. Their tone was reverent when discussing my parents, as if they had received great favors from them. Who, exactly, was pursuing me that even a man like him was filled with trepidation? Uncle, who are my parents? I suddenly turned to my uncle with a serious expression. I can't say, he replied, shaking his head. What? You still want to tell me? I exclaimed in surprise. He truly could not divulge this information. Do not put your uncle in a difficult position, the man interjected. Not only can he not speak of it, but we cannot either. Uncle, you, I began, but the man interrupted me, leading me to look at him in astonishment. I can hardly believe how much you've grown. I still remember when you were born. Your father cherished you as if you were a treasure. Ah, how swiftly time flies, he said with a smile. Sire, this is your Uncle Tang. My uncle urged me to greet him. Uncle Tang, I said respectfully. Please, just call me Uncle Tang. From now on, this is your home. With a ding, the elevator halted on the 16th floor. Brother Tang, do you think I'm being overly anxious? I truly feel someone is following us, and I can hear them mocking me, my uncle said after a moment's thought. Better to be cautious. Regardless of your anxiety, let Wang Shi stay at our home. If something happens to her, it will be too late for regrets, Uncle Tang replied. Very well, my uncle nodded. As they spoke, Uncle Tang opened the door. His home was bright, and the living room was larger than my uncle's. He ushered me inside and even bent down to fetch a pair of slippers for me. I thanked him softly before changing into the slippers and stepping in. However, once inside, I froze as I saw two people seated on the sofa. They stared at me, wide-eyed. You will be staying here for the time being. Don't be too polite. Consider this place your home, Uncle Tang said as he entered with my uncle and the woman. My heart raced as my gaze fixed on the two individuals on the sofa, a strange feeling swelling within me. Call them. Uncle Tang suddenly snapped at the two on the sofa as he shut the door. Uncle, they both stood up quickly upon seeing my uncle. Good. My uncle's face remained pale, and he sounded distracted. Old Tang, I'll wash some fruit, the woman suggested. Yes, hurry and wash the best fruits we have, Uncle Tang commanded, his authoritative tone revealing his position as the head of the household. Then, Uncle Tang settled down on the sofa with me and my uncle, offering a cigarette to my uncle. How is business at your company? It must be busy with the year-end approaching. Busy, but nothing compared to this significant matter. My uncle replied, No worries, just leave Wang Shi here. After you've settled her in, Take a moment to relax before returning to your duties. Although I'm not a prominent figure, I still hold some weight in this area. My old friends still respect me. A word from me can still help. Uncle Tang said. Don't tell anyone, my uncle cautioned. Rest assured, I am not foolish. I will not speak of this, and will take excellent care of Wang Shi. Uncle Tang assured him. Very well. I shall refrain from smoking and will head back to the office to check on things. If they truly come, I must be prepared. My uncle said. Yes, do hurry. If anything seems amiss, call me immediately, Uncle Tang instructed. I can hardly believe how much your child has grown. Both are quite impressive, one handsome, one beautiful. You are truly blessed with both a son and a daughter, unlike my family, which has only one daughter, my uncle remarked. Ha! Having only one daughter is preferable. Having many sons is of little use. They waste their potential and learn nothing. Now, at 28, he has yet to find a partner. I recently bought him a house, spending a fortune in the process, Uncle Tang chuckled. Huh, do you really think you lack that fortune? My uncle laughed, then rose to leave. I will return home to check in. Go on, quickly, Uncle Tang waved him off. As I watched my uncle prepare to leave, anxiety surged within me. I glanced nervously at the boy nearby and stood up, exclaiming, Uncle, are you leaving? Yes, I am leaving. I will visit tomorrow. Stay well at Uncle Tang's. He will treat you kindly, my uncle reassured me. But I could not help but look back at the boy, my heart racing with unease and frustration. What? Do you not wish to stay at my home? To my surprise, a girl beside me exclaimed with delight. I didn't expect our families were acquainted. She approached and enthusiastically took my arm. You know each other? My uncle asked, astonished by her friendliness. Yes. You are Zhang Xian's father, right? I've been to your house. Xian and I are the best of friends. The girl beamed. Is that so? What a coincidence. My uncle nodded, still surprised. Please take good care of Wang Shi, he implored. Absolutely, goodbye, uncle. The girl smiled. With a loud thud, the door closed behind my uncle. I could not help but take a deep breath. I then stole another glance at the boy, who was fixated on me, a cold smirk slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 33. The humiliation of Tang, windy though I held no respect for him. Fear gripped my heart. His prowess in combat was formidable, and I was no match for him. I never imagined the circumstances would align so perfectly. Just earlier in the day, I had been beaten by him, and now my uncle had brought me to his home for protection. Fate had conspired to place me in the very residence of Tang Wendy. As I noticed the chill deepening in his gaze, my fear heightened. Earlier, I had deceived him by promising to assist him in courting Zhang Xian, only to disregard him shortly thereafter. I had ignored his messages and switched off my phone. Now, falling into his hands, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. It would be all too easy for him to deal with me here. I had no means of escape. I was truly astonished by the wealth of his family and the influence of his father. No wonder he was so arrogant. Even the young master held him in high regard. Wang Shi, do you know my sister Tang Ning? Uncle Tang asked, surprise evident in his eyes. Yes, Dad. We are quite close. I replied. Not only that, but I'm even closer to Zhang Xian from Uncle Zhang's family. Why didn't you mention this sooner? We could have been even better friends. Tang Ning said, affectionately squeezing my arm as she beamed at Uncle Tang. With a hearty laugh, Uncle Tang's eyes narrowed into slits. He gently ruffled Tang Ning's hair and said, I had no idea. I've been so busy with business that I lost touch with old friends. If it weren't for Wang Shi, I might still be unaware of your acquaintance. Indeed, this is the first time I've met Zhang Xian's father. I've only seen her mother a couple of times. What a remarkable coincidence, Tang Ning said, glancing at me with delight. As I met her gaze, I felt my smile falter, knowing that while she was happy, my situation was about to become dire. That pretentious brother of hers was sure to be insufferable, and staying in the same room as him would be a nightmare. Time for fruit, Tang Ning's mother announced, bringing in a platter of sliced fruit. They motioned for me to sit comfortably on the sofa, positioning me close to that insufferable Tang Wendy. I harbor an intense loathing for Tang Wendy. Merely being near him is a source of considerable irritation. Yet, I find myself unable to voice my feelings, as it seems improper to speak ill of someone who is, after all, their beloved son. Should I express my disdain, it is likely that Uncle Tang would take offense. Though I am unfamiliar with Uncle Tang, he appears quite formidable, and I cannot help but feel a twinge of distrust towards him. Old Tang, do you think Wang Shi resembles his father or his mother? I inquired, recalling a fleeting encounter from years past. As I savored some fruit, Aunt Tang scrutinized me closely and remarked, he takes after his mother. She is quite beautiful. Uncle Tang added, let him take a bath later, and he can share a room with Wendy tonight. Aunt Tang pondered this for a moment before reiterating. Upon hearing Aunt Tang's words, my heart twisted painfully, and I cast a fearful glance at Tang Wendy, who responded with a chilling smile. Very well. Uncle Tang nodded before fixing Tang Wendy with a stern gaze. Wendy, this is your younger brother. You are to take care of him. Do you understand? Of course. I will take good care of him, Tang Wendy replied, emphasizing the word care with a particularly sharp bite. He then took a hefty bite of an apple, and I thought to myself, this evening is sure to be a disaster. I contemplated inquiring if there were any other rooms available, even if it meant sleeping in a bathroom. However, recalling Zhang Xian's instructions, I feared they might perceive me as a nuisance. Regardless, I was bound to stay at the Tang residence for a few days, perhaps even longer. Being regarded unfavorably would be most undesirable. If Uncle Tang were to be another kind of uncle, my situation would become dire. Thus, I remained silent, strategizing in my mind how I might navigate my interactions with Tang Wendy. Who knows how long I would be living under his roof. I resolved to make myself as comfortable as possible. Wang Shi, finish your fruit and go take a bath, Uncle Tang suggested. Enjoy a warm shower and get a good night's sleep. I will have your aunt find you some pajamas. Consider this your home and do not be shy. Tomorrow, I will take you out for some fun. Uncle Tang, I just want to shower and sleep right now, I thought as every passing moment felt like torment. I need to figure out Tang Wendy quickly. All right, Tang Ning will prepare a bath for your brother, Uncle Tang said. By the way, who is older, you or Tang Ning? He asked. It does not matter. I will just call her sister, I replied, putting on a sweet expression. Haha, now I have a sister, I added, which made Tang Ning squint her eyes in amusement. Tang Ning was quite lovely, petite, and undeniably charming, especially with her stylish bangs that enhanced her cuteness. I couldn't help but notice her delicate feet, adorned with invisible socks. I mused that staying at Tang Ning's place might not be so bad, were it not for her insufferable brother. Tang Ning went to run my bath, and I indulged in a luxurious soak. However, as I stepped into the room dressed in my new pajamas, Tang Wendy entered with a wicked grin, casting a furtive glance towards the door. Well, little brat, who would have thought we would have such a connection? My heart raced, and I dare not speak. Damn you, he whispered, delivering a light slap to my face. Careful to keep the noise down, he then resorted to his usual threats, warning me not to make a fuss or else he would deal with me and then go after Zhang Xian. Realizing I was no match for him, I remained silent. Are you submissive? Tang Wendy Guidi. Yes, I blurted out unexpectedly. What? He responded, momentarily taken aback. He had already dealt me a severe beating earlier that day, and I realized I could no longer afford to oppose him. Living under his roof meant my fate was now in his hands, and defiance would surely lead to a grim outcome. A wise man avoids unnecessary suffering, and it would be more prudent for me to endure some humiliation rather than face a worse fate. With that in mind, I smiled at Tang Wendy and said, Brother Wendy, you have already subdued me today. At this moment, fear consumes me, leaving no room for defiance. Oh, is that so? Tang Wendy mused, his smile widening. Indeed, I nodded, feeling the humiliation of my words. Then what was the meaning of your antics earlier? Did you not promise to speak well of me? He pressed. My mind was in turmoil earlier, so I stammered, hastily attempting to explain myself. Stop playing games with me. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Now, how shall I punish you? He demanded. Any punishment will do, I replied, resigned to my fate. Very well. Strip and stand on the balcony, he commanded. What? I exclaimed, glancing nervously at the balcony outside the bedroom. It was winter, and snow had recently fallen. Did he truly wish for me to stand out there? I thought to myself that I had countless ways to make him pay for this, regardless of his absurd uncles and my family's connections. You better go, or I will deal with you right now. Tang Wendy Uget. Fine, I replied reluctantly, removing my clothing. Gritting my teeth, I stepped toward the balcony, where a sharp gust of wind struck me, sending chills through my body. My health was fragile, and even wearing a down jacket in winter could not keep me warm. Now exposed to the cold, I stood there, my heart filled with rage, wishing I could eliminate Tang Wendy on the spot. He watched me from outside, laughter escaping his lips. Then, donning a down jacket, he joined me on the balcony, playfully slapping my face before giving me a hard shove. I felt a rush of panic as I nearly lost my balance, clinging desperately to the railing. Looking down from the 16th floor, my legs turned to jelly. Little brat, I would love to see you tumble down and meet your demise, Tang Wendy teased, licking his lips as he gazed at me. Brother Wendy, I was wrong. I stammered, my anger boiling over once more as I fought back tears. Fool, this is the fate that awaits you for vying for my affections. If I see you speak to Zhang Xian again, I will make you stand out here all night. He laughed, his face twisting in mockery. Yes, I shall never dare again. I will not speak to Zhang Xian, I conceded. Do you want to go back? Tang Wendy asked. Yes, I replied. Huh, you still dare to ask for a return? If you want to go back, kneel and apologize to me. Upon hearing Tang Wendy's demand for me to kneel, I froze, my gaze locked onto his. A man's knees are reserved for heaven and his mother alone. Although I may be weak, my spirit remains unbroken. I possess dignity and pride. I have never uttered a word of submission, even when beaten to a pulp. For Tang Wendy to torment me was one thing, but for him to demand I kneel was beyond contempt. The wind howled more fiercely, and I trembled, not only from the cold but from the bitterness in my heart. My eyes burned with hatred as I realized the depths of his cruelty. In that moment, I wished nothing more than to end his life, yet I knew I was utterly powerless against him. Even if I gave it my all, I would still be no match for him. Was I to kneel and beg for mercy? Or was I to provoke him into a rage that could lead to my demise? Would his parents come to my aid if I alerted them? My thoughts spiraled as I weighed my options, my gaze shifting restlessly. Tang Wendy, noticing my hesitation, grew impatient, lightly patting my face. So you refuse to kneel? You no longer wish to return to your slumber? He said coldly. Hearing his words, I silently scoffed. I had come to understand him all too well, recognizing precisely what sort of person he was. This individual is impervious to both softness and hardness. My temporary submission will not compel him to relent. If I genuinely wish to survive in this predicament, I must exhibit some true cunning. So, what stratagem shall I employ to confront him? The chill is unbearable. If you refuse to kneel, then stand outside. Tang Wendy regards me with a cold smirk and turns to enter the house. Tang Wendy, you shameless wretch, I exclaimed suddenly from behind him. What did you say? He turns back to look at me. You are nothing but a brazen harlot. My voice rises, my gaze fixed resolutely upon him. No sooner have the words left my lips than a searing pain strikes my face. Tang Wendy swiftly covers my mouth, forcefully pinning me against the railing behind me. This is an open balcony, and Tang Wendy's residence is on a high floor. The wind on the 16th floor is fierce, and the world below appears minuscule beneath me. Battling the biting cold, Tang Wendy suddenly grips my head and pushes it downwards. He then knees me harshly, followed by several more blows as he growls. You dare curse me again? You scoundrel, you are a vile creature. I defiantly retort, unabashedly hurling insults at him. In response to my words, Tang Wendy viciously kicks my calf, followed by a thunderous slap. At this point, I feel a wave of dizziness. My frail body cannot withstand his brutal assault. Yet, I continue to smile, gazing at Tang Wendy with a triumphant grin. Strike me, go ahead. Inflict wounds upon me, and I shall inform your parents of your misdeeds. You dare. Tang Wendy Thitens Gon Li. What do I have to fear? Try hitting me once more. I challenge him. You insolent wretch. Tang Wendy, undeterred by my threats, delivers another fierce kick. Perhaps genuinely concerned about leaving visible injuries, he strikes me only once more before ceasing. I maintain my cold smirk, gritting my teeth defiantly. Are you afraid? Afraid I might tell your parents? You pathetic brute. Do you have no other means to torment me? Who says I lack alternative methods? Tang Wendy sneers with a depraved expression. Fool, do you possess any? I retort. You can only resort to violence against me. Do you think I fear you just because you have me standing on this balcony? I assure you, I could stand here all night without flinching. And even if you douse me with cold water, I shall not tremble. My voice rings out with unwavering strength. That remark reminds me. Tang Wendy says, pulling a cigarette from his down jacket pocket with a grin. What are you planning? I ask, panic etching my features as I watch him. Just wait, he replies, retreating into the bedroom to rummage for something. Soon, he spots several bottles of mineral water. His eyes gleam with delight upon seeing them. You shall experience the sensation of being an ice pop, he declares. Emerging, Tang Wendy twists open the bottles and douses me mercilessly with icy water. One bottle after another. The frigid liquid cascades over me. As my body becomes drenched, the cold wind pierces through me, causing sharp pains to shoot through my limbs. My complexion pales, and I shiver uncontrollably. Yet, I smile, looking at Tang Wendy with a triumphant grin. Is it exhilarating, you little brat? He asked coldly. Indeed, it is a thrill. Remember, I shall not let you escape unscathed. What you have done to me today, I will repay tenfold. A sudden wave of dizziness washes over me, and my eyelids grow heavy. Just you? Tang Wendy sculpt. Ignoring him, my body begins to weaken. Suddenly, darkness envelopes me as I collapse to the ground. Only I know the true state of my body. Perhaps Tang Wendy's assaults are skillfully executed, inflicting pain without leaving marks. However, I have always been frail and sickly, unable to endure such harsh winds. After he drenched me with water, I could no longer withstand the torment. I fainted, lying on the ground with a cold smile still on my lips. This was precisely the outcome I desired. He forced me into this situation. Though I lack physical strength, my mind remains sharp. I will repay him tenfold for what he has done. I will take my revenge. When I awaken, I will transform into another Wang Shi. I will retaliate fiercely, ensuring he comprehends my strength. I am Wang Shi, one who shall never yield. I fell ill due to Tang Wendy's torment. My already precarious health collapsed entirely. I am unaware of how long I slept, only realizing upon waking that Tang Ning and her parents are watching over me. Tang Wendy is also present, his face pale with dread upon seeing me awake. I can tell he has been reprimanded. He likely concocted some lie to deceive his parents. Yet he still faces their ire. Wendy, did you leave the window open last night? Did you smoke, allowing the cold wind to cause Wang Shi to catch a cold? Tang uncle immediately questions him, his expression stern upon seeing my consciousness return. I did not. I took excellent care of him. I even slept on the floor to avoid crowding him. He must have kicked off the blanket while sleeping, resulting in his cold. Tang Wendy replies with a gloomy expression. Is that so? Why do I find that hard to believe? How could he fall ill when he was perfectly fine? Tang unso zito angili. Perhaps Wang Shi is simply too frail, Tang Wendy interjects. He has always been sickly, unable to perform even the slightest labor. His weak constitution is to blame. So please do not blame my brother. Look at him. He feels guilty about this. It is not my brother's fault. Tang Ning defends her brother, unable to resist. Brother, I apologize. I failed to protect you. Tang Wendy feigns concern as he looks at me. Ah, this hypocritical charlatan. Observing Tang Wendy's repugnant demeanor fills me with a sense of nausea. Yet, I remain silent, carefully studying the expressions of Tang uncle, Tang aunt, and Tang Ning. Gradually, my eyes brighten as I realize they genuinely care for me. I have now grasped the leverage I need to confront Tang Wendy. Uncle, please do not blame Wendy. It is my weak constitution that caused this. I am prone to illness. It has nothing to do with him. Please do not hold him accountable, I say, feigning pain as I look at Tang uncle. Wang Shi, did your brother leave the window open last night? He asked coldly. He did not, I reply softly, shaking my head. Upon hearing my words, Tang Wendy's face lights up with a smug grin. He believes I am intimidated, that I dare not report him. Indeed, I shall not report him. Even if I did, what purpose would it serve? He tormented me to the point of unconsciousness yesterday. At this moment, he is likely devising ways to counter Tang uncle's reproach. If I were to speak out, he would concoct various excuses. Tang uncle did not witness how he tortured me. If I describe his methods, he would not believe me. His cruelty is so extreme that they might even think I am seeking trouble, deliberately trying to sow discord within their family. After observing me with concern for a while, Tang uncle and Tang aunt offer me a few words of comfort. Tang Ning, in stark contrast to her brother, encourages me to recuperate, promising to care for me if necessary. Her tone is sincere, her eyes filled with genuine concern for my well-being. After spending some time with me, they eventually leave the room to allow me to rest. Little brat, you are quite perceptive, Tang Wendy sneers as they exit. Huh. Ignoring him, I muster my strength to rise. What do you intend to do? Going back to the balcony for more fresh air? Tang Wendy ingui. Ignoring him, I drag my ailing body, forcing myself to stand. With a loud thud, he collapsed onto the floor, then struggled to rise and approach his computer. What are you up to? Tang Wendy looked at me, bewildered. Do you remember, Tang Wendy? I mentioned yesterday that I would exact my revenge, returning to you tenfold for what you did to me. Suddenly, I pried a key off his keyboard, and he let out a piercing scream as he fell heavily to the floor. What the hell are you doing? Tang Wendy exclaimed, astonished at my misfortune. You'll find out soon enough. I smiled, clutching the key tightly in my palm. At that moment, Someone forcefully pushed open the door to the room. Seeing Tang Wendy's shocked expression, Uncle Tang was furious. Chapter 35. A performance to remember. When Uncle Tang turned to me, I could not contain my tears. The pent-up frustration within me finally overflowed as I wept. Struggling to support my ailing body, I crawled toward the computer. Between sobs, I pleaded, "Brother, please don't be angry. I promise I will fix your keyboard. I will definitely fix it. Are you trying to frame me?" The clever Tang Wendy quickly grasped the situation. He strode over and snatched the key from my hand, exclaiming, "You think you can set me up? You broke my Dala keyboard and pretended to fall. You want to trick my dad into thinking I damaged it, so he would punish me out of anger? I'm sorry. Truly sorry." Ignoring him, I suddenly covered my mouth and broke down in tears, lamenting my ignorance of such an advanced keyboard. I didn't mean to. It just fell off when I touched it. What's going on? Uncle Tang's face turned ashen as he glared at Tang Wendy. Aunt Tang and Tang Ning arrived, all looking at us in shock. "Dad, this kid set me up. He crawled over and broke my keyboard, then screamed and fell down. He wants you to think he broke it, so I'd hit him. Damn, this kid is truly malicious." Tang Wendy gulped. "Wendy, watch your words," Aunt Tang admonished sternly. "Is this how you speak to your father? When did you start using such foul language?" "Mom, Tang Wendy's face flushed at Aunt Tang's reprimand. "Wang Shi, what is happening?" Tang Ning asked, bewildered. "Sister, it's all my fault. Please don't ask. It has nothing to do with Brother Wendy. Just leave it alone," I cried, wiping away my tears with determination. "Tell me what is going on." Tang Ning, seeing my distress, frowned and glanced at Tang Wendy. "It's nothing." I shook my head lightly. "Are you pretending again?" "Don't believe him. He is just acting." Tang Wendy was on the verge of exploding at my pathetic display. "Be quiet." Uncle Tang suddenly roared, shaking the windows. "Dad, do you believe him?" Tang Wendy exclaimed in disbelief. "Come here." Uncle Tang took a deep breath, his anger palpable. "Dad, you must be mistaken. This kid is framing me. You wouldn't fall for such childish tricks, would you?" Tang Wendy Vito Sacastillo. With a loud slap, the sound echoed through the room. Through my tears, I saw a red handprint appear on Tang Wendy's face. He looked astonished, but his expression soon turned to fury as he glared at Uncle Tang and said, "Dad, have you lost your mind? You actually hit me? Wendy, how dare you speak to your father like that?" Aunt Tang scolded him sharply. "Mom, are you siding with him?" Tang Wendy's eyes turned red as he glared at me in anger. Under his intense gaze, I instinctively lowered my head in fear. The room fell silent. And then Uncle Tang bellowed, "Stop pretending to be the good guy. Don't think I don't know what you are." "What did you say?" Tang Wendy's voice trembled. "Tang Wendy, no one knows you better than your father. I know who you really are. I'm aware of the kind of people you associate with. Everything you do outside is known to me." Uncle Tang pointed at me, declaring, "I refuse to believe that Wang Shi would fall ill for no reason. He was fine yesterday, but look at him today. It must have been you who broke his keyboard, and then you punished him for it. You look down on him because he has no parents to care for him, and you despised him for his lack of experience, right?" "Unso tang iyo." I didn't tea. Why should I care if that orphan lives or dies? Tang, when he shouted back, "Do you dare shout at me?" Uncle Tang slapped Tang Wendy again, this time sending him crashing to the ground. Seeing him fall, I rushed over to him, wrapping my arms tightly around him. I looked at Uncle Tang and pleaded, "Uncle Tang, please don't hit Brother Wendy anymore. It was truly my fault. Brother Wendy didn't hit me. He didn't hit me." As I clung to him tighter, my heart grew sickeningly heavy. I hated him, and I was certain he loathed me as well. Everything unfolded just as I had imagined. His eyes revealed deep disdain as I held him, yet I pretended to care for him as if he were a dear friend. Finally, he was repulsed by my artificial affection. Disgusted, he pushed me away and roared, "Get lost." "Brother, are you still angry with me?" I looked at him in surprise. "Damn, your acting is truly impressive. I'm a fool to have fallen for your tricks." Gritting his teeth, Tang when he kicked me hard. "You're a real piece of work. Believing this kid over your own son. Fine, I admit I did deal with him yesterday. I found him disgusting and made him stand naked on the balcony, pouring a few bottles of water over him. But my punishment was not over a mere keyboard. Old fool, you underestimate me." Tang Wendy, he stared coldly at Uncle Tang. "Ah." After hearing Tang Wendy's words, Uncle Tang coldly exited the room. "Old Tang, where are you going?" Aunt Tang asked. "Outside the bedroom." No one responded. The silence was eerie. Suddenly, I noticed Aunt Tang's face change, followed by Tang Ning's. Uncle Tang returned, brandishing a 9-ring saber, its gleaming blade catching the light, adorned with 9 large rings. With fury etched on his face, he shook the sword, causing the rings to clink ominously. Beast, today I will end you. Unso tang zhao, his rage reaching a boiling point. Are you serious? Tang Wendy's face turned pale at the sight of the gleaming blade. Damn it, you're useless to me. It would be better to just kill you. With that, Uncle Tang swung the saber at Tang Wendy. Seeing the blade come for him, Tang Wendy rolled away in terror. Aunt Tang and Tang Ning rushed over to restrain Uncle Tang, with Aunt Tang shouting, Wendy, hurry and run. Don't provoke your father. You little brat, just wait. Don't let me see you again, or I swear I will make you pay. Tang Wendy scrambled to his feet and dashed out of the room. You all get out of my way. Unso tang xiaote. A loud crash echoed from outside, and within 3 seconds, Tang Wendy had fled the house. She was once again restrained by Aunt Tang and Tang Ning, and he finally set down the large knife with a heavy sigh. Unso tang, ima saw thee. Perhaps I should just leave. I have ruined your relationship with Tang Wendy, I said, my face filled with grievance as I looked at Uncle Tang. Don't go. Uncle Tang gasped for breath, swaying slightly as he clutched his chest. Seeing Uncle Tang's fury, Aunt Tang's expression darkened as well. After glancing out onto the balcony, Aunt Tang angrily remarked, How could Wendy have changed so much? I am utterly disappointed. Huh? Did you think he was a good person? Unso tang sno. What do you mean? On tang in quit astonits. His kindness is all an act. He has become insufferably hypocritical. He mingles with a rowdy crowd every day. Do you still think he is a well-behaved child? Unso tang asat. What? How did he become like this? Aunt Tang asked in disbelief. Sigh. Tang Ning sighed, unable to contain her emotions after hearing her parents' words. Then, casting a guilty glance at me, she said, Wangxi, I'm sorry for the trouble you've faced in my home. I know what kind of person my brother is. He must think you are competing with him for Zhangxian, which is why he bullied you. No, I quickly shook my head. Don't lie to me. I know what my brother is like. With that, Tang Ning bit her lip and looked at Uncle Tang and Aunt Tang, saying, Dad, Mom, my brother has indeed gone too far this time. I stand with Wangxi. He likes Zhang Xian, and he believes Wangxi is vying for her affections, which is why he has treated him this way. What? How could this child be so heartless? Just because of a girl. He made Wangxi stand on the balcony and poured cold water on him? Aunt Tang was shocked. Wangxi, I apologize on behalf of my brother. If he dares to retaliate against you, just let me know, and I will protect you, Tang Ning said earnestly. No, when he won T retaliate against me. Perhaps he just likes Zhang Xian too much, which has made him impulsive. He could compete with me fairly. Why does he have to treat me this way? I said, tears of grievance spilling down my cheeks once more. Child, you are indeed as righteous as your father. I'm sorry for the suffering you've endured. Uncle Tang cried, embracing me tightly. Chapter 36. It seems I have made a mistake, although I was still unwell. I felt significantly more comfortable this time. Lying on the soft bed, a cool towel rested on my forehead. A delightful program played on the television opposite me, and fruits surrounded me in abundance. Soon, Tang Ning's petite figure entered the room. She took away the now warm towel and gently touched my forehead with her delicate hand. Then, with an apologetic smile, she said, I'm sorry for the trouble you faced. I had suspected that my brother would target you. I should have watched over you more closely. It's all right. My mind remained hazy due to the fever, yet my spirits lifted considerably. Wangxi, it must be rather dull for you to recuperate alone. Why don't I keep you company? Tang Ning suggested after a moment's thought. Sure, I smiled at her. I'll get you a new towel. With another apologetic smile, Tang Ning left the bedroom. I was still in Tang Wendy's room, but this time I no longer feared anyone would harm me, for he had been driven away by Uncle Tang and would not dare return anytime soon. Moreover, this place, due to my diligent efforts, had transformed into my little sanctuary, warm and harmonious. Uncle Tang was exceedingly kind to me, as was Aunt Tang, and Tang Ning treated me even better. Throughout this ordeal with Tang Wendy, I seemed to have discovered my own way of survival. Despite my physical weakness, my mind remained sharp. Having been abused by my aunt since childhood had rendered me more mature than my peers. If I appeared too weak, I would be consumed by the strong. I did not wish to be devoured, so I had to rely on cunning to protect myself. I succeeded. Last night, had I not provoked Tang Wendy to the point of fainting, I might have been forced to kneel before him. I would never kneel to anyone, even if it meant being beaten to death. Thus, I exploited his arrogance, allowing him to bring me to illness. This way, I would have to kneel. Even if I had, it would have been futile. He possessed no compassion, and kneeling would only invite further humiliation. While I lay ill, I discerned that Uncle Tang and Aunt Tang genuinely cared for me. With this knowledge in hand, I successfully ensnared Tang Wendy. My sudden illness had aroused Uncle Tang's suspicions. No matter how he explained, it would be of no use. Their concern was solely for my health. Once they learned that Tang Wendy had mistreated me, no one would question whether I was setting him up. I understood that my actions were somewhat despicable and perhaps a bit feminine, but I had no other choice. I wished to survive. If I did not employ some means to protect myself, I feared I would never see my parents again. I not only needed to protect myself, but also Zhang Xian. On the bedside table lay the keyboard keys I had pried off, one in the shape of a Y. I felt a twinge of regret at damaging Tang Wendy's expensive keyboard. I attempted to rise, wishing to repair it. After all, the keyboard was innocent, regardless of how Tang Wendy treated me. Just as I was about to get up, Tang Ning entered and angrily exclaimed, "Why are you fixing his keyboard after he treated you like that? Give me the keys. I'll throw this piece of junk away." "Don't be like that. It would be a shame to throw away something that was once good. Is there any glue at home? I could try to fix it," I replied earnestly, feeling a genuine desire to restore the keyboard. "Wang Shi, you are so kind. I increasingly feel that my brother has gone too far," Tang Ning said, taking a deep breath and looking at me with concern. "No, it's my fault. I came here and caused trouble for you all. It is entirely my fault," I stated seriously. "How could this possibly be your fault? Clearly, it is my brother who is in the wrong. Don't worry. I will protect you and ensure my brother never bullies you again," Tang Ning assured me earnestly. "But Tang Wendy is your real brother. Don't you feel any loyalty towards him?" I looked at her in surprise. "He is in the wrong. How could I possibly stand by him? Besides, I detest it when people abuse their power to bully others. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left the 13 Eagles," she replied with a smile. "You are truly a kind-hearted girl. Anyone lucky enough to be with you is fortunate," I sighed. "It's a pity no one is pursuing me," she pouted. "I don't believe that." I gently shook my head. There are quite a few who pursue me, but I particularly dislike them," Tang Ning said. "Who are they?" I inquired. "There's young Master Bao, Chai Jin, the troll, young Master Lu, and Chen Sun has pursued me as well." She listed off several names in one breath. "Chen Sun pursued you too?" I asked, astonished. "That's why he is a scumbag. After chasing me, he went after Zhang Xian. When I heard about it, I wanted to tell Zhang Xian what kind of person he was. But it's not right to speak ill of others behind their backs, so I refrained. Fortunately, Zhang Xian finally broke up with that scumbag Chen Sun," Tang Ning said. "So, did Zhang Xian ever suffer any indignities at the hands of Chen Sun?" A sudden pang of bitterness struck me. No, Zhang Xian didn't even let him hold her hand. She was simply annoyed by his persistent pursuit, which is why she agreed to give it a try. But then Chen Sun got carried away, thinking he was something special, Tang Ning explained. "To be honest, I feel you are more suited for Zhang Xian. But you two aren't really related, are you?" Tang Ning asked. "No, she has the surname Zhang, and I have the surname Wang. How could we possibly be related? My uncle is just a friend of my mother. I grew up at her house, so I got used to calling her an uncle," I clarified. "That's a relief. Otherwise, it would be a bit awkward between you and Zhang Xian." Tang Ning laughed, her adorable face flushing. How could I ever fall for my own sister? However, do you have any feelings for your brother?" I curiously inquired. "Of course not. How could one possibly feel anything for their own brother? Sometimes when he holds my hand, it feels as if my left hand is merely grasping my right." "Dank Ning replied. Is that true? After all, he is of the opposite sex. Could it be that you truly feel nothing at all?" I pressed on. "I genuinely feel nothing. It is impossible to have such feelings for my own brother." As she spoke, Tang Ning suddenly placed her hand upon mine. "What are you doing?" I exclaimed, startled, as if I had been jolted by electricity. I withdrew my hand. "You should try touching your own hand." Tang Ning narrowed her eyes, gazing at me with a playful smile. "Oh," seeing her remove her hand, I placed my left hand upon my right. "Can you feel the difference?" Dank Ning inquired. "Not very clearly," I replied, staring at her in a daze. "Shall we try again?" After pondering for a moment, Tang Ning placed her delicate, snow-white hand upon mine once more. As her hand made contact, I experienced that electric sensation anew. Regardless of the circumstances, Tang Ning is undeniably a beautiful girl, her hands soft and petite. Gazing into her bright eyes, an unfamiliar feeling began to swell within me. Noticing my lack of reaction, Tang Ning intertwined her fingers with mine, her digits slipping through the gaps between mine. She's the second girl I have ever held hands with, and in that moment, I felt a stirring deep within me. Yet, Tang Ning remained blissfully unaware, asking, "Do you still not feel anything? Are you not interested in me? I don't know. Perhaps I need to feel a little longer." Suddenly reluctant to let her go, I mused aloud. "Ha ha! Are you intentionally taking advantage of me?" Tang Ning suddenly laughed, locking her gaze onto mine. "Not all. Absolutely not." I hastily shook my head. "Well then, if you are willing to indulge, I suppose I can allow you to enjoy it a bit longer, considering I owe you. But please don't tell Xian. If she finds out, she'll surely scold me." Tang Ning blushed slightly, gently biting her lip. "All right, I want to tell her." I nodded softly. Holding Tang Ning's hands tightly felt exquisite to me. She is charming and adorable, her petite stature evoking a desire to cherish her. My heart fluttered with nerves and trepidation. I felt somewhat guilty towards Zhang Xian, yet rationalized that it was perhaps inconsequential since we were not officially together, and I remained single. Moreover, Tang Ning and I had not engaged in any inappropriate behavior. It merely felt delightful to hold her hand. Perhaps it was my illness that rendered me fragile. No one had ever accompanied me during my sickness before. Yet now, amidst my ailment, I had the delightful Tang Ning by my side, caring for me. Loneliness had always haunted me, and I feared it deeply. I quietly gazed into Tang Ning's bright eyes, gradually succumbing to slumber. "Wake up, don't sleep." Quickly release my hand, or I shall have to stay with you all night. I was uncertain how long I had slept when I vaguely sensed Tang Ning nudging me. She sat before me, wearing a playful scowl. In that moment, I found her strikingly beautiful, her fair, round face exuding an indescribable charm. Due to my fever and the throbbing pain in my head, I drowsily replied, "Then don't leave, stay with me a while longer. I am so frightened, afraid that someone might bully me again." After hearing my words, Tang Ning fell silent. She gazed at me for a long while before deciding to climb onto my bed. Cautiously, she nestled beside me, clad in her clothing, and said, "Sleep well. I will protect you. From now on, no one shall ever bully you again." My head ached severely. Her voice echoed in my ears, fluctuating in proximity. Gradually, I drifted back into dreamland, where I encountered fierce faces. Chun Sun, Chai Jin, young Master Bao, Tang Wendy, each one striking me mercilessly. There was also my aunt, who mocked me loudly, declaring, "You are nothing but a waste, utterly useless. Your parents are gone forever and shall never return." At my aunt's words, I wept. Tears soaking my pillow, a profound agony settled in my heart. Each bout of illness was a torment to my frail body. I had always been physically weak, and when ill, the suffering I endured was magnified several times over. I felt as though I was sinking into a dark abyss, teetering on the edge of death. Suddenly, I grasped something soft and comforting. Holding it tightly, I embraced it close. It was warm and fragrant, reminiscent of my mother's embrace. Gradually, I felt a semblance of relief and fell into a deeper sleep. When I opened my eyes again, my heart skipped a beat. Chapter 37. A world apart, the sun shone brightly, casting a golden hue before my eyes. A sweet and lovely girl was peacefully asleep in my arms, her long eyelashes resting gently. As I gazed at her, my heart raced with anxiety. Although her attire remained intact, an indescribable feeling washed over me. There exists an inherent distinction between genders, and I felt I had overstepped my boundaries. Last night, in my feverish delirium, I had impulsively allowed Tang Ning to remain in my room. While I do not consider myself a paragon of virtue, I still hold conservative values deep within. I have always believed that if I develop feelings for someone, I should remain loyal. If I take advantage of someone, I must take responsibility. So, have I taken advantage of Tang Ning? Though her clothing is neatly arranged, she is currently curled up in my embrace. Moreover, the position we maintain suggests that I was the one who pulled her close. Although Tang Ning is undeniably sweet and charming, I cannot help but feel uneasy. After all, we spent the night together. Such a situation is inappropriate, and how would I ever explain this to Zhang Xian? The thought alone intensified my anxiety. I wanted to distance myself from Tang Ning, yet her tranquil slumber made it hard to disturb her. She is simply too endearing, and her serene demeanor exudes innocence. If I were to push her away after taking advantage of her, would that not render me even more irresponsible? This torment felt endless. Every passing minute was agonizing. I never imagined that the first girl I would share a night with would not be Zhang Xian. After what felt like an eternity, I noticed Tang Ning stir slightly. She opened her eyes, her bright gaze meeting mine. Upon seeing me, A look of surprise crossed her face, and her adorable cheeks flushed a deep red. Are you feeling better? Yes. I slept well through the night, and I feel much more comfortable now. That is good to hear. Her face grew even redder, and she quickly scrambled up and fled the room. As she left, the lingering fragrance of her presence filled the air. Unable to resist, I lifted the blanket to take a peek, then, feeling a wave of frustration, I glanced outside. My heart began to race uncontrollably. Why did she blush? Did I do something inappropriate last night? Struggling to recall, I suddenly remembered a few fragments from the previous evening. Though I had been feverish and delirious, I still retained a few memories. It seemed that I had indeed crossed a line with her. The realization filled me with regret as I slapped my forehead. This is bad. I made a mistake. Over half an hour passed before the door to my room creaked open. Tang Ning appeared, as if she had just showered, her hair damp and exuding a refreshing scent. She held a small bowl in her hands, and when our eyes met, her face flushed once more as she quickly averted her gaze. You must be hungry. Let me feed you. Where are your parents? I cautiously inquired. My dad isn't home. I think he went to the factory. My mom isn't home either. I believe she has gone to work. This is the porridge she made for you this morning. She left a note asking me to heat it up for you. Eat a bit. It will help you recover faster. Tang Ning's voice was soft, and her once pale ears now glowed a delicate shade of pink. Tang Ning last night, gazing at the small bowl she held, an indescribable awkwardness enveloped my tone. You took advantage of me last night. Suddenly, Tang Ning lifted her eyes, glaring fiercely at me. What? Upon hearing her words, my embarrassment deepened. Yet, if I had taken advantage of her, so be it. After all, it was her illness that made her pitiable. If you dare to take advantage of me again, I shall have you castrated, she declared, shooting me another fierce glare. Sorry. Her words pierced my heart with a pang of sorrow. Heh, you even called me mom last night. Tang Ning burst into laughter. Huh? I called you mom? I was astonished, staring at her. Yes, you were delirious with fever, incessantly calling me mom. I was quite annoyed, contemplating pushing you away, wondering if you were intentionally taking advantage of me. But seeing you so pitiful, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Let us not mention it again. Tang Ning pouted, then scooped a spoonful of kanji to feed me. Truly sorry. I don't recall what I did last night. I only remember fragments. Looking at Tang Ning, an overwhelming guilt consumed me. It's all right. You didn't truly harm me. Rest assured, I won't tell Zhang Xian, she said, her eyes crinkling into a smile. I nodded gently. Do you really like Zhang Xian? Tang Ning sutendi inquiret. Yes, I truly like her, and I have for quite some time, I affirmed with a nod. Oh. Upon hearing my confession, Tang Ning fell silent. The room soon descended into quietude, with Tang Ning quietly feeding me kanji without uttering a word. I too remained mute, my mind swirling with guilt over last night's events. After finishing the kanji, Tang Ning took the small bowl and exited. She returned shortly, pouring me water and administering my medicine with utmost care. She even washed a towel to wipe my face. As she tended to me, I couldn't help but think that anyone fortunate enough to find a girlfriend like Tang Ning would undoubtedly be blissful. By noon, Uncle Tang and Auntie Tang returned in succession. They seemed oblivious to the fact that Tang Ning had spent the night with me, as they regarded my complexion with normalcy. They treated me with kindness, showing genuine concern. They touched my forehead, inquiring about my appetite. I still felt unwell. After having a small bowl of kanji in the morning, I had lost my appetite. I gently shook my head, indicating that I had no cravings. It was Monday, and Tang Ning had taken care of me all morning instead of attending school. At 1 o'clock, Tang Ning entered and said, I'm going to school now. You should rest well this afternoon, and I'll return to look after you tonight. Will you accompany me tonight? I asked, my eyes widening in surprise. What's wrong? Don't you want me to keep you company? Tang Ning blinked. We exchanged glances for several seconds, and her petite face suddenly flushed crimson. Then she glared at me fiercely and said, What are you thinking? I'll be with you tonight, but I want to stay overnight. Sorry. I misunderstood. I stammered, taken aback by her words. I thought you were going to stay with me again tonight. Hearing Tang Ning's response, my face reddened. I watched her as she exited, donning her coat before coming back to bid me farewell. When she was about to leave, an overwhelming sense of loneliness washed over me. Though Uncle Tang would take care of me in the afternoon, his heroic demeanor intimidated me. I wasn't very familiar with him, unlike the comfort I found in Tang Ning's presence. After some contemplation, I mustered the courage to say to Tang Ning, I want to go to school with you. No way. You still have a fever. You shouldn't go to school. She firmly rejected me. I'll inform your teacher to excuse you. Just rest at home. Though I still felt somewhat unwell, the thought of Tang Ning leaving filled me with a sense of emptiness. For reasons I couldn't quite comprehend, I suddenly yearned to be close to her. Then I recalled Zhang Xian, and my desire to attend school intensified. I hadn't had a chance to say goodbye when I left her house, and I hadn't contacted her in the past 2 days to know how she was doing. I missed her dearly. I remembered how she cried when I left, and I wondered if she had shed any more tears these past 2 days. The longing to return to school grew stronger, and I began to insist, seeing my determination. Both Tang Ning and Uncle Tang eventually relented. On our way to school, Uncle Tang draped his fur coat over my shoulders. He then drove us, Tang Ning and me, to school. The Tang family's vehicle was a black Range Rover, an imposing SUV that exuded an air of superiority. As we drove towards the school, I noticed many pedestrians glancing at our car. Once I donned Uncle Tang's fur coat, I felt an air of affluence surrounding me. Upon arriving at the school gate, I observed several students entering the premises, their eyes fixated on our vehicle. When Tang Ning and I alighted from the car, I heard shouts from the crowd. Oh my! ISNT, that Wong. She from class 1? His family drives a Range Rover. And look, ISNT that the school has queen? Yes, even wearing fur. Despite feeling weak, Tang Ning stood beside me, supporting my arm. As we walked towards the campus, an uproar erupted around us. I was somewhat notorious, though not for commendable reasons. Due to the incidents involving Zhang Xian and the beatings I endured, a significant portion of my classmates recognized me. I had cultivated an image of poverty and despair. Yet now, seeing me arrive in such a luxurious car alongside the beautiful Tang Ning, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. As they pointed and whispered, my heart grew increasingly agitated. I thought to myself, so what if I arrived in a nice car? Is it such a big deal? And why should I walk with a beautiful girl? Just because my circumstances are dire, does that mean I'm unworthy of her company? As their chatter continued, my annoyance escalated. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind us. Wang Shi, is that you? Hearing that voice, I halted in my tracks, my heart racing and my body trembling. Clad in an elegant coat, I carefully turned around with Tang Ning as support. Upon seeing that familiar, vibrant face, my eyes instantly welled with tears. In that moment, I felt an influx of strength coursing through me. I gently raised my right hand, signaling Tang Ning to let me go. Then, I strode toward her, disregarding the curious gazes of those around us, and enveloped her delicate figure in my embrace. In that instant, I wept, holding her fragile form tightly. Tears streamed down my face. Although it had only been 3 days since we last met, it felt as if a lifetime had passed. It dawned on me how profoundly I loved her. I couldn't bear to be apart from her, not for a single moment. As memories of the torment inflicted by Tang, Wendy resurfaced, an indescribable sense of grievance filled my heart. Wang Shi, is it really you? She asked, feeling my embrace tightly. It's really me. Sister, I missed you so much. I cried, still holding her close. You didn't leave? She questioned. No, I didn't leave. I can't live without you. I replied. Is that so? Upon hearing my words, she couldn't help but hug me tighter. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. In that instant, we forgot the world around us, as if it was just the two of us in our own universe. Ignoring the astonished stares of those nearby, we held each other tightly, reluctant to let go. Finally, a gentle cough broke the spell, pulling us back to reality. We turned to see the source of the cough, our faces flushing crimson. I noticed Tang Ning's adorable face, which appeared quite embarrassed. Not far away, Auntie Tang glared at us with indignation. What are you doing? What on earth is going on? Her voice was filled with anger, but with so many people around, she refrained from exploding. She struggled to suppress her fury, coldly remarking, Is it just because you haven't seen each other for 3 days? Why endure such suffering? Spare yourself the embarrassment and return home. Do not disgrace yourself in front of me. Hearing my aunt's words, Zhang Xian's delicate face flushed crimson. It seems that no matter how hard one tries to evade it, fate has a way of catching up. Just when I thought I had finally escaped this misfortune, I encountered it once more. My aunt spoke coldly. Mom, what are you saying? Wang Shi is not a misfortune, Zhang Xian retorted. Just wait until we get home. My aunt shot a frosty glance at Zhang Xian before entering the car. Once my aunt's vehicle departed, Zhang Xian and I exchanged helpless glances. and soon we both broke into laughter. After a brief 3-day separation, I discovered that my bond with Zhang Xian had deepened. This time, we no longer acted like adversaries, but rather like a couple who had been together for an eternity. Suddenly, I noticed Zhang Xian stealing a glance at the onlookers, her expression shifting. Then, she abruptly pushed me away, regarding me with disdain as she exclaimed, "Wang Shi, what are you doing? How shameless of you to take advantage of me in front of so many people. Sister, there's no need for such pretense." Everyone saw it. Continuing to act coy would be rather contrived. I replied with a smirk, feeling as though my ailments had significantly lessened. "Where have you been these past few days? Did you die?" Zhang Xian maintained her facade of aloofness, glaring at me. "I was at Tang Ning's house," I replied. "What?" Upon hearing my words, Zhang Xian's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. "Yes, he came to my house." "Ha ha ha, he is now my brother too," Tang Ning chimed in, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Then, she linked her arm with mine, and the three of us walked toward the teaching building. Along the way, many pointed us out, but we paid them no mind. Zhang Xian's demeanor reverted to its previous sternness, speaking to me with an edge. Yet, I understood that she was merely concerned about her image, feigning indifference. And her words warmed my heart. Tang Ning had divulged everything to Zhang Xian, including how Tang, when he treated me. Initially, Zhang Xian had pretended to be aloof. But upon learning of my illness, her demeanor softened, and she grasped my hand tightly. In her eyes, I saw a gaze I had never encountered before, one filled with profound concern. Gripping my hand, Zhang Xian appeared on the verge of tears. I knew Tang when he was no good. How could he treat Wang Shi in such a manner? "I'm sorry, I did not take good care of him," Tang Ning said, filled with guilt. "Tang Ning, this is not your fault. It is my own inadequacy, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. Let us put this matter to rest and not speak of it again," I replied earnestly. "From now on, I shall not speak to Tang Wendy again," Zhang Xian declared. "Yes, this time my brother has gone too far. I stand with Wang Shi," Tang Ning nodded. "Thank you, Tang Ning," Zhang Xian expressed her gratitude. "It's nothing. It is what I ought to do. After all, Wang Shi's my brother-in-law," Tang Ning smiled. "What?" Upon hearing Tang Ning's words, Zhang Xian and I exchanged astonished glances. Gradually, Zhang Xian's lovely face turned crimson, and she lightly bit her lip, feigning anger as she threatened Tang Ning. "You dare take advantage of me? Who do you think is your sister?" "Ha ha ha!" Tang Ning immediately laughed and ran away. Observing the two beautiful girls bickering before me, I could not help but smile warmly. However, I knew this matter was far from over. Tang Wendy would not let me off so easily. After returning to class, Tang Ning helped me settle in before departing. "Zhang Xuan Tenget Tang Ning," suggesting she would treat her to dinner over the weekend. I gently caressed the desk, surprised to find it extraordinarily clean. "Did you clean my desk, sister?" I asked Zhang Xian in astonishment. "Ha! I am not that kind-hearted," Zhang Xian replied with a cold laugh, laced with jealousy. "Then who did?" I inquired, taken aback. "Your good deskmate, fat girl." Zhang Xian shot me a fierce glare before walking away. As I watched Zhang Xian leave, I couldn't help but feel astonished. Next, I saw a fat girl enter with a small bag of snacks. Upon spotting me, her eyes lit up with delight. "Wang Shi, you're back at school?" Fat girl exclaimed. "Did you clean my desk?" I asked her in surprise. "Yes, I was worried when I saw you weren't at school. When I noticed your desk was dusty, I cleaned it for you. Are you all right? Are you sick again?" "I was concerned you might vanish for another half-month like before," Fat girl replied. "I am now in my second year of high school, and Fat girl has been my deskmate for 2 years. Perhaps due to her weight, she is not very attractive, which has led many classmates to disdain me. Lacking parental affection and struggling academically, I too have faced rejection from my peers. No one wanted to sit with us, so the teacher placed us together. Throughout these 2 years, while we may have looked down on each other, Fat girl understands my situation well. I often fall seriously ill and require hospitalization. So when I did not attend school that morning, she feared I was unwell. Seeing how thoroughly she cleaned my desk moved me deeply. I wanted to express that friendships should not hinge on appearances, and one should not be overly pragmatic. This world is fair. Kindness begets kindness. Having someone care for you when you are ill is more than enough. I felt indescribably touched by Fat girl's kindness. After some contemplation, I said earnestly to her, "If one day I achieve something, I will surely repay you well." "Oh, I don't need your repayment. Just being able to have you accompany me when you are well is sufficient," she replied with a chuckle. "Wearing a fake mink coat does not make you a wealthy person," Fat girl scoffed, rolling her eyes. Huh, then I promise not to make you angry anymore, I said. By the way, I brought a lot of those comic books. Would you like to see them? Fat girl asked. Sure, I replied. Since I was struggling to keep up with my studies, I spent my time with Fat Girl reading comics. My main purpose for coming today was to see Zhang Xian, to let her know I had not left. My goal had been achieved. However, after class, I suddenly sensed an unsettling atmosphere around me. I noticed Chai Jin and his lackeys glaring at me with malicious intent. Several members of the 13 Eagles also passed through the classroom, casting deliberate glances my way before departing. Their predatory gazes instilled a sense of unease within me. Lu Zhiqing appeared as well. Upon spotting me, he seemed quite pleased. He beckoned me to the water room and lit a cigarette, saying, Wang Shi, did you know that many people missed you this morning when you were absent? Many people missed me? I asked, astonished, looking at Lu Zhiqing. Indeed, this morning I had a meeting with the 13 Eagles, and young Master Bao and Chun Sun specifically inquired about your whereabouts. They said when they saw you, they wanted me to let you know that they would treat you to dinner after school tonight, Lu Zhiqing explained. They want to treat me to dinner? I was even more surprised. That's right. Young Master Bao said he would never bully you again, and Shin Sun also mentioned he would apologize to you. In my opinion, this is all thanks to Brother Wendy's goodwill. Brother Wendy is truly a good person. It's my first time seeing him being so kind, Lu Zhiqing said. Wang Shi, we must find an opportunity to express our gratitude to Brother Wendy. Brother Chung, you wanted to thank Brother Wendy? I gazed at him incredulously. Yes, Brother Wendy is a good person. He treats us so well. We must sincerely thank him, Lu Zhiqing affirmed. Ha, do you know that Lu Zhiqing is actually scum? My expression turned cold. Wang Shi, what do you mean? Lu Zhiqing looked at me in shock. I said, Lu Zhiqing is scum. I raised my voice suddenly, filled with rage. Wang Shi, how can you say that about Brother Wendy? Although we are good brothers, it seems inappropriate to speak ill of him, does it not? What has Brother Wendy done to you? Has he offended you in any way? He kindly saved us, and yet you dare to speak ill of him? Are you not aware that speaking ill of others behind their backs is an abhorrent habit? Lu Zhiqing appeared somewhat displeased, furrowing his brow as he gazed at me. Until now, I have only 4 friends. Lu Zhiqing, Zhang Xian, Tang Ning, and Fat Mei, with Lu Zhiqing being my sole male companion. He treats me exceptionally well, even going so far as to oppose Shi San Ying for my sake. Out of concern for me, he even damaged his own bracelet. I am deeply grateful to him, cherishing him as my best friend. However, seeing him so protective of Tang Wendy, I could not help but feel a surge of anger. I could hardly believe that he could be upset with me because of Tang Wendy. You fool. With that thought, I suddenly shoved Lu Zhiqing with force. As I did so, I noticed a flicker of anger in his eyes. Without granting him a chance to speak, I pushed him again with more strength. While doing so, I angrily exclaimed, Lu Zhiqing, I consider you my best friend. Yet you are angry with me because of that scoundrel Tang Wendy. Do you have any idea how he has treated me? He has feelings for Zhang Xian, and, in order to win her over, he deceived me into his home to assault me, threatened me using Zhang Xian, and even had me undress and drenched me with cold water. Throughout my life, I have never suffered such humiliation, not even at my aunt's house. At Tang Wendy's place, I was nearly tormented to death by him. And you dare to believe that scoundrel over me? Do you not realize that if it weren't for your misguided decision to ask Tang Wendy to protect us, I would not have incurred his wrath and suffered like this? How can you not believe me? Has your good student brain been devoured by a dog? As I spoke, my eyes reddened. I could not help but yell at Lu Zhiqing. Wang Shi, what are you saying? Is Brother Wendy truly such a person? The anger in Lu Zhiqing's eyes gradually faded, replaced by profound shock. He desires Zhang Xian, drawn to her family's wealth and her physique. I, too, have feelings for Zhang Xian, and thus fell victim to his malicious intentions. Even Zhang Xian could see that he is not a good person, yet you still regard him as one. I shall say no more, believe it or not. If you truly trust Tang Wendy over me, then so be it. As I uttered the final sentence, I hesitated but gritted my teeth to say it anyway. No, Lu Zhiqing interjected. Not no, you still do not believe me? I was taken aback. No, it's your bracelet that is incorrect. Fixating on me, Lu Zhiqing suddenly seized my bracelet, declaring, Wang Shi, your bracelet has been swapped. What? Chapter 39, The Banquet of the Young Master. The patterns are wrong, and the luster it should exhibit is also incorrect. Frowning, Lu Zhiqing gently grasped my wrist. He then touched the exposed beads of the bracelet. stating, "Its texture is also incorrect. This is clearly a counterfeit. Wang Shi, where is your original bracelet?" "What original bracelet?" "This is the one I have always worn." My heart sank, and my eyes widened in disbelief. "My dear Shigo, how could this possibly be the bracelet you've always worn? Did someone secretly swap your original bracelet?" Lu Jiqing's complexion turned pale as he gazed at me in astonishment. "What? My original bracelet was secretly swapped?" I inquired again. "Indeed," Lu Jiqing affirmed emphatically. Upon hearing his words, I felt a wave of dizziness, as if struck by an electric shock. I then glanced at my bracelet, overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. "It cannot be. This is impossible. This bracelet has been on my wrist. How could it have been swapped?" Moreover, since Lu Jiqing mentioned that my bracelet was valuable, and given my aunt's attitude towards it, I have been exceedingly careful to protect it. How could it have been stealthily taken from me? Yet, Lu Jiqing has no reason to deceive me. Previously, he suggested that my bracelet might be genuine, and now he confidently asserts it is a counterfeit. Furthermore, my aunt had experts appraise my bracelet as well, and they also deemed it a fake. Could it be that my previous bracelet was indeed genuine, and it was swapped without my knowledge? But by whom? I have never parted with it, nor entrusted it to anyone else. Aside from sleeping, no one had the opportunity to switch it. And who could possibly creep in while I slept to exchange the bracelet? I have always stayed at home, where only my aunt and Zhangxian reside. As I pondered, a chill crept into my heart. "Have you figured out who might have swapped your bracelet?" Lu Jiqing inquired. Shaking my head vigorously, I quickly dispelled the vivid image that surged in my mind. I then gritted my teeth and reassured myself, it cannot be. She would never do such a thing to me. But even as I told myself that, an indescribable discomfort lingered in my heart. For apart from her, no one else could approach me. Could it be that she deceived me? "Wang Shi, think carefully. Has anyone approached you recently, or have you entrusted your bracelet to someone? This doesn't make sense. Your bracelet resembles the previous one, but a discerning eye would immediately notice the difference. Although I am not wealthy, I have been enamored with such ornaments for 2 or 3 years. I cannot be mistaken. Your bracelet is undoubtedly a counterfeit." Noticing my silence, Lu Jiqing began to fret for me. "Wang Shi, you must think hard. Your previous bracelet bore a close resemblance to a genuine one, and it could very well have been genuine. You need to recall who may have stolen it and ensure you recover your bracelet. If your previous bracelet is truly genuine, you could strike it rich." Listening to Lu Jiqing's incessant remarks, my heart suddenly ached as if it were being torn apart. Although I do not believe she would commit such an act, all evidence now points toward her. For apart from her, no one else had the opportunity to draw near me. Each breath felt painful, and I forced a smile at Lu Jiqing, saying, "Jiqing, actually, I was the one who swapped the bracelet." "What? You swapped it?" Lu Jiqing looked at me in astonishment. "Yes, because that bracelet was a keepsake for my mother. Although it may be a counterfeit, it remains a cherished memento. Fearing I might lose it, I removed it. Later, I thought wearing a bracelet was quite interesting, so I purchased a similar counterfeit." I explained. "So that is how it is." Lu Jiqing sighed in relief, patting his chest. "You scared me. I thought you had lost your original bracelet. Your decision is wise. It is indeed safer this way. Bring that bracelet out sometime. We should consult an expert to authenticate it. If it turns out to be genuine, you could be in for a windfall. Haha." "All right." I smiled, feeling a bittersweet sensation in my heart. We exchanged glances, and suddenly, Lu Jiqing embraced me tightly, saying, "Brother, how could I not believe you? Even if you were to lie to me, I would always trust you." "Huh, I believe your words. Tang Wendy is not a good person. I apologize for my earlier harshness. I should not have ridiculed you," Lu Jiqing said. Upon hearing his words, I was instantly overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. I clenched my fists and looked at him earnestly, asking, "Why do you trust me so much?" "Because I believe in my heart." Smiling, Lu Jiqing gently patted his chest. "Your heart?" I inquired. "Yes, I trust that friends I have made with sincerity would never deceive me." Lu Jiqing gazed at me earnestly. "Thank you." I nodded gently. "If Tang Wendy is indeed a scoundrel, what should our next course of action be? He is so hypocritical. Had you not warned me, I would have continued to regard him as a good person. It is evident to me that the young master has always been at odds with Tang Wendy. Tell me, should we accept the young master's invitation to dinner tonight and take the opportunity to join forces against Tang Wendy?" Lu Jiqing proposed. "Haha, neither of them are good people." I sneered. "Indeed." Lu Jiqing nodded slightly. "Whether it is the young master or Tang Wendy, neither can be trusted. I have offended both of them. They are now our adversaries. We find ourselves in a precarious situation, caught between the cunning Bao Xiaoye and the predatory Tang Wendy. The former, a fox, and the latter, a wolf, may very well be colluding. Tonight's dinner could potentially be a trap devised by Tang Wendy, orchestrated through Bao Xiaoye. Just moments ago, I noticed the presence of the 13 eagles, their malevolent gazes unmistakably aimed at me. Indeed, I have offended Tang Wendy, yet I have Tang Ning to shield me. Her protection means Tang Wendy is less likely to act openly against me, further indicating that the evening's gathering may not bode well for us. Bao Xiaoye might be acting under Tang Wendy's directives. Wang Shi, your analysis is thorough. Hearing your words, it becomes evident that tonight's dinner is indeed a snare. Lu Jiqing glanced at me in surprise before nodding subtly. I found myself lost in thought, staring blankly at the faucet in the water room, feeling somewhat disoriented. So, what shall we do? Lu Jiqing inquired. We shall not attend, I replied. Upon hearing my words, Lu Jiqing's expression turned awkward. After parting ways with Lu Jiqing, I returned to class, where lessons had already commenced. As I entered the classroom, I caught Zhang Xian's concerned gaze directed towards me. The moment our eyes met, a wave of complexity flooded my heart. Yet, Zhang Xian's eyes remained clear and untainted, devoid of any impurities. Gazing into her crystalline eyes intensified my inner turmoil. I managed a faint smile toward Zhang Xian before hastily retreating to my seat. My mood was too heavy to indulge in comics with Fat Mei. I sat in silence, lost in a whirl of thoughts. With Lu Jiqing unraveling the truth behind my bracelet, the fragmented clues I had previously gathered began to converge. The precious bracelet, the undisclosed identity of my parents, and the mysterious girl following me. Each element brought me closer to the truth. Perhaps the answers were on the verge of revelation, just a fraction of insight away from unveiling my origins. Engrossed in contemplation, I failed to register when class concluded once again, and by the time the third English lesson commenced, I still found myself staring at my political textbook. Wang Shi, Bao Xiaoye invites you to dinner. A sudden voice jolted me from my thoughts. Raising my eyes, I saw Chai Jin and his entourage standing before me, while outside the classroom, a throng of dark figures loomed. My heart sank as I realized school had ended. Peering out the window, I noticed the same ominous crowd gathering outside. Familiar faces were among them. It dawned on me that this banquet was not something I could simply decline. Wang Shi, Bao Xiaoye invites you to dinner. Are you really going to disregard this? Chai Jin repeated, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I shall not attend, I asserted when suddenly, a cold voice resonated from within the classroom. As the icy words lingered in the air, Chai Jin and his lackeys instantly turned pale, for they had not anticipated someone daring to oppose them. However, they froze upon recognizing the speaker. Xian, what are you doing? Chai Jin exclaimed, astonished at the sight of her resolute expression. Wang Shi is not a waste. He is my brother, Zhang Xian declared, her countenance frosty as she advanced towards me, exuding an aura of defiance. I was taken aback. Could she truly be the one who had taken my bracelet? She had always been my caring sister. The presence of several classmates, Chai Jin and his henchmen, as well as the 13 Eagles underlings, heightened the tension. Their astonished gazes reflected disbelief at Zhang Xian's unexpected loyalty towards me, as many remained oblivious to our true relationship. Zhang Xian, what are you saying? Chai Jin stammered. Wang Shi is my brother. If anyone dares to harm him, they must contend with me. Zhang Xian's voice was resolute, her icy demeanor radiating an aura of threat. Witnessing her defense of me, the onlookers erupted into whispers, astonished that I possessed such a remarkable and beautiful sister. Zhang Xian had concealed our relationship far too effectively. Chai Jin, after contemplating her unwavering gaze, inhaled deeply. Having previously suffered defeat at my hands, he no longer exuded his usual arrogance. Nevertheless, he remained a troublemaker, emboldened by his companions. Fixing his gaze on Zhang Xian, he retorted, Zhang Xian, I know he is your brother, but he is not your blood brother, is he? Don't think you can intimidate me with your wealthy background. Things might get chaotic soon, and if you get hurt, it would be unfortunate. Oh, how chaotic can it be? The crowd outside erupted in disarray as a petite, charming girl and an attractive young man entered. Dang Ning, Lu Ticheng. Chai Jin's expression shifted to one of fear upon their arrival. With a smile, Lu Jiqing lit a cigarette, seemingly unfazed. This is still a classroom, yet you, Chai Xiaoye, have become increasingly arrogant. Have you forgotten how you lost, everything over a pair of stockings? What do you mean, Lu Jiqing? Chai Jin's expression darkened with anger as he surveyed the gathering crowd. Nothing much, just a gentle reminder. You may be decent company, but don't let it go to your head. Lu Jiqing's voice rose, prompting laughter from the surrounding students, which only intensified Chai Jin's fury. Don't think you're invincible just because you can take on anyone. You may be strong, but can you handle the 13 eagles? Chai Jin challenged. What of it? Lu Jiqing retorted. All my brothers from the 13 eagles, come forth. Chai Jin slammed his hand on the desk, creating a loud echo as chaos erupted around us. In an instant, his few lackeys multiplied to over 20. Chai Jin, now flushed with rage, took out a cigarette and lit it. Lu Jiqing, you may be impressive, but I want you to know that you are also invited to tonight's dinner. Don't think you can bully me just because you're strong. Soon, you'll understand my might. Let me be frank. Tonight's gathering is a veritable trap. You come, there will be wine. You don't come, then there is nothing to drink. Chai Jin concluded, and his entourage swiftly encircled Lu Jiqing. Are you attempting to intimidate me? Lu Jiqing remarked, unfazed by the encroaching crowd. I'm indeed here to intimidate you. Do you dare retaliate? Chai Jin shouted. At that moment, veins bulged on Lu Jiqing's forehead, visibly agitated by Chai Jin's taunts. However, he found himself unable to act, as Chai Jin's numbers were overwhelming. He could only glare at Chai Jin, suppressing his rising fury. To strike would guarantee defeat. For now, he relied on his accumulated reputation to keep them at bay. How audacious! If you refuse to drink a toast, then take them both away. Chai Jin smirked, sensing victory. Wait, just as the 13 Eagles henchmen were about to act, Tang Ning interjected. Her brother, Tang Wendy, was a figure of considerable renown, compelling the henchmen to hesitate. Lu Jiqing and Wang Shi are my friends. Who dares to lay a finger on them? Tang Ning's voice rang out. Tang Jia, tonight's events are none of your concern. Kindly return home for dinner. Chai Jin responded, his tone oddly lighthearted, despite the gravity of the situation. I apologize for my earlier tone, which may have seemed disrespectful. Allow me to express my thoughts more courteously. Miss Tang, it would be prudent for you to return home for a meal. This place is far too chaotic for someone of your stature. With that, Chai Jin erupted into laughter, and his sycophants followed suit. After all, Tang Ning is a young lady, a rather charming one at that. Such a girl ought not to be treated in this manner. Yet, regrettably, she found herself subjected to such indignities. The derisive laughter from Chai Jin and his companions was laden with humiliation. Even Tang Ning, known for her patience, could not suppress her anger. Blushing fiercely, she shot them a glare, pointing accusingly at Chai Jin. Chai Jin, how could you? I once considered you a friend, and now you turn your back on me. Do you think I won't call my brother to seek justice? By all means, call Brother Wendy and have him come here to teach me a lesson. Chai Jin replied with a mocking grin. Is something amiss with my brother? Seeing Chai Jin's demeanor, Tang Ning felt a surge of concern. She promptly retrieved her phone. No need to call, I interjected, unable to remain silent any longer. What do you mean? Tang Ning looked at me in surprise. These individuals are here at your brother's behest to confront us. He will not show up tonight, nor will he answer your call. That's impossible. Even if my brother were to confront you, he would never allow anyone to treat me this way. Chai Jin has never acted like this towards me. Something must have happened. With determination, Tang Ning dialed a number. Mere seconds passed before her expression shifted to one of sorrow. I understood the source of her dismay. She was troubled by Chai Jin's tone. Despite her esteemed position at school, she had always been a kind and humble girl. Disapproving of the actions of the 13 Eagles, she had distanced herself from them. Yet, even after leaving, they treated her with courtesy, aware of her brother's reputation. Now, however, the attitude of the 13 Eagles had shifted, as had Chai Jin's, suggesting that Tang Wendy was intentionally directing them not to treat his sister with kindness. This was a grievous transgression on Tang Wendy's part. Tang Ning had merely shown me a small kindness, and yet he repaid her with such disdain. Regardless of their familial bond, Tang Wendy seemed to have cast aside his sister in a moment of impulsive anger. I'm sorry, Tang Ning. It is I who have jeopardized your relationship with your brother. Observing Tang Ning's distress, I felt compelled to approach her. My heart ached at the sight of her petite frame, and I gently enveloped her in my arms. How could he treat me like this? Tang Ning gazed at me, her eyes filled with disappointment. Perhaps he is merely momentarily enraged. Do not let it trouble you. If he were to harm me, he might reconsider his actions. My heart ached for Tang Ning, and a profound sense of guilt washed over me. Had it not been for my presence, she would not have been forsaken by her brother. Enough with the displays of affection. Tang Ning, tonight's events are not your fault. Brother Wendy has instructed us to disregard you. You should return home promptly for a meal. It would be unwise to remain here and risk injury. Brothers of the 13 Eagles, we shall take action. A menacing expression crossed Chai Jin's face as he sought to avenge our previous triumph over him. Just then, a loud shout echoed through the classroom. None of you are permitted to touch Wang Shi. I dare any of you to lay a finger on him. Who do you think you are to meddle? Chai Jin shot a furious glance at the voice's owner. You dare to interfere? You better not even think about touching Wang Shi. The voice belonged to the chubby girl, who stood defiantly upon her chair, confronting Chai Jin. You pathetic fool. Are you courting death? Chai Jin retorted vehemently. You're the one seeking death. The girl shot back. Dare to lay a finger on me, and I'll have my mother call the police. Chai Jin, gritting his teeth, kicked the stool from under her. The sound of her fall resonated throughout the room, a loud thud that drew everyone's attention. The sight of her awkward tumble elicited peals of laughter from Chai Jin, his mirth chilling to the bone. While onlookers were expected to join in his laughter, this time, they remained silent, for the chubby girl had fallen rather painfully. After all, she was still a girl. Someone, unable to bear the sight, rushed over to help her up. Are you all right? I'm fine, she replied, her face contorted in pain as she clutched her stomach. Chai Jin, you've crossed the line. Regardless of the circumstances, we are classmates. Why do you side with those from another class? You may have taken your grievances out on Wang Shi, but why unleash such brutality on a girl? The class monitor spoke out, visibly angered. Indeed, though young Master Bao is a rogue, he has never permitted his classmates to be bullied. Yet here you are, siding with outsiders against your own. Others chimed in, echoing the sentiment. What an arrogant leader you are, the first speaker remarked, and soon, a chorus of voices rose in unison. Gradually, our classmates began to voice their discontent. They could no longer tolerate Chai Jin's tyranny, each harboring an innate sense of justice. Despite their previous hesitance to confront him, the moment had come when they could endure no more. Chai Jin is nothing but a dog, a mere lackey to young Master Bao. Let us no longer allow him to lead our class. Let Wang Shi assume that role. Let us rally behind Wang Shi and ensure Chai Jin does not take him away. Our class united in solidarity, unafraid of Chai Jin's intimidation. Witnessing the mounting opposition against him, the chubby girl suddenly raised her voice. Indeed, Wang Shi would make a far better leader. Though he may not seem formidable, he dares to stand against the 13 Eagles, while Chai Jin pales in comparison. Wang Shi for the win. Though I had often endured humiliation, I rarely engaged in arguments. I typically bore the insults silently. Yet, in this moment, I was taken aback as support began to materialize around me. Astonished, I turned to face them. While the number of supporters was modest, their voices were beginning to rise. With the chubby girl leading the charge, there were indeed those willing to stand up for me. A veil of emotion clouded my eyes as I witnessed their concern. I felt a rush of gratitude. Sometimes, it seems one ought to accumulate virtue, for if my character were lacking, I might find myself despised by all. Perhaps that would have led to my isolation from their support. The chubby girl's endorsement filled me with an ineffable sense of gratitude. Bolstered by their support, Chai Jin and his lackeys fell into disarray. They resorted to shouting and threatening us with violence. Yet this only ignited our defiance. Though Chai Jin had the numbers, over 20 on his side, our class boasted nearly 50 members. Many of his allies were outsiders, lacking the conviction to confront us within our territory. Only Chai Jin and a handful of his sycophants shouted in vain. Their cries rendered impotent. Wang Shi, you have triumphed. As I beheld the solidarity of my classmates, Zhang Xian approached me, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Indeed, I nodded, gently grasping her hand. But how do we escape? She inquired. Perhaps we cannot. Let us remain here a while longer. I find joy in being with you, I replied. You're insufferable, Zhang Xian retorted, pulling her hand away and shooting me an exasperated look. Despite the precariousness of our situation, I couldn't help but smile in happiness. At that moment, Zhang Xian's phone rang, and instinctively, she lifted it to her ear. Gradually, I noticed a change in Zhang Xian's expression as she looked at my face. Suddenly, she delivered a stinging slap across my cheek. What are you doing? I asked, astonished. Wang Shi, you truly make people feel disgusted. In Chapter 41, My Sister, I felt a buzzing in my ears as Zhang Xian's phone was forcefully hurled at me. Alarmed, I quickly picked up the phone that had fallen to the ground, only to find its screen shattered like a spider's web. In an instant, the screen darkened before my eyes. When I turned to look at Zhang Xian, I saw her coldly striding out of the classroom. At that moment, a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Though I could not see who had called her, I understood that Zhang Xian had fallen victim to their scheme. It must have been that vile Tang Wendy who had said something to incite her against me. Despite being in a perilous situation, I was more concerned about Zhang Xian than my own safety. I rushed out of the classroom and grabbed her arm. Gritting my teeth, anxiously asked, "Did Tang Wendy call you? Did he say something to you?" "Zhang Xian, please don't fall for Tang Wendy's tricks. Get lost." Zhang Xian's beautiful face was cold as she forcefully shook off my hand. "Zhang Xian, do you not trust me? What on earth happened? Why are you suddenly so angry?" Remembering my encounter with Tang Ning, I felt a pang of guilt. In that moment, I saw the redness around Zhang Xian's eyes. She appeared deeply hurt and looked at me with disappointment, saying, "Wang Shi, why do you treat me this way? You always tease me with strange words. And now that I've developed feelings for you, is this how you respond? Do you think I'm foolish and easily deceived? How have I deceived you?" My heart sank further as I recalled that night with Tang Ning. "Look in the mirror at yourself," she retorted, her lips trembling. "You liar. Don't ever contact me again." Tears streamed down Zhang Xian's cheeks, and my heart ached at the sight of her crying. Just as I attempted to explain myself, someone suddenly tightened their grip around my neck. The assailant was strong, firmly holding me and declaring, "I've got Wang Shi." "What?" Chai Jin rushed out of the classroom, delighted to see me captured. "Chai Jin, don't you dare touch Wang Shi." Lu Zicheng, who had just emerged, was immediately furious. "You scare me?" Chai Jin retorted. "Grab this Zhang Xian too. Sun Xiao has been wanting to teach her a lesson." Chai Jin quickly ordered. Hearing his words, several people who had been surrounding us rushed forward to seize Zhang Xian. With their delicate arms caught, Zhang Xian, already furious, became even more enraged. "Let go of me. Why are you capturing me? I have nothing to do with Wang Shi anymore. All of you get away from me." "Oh, my esteemed Miss Zhang Xian, you may claim you have no ties with Wang Shi, but you and my son Ge have many connections." Chai Jin smirked. "Get away from me. You better not touch me." Zhang Xian shouted, tears in her eyes, struggling fiercely. I knew I was no match for them, no matter how much I fought back. It was futile. Now I had offended both Tang, Wendy, and young Master Bao, and there was no refuge for me in this school. Continuing to resist would only prolong my fate. Captured, I felt no resentment toward Zhang Xian. My heart was solely preoccupied with her misunderstandings. My life or death seemed inconsequential at that point. I smiled at Zhang Xian and asked, "Zhang Xian, do you truly not believe me? Do you not believe that I love you?" "Wang Shi, you're still lying to me." "Enough. Stop trying to deceive me with your falsehoods." Upon hearing my words, Zhang Xian's tears fell anew. "I'm not lying. I genuinely like you. Are you out of your mind? Why would I lie to you for no reason? Do you think our years of friendship are worth less than a single word from Tang Wendy?" I shouted angrily. My roar startled the boy holding me, and even Zhang Xian ceased her tears, seemingly taken aback. But soon, she bit her lip and retorted, "Are you insane? You think you have the right to be angry? That call wasn't from Tang Wendy. It was from a vile woman." "What?" I froze upon hearing her revelation. At that moment, an icy wave washed over me. The first thought that crossed my mind was a mocking laughter. The laughter of that girl was melodious, yet every time I turned around, I could see no one. And now, she had taken the initiative to call Zhang Xian. Who was she? Was she an enemy or a friend? Why would she seek to sow discord between Zhang Xian and me at such a critical moment? It felt as though the truth was drawing closer, and my identity was becoming clearer. Just a little more, just a fraction more, and I would uncover the entire truth. Suddenly, I bellowed at the people surrounding me. "Who are you? Who the hell are you? I know you're nearby. Show yourself. Stop playing games with me. I beseech you, cease this torment." "Wang Shi, have you lost your mind?" Chai Jin, taken aback by my frenzied shouting, turned pale. "Get lost, you sycophant." I cursed vehemently. "I'll tear you apart." In response to my words, Chai Jin lunged at me and struck my stomach. Then, glancing at Lu Zicheng, who had rushed in to defend me, he drew a small knife and pressed it against my neck, threatening, "Lu Zicheng, you better stop this instant. If you make another move, I'll leave a mark on his neck." "Chai Jin, you despicable creature." Lu Zicheng gasped in shock at Chai Jin. "You're vile." Seeing Lu Zicheng freeze, someone else immediately kicked him hard. Then, the crowd converged, subduing Lu Zicheng swiftly. Soon, Zhang Xian, Lu Zicheng, and I were all captured by Chai Jin, who disregarded Tang Ning and led us out of the school building. Along the way, Chai Jin appeared exceedingly pleased with himself. Casting a cold glance at me, he boasted, "Hey kid, isn't this scene familiar to you?" "Indeed, this is the second time you've captured me," I replied. "Correct, but there will never be a third time. Young Master Tang has ordered us to dispose of you, ensuring you will never have the chance to be captured again." Chai Jin pulled out a cigarette and took a deep drag. "Let go of Zhang Xian and my brothers. I'll take responsibility for this alone." Looking at him, I felt an unprecedented calm wash over me. Exhaling a cloud of smoke towards my face, Chai Jin smirked, "Not a chance. You're not the only one we're targeting. Lu Zicheng is also on our list. Today we intend to capture all of you, ensuring you can never oppose us again. And as for Zhang Xian, young Master Sun has been quite troubled about her. In a moment, you will obediently watch as we dispose of you, then witness how young Master Sun toys with her," Chai Jin declared with a smug expression. "Chai Jin, you vile scoundrel." Hearing his words, panic surged within me. I struggled fiercely, consumed by rage, wishing I could end his life. He even dared to covet my position, which terrified me. Chai Jin shrugged nonchalantly as he led us outside the school. Once we stepped out, I quickly recognized many familiar faces. Young Master Bao, Chun Sun, and their entourage had been waiting for us. Upon seeing us, young Master Bao wore a sympathetic smile, while Chun Sun, with a stern expression, inquired, "Why did it take so long? Do they wish to drink a toast or face punishment?" "Indeed," Chai Jin boasted. "Then let us punish them with a drink." Chun Sun gestured to his companions, who promptly surrounded us tightly. I noticed a young man with dyed hair approaching, carrying a bottle of beer. "That is Big Chicken, a companion of Tang Wendy." To my astonishment, he complied with Chun Sun's instructions, causing a chill to seep into my heart. Following this, Chun Sun promptly produced a mobile phone, grinning as he declared, "Our young Master Tang has decided to capture a video of the scene where we incapacitated them today. This way, we can relish it repeatedly in the future. Big Chicken, why don't you start by pouring drinks down Lu Zicheng's throat? Young Master Tang wishes to see how stubborn Wang she can be before he kneels." "All right," Big Chicken smirked, striding over to Lu Zicheng with a beer in hand. Suddenly, he seized Lu Zicheng's chin and forced the beer down his nose. "Big Chicken, what the hell are you doing?" Witnessing this brutal treatment of Lu Zicheng sent a sharp pang of anguish through my heart. Lu Zicheng is my brother, my only brother, and the one who has always stood up for me, even when everyone else scorned me. Despite my anger and insults, he still cared for me. Now, as I watched him being tormented, my heart bled. My face turned pale, and in a fit of rage, I coughed up blood. "Ha! He's so furious he's spitting blood. Quick, record this. This kid is in poor health. Not everyone can manage this." Laughter erupted, urging Big Chicken to aim the phone at me. "Tang Wendy, Titan Eaglet. I curse you. As long as I, Wang Shi, still draw breath, I shall annihilate you all." In my fury, I glared with wide eyes and let out a mournful roar. "You have no chance left. We, the 13 Eagles, have decided to cripple you. Young Master Tang says that those without parents are inconsequential even in death." The indifferent Bao Xiao suddenly broke into a chuckle. "Bao Xiao, you are inhumane." Tang Ning rushed from the crowd, crying out upon seeing Lu Zicheng's plight. "Hee, we're known as the cold-blooded 13 Eagles," Bao Xiao laughed again. Hearing his words, Tang Ning wept even more at Lu Zicheng's suffering. At that moment, Lu Zicheng began to expel alcohol from his nose, his eyes bloodshot. Seeing Lu Zicheng tortured in such a manner, Tang Ning collapsed to the ground. "I beg you, stop bullying Lu Zicheng. Please, do not torment him further. I kneel. I kneel." Gritting my teeth, I could not contain my tears. In agony, I bent my knees, wishing to shield Lu Zicheng from any further suffering. Yet in that moment, I watched as Lu Zicheng suddenly thrust his hand away forcefully. He evaded Big Chicken's beer and spewed forth a torrent of foam. "Brother, I'd rather break than bend. We shall not kneel. Damn it, keep pouring." Someone shouted in response to Lu Zicheng's defiance. I said, "I'd rather break than bend." He exclaimed, suddenly ramming his head into Big Chicken's. A resounding crack echoed, and both he and Big Chicken collapsed unconscious. Stunned, no one laughed at that moment. Next, Bao Sao Yingan deeply appeling di sin de. Upon hearing his words, everyone's gaze shifted to Zhang Xian. Chun Sun licked his lips mischievously as he approached her, phone in hand. Upon reaching Zhang Xian, he grasped her chin. You little vixen, it's finally our turn. Chen Sun, Wang Shi and I are no longer connected. But if you dare lay a finger on me. Zhang Xian's eyes turned icy, radiating a chilling aura. Oh, are you threatening me? What did you say? I won't dare touch you? Chen Sun chuckled, placing a finger on Zhang Xian's abdomen. Little vixen, I will definitely inform my mother about this. Go ahead. I dare you to touch me. Zhang Xian closed her eyes, tears of injustice streaming down her cheeks. Lu Ziqing, unwilling to endure any more torment, had knocked himself unconscious. Zhang Xian, a mere girl, lacked Lu Ziqing's fortitude, yet she retained her dignity, refusing to plead for mercy despite the humiliation. Seeing Zhang Xian still upset with me, jealousy brewed within her due to that mysterious girl's phone call. Her suffering on my behalf pierced my heart with relentless agony. Suddenly, Zhang Xian opened her eyes. Wang Shi, if you dare plead for mercy, if you dare to kneel, I will never speak to you again. I'm sorry. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, I wept. You need not apologize. Our connection has dissolved. It is best this way. I forbid you from shedding even a single tear for me, Zhang Xian said coldly. Her words deepened my torment. I could hardly bear to glance at the twisted faces of my tormentors. I longed to eliminate them all instantly. Just then, an idea flickered in my mind, a means to save Zhang Xian. Gritting my teeth, I coldly addressed Bao Xiao. Bao Xiao, as your demise approaches, I wish to bestow upon you a fitting moniker. Oh, what moniker might that be? Bao Xiao's thigh, indeed, cold-blooded 13 dogs. I declared, cold-blooded 13 dogs. Bao Xiao's expression soured. Indeed, you are merely the 13 dogs of Tang Wendy. You are forever destined to be suppressed by him. Eagles consume flesh, while you feast on filth. I gritted my teeth, my face adorned with a sardonic smile. Cease. Bao Xiao halted Zhang Xian upon hearing my words. At that moment, Chen Sun had yet to gain any advantage. Bao Xiao, what are you doing? Damn it, I haven't had my fill of fun yet. Chen Sun's face darkened. Congratulations. You've successfully provoked me. Bao Xiao smiled, his expression shifting to a sinister glare. Everyone attack Wang Shi. Beat him to a pulp. If he dies, I will take responsibility for it today. Haha, I was waiting for this moment. Upon hearing Bao Xiao's command, Chai Jin approached me with a grin, flanked by several sycophants who followed suit, all grinning. As they advanced towards me, a faint snicker erupted from the crowd. Though the laughter was soft, it resonated with unmistakable clarity. Recognizing that familiar laughter, my expression shifted. Chai Jin and his entourage also heard it, their faces reflecting disbelief. Though the sound was melodious, it was laced with an unspeakable mockery. Shut your mouths. Chai Jin bellowed, his voice booming. Who dares to show themselves? Hee, let the games end here. Suddenly, chaos erupted from one side of the crowd, and a few young individuals emerged. Upon seeing them, we were all left utterly astonished. The leading girl was breathtakingly beautiful, with long silver hair cascading down her back, and a face so stunning it was nearly suffocating. Her eyes held a chilling gleam, yet sparkled like stars. Clad in a Gothic-style gown, her snow-white neck adorned with a black ribbon, she radiated an indescribable aura. When she parted her cherry lips, she uttered a statement that left us all in shock. Brother, you have won. Chapter 42. The young master, her voice chimed like wind chimes, sending ripples of astonishment through my heart. I could hardly believe that this enigmatic girl had finally appeared before me. At that moment, this girl, whose beauty was almost suffocating, addressed me as her brother. Gazing into her icy eyes, I felt a wave of shame wash over me, for my current state was utterly miserable. Her beauty invoked an involuntary feeling of inadequacy. I felt unworthy of speaking to someone so exquisite. I find it hard to believe that I have such a beautiful sister. My lord, I apologize for the fright we caused you. Truth be told, we should have acted sooner. It was merely the young lady's intention to test your abilities, which delayed our appearance. A young man stepped forward with a smile, offering his apologies. Who are you? I asked, my heart racing at the sight of the stunning girl before me. Each of them exuded an extraordinary aura, and I felt the enigma of my lineage was finally on the verge of revelation. My lord, we are all your family, the young man replied with a charming smile, his demeanor poised. You, my family? I gazed at him in astonishment. Indeed, we have been searching for you for a long time. At last, we have found you in this small town. After days of verification, we have confirmed your identity. I apologize. This belongs to you. The young man smiled, producing a small bracelet. That is my bracelet, I exclaimed, unable to contain my excitement upon recognizing it. Yes, I'm sorry. He continued to smile, approaching me gently with the bracelet in hand. Who are you? Are you truly my sister? I was taken aback at the realization that the bracelet had been changed. I turned my gaze to the beautiful girl. I am your sister. My name is Inyao, meaning far away, she smiled, her frosty eyes locking onto mine. I felt an inexplicable chill emanating from her, causing me to shiver involuntarily. I then looked back at the young man, who was now almost before me. At that moment, I saw a young master suddenly flick away his cigarette, but casting a greedy glance at Inyao. He smirked coldly. Excuse me, do you intend to ignore my presence? Huh, do you even dare to call yourself a young master? Inyao laughed. Oh, am I unworthy? The young master retorted. Your family merely runs a small cosmetics company, with an annual revenue of only a few million. If someone like you can be called a young master, then everyone in the world might as well be one. And Yao chuckled, her icy demeanor intensifying. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing her words, the young master's expression soured. You little girl, how dare you look down on our young master? A thug shouted immediately. Stop that kid, don't let him give Wang Shi the bracelet. Ha, thunder and fire. Let us act, and Yao scoffed. As her voice fell, two young men stepped forward beside her. One had blue hair, the other red, both radiating an exceptional presence. If they were ordinary people, their hair colors might seem overly unconventional, yet they appeared strikingly unique, perfectly complementing their handsome faces. There was no hint of a rebellious vibe about them, only an aura of elevated fashion. Get them. Sensing a dangerous air from them, the group, led by 13 eagles, surged forward. The three of them approached me simultaneously. The one in the center was the previously amiable young man, flanked by the blue-haired and red-haired youths. They advanced quickly, the sound of their swift steps echoing around me. Suddenly, Chai Jin, accompanied by several lackeys, lunged at the young man in the middle. He smiled slightly, tossing a shiny object with his left hand. A scream erupted from Chai Jin and his lackeys as they collapsed to the ground. One thug, clutching his face, yelled, "You coward, using darts." Just a few flying needles. Nothing like a dart, the young man replied with a smile. Meanwhile, the blue-haired and red-haired youths also took action. The blue-haired one struck a thug in the chest, causing him to recoil and knock down a row of others behind him. Looking at me, the blue-haired youth knelt, saying, Lord Thunder, my apologies for arriving late. You have been startled. As I witnessed this remarkable young man kneel before me, an indescribable feeling welled up inside me. Lord Fire, my apologies for arriving late. You have been startled, the red-haired one echoed, also kneeling with a serious expression. What is this, a drama? Big Chicken shouted, charging forward with a beer bottle in hand. You lowlife, our world is beyond your comprehension, the young man replied with a smile, seizing Big Chicken's wrist effortlessly. With a swift twist, a sharp crack echoed as Big Chicken's wrist snapped. The beer bottle shattered as he fell bloodied. Lord Wind, my apologies for arriving late. You have been startled. The young man smiled, suddenly kneeling again while raising the bracelet high. Seeing the earnest expression on his face, I felt an overwhelming gravity in my own. Glancing inadvertently at Zhang Xian, I noticed her beautiful eyes wide with terror as she looked at me. Suddenly, I felt a lightness, and I turned to find the thugs who had been holding me now sprawled on the ground. A young man was kneeling before me, sincerely stating, Lord Lightning, my apologies for arriving late. You have been startled. Hearing his words, my mind went blank, overwhelmed by the realization that these mysterious experts held me in such high regard. And the beautiful girl before me was indeed my sister. Who were my parents? Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. All of you stand up, and Yao commanded coldly. Yes. They responded in unison, rising to their feet. My lord, please secure your belongings. The young man, known as Hurricane, smiled at me. Oh, I carefully accepted the bracelet. My lord, how dare these commoners humiliate you in such a manner? What should I do to avenge you? Lightning behind me suddenly spoke. I had long harbored a deep-seated enmity toward 13 Eagle, yet now I found myself at a loss. Let it go, just deal with their leader. Hurricane smiled lightly. He is fortunate. We 1T provoke trouble while searching for the Lord. Let S break his hands and feet for now, and when he heals, we'll break them again 10 times. As he spoke, lightning strode toward the young master. The moment he approached, a palpable aura of menace radiated from him. and his piercing gaze suggested he was ready to kill. Sensing this terrifying presence, the young master turned pale with fear. He wanted to flee, but discovered the crowd had trapped him. Gritting his teeth, he rushed toward Chen Sun, shouting, "What are you all doing? Hurry up and kill them. We have over 100 people here. Can't we handle just a few of them?" "All right," Chen Sun replied, gathering his men to charge forward. However, within a minute, he and several thugs lay defeated on the ground, all taken down by lightning alone. "They're a disorganized mess, not even enough to fill my teeth," Lightning remarked, smirking at the terrified young master. "Who are you people?" the young master cried, on the verge of tears. "You're not even worthy to know," Lightning smiled, continuing his approach. "Stop." Suddenly, the young master seized Zhang Xian, drawing a dagger and pressing it against her fair neck. "Everyone stand down. If anyone dares to come closer, I'll kill her." "Go ahead, she's just a cheap trinket. The ordinary girl is unworthy of my brother." And Yao scoffed, her gaze towards Zhang Xian filled with profound disdain. "To speak candidly, I urge all my friends to take a moment to reflect. In the blink of an eye, we have dedicated over half a month to penning this book. During this time, I have meticulously crafted 3 chapters daily, never daring to fall short. Many of the chapters have been the culmination of my utmost effort, consuming countless hours. On days when I felt my writing fell short, I would delete and rewrite extensively. Prior to embarking on this literary journey, I spent nearly 2 months in preparation. At this juncture, I trust many of you have surmised the truth. Our book is set to be published. This transition signifies that subsequent chapters will require a nominal fee for access. The cost is minimal, approximately 10 to 20 cents per chapter. I recognize that upon hearing this, some may choose to depart or even chastise me, questioning how I dare to charge for what they perceive as a mediocre work. Perhaps my writing is not exemplary, yet my commitment is unwavering. Every book on our platform, and indeed across the entire literary landscape, transitions to a paid model after reaching a certain word count. During the period before this transition, combined with the previous 2 months of preparation, I had no financial support. I have pondered long and hard while composing this message regarding the launch. Should I portray my circumstances in a more tragic light to elicit sympathy and garner support? However, after careful consideration, I have resolved to be forthright and share my genuine thoughts. To date, I have authored numerous novels. Some have achieved remarkable success, while others have faltered. When a novel performs well, I feel a sense of pride, believing in my own prowess. Conversely, when a novel does poorly, I find myself despondent, unable to eat or find peace. My last work did not fare well, garnering only a few hundred paying supporters. At times, the number of supporters dwindled further, deepening my sorrow. Many have advised me to cease writing, given the scant support. I often contemplate whether to continue. The support is so meager that it barely exceeds what I could earn through conventional work. Perhaps it would be best to abandon this endeavor and exit the literary realm altogether. That night, I wept for a long while. As a grown man who has endured much hardship without shedding tears, I found myself overcome with emotion. The reason for my tears was the few comments I had received on my work. I could not bear to part with them. They were still fervently discussing the plot, while I contemplated abandoning the very book they cherished. Ultimately, I gritted my teeth and resolved to complete that novel. Even if only a handful read it, even if my earnings remained minimal, I could not concede defeat. I have tasted success and endured failure. After experiencing the highs and lows, I have come to understand many truths. To remain true to my original intention is to achieve my ultimate goal. You, dear readers, are my everything. Regardless of the circumstances, I will never relinquish my passion for writing. Now, our novel is poised for publication. The success of a book correlates directly with the number of paying supporters it attracts. Even if a work may not be of high quality, if it receives substantial financial backing, it is often regarded as a commendable piece. Conversely, a well-crafted book may be dismissed if it lacks sufficient support. While I do not presume to claim that our book is exceptional, I assure you that I have poured my heart and soul into its creation. There may be moments when the narrative feels lacking, yet I can confidently assert that it is a novel imbued with positive energy. As the story unfolds, it will reveal more fervent and poignant moments. And Yao, who has just made her entrance, has much more to contribute to the narrative. The protagonist's background will be fully unveiled, and a host of captivating characters will emerge. This book encompasses a grand framework, within which an enthralling world awaits discovery. Repeated failures have eroded my confidence. Nevertheless, I shall persevere. I will continue to labor diligently. For I have many splendid tales yet to tell. While I do not dare to proclaim that our novel is the most thrilling, I sincerely hope for your support in transforming it into a remarkable story. Let us see it ascend the subscription charts, easily accessible for daily reading, enabling me to proudly share with friends that the novel I support ranks among the top 10 in subscriptions, among tens of thousands of titles. Some may scoff, accusing me of feigning humility, questioning my aspirations for the subscription leaderboard. Yet, with your support, I firmly believe success is within reach. I have authored 8 books, 5 of which have graced the top 10 of the subscription charts, for have even reached the top 3, with 2 holding the esteemed position of first place for an extended period. I am committed to striving for excellence, and I trust in your support. As we prepare for the book's launch, I genuinely hope for your backing. Each chapter costs merely 10 to 20 cents, the price of 2 bottles of soda or a pack of cigarettes, granting you access to 1 to 2 months of reading. Today, we shall not merely offer 3 chapters. Instead, we will provide a generous 8 chapters to enhance your reading experience. Starting tomorrow, we will increase our daily output from 3 chapters to 4. With greater support, I will consider raising it to 5 chapters or more. Rest assured, I will maintain the quality of my work and ensure the narrative becomes increasingly captivating. For those unfamiliar with the payment process, allow me to briefly outline it. First, you must log into your account on the platform, which supports one-click login through various accounts such as QQ, WeChat, Baidu, or Sina Weibo. Once logged in, click on the recharge option at the top of the homepage and follow the prompts. There are 7 payment methods available, including online banking, Alipay, WeChat Pay, Tenpay, mobile phone recharge cards, GamePoint cards, and PayPal. Each method has specific details and rates. For instance, online banking requires you to have activated it, with a conversion rate of 1:100. Alipay and WeChat Pay offer the same rate. Mobile phone recharge cards are the quickest method, with a slightly lower rate of 1:85. PayPal is available for overseas patrons. Additionally, if you're using the iOS client, please note that due to Apple's system settings, the conversion rate for in-app purchases is only 150, as half will be taken by the Apple system. It is advisable to recharge through a browser and log into the app afterwards to avoid this fee. Chapter 43. Brother, come with us. In Yao's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. As her words echoed in the air, I distinctly noticed Zhang Xian's expression shift. Zhang Xian, possessing exceptional beauty, had captivated me since childhood, ensnaring me in an inescapable allure. Yet now, Yao brazenly derided Zhang Xian as nothing more than a cheap trinket, claiming she was unworthy of me. The once proud Zhang Xian was instantaneously diminished by Yao's scathing words. However, Yao had the audacity to mock Zhang Xian, for her beauty was indeed breathtaking. The indescribable aura about her seemed far too exquisite for our mundane surroundings. Silence enveloped the room, as though the air had solidified in that very moment. Meanwhile, the expression on young Master Bao's face shifted dramatically, his gaze towards Yao imbued with an inexplicable strangeness. His complexion turned pale, and his hands trembled slightly. He struggled to breathe, wary of making too much noise, his eyes darting nervously at the beautiful girl before him, as if seeking to comprehend the chilling presence she emanated. Who are you? Suddenly, young Master Bao, gritting his teeth, appeared on the verge of tears. He gently pulled Zhang Xian back, unable to contain his fear as he questioned her. You have no right to know, Yao replied, her eyes betraying no emotion, only an unfathomable coldness. Do you truly not care about her life or death? He pressed, gripping his dagger tightly, and Yao's cold laugh cut through the tension. Observing the lack of concern in her eyes, young Master Bao grew increasingly flustered. The distance between him and the lightning-like figure before him dwindled to mere steps, and he heard a mocking voice say, "Boy, your status renders you unworthy to negotiate with us. As for who we are, you shall never have the privilege to know. I will offer you 2 choices. First, release this plain-looking girl, and I will break your limbs 10 times. Second, kill her, and I will take you away, breaking your limbs 100 times, ensuring you live in misery. How dare you threaten me?" Young Master Bao's voice turned hysterical upon hearing Lightning's words. Is it a threat? You'll find out if you dare to test me. Lightning grinned, his demeanor menacing. Young Master Bao, overwhelmed by fear, felt the weight of Lightning's gaze, which brimmed with cruelty. Do not heed him, Act, and Yao commanded. Understood. Lightning's expression shifted ominously. As the tension escalated, young Master Bao's panic intensified, his grip on the dagger wavering. He was taut with anxiety, the fierce presence of Yao and her companions suffocating him. Any slight misstep could endanger Zhang Xian. Yet, in that very moment, lightning had already seized young Master Bao's wrist. A gust of wind swept through, carrying an air of desolation. Lightning's movements were so swift that no one could discern how he had appeared before young Master Bao. The latter's face turned ashen, his terror magnifying as he trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, he let out a desperate roar. "I'll fight you." Heh! Lightning chuckled softly. Upon hearing that laugh, young Master Bao stared in disbelief, as he realized he could not move his captured wrist an inch. Initially, he had planned to abandon Zhang Xian to strike at Lightning, lacking the courage to kill. His intent was merely to use Zhang Xian as leverage against us. However, upon realizing his threats were futile, he considered using the dagger to wound Lightning and flee. But now, he recognized his miscalculation. The young man before him possessed strength akin to that of a monster. "Who are you?" Young Master Bao gazed at Lightning, now perceiving his own grim fate. "You have no right to know," Lightning reiterated. Suddenly, young Master Bao's dagger slipped from his grasp. Lightning effortlessly tossed him down before me. Startled, I took a step back as I witnessed young Master Bao groan in pain, clutching his wrist as he struggled to rise. Lightning approached him, coldly kicking him down again. With a thud, young Master Bao knelt before me, and Lightning twisted his arm with a gentle motion. "Ah!" He cried out in agony as his forearm bent unnaturally behind him. "Can you not withstand something so trivial?" "I mentioned I would break your limbs," Lightning smiled, seizing his other arm. "Wang Shi, I was wrong. I should have opposed you. Please let me go. I promise never to call myself young master again, nor will I trouble you." Young Master Bao fell to his knees before me, weeping profusely, his despair evident as tears streamed down his face. "You have harmed our young master. An apology is insufficient. You must endure 10 breaks, no less." Lightning smiled, tightening his grip. "Wang Shi, please save me." Young Master Bao cried louder. Desperation etched across his features. Lightning, irritated, interrupted him. "Enough of this whining." Thunder frowned in the background. "Very well." Lightning released young Master Bao's left arm, then grasped his chin. "Wang Chi, please let me go." Young Master Bao continued to plead, still clinging to hope. Standing before him, I felt my brow furrowed deeper. I harbored disdain for both the ruthless 13 Eagles and young Master Bao. Yet witnessing this scene stirred a flicker of compassion within me. I had once fantasized about exacting revenge, but now, seeing young Master Bao's pitiable state, I found it difficult to bear. The once untouchable and icy 13 Eagles now resembled a puppet in Lightning's grip, struggling like meat on a chopping block. "Enough," I sighed. "Young Master, let it go. These are petty individuals. Forgiving them now will only invite future harm." Lightning countered, "You cannot let it slide. They will surely seek to harm you again." "Are you truly my family?" I inquired. "Indeed, young Master," Lightning replied, his gaze warming. "Then, could you assist me by sparing him?" I asked. Lightning's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. The rest of the group, Thunder, Earth Fire, Lightning, and Yao, and a large figure beside her, looked on with similarly peculiar expressions. Their scrutiny rendered me momentarily confused as I struggled to comprehend their reactions. "Since the young master has spoken, let it be," Hurricane remarked. "Very well." Lightning pouted, glancing at me with a hint of embarrassment. "Since the young master has spoken, I shall indeed spare him. However, I request you refrain from addressing me in such pleading tones in the future." With that, Lightning released young Master Bao, who gingerly rubbed his numbed face, quickly dropping to his knees again. "She shall, thank you. I promise never to oppose you again." "Young man, your right hand is already broken. What will you say if someone inquires how it happened?" Lightning inquired, squatting beside young Master Bao. Upon hearing this, young Master Bao promptly sank to the ground, overwhelmed with distress. "No need. I'll go see a doctor myself," he sobbed, his voice filled with anguish. "Oh, and if asked how it happened, what will you say?" Lightning pressed. "I shall speak of my own misstep," exclaimed the young master hastily. "Truly a clever child. You should promptly seek medical attention." Lightning smiled as he helped the young master to his feet. "Thank you," with tears welling in his eyes. The young master cast a fleeting glance at me before dashing away. Once he had fled, Lightning's gaze turned sharp and fierce. He glanced at the thug sprawled on the ground and bellowed once more, "Are you not leaving? Do you wish to meet the same fate as him? Let's depart." Upon hearing Lightning's command, the thugs appear to have received a reprieve, casting fearful glances at me before helping each other to escape. Watching them flee in haste stirred a whirlwind of emotions within me. I could scarcely fathom that the cold-blooded 13 Eagles, once revered in my mind, had proven utterly feeble before the few youths brought by Niao. Thank you all. After a moment's contemplation, I furrowed my brow and expressed my gratitude to Niao and Lightning in succession. Ah, the young master has uttered thanks once more. Upon hearing my words, Lightning wore an expression of helplessness. "Brother, come with us." And Niao, her expression devoid of emotion, lifted her icy gaze to meet mine. Chapter 44. The Mysterious Family Time. 7 o'clock in the evening. Location: a hospital ward in the provincial capital. At that moment, Lu Zhiqing lay quietly asleep in his hospital bed, traces of tears still visible on his face, his expression one of bitterness. Sitting beside him, I gazed at his slumbering form, feeling an indescribable ache in my heart. Beside me were Niao, Feng Lei, Dihua, and a towering man over 2 meters tall. They sat around me, furtively studying my demeanor. Tang Ning had not arrived, nor had Zhang Xian. After Lightning rescued Zhang Xian, I noticed her absence. As for Tang Ning, she departed upon seeing that I was safe, appearing considerably diminished in comparison to Niao. The thought of Zhang Xian brought a pang of discomfort. She must have been deeply affected by Niao and was likely hiding at home, weeping in silence. "Hurricane, what are the results of the examination?" Niao suddenly spoke from behind me. "Miss, the situation is rather grim. It appears that the young master has spent too long among ordinary folk, rendering him incomparable in strength to us. However, he has faced considerable adversity recently, which has fostered a degree of maturity. His performance when he framed Tang Wendy was commendable." Hurricane remarked with a smile. "Ha, aside from his cunning, his other attributes are likely negligible, are they not?" And Yao inquired. "Indeed, his academic performance is abysmal, and his physical condition is alarmingly frail. If we were to bring him home now, he would not survive long," Hurricane replied. "Not survive long?" I cannot suppress my shock as I looked at him. "Miss, shall we inform him?" Hurricane glanced at Niao with a questioning gaze upon hearing my inquiry. "I shall tell him myself," with an expression that remained impassive, and Niao, exuding an aura of coldness, approached me. She gently placed a hand on my shoulder and coldly stated, "Our family is unlike that of ordinary people, and the nature of our household is beyond your imagination. You need only to know that I am your biological sister, and I shall not harm you. That is sufficient. Furthermore, we have other siblings, each of whom is exceptional and possesses the capability to inherit the family head's position. You, however, are the legitimate son of our family. You are our elder brother. If you were to perish, we would inherit your birthright. Are you suggesting that I have other siblings who would kill me?" A chill coursed through me as I looked at Niao in astonishment. "Indeed, we are not an ordinary family, and the magnitude of our lineage is beyond your comprehension. If you do not prove yourself exceptional, you will surely be supplanted by them." And Yao scoffed. "Then, what manner of people are my parents? Where are they now?" I cannot restrain my curiosity. "You are not yet permitted to know," and Yao replied gently, shaking her head. "Why?" I inquired. "Because you are not yet worthy of that knowledge," and Yao stated. Upon hearing her words, an indescribable feeling surged within me. Gazing at the petite and beautiful girl before me, I found my fists clenched tightly. I could not fathom the true nature of my parents, nor could I begin to comprehend the reality of our family. And Yao was undeniably remarkable. Her beauty and poise were striking. Yet, did my weakness render me unworthy of even knowing who my parents were? What kind of family had I been born into? Moreover, how could I have so many siblings? Why do I carry the surname Wang, while she bears the surname In? Is she truly my biological sister? "Miss, perhaps we should wait until he has become more accomplished before bringing him home," the towering man interjected. "Indeed," and Yao nodded slightly. As we conversed, Lu Zhiqing awakened, his eyes suddenly ablaze with fury. He bolted upright, shouting in rage, 13 Eagles, I shall destroy you." "Zhiqing, it is I. Do not be agitated. We are safe now. We are safe." Upon seeing Lu Zhiqing startled awake, I immediately grasped his arm, my heart aching at the sight of the bruise on his forehead. "Wangxi?" His eyes cleared somewhat upon hearing my voice. "Yes, we are safe now," I replied gently, stealing a glance at Yao as unfamiliar emotions surged within me once more. Lu Jiqing, he too sensed the presence of An Yao and the others. As his eyes met hers, his expression turned shy, for An Yao's beauty was such that anyone who beheld her would inevitably reveal such a reaction. Then, Lu Jiqing glanced at the other youths. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Tianlei, Dihua, Hurricane, Lightning, and the towering figure, his expression shifted to one of wariness. Jiqing, they're all my kin, I explained. They're your kin? The surprise in Lu Jiqing's eyes was evident upon hearing my words. Indeed, this is my sister An Yao, and this is... I hesitated when it came to introducing Tianlei and Dihua. I am Hurricane. They are Tianlei, Dihua, and Lightning. We are all orphans adopted by the family head. Hurricane smiled. I am Zhumu Langma, also an adopted son of the family head. Responsible for ensuring the young lady's safety, the towering man added with a grin. Hurricane, Tianlei, Dihua, Lightning, Zhumu Langma, family head. As Lu Jiqing absorbed these unusual names, his mind became somewhat muddled. Suddenly, Lu Jiqing glanced at my bracelet. In that instant, his face turned pale. You all are Wang Shi's family. Your identities are anything but ordinary, are they not? Astute, Lightning smirked. Ha ha, Wang Shi. I've long suspected you to be the son of a significant figure. How dare you toy with someone like me, a mere commoner? Now that your kin have arrived, you can no longer hide it, can you? Ha ha ha. Lu Jiqing erupted into laughter, gripping my shoulder with uncontainable excitement. This, I only just learned of it myself. I felt somewhat awkward upon hearing Lu Jiqing's words. Incredible, truly incredible. I had long suspected that Wang Shi's identity was extraordinary. The moment I saw that bracelet, I understood everything. That bracelet is no ordinary trinket. It is a treasure of the highest order, unfit for the likes of common folk, Lu Jiqing exclaimed with enthusiasm. You possess discerning eyes. That bracelet is known as the nine-eyed Tianzhu. To possess even one is quite rare. However, for our Wang family, it is merely a commonplace item, Lightning remarked dismissively. Merely a commonplace item? Lu Jiqing appeared utterly astonished upon hearing Lightning's words. Miss, we have located the young master and confirmed his identity. What should we do next? Without further conversation with Lu Jiqing, Lightning turned to An Yao with a questioning gaze. Upon hearing Lightning's words, An Yao cast a cold glance in my direction. As she gently curled her delicate lips into a smile, it became apparent that she was soon to arrive. Perhaps we should consider her perspective. Who is she? I couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She's your fiancée, Ye na la romaine lettre faire. An inexplicable expression flickered in An Yao's eyes as she regarded me. What? I have a fiancée, Upon hearing An Yao's words, my eyes widened once more in astonishment. Meanwhile, a young man clad in a police uniform hurriedly entered an office. Upon pushing the door open, he placed a document on the desk and stated, Chief, the group of youths you instructed me to monitor has already made their move. They are formidable. They injured a considerable number of thugs with their first strike. Should we take action? These individuals are dangerous. Must we apprehend them immediately? No, simply observe them. The middle-aged man seated before him replied, his demeanor serious as he examined the document. Chief, why haven't we acted yet? These people are skilled fighters, each posing a significant threat. Moreover, they have been ruthless. Not only did they injure many thugs, but they also broke the right arm of a young thug. The young man was growing increasingly anxious. Just keep an eye on them. Do not ask too many questions. The middle-aged man fixed his gaze upon him. Why? Why do you only instruct me to observe and not apprehend them? Since it has been confirmed that they are all dangerous individuals, why not detain them and deport them? The youth was now visibly distressed, because each of them has a clean background, and their identities are legitimate. Among them, this young lady's status is particularly exalted. They merely taught a group of thugs a lesson. Apprehending them would be overreacting. Just monitor them and ensure they do not cause any major incidents, the middle-aged man instructed. Chief, who exactly are they? The young man inquired. Haha, all you need to do is keep an eye on them. They hail from a place beyond your imagination. Chapter 45. An Yao's reason at the Tang residence. As Tang Long opened the door, a group of young individuals entered with unrestrained audacity. Tang Long's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing their brazen intrusion. Who are you? He bellowed, reaching out to seize one of the red-haired youths. The red-haired youth smiled slightly as he swiftly grasped Tang Long's robust wrist with lightning speed, twisting it gently, while delivering a kick to the back of Tang Long's knee, forcing him to kneel. Dihua, do not treat Uncle Tang this way, I shouted as I rushed forward, alarmed at the sight of Tang Long subdued. Young master, please hold your tongue for now, Dihua smiled. As more young people filed in, a coldly beautiful girl elegantly sat on the sofa. At that moment, Tang Long's face was a portrait of complexity. When Tang Ant and Tang Ning heard the commotion and rushed out, they froze upon seeing the group of youths. Tang Ant's face turned pale, her astonishment palpable as she exclaimed, "Is it them?" "No, it is us," Zhu Feng smiled, producing a piece of white jade. Initially, Tang Long was inexplicably forced to kneel, inciting his fury. However, upon seeing the jade, his imposing figure trembled slightly. He stared at the jade for a long time, his expression shifting continuously. Suddenly, he dropped to his other knee, tears streaming from his eyes. "Tang Long, our clan leader, is your benefactor. Yet, you failed to protect the young master, allowing him to be humiliated. Do you acknowledge your guilt?" Zhu Feng's smile was laced with an unspoken chill. Tang Long accepted his guilt, his eyes fixated on the jade pendant as tears continued to flow. "Tang Long, summon your son back," Zhu Feng instructed, handing Tang Long a mobile phone. "You want me to retrieve Wendy?" Tang Long's countenance darkened upon hearing Zhu Feng's words. He gazed at the phone, trembling. "Grievances have their origins and debts have their masters. I believe you will never be able to repay our Wang family's kindness. Yet, you failed to protect the young master, allowing him to suffer greatly. Do you still wish to keep your son?" Zhu Feng's voice was cold as he pressed on. This. Tang Long's predicament deepened upon hearing Zhu Feng's words. "Who exactly are you? Aren't you supposed to be our protectors? Why are you turning against your own?" Seeing them force his father to kneel, Tang Ning rushed over, her expression filled with anger as she glared at Yao. However, Tang Long remained silent, his gaze glued to the phone. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Friends, it is my fault. I failed to protect the young master. However, my son is ignorant. He does not comprehend the young master's identity. If you wish to kill Wendy, then do it to me instead. I, Tang Long, will bear the consequences of my son's mistakes." With that, Tang Long turned his gaze to the 9-ringed broadsword hanging on the wall. He attempted to rise and grasp the sword, but Dihua restrained him, rendering him immobile. "Diwo, release Kletang. Enough of this. What is your motive with Uncle Tang?" Witnessing Tang Long's humiliation filled my heart with indescribable discomfort. I yearned to rescue him, but found myself no match for Dihua. And Yao suddenly laughed. "Brother, do you truly intend to let this go? Aren't you going to take revenge on Tang Wendy?" "Yes, I will not seek revenge. You are too cruel." I clenched my teeth, glaring resentfully at Yao. Despite her being my biological sister, I felt an overwhelming anger. "Very well, release Tang Long. Let today's events be a mere minor punishment," Yao stated coldly. Thank you, young master." Tang Long breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Yao's words. As he stood up, Tang Ant and Tang Ning immediately embraced him. Tang Ant scrutinized Yao with her beautiful eyes, unable to suppress her astonishment. "This girl is incredibly beautiful. Could you be the daughter of the eldest brother?" "Indeed, I am Yao," she replied coolly. Upon hearing Yao's words, Tang Ant regarded her with renewed scrutiny. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the house. My heart raced with trepidation. I feared it might be Tang Wendy returning. He must not come back. I had already told Yao not to seek revenge for me, yet she was wholly unyielding. If Tang Wendy returned now, he would surely meet his demise. As the urgent knocking continued, Tang Long, Tang Ant, and Tang Ning's expression soured. Zhu Feng glanced at the door and then smiled as he walked over to gently open it. "Who are you?" As the door swung open, a familiar voice echoed in. With a smile, Zhu Feng did not respond. Instead, he seized the individual and forced him to kneel. As the person knelt, I immediately recognized his face. It was none other than my uncle, who had raised me for many years. Upon seeing me, and then the elegantly seated Yao and the other youths, his expression shifted dramatically. "Shi air run. Uncle will protect you," he roared, charging at Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng brandished a piece of white jade. Just as my uncle was about to collide with him, he caught sight of the jade and collapsed to the ground. Then, he glanced at us in astonishment. Like Tang Long, tears welled in his eyes, realizing that the people from the eldest brother had arrived. "Old Zhang, this is the eldest brother's daughter, and Yao," Tang Long exclaimed, pulling my uncle up with a grave expression. And Yao? And Yao? You are the eldest brother's daughter? My uncle's excitement surged upon hearing Tang Long's words. Young miss, shall we teach him a lesson? The young master has likely endured considerable hardships in his household these past years, Lightning remarked, glancing toward Yao. Listen to my brother, and Yao replied coldly. My heart was heavy with concern, fearing for my uncle's safety, for my aunt had caused me immense suffering throughout my life. However, I no longer desire vengeance. The thought of avenging anyone has dissipated. As I caught a glimpse of Lightning gazing at me, I quickly shot him a fierce glare and declared, Do not lay a finger on my uncle. He is the one who has treated me with utmost kindness. I apologize, Your Highness. Lightning immediately bowed his head in response to my words. My heart was heavy with guilt, knowing that Yao and the others had reprimanded Uncle Tang and my uncle. Yet, they appeared not to harbor any resentment. Instead, they seemed immensely excited. My uncle held me tightly, expressing, for over a decade, I have lived in fear, dreading that someone might harm this child. At last, you have come. Shia, you are going home. You will finally see your parents. He wiped away a tear as he spoke. Uncle. Hearing his words, I too felt the urge to cry. Miss, are you taking Wang Shi home? Tang Long inquired, observing Yao seated on the sofa. No, we shall be residing in your home for the time being, Yao replied coldly. What? Staying in my home? Tang Long was taken aback. What, do you object? Hurricane asked with a smile. No, of course not. It's just that my home is rather small. Tang Long hesitated, glancing at Yao and the others. Rest assured, due to the special status of His Highness, he is currently unable to return home. Therefore, we will temporarily allow the young lady and His Highness to continue masquerading as ordinary individuals in your residence. As for us, the four masters of thunder, fire, wind, and lightning, along with Zhu Ma Lang Ma, we will seek alternative accommodations. Hurricane smiled. Oh, that's good to hear. I simply fear I may not be able to serve you well enough. Uncle Tang expressed his concerns. Serving us is unnecessary. We may reside for an extended period, and I worry about burdening you, Yao coldly stated as she stood. That won't be an issue. It would be my honor to host the children of my esteemed elder brother. Tang Long exclaimed. That is well, Yao nodded gently. Though Yao and the others had offended Uncle Tang and my uncle, both remained inexplicably elated. They led us to a restaurant for dinner, their eyes filled with an indescribable affection as they looked at me and Yao. Hurricane discreetly informed me that my father had once saved their lives, and regardless of how they were treated, they would not bear a grudge. However, it seemed Tang when he was let off too easily. After returning from the restaurant, Yao and I rode in Uncle Tang's car. Feng, Hua, Lei, and Di all departed, indicating they would meet us again tomorrow. The car was quiet, and I noticed Tang Ning stealing glances at Yao, who remained silent, staring straight ahead. Upon arriving at Uncle Tang's home, he offered us fruit, and Yao spoke little, her small hands cradling a large apple. Yao, treat this place as your home. Please do not be shy, Uncle Tang said heartily, quickly forgetting the earlier unpleasantness. He doted on Yao as if she were his own daughter. Thank you, Yao replied expressionlessly, casting a furtive glance at her exquisite sister. A feeling I found hard to articulate welled up within me. Perhaps it was the bond of blood that drew me closer to her. Although we had only just met today, my heart felt a profound connection to her. I was simultaneously excited, feeling happier than if I had acquired some precious treasure. Yet, why did my other siblings wish to harm me? Was it merely because our family was too affluent? After bathing, I lay on my bed, reflecting on the day's events, feeling as if I had been in a dream, my head slightly spinning. Just then, Yao unexpectedly pushed open the door and entered, clad in a pink nightgown that made her appear quite delicate. She merely cast a cold glance my way before lying beside me and pulling up the blanket. Sharing a blanket with her startled me. Despite the chill emanating from her, I could not help but ask, Sister, what are you doing? In Tang Long's home, there were only 3 bedrooms, one for Tang Long and his wife, another for Tang Ning. I could not sleep with my own brother. Did she intend for me to share the night with the outsider, Tang Ning? Yao regarded me coldly, as if I were a monster. This, gazing at Yao's exquisite features, my face flushed involuntarily. Chapter 46. Entering the campus, Yao is my biological sister. She is my closest kin. Tang Ning had once mentioned that there are no other feelings among relatives when together. Between her and Tang Wendy, there exists only familial love, devoid of any excess emotion. When our bodies made contact, it felt merely like holding hands. Yet, why was it so peculiar for me to share a bed with Yao? Especially when, during the night, I inadvertently brushed against her, causing my heart to race uncontrollably. Although Yao's demeanor was quite mature, she was clearly 2 years younger than I. Her face still bore a youthful innocence, and she was just a blossoming young woman. Throughout the night, I found it difficult to sleep while she remained tranquil. Occasionally, she would turn to face me, and upon seeing her serene slumber, a jolt of electricity coursed through me. I gazed at her for a long time, gradually feeling a warmth in my heart. My sister had arrived, and I finally beheld my true kin. I had a home now, and a sister of unparalleled beauty. I watched her carefully, fearing that this was all just a beautiful dream. Although she surpassed me in countless ways, I was willing to protect her, to care for her, and to cherish my little sister. Troubled by my thoughts, I awoke particularly early the next morning. As soon as I opened my eyes, I quickly turned to my side. I feared that yesterday's events had been a mere illusion, that I might lose my sister once more. Upon looking beside me, I could not help but hold my breath. Before me were a pair of bright eyes, clear and sparkling, emanating a subtle chill. Her beauty was enhanced by her silver hair, bestowing upon her an indescribable aura. She had already awakened and was quietly gazing at me. After locking eyes for a few seconds, my face reddened. The fragrance of her youthful essence wafted through the air, enveloping me. 1 second, 2 seconds, time seemed to stand still. As we stared at one another, my heart raced. I wanted to speak, but I was at a loss for words. Yet, she remained silent, simply observing me with her bright eyes. Do you know why I sought you? Suddenly, she parted her delicate lips to speak. No, I replied, my heart racing with an odd sensation. Because you are the legitimate heir. Though you may seem useless, you have the potential to inherit our family. Meanwhile, I could have chosen not to seek you, and Yao explained. I nodded gently. Once you become more capable, I can bring you back with me. At that point, you will have the ability to protect yourself. We are a total of 7 siblings. Each of them is highly exceptional, cunning, and ruthless. After yesterday's assessment, we are all the more determined to bring you back. For you are infinitely kinder than they. And only you, by inheriting the family, can avoid the fate of persecuting your own siblings like they do, and Yao stated. So, your intention in finding me is to reclaim power? I began to grasp the situation and inquired. You are not entirely mistaken. Your mind is quite sharp. And Yao suddenly smiled, her laughter incredibly enchanting. I found myself entranced by her smile, and in a daze I replied, you are clever too, but why do you not seize power for yourself? I am intelligent, but I am a girl, and girls cannot inherit the family, and Yao clarified. Oh, but I am utterly useless, incapable of physical training. If you genuinely intend for me to seize power, you may be disappointed. I lamented, reflecting on my frail physique. Do not worry. We will cultivate you, she reassured me. I shall support you in becoming the head of the family, and so will Sheer. With her family's esteemed background, she is indeed qualified to endorse your ascension. And Yao remarked, Yihinala Sheer, my fiancé. Upon hearing Sheer's name, a flutter of anxiety stirred within me. Indeed, as the heir of our Wang family, your father had arranged for your future wife when you were merely 3 years old. And Yao continued, I was taken aback to discover that I had a fiancé, which left me feeling rather conflicted. Although Zhang Xian may not possess the beauty of Yao, she is still quite lovely in her own right, and I have cherished my affection for her for quite some time. I had expressed my feelings to Zhang Xian on several occasions, and she was on the verge of accepting my proposal. If I were to abandon Zhang Xian for the sake of wealth and my father's plans, it would be an unforgivable betrayal. Reflecting on how I had inadvertently caused her humiliation yesterday, yet she bore no resentment towards me, left me with a heavy heart. Suddenly, I recalled something and asked Yao, Sister, was it you who instigated Zhang Xian during the phone call yesterday? It was not me, but sure. And Yao's expression turned peculiar. Upon her revelation, the truth dawned on me, and I cursed under my breath, realizing why Zhang Xian had been so unexpectedly upset. At that moment, we were surrounded by Chai Jin and his men, and the situation was perilous. Yet, Zhang Xian had chosen to storm off in frustration, which, in hindsight, was entirely understandable. If I were in her position and a man suddenly claimed to be her fiancé, I too would be incensed. This thought plagued my mind with unease. I couldn't help but inquire further about Yi Hinala Shir. What kind of person is she? She is a spoiled young lady, a perfectionist at heart. Her family is illustrious, and there are many skilled individuals within her lineage. The information we acquired about you was provided by her. Soon, you shall meet your little fiancée, E, and Yao replied. And where is she now? I asked. She is currently decorating your new home and handling her enrollment procedures. I am aware of your affections for Zhang Xian, but she is simply not worthy of you, and Yao stated. I understand. I conceded, feeling a renewed wave of distress wash over me. Emerging from my room, I found Tang Ning already awake. With a gentle disposition, she exuded a boisterous charm. Perhaps Uncle Tang had said something to her, for she bore no ill will towards Yao. Upon seeing me, she quietly asked, Has that beautiful little creature awakened? Yes, I replied softly. At my words, Tang Ning cautiously glanced into my room, and we both shared a secret smile. With another girl added to our household, and Yao had not disrupted the harmony within the Tang family. In fact, Uncle Tang and Aunt Tang appeared quite delighted, preparing us a lavish breakfast. During our meal, Aunt Tang, summoning her courage, inquired of Yao, You seem quite young, dear. If you're to stay at my home, what about your studies? I have already arranged for my enrollment here, along with the 4 Great Hall Masters and Zhu Mulang Ma. We will accompany him to school and ensure his safety. And Yao replied calmly, continuing her meal without elaboration. Wait, you managed to complete our school enrollment procedures? I asked, astonished. Indeed, and Yao continued to eat, not engaging in further conversation. Realizing her preference for brevity, I chose to hold my tongue. I thought to myself that she was determined to stay by my side, and if she wished to accompany me, I welcomed her presence, for I felt rather lonely without friends. However, the thought of her taking me away stirred a sense of reluctance within me, yet I longed to see my parents. After we finished breakfast, and Yao surprisingly donned one of our school uniforms. In the attire, she appeared remarkably pure and innocent, enhancing the otherwise mundane uniform's appeal. How beautiful! Tang Ning exclaimed, gazing at Yao in awe. On our way to school, we traveled in Uncle Tang's car. Throughout the journey, Yao remained silent, her gaze fixed on the window. Observing my sister, I felt a warm fondness for her quiet demeanor, wishing she would display a touch less maturity. Sister, will Tianlei, Dihua, and Zhu Mulang Ma be joining us soon? I asked as we approached the school gates. They have already arrived, and Yao replied coolly. Upon hearing her words, I couldn't resist glancing into the schoolyard, where I was met with a throng of students gathered at the basketball court. Suddenly, a red-haired youth leapt high above the crowd, slamming the basketball into the hoop with great force, igniting an eruption of cheers from the onlookers. How impressive! The new boys at our school are all so handsome. That blue-haired one is incredibly charming. The heir and the young lady have arrived. In that moment, Zhu Mulang Ma, towering above the crowd, spotted us immediately. Before everyone, the 5 of them approached us with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Heir, young lady." As the eyes of the crowd turned towards us, an indescribable sensation welled up within me. Chapter 47. And Yao and Zhang Xian to look after me. And Yao, along with the 4 Great Hall Masters and Zhu Mulang Ma, had all enrolled in school. Despite their youth, they bore no distinguishing features apart from their unique hair colors and a certain aura that set them apart from ordinary students. And Yao and I resided together in Tang Ning's home, while the 4 Great Hall Masters and Zhu Mulang Ma settled into the school's dormitory. As we walked towards the teaching building, I was unaccustomed to the peculiar stares from my peers. My face flushed crimson, and I couldn't help but implore the 4 Great Hall Masters, "Could you refrain from calling me heir in the future? If someone overhears, they might think I am some sort of affluent young master. Are you not?" And Yao retorted with a smirk. Her words made my cheeks flush even more as I realized my parents were indeed significant figures, shrouded in a veil of secrecy. The sensation of rising from the depths of despair to the heights of fortune was indescribable. Yet, I remained uncomfortable with their address. "Let's maintain a low profile, shall we? In the future, call me Xiao Shi or Xiao Wang." "That seems inappropriate," they hesitated. "How about calling you Gu Shi instead?" Lu Zhicheng suggested, having played basketball with them since the morning. "Yeesh, is that acceptable?" Lightning glanced at Yao for confirmation. "If my brother dislikes being called heir, then Gu Shi it shall be," and Yao stated coolly. "All right, Gu Shi it is," they nodded in agreement. "Just call me Xiao Shi," I insisted. "No, Gu Shi it is," they reiterated. After a brief conversation, I realized we were all of similar age, most around 18 or 19, while Lightning was merely 17, and Yao, the youngest at 16. The thought of my little sister accompanying me through high school filled me with concern for her ability to keep pace with the curriculum. Continuing our discussion, I inquired about the classes they had been assigned. To better protect me, they had all been placed in different classes within our second year. Lightning and Lu Ji-chang shared a class, while Hurricane, Tianlei, Dihua, and Jumu Langma were in various others. And Yao and I would be in the same class, officially making her a student of my class once lessons commenced. I never anticipated they would simply enroll without hesitation. I recalled my own trepidation when applying to this high school, fearing I might not succeed. There are no insurmountable obstacles in this world, I remarked with a grin. Moreover, the family of the young lady possesses a profound heritage here. With a mischievous smile, Lightning gently rubbed his fingers and spoke to me. Is our mother's family located here? Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired after hearing Lightning's remark. No, it's... Just as Lightning was about to elaborate, he was silenced by a glance from Anyao. Sister, what's wrong? I asked in surprise upon noticing Anyao's signal. It's nothing, let us go inside, Anyao replied, her expression devoid of emotion. As I entered the classroom with Anyao, my mind was plagued with doubts. Given that Anyao's surname isn't while mine is Wang, I found it perplexing that she is my biological sister, yet bears a different surname. Even if she shares a surname with our mother, it still doesn't align. As my mother's surname is Zhao, could it be that Anyao is using a pseudonym? Just like Tianlei and Dihua. Despite being referred to by their given names, both carry the surname Wang. For instance, Tianlei's true name should be Wang Tianlei, and Dihua's should be Wang Dihua. Thus, Anyao's real name might be Wang Anyao, yet that still doesn't add up since Tianlei and Dihua are adopted and hence have more casual names. However, Anyao's identity should not be so casually assigned. After wrestling with this matter for quite some time, I found myself no closer to a resolution. I decided to set it aside, convincing myself that she is my sister, and that should suffice. Since Anyao is not yet a formal student, she must introduce herself before class begins. She visited the teacher's office beforehand, where the teacher would personally escort her for the introduction and seat assignment. When the class bell rang, I saw the homeroom teacher entering with Anyao. As they stepped into the classroom, the expressions of the students instantly shifted. Although some had seen her yesterday and that morning, the sight of Anyao still elicited a sense of astonishment. They merely knew we were acquainted, but remained oblivious to the fact that she is my sister. Furthermore, those who had never seen Anyao were captivated by her striking beauty. Zhang Xian had already arrived, and upon seeing Anyao, her astonishment deepened. This is classmate Anyao. From now on, she will be one of us. I hope everyone will take good care of her and treat our new classmate well. The homeroom teacher introduced Anyao, appearing quite anxious, likely due to Anyao's icy demeanor, which seemed perpetually cloaked in a chill. Teacher, may I sit there? Suddenly, Anyao pointed towards me. Upon hearing her words, all the students turned to look at me, causing my face to flush once more. That won't do, classmate Anyao. You're too small. Sitting in the back would be inconvenient and could affect your academic performance, the homeroom teacher said with a smile. Oh, then if I can rank first in the entire school, can I sit wherever I please? Anyao replied coldly. The mention of first in the entire school changed the teacher's expression, and the classmates' faces mirrored her surprise. Many glanced at Zhang Xian, known for her excellent academic performance, as she currently ranked first in our class. In that moment, I sensed Zhang Xian's demeanor shift as well. If you can achieve first in the entire school, then certainly you may sit wherever you wish, but it's good that you have such confidence. However, let us see you achieve that first place first, the homeroom teacher responded, taken aback by Anyao's self-assuredness. You should earn that first place before you speak. Zhang Xian interjected from the front. I couldn't help but feel astonished at her boldness. Oh, Anyao's eyes narrowed as she looked at Zhang Xian, and a disdainful smile curled on her cherry lips. Anyao, I don't believe you can achieve first in the entire school. Ignoring the teacher and her classmates, Zhang Xian reiterated her challenge. Hey, but what if I can? Anyao smiled. If you can, then I, Zhang Xian, will leave this school, Zhang Xian declared. Upon hearing her words, Anyao's smile turned derisive. I don't need you to leave. I merely require you to agree to one condition. Do you dare? At that moment, the palpable tension between the two girls filled the air with an unmistakable hostility. I sat helplessly in the back, realizing that Zhang Xian must be upset over the insult Anyao had hurled at her the previous day. And now she was seeking a confrontation. I sighed inwardly, knowing that Zhang Xian was overestimating herself. She could never compete with An Yao. My sister appeared remarkably enigmatic, as if every challenge was effortlessly surmountable. Perhaps she truly could achieve first in the entire school. An Yao, too, had audacity, openly insulting Zhang Xian as cheap goods. Zhang Xian, who always believed herself superior due to her wealth, would undoubtedly be infuriated by such remarks. Indeed, after An Yao's words, I saw Zhang Xian's body tremble with rage. She abruptly turned and shot me a furious glare before pointing an accusatory finger at An Yao, exclaiming, "Teacher, how can you allow this wretched girl with dyed hair to go unchecked? Zhang Xian, how can you resort to insults?" The homeroom teacher interjected. "I have inquired about An Yao's hair color. It is natural." "Heh, I was born fashionable, unlike some who increasingly resemble cheap goods," An Yao retorted with a laugh. "Wretched girl, you." Zhang Xian stood up immediately, glaring at An Yao for a prolonged moment before storming out of the classroom in a huff. After Zhang Xian left in a fit of rage, the homeroom teacher cast a resigned glance at An Yao. "Well, you may sit wherever you wish. Go ahead and sit next to Wang," she finally conceded. "Thank you," An Yao replied, her expression impassive as she approached me before the entire class. As she reached my side, the chubby girl next to me reluctantly moved to another seat. I noticed her disappointment and reassured her, "It's all right. We will have another opportunity to be desk mates. Wangxi, you're quite something. Now that there's a beauty, you've abandoned me," the chubby girl muttered as she left. "What caused the altercation with Zhang Xian?" I quietly asked An Yao once she settled beside me. "Someone of such mediocre appearance ought to possess some self-awareness," An Yao scoffed. "Come on, don't be like that. I know you think little of Zhang Xian, but you should at least show me some respect," I suggested. "Why not tell that girl Er that you're not interested in her? That is not an option. Your engagement to Er was arranged by our father, and no one can alter it. If you wish to pit our Wang family against hers, then by all means, withdraw from the engagement," An Yao replied, her commanding gaze glimmering with an icy light. "Is it really that serious?" I asked, feeling conflicted after her words. "Indeed," An Yao affirmed, faced with her resolute demeanor. I found myself at a loss for words. I decided to set aside thoughts of Er for now and focus on resolving the conflict between An Yao and Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian has a fiery temperament, and so does An Yao. If this tension persists, it could lead to serious trouble between them. While I pondered this, my phone suddenly chimed. Startled by the incoming message, I grimaced. "Brother, this is what he asked for," An Yao remarked disdainfully, glancing at the message from Tang Wendy. The message read, "Little brat, I heard you were quite impressive yesterday. Just wait, I'll come and have some fun with you after school today." Looking from Tang Wendy's message to An Yao's cold smile, I couldn't help but feel concern for him. Throughout the entire class, Zhang Xian did not return. Noticing her absence, I planned to find her and persuade her to reconcile with my sister. It would be difficult for me to be caught in the middle of their constant bickering. However, before I could step out, Lu Ziqing and the others came in. After a brief interaction, I discovered that Feng and even Jumu Langma were genuinely good people. Perhaps due to their prestigious backgrounds and exceptional talents, each of them displayed a certain pride, being harsh towards their enemies but exceptionally kind to me and Lu Ziqing. Especially Lu Ziqing. Although he is an ordinary person, he is my good friend, and they treat him with great kindness, showing no sign of disdain. Seeing them become good friends fills my heart with joy. I feel a bit anxious to find Zhang Xian, but surrounded by them, I find it difficult to leave, ignoring the astonished gazes of my classmates. Shandian grinned and leaned over my desk, saying, "Young master, I must say, your decision yesterday was indeed wise." What is it?" I inquired. "Just now during class. We briefly discussed it in our WeChat group. We believe that since we will be staying here for a long time, it is better to find some loyal followers. The 13 Eagles are the largest force here. We can make them work for us. That young master is their leader, and we can approach him for our needs. Thankfully, we listened to you and did not eliminate that young master," Shandian replied with a grin. My mind had been hazy, but after hearing Shandian's words, I felt somewhat invigorated. After pondering for a moment, I asked Shandian, "How long do we need to stay here?" "It depends on your progress," he answered. "My progress?" I asked, astonished. "Yes, because you are the young master. You must excel in all aspects to bring honor to your family. Your siblings are cunning, each one a prodigy in their own right. If we were to take you back now, you would surely be overwhelmed by them," Shandian smiled. "Then, what does it mean to be exceptionally outstanding?" I inquired. Just like the eldest young lady would suffice. Our eldest young lady not only possesses remarkable martial skills, but is also the cleverest among the royal offspring. Her academic achievements are trivial for her, and she speaks 9 languages fluently, able to converse easily with foreigners, Dihua laughed. What? I was deeply shocked by Dihua's statement. Our family has many friends and frequently meets foreign acquaintances. Not only does the eldest young lady speak 9 languages, but we adopted children also understand 5 or 6. After all, our family holds considerable prestige internationally. Young master, to inherit the family, you must at least master 9 languages like the eldest young lady. Furthermore, you should possess formidable martial skills, and your academic performance must be exemplary. If your martial skills are lacking, our family's enemies could easily eliminate you. If your academic performance is below undergraduate level, you will struggle to manage the family business in the future. However, do not blame yourself. The children of the Wang family have been nurtured from a young age. You are relatively clever, and with some later cultivation, it should not be too late, Shandian explained. Upon hearing Shandian's words, I cannot help but feel a chill in my heart. I thought to myself, my family is indeed vast, even engaging with foreigners. However, recalling the clues I had previously received, I soon felt reassured. I had heard that my parents were abroad. Our family must be a force overseas. Anyao had also mentioned that they had come from abroad to find me. If my martial skills are lacking, I do not understand foreign languages, and my studies are subpar, does that mean I cannot return home? After contemplating, I posed the question to them. Upon hearing my words, their expressions turned troubled. Yes. If you do not excel, you cannot return home. You will never see your parents again, Anyao replied. Hearing Anyao's words sent a shiver down my spine. I pondered and asked her, so when do we start learning? Should I study first or practice martial arts? Let us start with languages, Anyao suggested. Learning languages? I asked. Yes, you need to master these 4 languages. English, Thai, Burmese, and Lao, Anyao instructed. Why? I inquired. You do not need to know that, just learn, Anyao replied. Oh. As we spoke, the class bell rang. After a hurried exchange, Fenghua, Lei Dian, and Lu Zhiqing departed. At that moment, I spotted Zhang Xian, who seemed no longer angry. However, upon seeing me and Anyao, she shot us a fierce glare. Sister, when will I learn foreign languages? I quietly asked her. Tonight, Anyao replied. Hearing Anyao's response, I could not help but nod gently. Suddenly, I recalled the bet with Zhang Xian, and my worry for her deepened. Remembering Anyao's confident demeanor, along with Fenghua and Lei Dian's praises for her, I believed that Anyao achieving the top score in the school would not be a challenge. If Anyao indeed secured the top position, Zhang Xian would essentially lose the bet. Would Anyao take this opportunity to play tricks on her? With that thought, I discreetly messaged Zhang Xian, urging her not to be angry with Anyao, as she is my sister. You should not bet with her. You're no match for her. Get lost. Zhang Xian replied with a single word. Seeing Zhang Xian's response left me somewhat disheartened. I thought to myself, why is she scolding me when I did not provoke her? However, it seemed Zhang Xian was no longer upset with me. Otherwise, she would not have replied. Sigh. I would try to persuade her after class. With this thought in mind, I intended to talk to her after class, but once the period ended, I still had no time. Lu Zhiqing, Fenghua, Lei Dian, and Zhu Melong arrived, and we continued our previous discussion. Lu Zhiqing and the others suggested subduing the 13 eagles for our own use. This way, if trouble arose, they would not need to intervene personally. Fenghua informed me that they found it relatively easy to deal with the local ruffians, but encountering some gangs from outside the school would be far more challenging. After all, we are outnumbered, and facing a large group is disadvantageous for us. If we were to offend a significant outside gang, and they brought hundreds of members, we would stand no chance. Even if they are skilled, confronting a crowd is still difficult, especially those fierce gangs outside. They are not comparable to the petty ruffians of the 13 Eagles. The 13 Eagles are merely a disorganized bunch. When faced with real aggression, they would hesitate to fight. However, genuine thugs from outside would only become more ferocious upon seeing blood. If we encounter outside thugs, how many can you confidently handle? I asked. That's hard to say. If it's one-on-one, I could handle hundreds. But if they all come at once, armed, even the head of the family would have to flee, Shandian lamented. All right then, let us subdue the 13 Eagles. However, everyone must heed my commands, I said after some contemplation. Understood, Anyao's eyes sparkled. I had not had the opportunity to speak with Zhang Xian all morning, and by noon, seeing her leave made me feel a bit gloomy. Instead of going home, I accompanied Anyao and the others to the school canteen. At that moment, my phone rang again. It was Tang Wendy. He seemed to have found someone waiting for me outside the school. "You little brat, are you too scared to come out? If you don't come out, we'll come in and deal with you." That brat is acting tough again. Glancing at my messages, Dihua became furious. "Ignore him. Let us focus on our business." I said, "All right. Everything will be as the young master says." Dihua nodded. After hanging up the phone, I furrowed my brow and pondered for a moment before asking Anyao, "Sister, do you think our Wang family has enemies in this city?" "Yes, and many of them. If your identity as the young master is revealed, I believe within 3 days, a large number of people will come and capture you. Moreover, our departure has already raised suspicions among several other illegitimate children of the Wang family. They are all quite clever. If they suspect we are here to find you, I believe they will come looking for you personally," Anyao explained. "Then, regardless of the situation, my identity is quite perilous." Taking a deep breath, I recalled my uncle's pale face back then. "Indeed, and a portion of them are formidable. They may even be our match," Anyao affirmed. "Then let us first subdue the 13 eagles. This way, if anyone poses a threat to me, we will have more people to protect us," I suggested. As I spoke, my phone chimed again. It was still Tang Wendy, who messaged me. "You little brat, still too scared to come out? Fine. We'll just come in and finish you off." Upon seeing Tang Wendy's message, I chose to ignore it and instead turned to Lu Jiqing, inquiring whether young Master Bao had arrived. "He has," Lu Jiqing replied. "Good. Please summon him to the dormitory of the 4 Great Hall Masters." "I shall wait for him there," I instructed. Chapter 49. The strong dragon does not oppress the local snake. The dormitory of Fenghua Ladian and Zhu Mulangma accommodates 6 individuals, with 5 beds arranged for them. As it was midday, the dormitory was quite chaotic. Zhu Mulangma's towering stature obstructed Yao's presence, allowing her to enter unnoticed by the dormitory supervisor. Yao remained remarkably composed, strolling into the dormitory as though it were her own home, free to come and go as she pleased. Upon entering, I was struck by the immaculate cleanliness of their quarters. It surpassed the typical male dormitory in tidiness, with even the windows sparkling without a speck of dust. After sitting for approximately 10 minutes, a knock resounded from outside. When the door swung open, young Master Bao entered, flanked by Chun Sun and several ruffians, their demeanor betraying their trepidation. Upon seeing us, young Master Bao hastily produced a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket, offering, "Brothers, I heard you settled in here." I realized then that I had not been attentive enough. "Who needs your cigarettes? Take them away." Lightning scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at him. "Yes, yes." Young Master Bao, his expression paling to a ghostly white, hung his arm limply by his side. "Close the door," I instructed. Glancing behind young Master Bao, surprised by my command, he shot me a frightened look. "I won't harm you. Just close the door quickly. We have serious matters to discuss." Lightning interjected impatiently. "Oh, right." Young Master Bao nodded vigorously, shutting the dormitory door. Once the door was closed, the color drained further from young Master Bao and Chun Sun's faces. Chun Sun, after a moment of contemplation, declared, "Young Master Bao, I just remembered something important. I want to be able to stay with you. How dare you leave?" Young Master Bao's sudden outburst made Chun Sun freeze in his tracks. Despite having been chastised by us previously, young Master Bao's lingering authority still commanded respect, and Chun Sun dared not defy him. Observing the scene, I nodded in satisfaction and rose, smiling at young Master Bao and Chun Sun. "Young Master Bao, Brother Sun, although we have had our differences in the past, let bygones be bygones. I hold no grudges and will not revisit old disputes. I summoned you here today to discuss something of importance." "What is it, sir?" Young Master Bao's anxious gaze met mine. "I hope you will consider joining us," I stated. "Joining you?" Young Master Bao was momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, your 13 eagles have already fallen under our influence. From now on, everything will be for the sake of silk stockings. Understood?" Lu Jiqing interjected. "Everything is for silk stockings?" And Yao furrowed her brow at Lu Jiqing's words. "Hee, that is the name of our team. What do you think? Sound good, right?" Lu Jiqing asked cheerfully. "It sounds lovely. Our 4 Great Hall Masters and Zhu Mulangma all approve of this name." Lightning added with a sly grin. "I'm indifferent. You may decide as you wish." Zhu Mulangma blushed slightly. "Is it acceptable?" "Surely it is." Seeing young Master Bao's silence, the fiery earth immediately adopted a stern demeanor and threatened loudly. "Agreed. This name is fashionable and pleasant. We, The 13 Eagles would be elated to join you. Young Master Bao nodded vigorously, fear evident in his expression. Good, you are agreeable, Lightning remarked coldly. Now what conditions do we have for joining you? Young Master Bao cautiously inquired, casting a wary glance at us. Yes, I replied. What are the conditions? Young Master Bao pressed. Observing the flicker of uncertainty in young Master Bao's eyes, I took a deep breath and stated, from now on, your 13 Eagles are prohibited from bullying fellow students, demanding money from them, or stealing their partners. In essence, you're only allowed to engage in good deeds and refrain from wrongdoing. Can you adhere to this? This. Young Master Bao hesitated, contemplating my words. Young Master Bao, you and your 13 Eagles come from affluent backgrounds. I presume your allowances are quite generous? Why resort to bullying others for money? I continued. Consider how you would feel if someone constantly demanded money from you or bullied you. This is a school, a place for learning. Can we not coexist harmoniously and enjoy our time together? Hee. Do you want me to bully you a little so you can feel the sting of being oppressed? Tian Lei asked coldly. No, that won't be necessary. We will heed young Master Shi's words. Young Master Bao stammered. I am merely pondering another question. What question? I asked. If we refrain from bullying others, what if they bully us instead? This world is one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. If we do not assert ourselves, we risk being devoured. If we do not engage in some trouble, others will no longer fear us. Over time, other schools will lose their fear of us. Young Master Bao reflected. Do not worry about that. If anyone bullies you, we will handle it, Lightning assured. That is reassuring. Young Master Bao finally relaxed. After a moment's thought, young Master Bao raised his thumb and said, Young Master Shi, you are truly remarkable. Despite how he treated you before, you choose to extend kindness in return. Repaying kindness with kindness, you are destined to become a leader. If you ever need anything, young Master Bao will surely support you. Not at all. We are merely classmates. Let us assist one another moving forward, and I appreciate your support, I replied. Not at all, Young Master Bao laughed, with Chun Sun and several other ruffians joining in. Watching them laugh, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. I cannot fathom why, but ever since Yao sought me out, all animosity I once harbored towards them dissipated. Now, I simply wish to enjoy my life at school, relishing in the joy it brought. My intention in reclaiming the 13 Eagles was not merely for our sake. I genuinely hoped they would cease their bullying. As I smiled, the expression on Chun Sun's face suddenly shifted. He lunged towards us, accompanied by a loud crash from behind. With a thud, we saw Chun Sun collapse before us, pain etched across his features. The door beside young Master Bao had been kicked open, and a group of intimidating ruffians stormed in. Wang Shi, I hear you've been causing quite a stir. You injured the 13 Eagles and harmed my brother? As they all entered, the last to arrive was a young man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, a smirk of arrogance plastered across his face. This young man was none other than my greatest adversary, Tang Wendy. Having ignored him thus far, I was taken aback by his sudden appearance. His expression radiated a menacing confidence as he fixated on me. Young Master, Guhua beside me turned pale at the sight of him. Hold on, I said, frowning at Tang Wendy while raising my hand to stop Guhua. In the past, seeing Tang Wendy would have instilled fear within me. However, now, I felt none of that trepidation. With Yao, Fengguo Ladian, and Zhu Mulam at my side, I was confident they could effortlessly deal with Tang Wendy. I remained silent, observing Tang Wendy's theatrics. Big Brother G, were you the one they attacked yesterday? Tang Wendy directed his gaze towards a ruffian whose face was wrapped in bandages. Yes, it was them, the bandage man replied. They are formidable fighters. Do be cautious, the bandage man warned. Very well, you should repay them in kind. Inflict upon them the same injuries they caused you. Tang Wendy coldly instructed, his gaze fixed on us. I'm a bit frightened. The bandage man stammered. Fear not, for you truly seem to be descending further into mediocrity. These young rascals are several years your juniors. What is there to be afraid of? Tang Wendy exclaimed in anger, striking to Jige sharply on the head. Suddenly, he noticed the exquisite Yao beside me, momentarily taken aback. Wendy, have you taken a liking to her? One of the bystanders inquired upon witnessing Tang Wendy's days. This young lady is far more beautiful than Zhang Xian. Tang Wendy couldn't help but marvel as he stared at Yao. Is that so? Yao responded with a smile to Tang Wendy's words. Indeed, Tang Wendy affirmed vigorously, before shooting me a fierce glare. Observing Tang Wendy's unwavering focus on Yao, I couldn't help but chuckle, thinking how fickle he was. Just days ago, he was so infatuated with Zhang Xian, and now he had eyes for my sister. Wendy, I know this girl. Would you like to know her name? Chun Sun suddenly sat up, rubbing his sore waist. What is it? Tang Wendy inquired. It's you. Chun Sun retorted, delivering a punch straight to Tang Wendy's face. Following that, he bellowed toward the corridor. All my brothers from the 13 Eagles, come out here. Tang Wendy's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Chun Sun strike him, and he too began to shout. What on earth is happening? The sudden aggression from the young master and his crew took the 4 hall leaders by surprise. Damn it. I've tolerated Tang Wendy for long enough. Today, we've finally encountered a leader who can help us rise. The young master smirked at us before roaring, Brothers, come out. Today, we shall leave Tang Wendy here and not let a single one escape. Young master, you dare to rebel? Tang Wendy's face paled, and he turned to flee. However, it was too late. A throng of people had already surged behind him. Chapter 50. Onset of chaos. The crowd swiftly blocked the entrance to our dormitory. As we beheld the mass of people outside, our expressions shifted in alarm. I realized then that the young master's influence was indeed vast. Fortunately, I had not pushed him too far. Otherwise, in his desperation, he might have been our equal. Yet, he chose to confront the ill-tempered Tang Wendy instead. Upon seeing that Tang Wendy could not escape, the young master sneered, Tang Wendy, I've endured you for long enough. Today, you've walked right into my trap. You have no one to blame but yourself. You dare to ambush me? Are you tired of living, wishing to remain trapped within this school? Tang Wendy ground his teeth, glaring at the dark crowd at the entrance. Stop wasting words and attack. Chun Sun coldly commanded. Brother Sun, are we really going to fight? A few students outside hesitantly asked. In the past, we might have hesitated, but now that Wang Xi's brothers transferred to our school, with them, we can rise. What is there to fear? Chun Sun declared boldly. Oh! The students appeared hesitant upon hearing Chun Sun's words. Come on, what are you afraid of? Let us take on this gang of outsiders. With that, Chun Sun rubbed his waist and charged forward. Damn you! Chun Sun, are you seeking death? As Chun Sun lunged, Tang Wendy retaliated with a kick to Chun Sun's abdomen. Everyone attack. What are you waiting for? Do you want these outsiders to bully us into submission? The young master, with one arm hanging limply, bellowed to the students outside. Damn it, go. The young master's charisma was potent, and his influence lingered. Upon hearing his call, the students immediately surged forward. The first to rush in were a few members of the 13 Eagles, many of whom were likely napping, some still in their slippers. But upon seeing the young master and Chun Sun leading the charge, they eagerly joined in the fray. In an instant, the dormitory descended into chaos, with some tumbling onto a freshly made bed, ruining the linens. Damn, my newly bought sheets and comforter. I gasped, clutching my chest in agony. I told you not to choose the lower bunk. You insisted on competing with me. The upper bunk is far better, safer and cleaner. You deserve it. Tian Lei chuckled. Just as he finished speaking, a ruffian was hurled onto his upper bunk, only to be yanked down again, along with the bedclothes, which fell to the floor. Trampled by many feet, Tian Lei's laughter faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. Though Tang Wendy and his crew were formidable, numbering over a dozen, the 13 Eagles had even more, with their leader boasting a similar count. When all their subordinates were considered, they numbered in the hundreds. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Soon, Tang Wendy and his crew found themselves overwhelmed. Yet, Tang Wendy proved to be quite capable. He deftly evaded the attacks from the 13 Eagles, occasionally knocking down his opponents while searching for an escape route from the dormitory. However, there were too many of them. Just as he reached the doorway, he was pushed back. Realizing escape was futile, he suddenly turned his gaze towards me, his expression turning predatory. Gritting his teeth, Tang Wendy glared at me with the ferocity of a wolf. After knocking down another student, he pointed at me, exclaiming, It's all your fault, you jinx. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament. Today, I will eliminate you first. Is that so? And Yao's eyes turned icy upon hearing Tang Wendy's words. Ignoring her, Tang Wendy let out a roar and charged at me. Knowing I was protected, I remained unfazed as he approached. Just as he was a step away, Diwo, standing beside me, suddenly intervened. With a cold smile, Diwo swiftly kicked Tang Wendy in the chest. Before Tang Wendy could react, Dihua ensnared his neck with his leg, forcing him down to his knees with a thud. "Who are you?" Tang Wendy's eyes widened in disbelief at the prowess of the red-haired youth beside me. "You're not worthy to know," Dihua replied coolly, applying more pressure. With a crack, Tang Wendy's face turned red as he let out a pained cry. "Dihua, you're incredible." Seeing Tang Wendy subdued so easily, the young master rushed over to ingratiate himself. "Everyone stop. You've made a mess of the room." Tian Lei extended a hand, signaling for them to cease. At that moment, all of Tang Wendy's followers were in a state of defeat, many sporting bruises from their encounters with the 13 Eagles. Noticing Tian Lei's displeasure, the young master quickly gestured for them to halt. The command was heeded promptly, and soon the dormitory fell silent. All eyes were on us, watching as Tang Wendy's subordinates lay on the floor, gasping for breath. "Young master, how should we deal with Tang Wendy?" Dihua inquired as he released Tang Wendy, giving him a kick towards the entrance. Tang Wendy was the brother of Tang Ning, and since Yao and I were currently residing at the Tang household, if I were to severely injure Tang Wendy, I would have to face Tang Ning and her parents. After pondering Dihua's suggestion, I replied, "Should we spare him once more?" Dihua looked at me in astonishment. "You little brat, if you dare to lay a finger on me today, I will ensure not a single student from your school leaves unscathed." Tang Wendy threatened, his teeth clenched. However, while death may be avoided, living with scars is inescapable. "How about we beat him half to death and then strip him down in the water room, dousing him with cold water?" I proposed after some thought. "What?" The 4 hall leaders, including Yao, looked at me in shock. "Young master, take him away," I said with a smile, winking at the young master. Upon meeting my gaze, the young master's expression brightened with glee. Finally felt a twinge of fear as he sat on the ground, pointing at me and shouting, "Wangshi, you worthless fool! How dare you treat me this way? You dare, you dare! If you touch me, I will make you wish for life and death." Ignoring his threats, the others hoisted him up, disregarding his struggles, and forcibly carried him to the water room. Moments later, I heard anguished cries emanating from within, a sound that was rather gratifying. Punishment is indeed measured. My brother, though lacking in many ways, seems to navigate the art of manipulation quite adeptly. And Yao regarded me with an icy gaze that revealed a rare admiration. "Is that so?" I inquired. "Yes, you resemble your father," and Yao affirmed, nodding gently. I expressed my gratitude for the compliment, stating that I simply acted according to my thoughts without overthinking. But as I spoke, my vision blurred, and I suddenly collapsed. In that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, a fragment of awareness lingered in my mind. I felt my body slump to the ground, and I couldn't help but think, here we go again. I had fainted several times before, often due to beatings, anger, or torment from Tang Wendy. However, this episode of fainting was a recurring illness I had endured every few months. I had grown accustomed to this ailment over the years, and each time I regained consciousness, I found myself lying in a hospital bed. Amidst the chaos, I sensed that I was being carried swiftly. The scent of disinfectant filled the air, and I heard someone shouting, "What about the medical records? Where are the records? The patient is on the brink of death. Does your hospital not save lives?" "I'm sorry, but this child's condition is unique. We need his medical history. Without it, we cannot administer timely treatment," came a voice. "What medical records? Who has the records of the heir?" Another voice yelled in frustration. My memory faded again, and when I awoke, I found myself lying on a pristine white bed. Zhang Xian was crying beside me, and my uncle wore a concerned expression. Upon seeing me awake, Zhang Xian immediately shouted at Yao, "It's all your fault. Why did you take Wangshi away? He is ill and suffers from episodes every few months. If anything happens to him, I will never forgive you." I am sorry. We didn't anticipate that the heir's illness would strike so suddenly. My uncle interjected, a bitter smile crossing his face as he witnessed Zhang Xian's outburst. I felt utterly powerless and pained as I lay there, my lips pale. I grasped Zhang Xian's hand and said, "Sister, please do not blame my sister. Blame my frail health. I never meant to cause you trouble. Stop talking. Once you recover, I will take you home. You must not seek out your parents. They are merely toying with you. They do not genuinely care for you. They only see you as a pawn for their future gain." Zhang Xian sobbed as she spoke. "What do you mean? Are you saying we do not care about the heir?" Lightning's expression changed upon hearing her words. "Zumulangma, how is the investigation proceeding?" And Yao asked, directing her attention to Zumulangma, who had just entered the room. "Miss, as you suspected, the heir's illness is not pneumonia. It is a severe internal injury." Chapter 51. treating the illness. Upon hearing the words internal injury, the expressions of everyone in the room shifted dramatically. My heart trembled as I looked at Yao in astonishment. Yao remained calm, her gaze piercing, emanating a chilling light. My uncle appeared even more distressed, his face twisted with unease. Yao and her companions were astute. Upon noticing my uncle's discomfort, Lightning seized my uncle by the collar and demanded, "Old man, you knew the heir's condition was an internal injury. You knew, didn't you? Why didn't you speak up sooner?" My uncle stammered, suddenly tense under Lightning's grip. "Did you inflict this severe injury on the heir?" Lightning shouted. "Monster, what are you doing?" Upon seeing Lightning's fury directed at his father, Zhang Xian angrily grabbed Lightning's clothing. "Stop it, Lightning." Yao's tone remained composed, though her brows knitted slightly. She then turned her cold gaze upon my uncle and asked, "Why did you conceal this from us?" My uncle faltered under Yao's icy stare. "Still not speaking?" Yao pressed coldly. "I am not saying I cannot speak. I am saying it would be pointless to do so. You guessed correctly. Shier's illness is indeed an internal injury, inflicted during his childhood when he was beaten. His mother forbade me from taking him for treatment when she brought him here because she wished for him to remain an ordinary person, not allowing him to return and contend for power with you." My uncle's words spilled out in a rush. "What?" The revelation left Lightning, Feng Lei, and Zimulangma all in stunned silence. "Miss, please forgive my impudence. Though you are the daughter of the elder brother, I must speak frankly. Only you know your family's true nature. If possible, I hope you can spare Shier, allowing him to live as an ordinary person," my uncle implored. Upon hearing my uncle's words, Yao's expression shifted subtly. Gradually, the room fell silent. I lay there, enveloped in a profound sense of anguish. My uncle's words left me at a loss, uncertain of how to choose. "Zhang Xian, you are astute. You are correct that we came with a purpose. We hope that he can return to inherit the family, for only by wielding power can he protect us siblings from the fate of being slaughtered by others. However, I want to assure you that each of us cares deeply for Wang Shi. No matter the circumstances, he will always be my closest kin." Yao spoke quietly as she gazed at Zhang Xian, then cast a deep glance in my direction before departing with Lightning, Feng, and Zimulangma. Once they left, the room fell into silence once more, with only my uncle, Zhang Xian, and Lu Ziqing remaining by my side in quiet companionship. "Uncle, what kind of people are my parents?" I asked, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort due to my illness. My face was pale, and I struggled to breathe as I lay on the hospital bed. My uncle, witnessing my suffering, appeared equally distressed. He had always cared for me deeply, showering me with affection since my childhood. Gripping my hand gently, he looked at me with love in his eyes and said, "Your parents are good people. They are also formidable individuals. In their prime, your father was a dominant force, surrounded by countless heroes. Your uncle Tang Long and I were not even qualified to be his subordinates. You should enjoy a life of comfort with your parents, not endure the hardships of an ordinary existence, much less bear the pain that is not yours to bear. However, your illustrious family is also far more complex than ordinary families. Power is a truly intricate matter. Even for a small sum of money, your aunt may change, let alone your family, which is infinitely more complicated. Just think about it. That coveted nine-eyed heavenly pearl, which many envy, is merely a commonplace item in your family. How many countless treasures lie within your household? The enormity of your family is beyond your imagination. The pursuit of family power can lead to sibling rivalry and bloodshed. Do not blame your mother. She is a good person and a wise woman. I believe she does not wish for you to contend for power and harm each other. She likely fears that your prominent family will attract unwanted attention and put you in jeopardy. Perhaps living as an ordinary person is far better than being a scion of a powerful family. My mother and Yao's mother are not the same person, are they? My mother's surname is Zhao, while Yao's mother's surname isn't. Suddenly, I pondered aloud. "Shier, have you figured it out?" My uncle exclaimed in astonishment at my words. "Moreover, my 5 siblings are not born of my mother and Anyao's mother, correct?" I pondered and inquired again. "You already know?" My uncle looked at me in astonishment. "Yes, I have surmised that we are half-siblings." Smiling, tears unexpectedly welled in my eyes. Subsequently, I gazed vacantly out the window. The nature of my relationship with Anyao had been a matter of clandestine contemplation for quite some time. However, just moments ago, I arrived at a sudden realization. Reflecting on my age and Anyao's surname, coupled with my uncle's recent mention of our family lineage, I had pieced together the puzzle. Anyao, at 16, is 2 years my junior. Before I turned 5, I had never met my father, having lived solely with my mother. How could she have conceived and given birth to Anyao? Yet, Anyao is undeniably my sister, which leaves only one possibility. She is my half-sister. My uncle had also mentioned that our family is vast beyond imagination. Given the breadth of our family and my father's wealth, it is not unreasonable for him to have taken multiple partners. Suddenly, a surge of unnameable resentment rose within me. The thought that my half-siblings might wish me harm compelled me to entertain the idea of vengeance against them. After all, they are not my mother's children. The realization that my father has other women infuriates me. Gradually, I began to comprehend the sentiments of familial strife and betrayal. Wangxi, do not be angry. You are unwell. Anger is detrimental to your health. Observing my pallor and trembling form, Zhang Xian grew anxious and grasped my wrist. Yes, gazing at Zhang Xian, an inexplicable discomfort washed over me. In that moment, I found it exceedingly difficult to accept my identity. I could not reconcile myself with being the heir of an extensive family, nor could I bear the thought of having several unknown stepmothers. I yearned to forget, to erase the events of the past few days. I would rather revert to being an ordinary person than continue as the heir of a grand family. My eyelids grew heavy, and I gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, I found Anyao and the others standing before me. Brother, do you wish to heal your internal injuries? As if nothing had transpired, Anyao regarded me coldly. No. Looking at my half-sister, my emotions became a tumultuous blend. Indeed, we are half-siblings, but does that not mean our blood is different? You may choose not to acknowledge me as your sister, yet you cannot forsake your home and stake your claim. Anyao stated icily. However, you must heal your internal injuries. Indeed, Your Highness, it is imperative to address your internal wounds. Otherwise, you will find yourself returning to the hospital every few months, and such a path could lead to an early demise. Do you not desire retribution? Do you not wish to locate the one who has wronged you and tormented you for over a decade? Your mother is a martial arts master, and few can rival her. Diworimarkt. My mother is a martial arts master? I looked at him in astonishment. Yes, your mother is indeed a martial arts expert, and few can best her. Even the head of the family and many of our kin are not her match. Consider this. What kind of master could injure you in your mother's presence? Moreover, upon returning home, she seemed to bear a similar internal injury, one that is more severe than yours, causing her considerable distress each autumn and winter. Dio continued. Then, must I heal my internal injuries to exact revenge? To avenge my mother? I pondered aloud. Even if not for vengeance, you must strive for a semblance of normal health. Your injuries appear to hinder even that. Dihua said, casting a furtive glance at Anyao, his cheeks flushing. Come with us. I can ensure that you bring Zhang Xian along. Anyao stated coldly. Chapter 52. Unhealable thus far, I have gleaned significant information regarding my family. Unlike Anyao's mother, my relationship with the mothers of my other siblings is distinct. Anyao and I are half-siblings. This time, Anyao intends to take me to her maternal home, the Infamily. Dihua informed me that the Infamily's ancestral home is situated in our provincial capital and that numerous experts reside there, potentially capable of treating my ailments. Throughout the journey, Dihua expressed uncontainable excitement at the mention of the Infamily, stating, Your Highness, our family is more extensive and complex than an ordinary clan. The several wives of the family head are remarkable women, and status is often inherited through the mother, elevating the young ladies standing within the family. Indeed, the young lady's family is formidable, rivaling that of your fiancé, Miss Yanala, a voice interjected, filled with mirth. Fiancé? Upon hearing that term, Zhang Xian's expression soured. Realizing he had misspoken, the speaker fell silent. Meanwhile, I found myself seated in a vehicle en route to the outskirts of the provincial capital alongside Anyao, Zhang Xian, and the others. We traveled in a Mercedes G63, driven by Dihua, while Zhumu Langma, Tian Lei, and Shan Dian had already proceeded to inform the Infamily of our arrival. As we neared the Infamily residence, an anxious anticipation crept over me at the thought of visiting my sister's home. Zhang Xian, she suddenly spoke the Infamily? I cannot fathom how grand it could possibly be. You may boast, but I will see for myself how formidable you truly are. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, Anyao merely scoffed. As we spoke, The vehicle slowed to a crawl. As we approached a large courtyard, Zhang Xian's expression shifted. Before us stood a grand entrance flanked by barbed wire, with armed soldiers stationed on either side. "Stop the car. We are approaching a military base," Zhang Xian exclaimed. Hearing her words, both Di Hua and the driver, Feng Hua, exchanged awkward glances. "Ah, clearly, en un worldly nouveau riche, Anyao Moked." "Anyao, you wretched girl. What did you just say?" Zhang Xian retorted angrily. "Wretched girl? Who are you calling that?" Anyao countered coldly. "Wretched girl, that is who," Zhang Xian declared defiantly. At her words, Anyao could not suppress a laugh. Meanwhile, I observed the peculiar smiles on Di Hua and Feng Hua's faces. Realizing the tension, I quickly tugged at Zhang Xian's hand, urging "Sister, please stop." "What is it? Is it wrong for the wretched girl to speak the truth?" Zhang Xian insisted. As the vehicle drew nearer to the military compound, the soldiers quickly moved aside the barbed wire and opened a gate for us. The car sailed through unhindered, and Zhang Xian's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. "Anyao, is your mother's family part of the military?" I gazed at Anyao in disbelief. "Yes," Anyao replied with a subtle nod. The car continued its journey, and I marveled at the towering trees lining the road. Rows of soldiers patrolled the area, while training exercises unfolded in various courtyards. Di Hua navigated the vehicle deeper into the military compound until we came to a stop before a series of buildings. "Here we are." As our vehicle arrived, Zhumu Langma, Tian Lei, and Shan Dian emerged to greet us. "Where's the sick child?" a young man in military attire inquired. "In the car," they replied, promptly assisting me out. Following them inside, I was met by a group of middle-aged individuals clad in military uniforms. Upon their sight, Anyao coolly greeted them, "Uncle, second uncle. This is Wang Shi, the eldest son of Wang Yang." The middle-aged men nodded at me. "Indeed," Anyao confirmed. At her words, a soldier approached me with a commanding presence and piercing gaze. As he neared, he gently placed his hand on my wrist. Instantly, his expression shifted dramatically. Who could be so cruel as to sever 3 of the heart veins and the trachea? Moreover, it appears he sustained his injuries over a decade ago. Upon hearing the soldier's words, both Zhang Xian and I turned pale, and Yao remained composed, coldly inquiring, "Uncle, may I ask if his internal injuries could still be treated?" "Impossible, impossible, unless one resorts to traditional Chinese medicine for recuperation. He must bathe in herbal decoctions thrice daily and consume a concoction made from various herbs, such as astragalus, angelica, and cordyceps. However, even under such circumstances, it would still take a decade for his internal injuries to heal halfway, and that depends on his fortune. Such a lengthy period. By the time he recovers, the Wang family's power may fall into other hands." Upon hearing this, Di Hua's expression drastically altered. There is no alternative. The assailant's internal strength was simply too formidable. Furthermore, his injuries have lingered for over a decade, the middle-aged man stated. "That is too late. I fear we may not live to see that day. In just a year, our family must select an heir to oversee matters." At this, even Yao furrowed her brow. "Perhaps we should take a rest and have a meal. We can discuss Wang Shi's ailment further and explore potential remedies. And Yao, why not visit the old master? He has missed you dearly," the middle-aged man suggested. "All right." And Yao cast me a glance, her eyes revealing a fleeting glimmer of disappointment. And Yao's maternal family is vast, yet their decor is remarkably modest. Much of the furniture appears to be decades old. They led us to a room where Zhang Xian and I rested. Sitting on the bed, Zhang Xian gazed at my pallid visage and could not help but sigh softly. "I am sorry for causing you concern." Gently grasping her hand, I looked at her with sorrowful eyes. "It is fine, as long as your ailment can be cured. However, what shall we do about your condition? I cannot fathom how formidable an Yao's family must be. Yet, if they cannot heal you, who else can?" Zhang Xian lamented. Hearing her words, a profound sadness enveloped my heart. My mother wishes for me to remain an ordinary person, yet I am far from it. I am less than ordinary. If I do not heal, must I forever remain a burden? Just as Di Hua remarked, I cannot even approach the girl I admire. What a humiliating predicament. As I scrutinized in Yao's residence, once more, admiration for her welled within me. No wonder Yao possesses such grace. Her family is evidently affluent, inheriting wealth from her mother's lineage, and Yao holds a prominent position in her family. But what of my mother's family? Do I even have a maternal lineage? They say my mother is a martial arts master, yet no mention is made of her family. Perhaps my maternal family is ordinary, possibly even less wealthy than Zhang Xian's. Otherwise, my mother would not have entrusted me to Zhang Xian's family. If my maternal lineage is average, would I also face bullying upon returning to my family? Overwhelmed by discomfort, I leaned against Zhang Xian. Resting against her soft form, my eyelids began to droop. Sister, I am feeling a bit drowsy. Sleep, and when you awaken, everything will be better. I believe in you. You will surely recover. If no one can heal you, I will find a way to earn more money to cure you in the future. Zhang Xian said, her voice heavy with sadness. Thank you. As her words washed over me, my eyelids grew increasingly heavy. I then realized how profoundly Zhang Xian cared for me. Alas, my condition is dire, and I may not be able to be with her. My future appears bleak, and I cannot envision the path ahead. If I remain unhealed, I might indeed become a burden for life. When I awoke again, I found myself surrounded by many individuals. Numerous people clad in white coats were scribbling notes, whispering among themselves. Sister, can my ailment be cured? I asked, feeling distressed by their concern for my condition. Upon hearing my question, Yao gently bit her lip. Her gaze remained frosty as she subtly shook her head. Chapter 53. Emperor Zhao in the blink of an eye. 2 days passed at Yao's residence, and my condition seemed devoid of hope. If I truly wished to be cured, I would have to follow her uncle's prescribed methods. Yet, the duration is far too lengthy. By the time I recover, I might be 30. Even with such methods, my ailment could only be alleviated by half. Observing the concern etched on their faces, I gradually resolved to relinquish hope. Perhaps this is fate. My mother desires me to be an ordinary person, and I am destined to remain one for life. Sister, could you assist me in taking a walk? I said, struggling to sit up as I looked at Zhang Xian. She nodded gently, her eyes reflecting unspoken sorrow. Witnessing my decision to abandon treatment, Tianlei, Dihua, and Zhu Feng all appeared alarmed. They gazed at me with pity, seemingly wanting to voice something. But after a moment, they all sighed softly, merely watching as Zhang Xian supported me out. Every few months, I would be afflicted, each time requiring an extended hospital stay. I needed to remain hospitalized for at least half a month, relying on imported medication to prolong my life. At present, I am not well. I appear extremely frail. However, after 2 days of injections at Yao's home, I have shown slight improvement. This place is beautiful. It is my first visit to such a locale. Exiting Yao's courtyard, a long, wide road lay before me, paved with pristine cement, unblemished and immaculate. Towering trees lined either side, their longevity evident, having stood for decades. Recently, a snowfall had blanketed the ground, the snow sculpted into blocks resembling tofu, piled beneath the trees along the road. Sister, I do not like my fiancé. I only have feelings for you. Supported by Zhang Xian, I suddenly declared. Haha, your fiancé is the daughter of a wealthy family, while I am nothing. Zhang Xian chuckled helplessly beside me. Sister, do not belittle yourself. How can you say you are just an ordinary girl? Your family is quite affluent. I replied. Let it be, my family is not as wealthy as the Tang Ning family. My father's yearly income barely qualifies as a middle-class household. I used to think we were well off, but after seeing Yao, I realized I was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Zhang Xian said, Sister, you must not speak of yourself in such a manner. Where has the confident Zhang Xian gone? How did you become so self-deprecating? I said, gazing at her with displeasure. I wish I could be confident, but whenever I see Yao, I simply cannot muster it, Zhang Xian confessed. Oh, so your arguments and your haughty demeanor when confronting her are merely aids? Upon hearing her words, I could not help but chuckle. It is indeed difficult to maintain that facade, and Yao is truly beautiful and possesses great poise. Although I outwardly express my defiance, deep down, I feel quite inadequate. Such an exquisite girl, I have never encountered before, Zhang Xian remarked. Haha, I too have never seen someone like her. These past few days feel surreal, as if I am in a dream, I said. So do I. I wish this were merely a dream. When I awaken, you will still be my little underdog. The one I can tease like a little tail, Zhang Xian replied. Then I would gladly follow you forever. Would you be willing? I asked, grasping her hand. Upon hearing my words, Zhang Xian hesitated. The scenery around the military base was breathtaking. Such beauty is scarcely found in the city. Here, everything has been meticulously curated, surpassing many lovely parks. Standing beneath the towering trees, I gazed at the stunning Zhang Xian and felt a surge of emotion. After a moment of contemplation, I could not resist gently leaning down toward her. Wang Shi, you mustn't engage in such behavior. Zhang Xian's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Just a gentle kiss. You promised me last time, and it has yet to happen, I said. But isn't it inappropriate here? What if someone sees us? Zhang Xian replied, her voice tinged with concern. Who would see? Just a soft kiss will suffice. As I spoke, a smile broke through my pale visage, and I moved closer to Zhang Xian. At the moment our lips were about to meet, my heart raced uncontrollably. I had cherished her for so long, and now, at last, we could be together. Though it felt somewhat belated, it was not too late. I had resolved that, regardless of Zhang Xian being an ordinary girl or my having a more beautiful fiancée, I, Wang Shi, would marry no one but her in this lifetime. However, at that very moment, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from afar. The sound was powerful, each step resonating like a heartbeat. Zhang Xian and I opened our eyes in terror, and I saw a large group of soldiers marching towards us, exuding an air of discipline, wearing woolen caps. One soldier at the forefront approached us with a serious expression and declared, "No relationships are permitted in the military, and public displays of affection are strictly forbidden." Yes, upon hearing his words, I immediately stood at attention. The soldiers burst into laughter at my seriousness. Then, they quickened their pace and sprinted past us. At that moment, I heard another synchronized roar. Our tender moment interrupted. Zhang Xian and I felt embarrassed to express our affection, allowing Zhang Xian to support me. We walked toward the source of the sound. Upon arrival, my eyes widened in amazement. A large assembly of soldiers stood in formation, executing a series of martial arts moves with impeccable precision. Their unified roars soared into the sky, and each movement was executed with such synchronization that it felt as though they could tear the earth apart with every step. Awestruck, I felt an indescribable shock within my heart. Perhaps this is what it truly means to be a man. They were performing military boxing. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted from behind us. Sister? Startled, I turned to discover Yao had quietly approached us, accompanied by Feng Hua, Lei Dian, and Zhumu Langma. Do you like it? And Yao inquired. Yes, I nodded gently. Once you recover, you too could train like them, she said coldly. But my illness cannot be cured, I replied, a sense of disquiet creeping into my heart. You will definitely recover, and Yao asserted. Why? I asked. Because my name is Yao, she replied. Her words compelled me to gaze into her eyes, and in that moment, I saw unwavering determination, stubbornness, and tenacity written within them. As I quietly observed her, my heart began to swell with emotion. I could sense her genuine desire to help me recover. Why are you so kind to me? I asked. Because we are family. I need no reason to be good to you, and Yao replied. Then why not be good to them? I questioned. Because they are not like you. Their hearts have become tainted, while you remain untouched. Your heart has never been polluted, she stated. Is that so? I forced a smile. Indeed, and Yao nodded gently. At that moment, the phone of Feng Hua rang unexpectedly. After glancing at the caller ID, Feng Hua's eyes lit up as he answered, Yes. Your nephew is here with us. Yes, he has sustained serious internal injuries. All right, we will send him to you immediately, thank you. After hanging up, Feng Hua leaned closer to Yao and whispered, Miss, we have made contact. What did he say? And Yao inquired coldly. He is very pleased to hear we found the heir and is eager to meet him, Feng Hua replied. Miss, why don't we go over now? He is wealthy and may have a way to treat the heir's illness, he added with a smile. Very well, have the car brought around. We shall set off. And Yao decided decisively. Seeing Yao prepare to take me away again, I was slightly taken aback. It felt as though the phone call was somehow connected to me. So I quickly asked, Sister, are we leaving again? Yes, we are, and Yao affirmed. Where to this time? I inquired. If we cannot cure your illness, there is another person who may be able to help. He is intelligent, wealthy, and possesses great influence. He is a local tycoon in his city. He is also your maternal uncle, known as Emperor Zhao. Chapter 54. The promise of Emperor Zhao. The car sped along the road, the scenery on either side blurring past. Seated inside, I couldn't help but cough a few times as I glanced at Yao, who sat upright with a stoic expression. Observing her petite figure, I felt a twinge of anxiety. It dawned on me that I had family on my mother's side, and he was a powerful local tycoon. Yet, what was my uncle like? What kind of personality did he possess? As I contemplated my uncle, whom I had never met, I instinctively grasped Zhang Xian's hand. The prospect of meeting my family filled both of us with nervous anticipation. As the car exited the highway, I noticed the road ahead was heavily congested. Numerous vehicles were stuck, and several traffic police were engaged in conversation with the drivers. The young master has arrived. Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the air. Upon seeing our vehicle, over 100 burly men emerged from the surrounding cars. Someone ignited a string of firecrackers, the loud pops startling us. The car halted before them, and I saw a fierce-looking bald man striding towards us. His tall stature and commanding presence set him apart, but the passage of time had etched many lines around his eyes. Pulling open the door, the bald man, with his piercing gaze, asked, "Are you my sister's son?" "Wang Shi, uncle?" I stared at the man in astonishment, a hint of trepidation welling within me. As he gazed at me, the fierceness in his eyes softened. Suddenly, his eyes glistened with emotion, and he smiled as he embraced me. His strength was overwhelming. He lifted me, a tall young man, as if I were a mere chick. He held me tightly and patted my back, saying, "Come home with me. Your uncle has missed you dearly." "All right," I replied, allowing him to lead me toward a vehicle. Just as he opened the door to usher me inside, a traffic officer abruptly approached us, stating, "Long Pao, you can't just come and go as you please. It seems rather disrespectful to us, doesn't it?" "What do you mean by that?" The bald man's fierce eyes swept over him, exuding an intimidating aura. "Provide an explanation." The officer remained unyielding. Okay, you only want an explanation, right? No problem. Just take him away for 10 or 8 days of detention. That should suffice," a young man in a suit interjected, disdain evident on his face. "All right, take him away." After casting a cold glance at Long Pao, the officer seized the young man and escorted him away. This minor altercation concluded. I felt a bit anxious as I sat in my uncle's vehicle. It seemed my uncle and his entourage did not possess the most virtuous of reputations. Their tone and demeanor bore resemblance to those depicted in television dramas about gangs. "Uncle, are you involved in illicit activities?" I cautiously inquired. "Illicit activities?" Upon hearing my question, the bald man paused briefly. Then, he and his subordinates erupted into hearty laughter. Our convoy, comprising dozens of vehicles, traversed the city center towards an opulent residential area. Gradually, we parked outside a luxurious community, and my uncle took my hand, leading me inside. Just then, Yao and the others arrived, disembarking from their vehicle to follow us into the community. We entered a villa, and the first thing that caught my eye was a massive fish tank. The aquarium is quite spacious, housing 7 peculiar large fish swimming gracefully. Upon noticing our entrance, these oddly shaped fish swam towards us, pressing against the glass wall of the tank, their large eyes curiously observing our presence. "Elder brother, I brought back my sister's son," a young man spoke, his expression one of solemn respect as he bowed slightly to a man standing not far away. Intrigued by the bald man's words, I couldn't help but glance forward. I saw a man, his back turned to us, adorned in a traditional Tang suit that exuded an air of sophistication. On his left thumb, he wore a jade ring, while his right hand bore 2 gemstone rings on his index and middle fingers. To my astonishment, he wore a beaded bracelet on his right wrist that was identical to mine. "Have you arrived?" he said, turning gently towards us. In that moment, I was struck by an indescribable sensation as I beheld his visage. His eyes were large, his skin fair, his face somewhat plump, and he radiated a subtle nobility. I found myself wanting to describe him as beautiful. If not for his slightly portly figure, he could easily masquerade as a stunning woman without anyone suspecting otherwise. "Elfea?" He gazed at me, his piercing look gradually softening. Much like the bald man, his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. "Uncle?" My heart surged with a tumult of emotions, feeling an inexplicable warmth towards this man before me. "This is your uncle, Emperor Zhao. And this gentleman here is also your uncle, known as Long Pao," and Yao, who stood behind me, suddenly interjected. "Ah, so you're the daughter of that little girl? And you? My, how you've grown." Emperor Zhao suddenly chuckled, his eyes dismissively sweeping over her. "Indeed, uncle," and Yao replied calmly, bowing gracefully. "She possesses a sense of decorum, far superior to your mother." Emperor Zhao scoffed once more, and Yao remained composed in the face of his derision. "And Yao, my elder brother has long been aware that Shi'er is in the provincial capital, yet we searched for over a decade without success. Might I inquire how you located him?" Long Pao suddenly posed the question. "It was Shi'er who informed me," and Yao replied coolly. "Ye na la elfea?" Wang Shi's fiancé? Long Pao expressed his surprise. Yes. And Yao nodded slightly. Oh, so she is to be my future niece-in-law. Why did you not bring that little girl along? I have heard she is quite a beauty. Emperor Zhao smiled. She is a perfectionist. She would not make an appearance unless everything was meticulously prepared, and Yao stated. How pretentious. Emperor Zhao laughed again. At his words, I glanced at Zhang Xian beside me, who seemed to react negatively to the mention of sheer, but then stifled a laugh upon meeting my gaze. We realized my uncle appeared to be even more arrogant than Zhang Xian, possessing not only a stunning beauty akin to that of a woman, but also a temperament somewhat reminiscent of femininity. At that moment, I suddenly noticed Emperor Zhao striding towards me. He grasped my shoulders, scrutinizing me intently, before abruptly enveloping me in a tight embrace, weeping. It is often said that those of a different generation share a profound bond, and it truly seemed to be the case. I was unkind to your mother in the past, and now seeing you, I feel an overwhelming sense of affection. Uncle, his words stirred a pang of discomfort within me. I have searched for you for over a decade, and at last, I have found you. Remain at your uncle's home from now on. Do not leave again. I possess an inexhaustible wealth. Everything I have will be yours upon my demise. Emperor Zhao proclaimed. Uncle, please do not say such things. I do not desire your riches, nor will you perish, I quickly countered. Ah, truly benevolent, just like that wretched father of yours. Emperor Zhao remarked with a smile. Yet his expression shifted abruptly. Grasping my wrist tightly, he furrowed his brow as he examined me closely. You have indeed suffered severe internal injuries. Who has done this to you? I do not know. I gently shook my head. Damn it. How dare anyone harm my nephew? If I discover their identity, I shall flay their skin and feed them to the dogs. Emperor Zhao bellowed in fury. Uncle, our visit was prompted by my brother's illness. If you possess the means, I sincerely hope you can aid in his recovery. And Yao politely addressed Emperor Zhao. Fear not. I shall attend to Shir's ailments without your prompting. After all, he is my nephew. Others may lack the ability to heal him, but I, Emperor Zhao, shall surely prevail. In this world, what holds more power than wealth? I am Emperor Zhao, blessed with boundless riches. Rest assured, I will restore Shir to health. With a smile, Emperor Zhao's eyes began to gleam with a chilling intensity. He produced a golden card from his grasp, which he clenched so tightly it began to warp. Chapter 55. The Cold Swallow in the Dead of Night. Zhao Emperor's residence was filled with numerous guests of varying ages and appearances. They scrutinized me, sometimes furrowing their brows, other times relaxing their expressions. Some even grasped my wrists, eyes closed, seemingly absorbing something. Anxious amidst the sudden influx of unfamiliar faces, I realized they were summoned by Emperor Zhao to aid in my salvation, having traveled from various locales within merely half a day. Some had even flown in from distant regions. Zhang Xian sat beside me, on my left, while Yao occupied my right. Fingguo, Lei Dian, and Zhumu Lang Ma stood nearby, waiting. Bored, Lei Dian began to amuse himself by teasing the 7 large fish swimming in the living room aquarium. All of you here today are friends of the Zhao family. The capabilities of my friends are beyond question. It has been 3 hours. I would like to inquire about the progress of your evaluations. Are any of you capable of treating my nephew's ailment? Long Pao suddenly spoke, his fierce gaze radiating intensity. What a travesty! What manner of fiend has inflicted such harm upon this child? Why must they resort to such cruelty? An elderly gentleman lamented, gazing at me with evident sympathy. If I am not mistaken, this child must have sustained grave injuries at the tender age of 5. How wicked to inflict such pain upon an innocent. Enough of the trivialities. Can my nephew's illness be treated or not? Zhao Emperor interjected. It can be treated. Let's commence immediately. I trust everyone here understand my stature. I shall not shortchange any of you. Whoever succeeds in curing my nephew shall receive a generous reward from me. However, should you fail to heal him. As he spoke, Zhao Emperor's expression darkened ominously. Zhao Emperor, possessing striking features and an innate regal aura, emanated a sense of danger when his mood soured. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. Fear rippled through those gathered. Their gazes filled with trepidation. He had pledged to restore my health, and no one could dare express doubt. Hope is not lost. Suddenly, a bespectacled young man stepped forward. Approaching me, he grasped my chin, urging me to open my mouth, and instructed me to cooperate by extending my tongue. He then gently lifted my eyelids, stating, 3 of your trachea and heart meridians have been severed, and the remaining channels in your body have also sustained considerable damage. Zhao Ge, rest assured, even if we face challenges, we will devise a solution. I propose we explore Western medicine, employing surgical methods to restore your trachea and heart meridians. How long will it take to heal? Long Pao inquired coldly. 3 years. It is certain that a single surgery will not suffice. Multiple procedures will be necessary, given the severity of the injuries and the prolonged duration of neglect. The injuries sustained by this child are grievous. It is indeed a stroke of fortune that he has survived until now. 3 years. This is the utmost I have been able to exert. Young man, 3 years is a considerable span of time. However, do you possess absolute confidence in your ability to cure him? Asked Long Pao. I do not possess absolute certainty. Only a 30% chance, replied the young man. With those words, Long Pao's expression shifted dramatically, and he struck the enormous mahogany tea table before him with great force. The sturdy table, seemingly unyielding, bore a shallow imprint from Long Pao's palm. Startled by this display, Zhang Xian instinctively clutched my arm tightly. I too was taken aback, glancing at the faint imprint before furtively regarding Long Pao. Long Pao, what are you doing? Do not frighten my nephew. Emperor Zhao's face darkened. I apologize, elder brother. Bowing his head in contrition, Long Pao then turned to me with concern in his eyes, asking, "Sure, are you unscathed?" I smiled weakly, my complexion pale. No worries, uncle. Zhao Ge, I believe we can employ silver needles to stimulate acupoints, complemented by traditional herbal baths. Ginseng, astragalus, coconut meat, lily, goji berries, and polygonatum. These herbs can nourish one's vital energy. As long as we continuously stimulate the young master's acupoints with silver needles daily, activating the damaged meridians within his body, and using these nourishing herbs for bathing, we can achieve a warming effect. Additionally, if we teach him a set of Tai Chi exercises for rehabilitation, I am confident he could regain his health within a year and a half. A middle-aged man stepped forward with confidence. Oh, how certain are you of this cure? Upon hearing the man's words, Emperor Zhao turned to him. He chuckled, 50%. The middle-aged man's response eased some of the anger from Long Pao's countenance. And Yao finally lifted her icy gaze to regard the middle-aged man. As for me, I felt an indescribable thrill. A year and a half is far more promising than the 10 years previously mentioned by Niao's family. Moreover, it spares me from the surgical procedure the young man had suggested, thus alleviating my suffering. Uncle, he truly is an impressive figure, familiar with so many adept practitioners, even more capable than in Yao's family. This method is acceptable, though I still harbor some dissatisfaction, Zhao Emperor remarked with a smile. What? At the Emperor's words, Feng, Hua, Lei, and Zhu Mu Lang Ma all gazed at him in astonishment. Moreover, it is imperative that my nephew be cured within 3 months. Even if it means I must endure the suffering on his behalf. So be it, declared Emperor Zhao. His words filled my heart with profound emotion. I had scarcely met this uncle, yet he displayed such kindness towards me. Family, this is the essence of true kinship. I felt so humble before him, a figure of such nobility, yet he was willing to bear the torment that had plagued me for over a decade. Emperor Zhao, if it is possible to alleviate this child's suffering, we are all willing to endure hardship for him. Perhaps we should first perform surgery, followed by traditional herbal treatments for his recuperation. Simultaneously, we can utilize our cultivated internal energy to nourish his meridians. Perhaps success can be achieved within 3 months, suggested an elder. Upon hearing the elder's words, and Yao's expression shifted once more, transforming from coldness to astonishment. Feng, Wu, Lei, and Zhu Mu Lang Ma could hardly contain their admiration for Emperor Zhao's influence. They never anticipated that he would compel them to risk their lives for my recovery. What is internal energy? It is the vital force cultivated through years of training, directly linked to one's life essence. Some may be young yet frail, often falling ill, while others, though aged, remain as resilient as pine and cypress. This is why many engage in physical exercise. Those who maintain a regimen often appear youthful even in old age. For instance, fitness, running, and Tai Chi practiced by the elderly all contribute to some degree of energy cultivation. Yet, despite the elder's words, Emperor Zhao appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Bringing his 2 alabaster hands together, he gently rotated the jade ring on his left thumb and said, Old Liang, you are over 80 now. How long can your meager internal energy nourish my nephew? Before you can cure him, you may very well succumb first. At that point, how could I fend off your two fierce mistresses? The guests in attendance erupted in laughter at Emperor Zhao's words, while the elder's face flushed crimson as he retreated into the crowd, silenced. Brother, few possess the mastery to sustain others with their energy. I have practiced for many years and acquired some internal techniques. You two have some experience. However, with our capabilities, we cannot cure Shi'er. The only individuals we know who can heal through energy are Lung Yin, Yang Jian, Li Xiaoyao, and his father, as well as some hall-level masters from various families. Yet, Yang Jian has retired, and Li Xiaoyao has ascended. It is challenging to even meet him. As for his father, he is likely attending to his mother's ailment. The masters from those families cherish their lives and would not grant us favor even if we offered significant rewards, Long Pao mused. Then it seems our only option is Lung Yin, yet he has been missing for over a decade. Long Pao's words caused Emperor Zhao to furrow his brow slightly. As I listened to the names Long Pao mentioned, I discreetly noted them down. I yearned to uncover the truth of my origins and the entirety of my family's narrative. Yet, they seldom divulged everything at once, occasionally referencing past events and fragments. Lung Yin, Yang Jian, Li Xiaoyao. These individuals must be formidable masters, and my parents are likely equally skilled. What connection do I share with them? Furthermore, they not only possess martial prowess, but also understand internal energy. To what extent is their internal energy potent that it could heal me? Lost in these thoughts, I suddenly noticed a white dove fluttering in from outside. As the dove entered, we all froze in astonishment at its sudden appearance. A white dove? As it landed on the tea table, Long Pao expressed his surprise. He approached the dove, capturing it, and then removed something from its leg. It was a piece of white paper, and upon unfolding it, Long Pao's countenance transformed with excitement. Noticing Long Pao's unusual expression, Emperor Zhao swiftly snatched the paper from his hands. When he examined the writing on it, his expression mirrored Long Pao's exhilaration. Emperor Zhao strode toward me, enveloping me in a tight embrace, exclaiming, "Nephew, that enigmatic figure who has been missing for over a decade has returned." Chapter 56. To establish, first discard holding me tightly. Emperor Zhao, brimming with excitement, imparted a significant clue regarding our family lineage. He explained that if every family has a hall-level master safeguarding them, then our family's protector is the individual mentioned by Long Pao and my mother. That individual is none other than Lung Yin, my master. Upon hearing Emperor Zhao's revelation, Yao's expression shifted entirely. She transformed from her cold demeanor to one of fervor, her previous aloofness now tinged with shyness. Fing, Wu, Lei, and Zhumu Lang Ma all exhibited palpable excitement. Could it truly be that the esteemed Lung Yin had arrived? If Lung Yin had indeed come, then your bid for the position of family head would gain a formidable ally. Gradually regaining her composure, Yao cast a cold glance at me, saying, "Lung Yin, my master?" I gazed at her in astonishment. Indeed, as the legitimate heir of the Wang family, your father made all necessary preparations for you at birth. Not only did he select a noble wife for you, but he also appointed a martial arts master as your mentor. Had it not been for the upheaval in the Wang family, I believe you would not have been cast into the world of ordinary folk, becoming an orphan. Your master was gravely injured in that fierce battle and remains missing to this day. Now that your whereabouts have surfaced, it is astonishing that he has received word so swiftly and come searching for you, exclaimed Long Pao with excitement. Uncle Long, if that is indeed the case, then my brother's situation may become perilous as well. After contemplating Long Pao's words, Yao remarked, "Oh." The Emperor Zhao furrowed his brow. We embarked on this quest to find my brother without our family's knowledge. Aside from our father, no one in the family is aware of our intentions. Now that my brother's location has been revealed, it won't be long before our other siblings receive the news. If they discover that my brother is alive, that he still holds the title of heir, I fear they will hasten to him with ill intent, Yao stated. "Oh, those little rascals. Do I truly have reason to fear them?" Zhao the Emperor scoffed coldly. "Uncle, their capabilities are beyond your imagination. Moreover, our Wang family has many formidable enemies. Does it not? If they learn of my brother's vulnerability, I am certain they will be the first to strike, using him as leverage against us. Furthermore, that individual does not seem to be dead, does he? If he arrives, I fear you may not stand a chance against him," Yao said icily. "What then shall we do?" Zhao the Emperor's complexion shifted slightly upon hearing and Yao's words. We must promptly heal my brother and then return to the province to conceal our identities. Auntie's approach is indeed wise. After all, this city is far too small. The safest course of action is to ensure my brother's swift recovery and return to the chaotic province, and Yao advised. Heh, you're quite astute, little girl. Yet, where's Lung Yin at this moment? Lighting a slender cigarette from his pocket, Zhao the Emperor took a deep drag and gazed out the window. As he turned his gaze outside, a sudden chill swept through the air. Even with 4 standing air conditioners running in the lavishly decorated living room, the cold wind from outside penetrated to the bone. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from behind us. How is Sheer-'s condition? Upon hearing that icy voice, everyone present turned pale. Each person swiftly turned, their expressions filled with vigilance as they regarded the voice's owner. My heart also sank at the sound of that frigid voice. Like the others, I looked back in terror. At some point, a figure had materialized behind us. He was strikingly handsome, appearing quite youthful. Yet, he exuded an aura of mystery and weariness, accompanied by a palpable sense of menace and a faint scent of blood. With a stoic expression, he silently observed us. Clad in black, he held a python skin eru in his left hand, further accentuating his enigmatic presence. When did you arrive? Long Pao gasped in astonishment. Taking a deep breath, just now he replied coldly. You entered through the front door? Long Pao's eyes widened in fear. No, it was the staircase. As he spoke, he glanced back at the staircase behind him. Upon hearing his words, everyone wore awkward expressions, unsure of what to say. I too felt a tinge of embarrassment, finding this person rather humorous. If he truly had walked in through the front door, it would have been terrifying. We had all been focused on the entrance, and if he had entered unnoticed, he would be more formidable than a superhero. I was startled. It turned out he had descended from above. Lung Yan's presence was overwhelming, far surpassing that of Feng, Hua, Lei, and Zhu Mu Lang Ma combined. His voice always carried a chilling air, and his demeanor exuded sharpness and a hint of bloodlust. His expression was defiant, his gaze indifferent. Yet, when he looked at me, there was something unique in his eyes. Without a hint of distraction, he approached me directly. As he drew nearer, Feng, Hua, Lei, and Zhu Mu Lang Ma became solemn, kneeling on one knee before him. Yun Yor Fing, Wu, Lei, Su Mu Lang Ma. Pay respects to Senior Lung Yan. And Yao also slightly bent her body in greeting. Even she, typically cold, showed him respect. However, in his eyes, it seemed no one else existed. His gaze was solely fixated on me. As he came closer, stopping just a step away, his eyes began to shimmer, and the redness around them deepened. He appeared quite agitated, yet struggled to articulate his emotions. He scrutinized me intently, his gaze filled with joy. Finally, he managed to speak. Sheer, do you know? From age 1 to 3, I was the one who took care of you. I searched for you for over a decade, and at last, I have found you. Hearing his words, my heart jolted. I remained silent, unsure of how to convey my feelings, much like him. I had never anticipated that I had a master, and that he bore such an imposing presence. As he approached, the sharpness of his aura nearly rendered me breathless. This individual's strength undoubtedly eclipsed that of Feng, Lei, and the others. Have you forgotten me? Noticing my silence, his expression grew complex. As if recalling something, a wry smile gradually emerged on his face. Yes, perhaps you have forgotten me. After all, you were just a child then, without any memories. You're my master? Despite his fearsome demeanor and the terror he inspired, I decided to trust him upon witnessing the sincerity in his eyes. Yes, I am your master. From this day forth, no one shall dare to bully you. I shall protect you, heal your ailments, and witness you inherit the family legacy, marry, and have children. He smiled. Master, thank you. After pondering his words, I nodded vigorously. Lung Yan, is there a way to cure Sheer-'s illness? Zhao the Emperor, standing to the side, contemplated before speaking. There is. Lung Yan replied with unwavering certainty. What method will suffice to heal her? Zhao the Emperor inquired. Only one method exists, but it carries certain dangers and will cause Sheer considerable suffering. Lung Yan stated. Oh, what method is that? And how long will it take to heal? Zhao the Emperor pressed. 3 days, Lung Yan replied coldly. Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted in murmurs. Many guests summoned by Zhao the Emperor were well-versed in medical knowledge. Some were martial arts masters, while others were professors from medical colleges within the province. After extensive deliberation, They had concluded that the shortest recovery time would be 3 months. Yet, Lung Yin boldly proclaimed 3 days. Brother, you mustn't be merely a name without substance. 3 days is far too inconsistent with scientific understanding. A voice rang out, stepping forward. As the saying goes, a doctor must be prudent. This child has suffered for over a decade. If he had just been injured, we might still believe 3 days. However, given the length of time, his damaged meridians have solidified. To assert 3 days without regard for this child's life is reckless. Another voice chimed in. Zhao the Emperor, do you still possess that medication you frequently used in the past? Lung Yin refrained from disputing them, instead fixing his gaze on Zhao the Emperor and asking, of course. I have plenty. Zhao the Emperor replied. Time is of the essence. Sheer's identity has been exposed. I believe it won't be long before our family's enemies arrive. Quickly retrieve your medicine to administer it to her. We must heal her and then return to the provincial city to hide our identities, Lung Yin urged. Long Pao. Upon hearing Lung Yin's words, Zhao the Emperor immediately glanced at Long Pao. Very well, I will fetch the medicine for her. Nodding, Long Pao promptly headed toward the basement nearby. After about a minute inside, he emerged holding a box of syringes and small vials of liquid. Sheer, can you endure hardship? Lung Yin asked, looking into my eyes. At his question, I couldn't help but glance at Zhang Xian beside me. In that moment, my heart was filled with indescribable excitement. For over a decade, I had endured the torment of illness. Every few months, I find myself confined to a hospital for a spell. Due to my frail health, I am inherently unable to practice martial arts. I am perpetually bullied. Even the most insignificant of adversaries can leave me utterly defeated. I have truly reached my limit. What troubles me the most is my inability to engage in even the simplest of activities. With this thought, I gritted my teeth and nodded at Lung Yin, saying, Master, I am willing to endure hardship. As long as it can cure me, I am prepared to face any suffering. Very well, endure this. If you can withstand these 3 days, you shall become as normal as anyone else. As he spoke, Lung Yin glanced at Long Pao, who nodded in return. Long Pao proceeded to disinfect my arm with cotton balls before injecting an unknown substance into it. As the liquid gradually coursed through my veins, I suddenly felt my heart race uncontrollably. Simultaneously, it was as if every cell within me surged with vitality. My dizziness dissipated, and I found strength returning to my limbs. Energy amassed within me, as if on the verge of eruption, causing my clothing to slightly bulge. What miraculous substance is this? Yet at that moment, I noticed a shift in Lung Yan's gaze towards me. He regarded me quietly, his eyes growing increasingly cold. Suddenly, he struck me fiercely in the chest with an open palm. The impact felt as though a 1,000-pound weight had slammed against my chest. The figure before me seemed less like a person and more like a speeding vehicle. My chest sank sharply, and something bulged painfully in my back. Unable to contain myself, I coughed up a mouthful of blood and was violently propelled backward. Lung Yin, you are a fraud, I exclaimed in fury, prompting Long Pao to draw something from his person, aiming it at Lung Yan's head. He must be incapacitated. Only by destroying his newly healed meridians can we hope to restore him swiftly. Ignoring Long Pao, Lung Yin strode forward and lifted me in his arms. I realized then that this young master had become as injured as I was mere moments ago. Everyone quickly, utilize all our skills. With a resounding clap, an elder struck his head in excitement as he looked at Lung Yin. Chapter 57. 3 days and 3 nights after Lung Yin struck me, I succumbed to unconsciousness. Darkness enveloped me, and I was engulfed in indescribable agony. My body remained as powerless as before, yet within me surged an oppressive force. This energy was relentless, crashing within me and eliciting anguished cries. At that moment, it felt as though my very being was being torn asunder. My body alternated between chills and fever. The torment I endured was almost unbearable. It hurt so much. I felt as if my internal organs were shattering under Lung Yan's assault. Blood poured from my mouth as I howled in pain. I longed to move, to alleviate my suffering, but I lacked the strength to do so. It was as though I were bound to a bed of nails, relentlessly hammered upon and cut with a serrated blade. Gradually, my body was overwhelmed by a new wave of excruciating pain. This time, I awoke as if from a car's sickness, retching violently. Yet, what I expelled was not filth, but copious amounts of blood. Upon opening my eyes, I was met with a shroud of darkness, for I could see nothing. The realization that my injuries had worsened filled me with terror. What is happening to me? I cried out in despair. Brother, you must be strong. Suddenly, a hand grasped mine. The voice was cold, yet imbued with profound concern. Sister? I gasped in astonishment. Brother, you must be strong. You can endure this. Just 3 more days, and you will be as normal as anyone else. The grip on my hand tightened. At that moment, another delicate hand clasped my own. It was Zhang Xian's voice, filled with tears. Wangxi, you must be strong. You must hold on. Do not succumb. Xian? Hearing her voice steadied my racing heart. Yes, you must not falter. As long as you are safe, I will grant any wish you desire. I promise to never scold you again. I will cherish and love you. As I listened to Zhang Xian's words, a sense of reassurance washed over me. Yet just then, it felt as though a knife sliced through my insides. Pain surged anew, causing me to scream. Again, it felt as though another blade pierced me. I could not suppress another cry. Gradually, it felt as if countless knives were embedded within me, amplifying my suffering to the brink of explosion. Suddenly, a wave of intense heat surged from behind me. Endure. A son of the Wang family should not be so feeble. Master, I cannot help but inquire. It is I. Do not fear. As long as your master is here, you shall not perish, Lung Yin said coldly. But I am in such agony. I protested. Pain is inevitable. Without suffering, how can you be reborn from the flames? If you cannot withstand this trivial pain, how can you fulfill the expectations placed upon you? Great burdens are bestowed upon those destined for greatness. They must first endure hardship, labor, and hunger. Have you forgotten everything you learned in school? Lung Yan's stern voice echoed. Upon hearing his admonition, a chill coursed through me once more. Resolutely, I clenched my teeth and braced myself against the torment. Yet, the sensation was excruciating. I felt as though my teeth might shatter, and blood seeped from the corners of my mouth. Persevere. Suddenly, Lung Yin shouted. With his roar, a surge of immense heat erupted from within me. This heat was fierce, transforming into flames that clashed violently with the icy energy still within me. Gradually, the flames melted the coldness, spreading throughout my limbs. Simultaneously, an unknown force began to nourish my cells, mending my damaged meridians. This sensation was exquisite, lulling me into a desire for sleep. Though pain occasionally surged, it was a world apart from the torment I had endured before. After suffering so much, fatigue overwhelmed me, and I slipped into a deep slumber once more. In this dream, I encountered many familiar faces: my mother, my father, Emperor Zhao, Lung Yin, and Yao, and Zhang Xian. In my dream, I was healed, able to run and move as freely as any ordinary person. No longer would I feel my heart racing or experience pain as though knives were slicing through my airways after merely a brief exertion. I do not know how long I slept, but gradually I opened my eyes. The sight that greeted me startled me. I was seated in a wooden tub filled with crimson liquid, adorned with various medicinal herbs, while beneath me, a furnace was ablaze. Behind me, Lung Yin, pale of face, was continuously infusing power into my body. Emperor Zhao Long Pao and Yao, Zhang Xian, and many guests invited by my uncle surrounded me. Upon seeing me awaken, the guests erupted in joy, their faces haggard as if they had not slept in days. The young master has awakened. Lung Yan's method is effective, they exclaimed. He's lost too much blood. We must test his blood and prepare to transfuse. Long Pao declared, seizing one of the guests. How splendid it is to discover that I possess the commonplace B-type blood. Such blood is rather ordinary. I wonder whose blood is of the same type. After a brief half hour, that person returned with great excitement, exclaiming, B-type blood is easy to find. All of us have it. Several individuals stepped forward proclaiming, mine is also B-type. Let us use mine. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian revealed her alabaster arm. It seemed this was the partner of Xier. Thus her blood would be utilized, granting her an opportunity to contribute. The Emperor Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight as he instructed others to escort Zhang Xian away. Having spent nearly an hour in the wooden barrel, I noticed the crimson liquid beside me beginning to bubble. Concurrently, Lung Yin suddenly withdrew her palm from my back, placing both hands beneath my shoulders and with a swift motion lifted me out. Just as I was extracted, someone wrapped a towel around me, and another individual carried me to a nearby bed. I saw someone deftly disinfecting the back of my hand with a cotton ball, preparing to hang a bag of blood above me to infuse it into my body. The vibrant red liquid surged into me, and I felt warmth coursing through my veins. Others assisted me in taking medication, and after consuming it, I sensed a significant improvement in my condition. It was now the third day. After today, Xier would be able to live like an ordinary person. Not only do I wish for him to be like everyone else, but I also aspire to cultivate him into a formidable expert, ensuring he shall never again be subjected to humiliation. Anyone who underestimates him shall surely fall. Though Lung Yan appeared pale, her gaze remained sharp. Senior, and Yao stood nearby, handing a towel to Lung Yan. Keep a vigilant watch over Wang Shi. I shall take my leave to rest. Suddenly, Lung Yan coughed up a mouthful of blood, her expression wilting as she clenched her fists and exited. Young master, please rest a little longer. After tonight, you will be just like everyone else. Lightning quickly approached me, speaking with urgency. Yes, I replied, feeling weak, yet significantly improved compared to before. At that moment, I sensed an unfamiliar strength surging through my limbs, and my mind felt remarkably clearer. After blinking at them for a while, I gradually closed my eyes and succumbed to slumber. When I awoke once more, rays of brilliant sunlight illuminated my form. The room was warm, and I felt more comfortable than ever. Before me, Lung Yan's complexion had improved considerably, and Yao, Zhang Xian, Emperor Zhao, and Long Pao crowded my room. Wang Shi, how do you fare? Upon noticing my awakening, Zhang Xian promptly took a seat beside me, cautiously offering me water, her eyes reflecting deep concern. I hesitated, glancing at everyone. How are you doing? Feeling better? Zhang Xian inquired. My head still feels a bit dizzy, and I lack strength, I admitted, stealing a glance at Lung Yan, who had softly collapsed into Zhang Xian's embrace. In that moment, a flicker of annoyance crossed Lung Yan's eyes, yet her face bore a resigned smile. Chapter 58. The second miss, I am well. I have finally become as healthy as an ordinary person, Lung Yan proclaimed with confidence, asserting he could cure me, and indeed, he had succeeded. However, my small deception could not fool the esteemed individuals present, each well-versed in the healing arts, capable of discerning my condition through observation and inquiry. After a brief assessment of my rosy complexion and a glance at Zhang Xian by my side, an elderly man mused and smiled, addressing Zhang Xian. While his internal injuries have healed, he has lost a considerable amount of vitality. I estimate it will take him a decade or more to fully recover. Young lady, please take good care of our young master. What? He needs 10 years to recuperate? Does that mean his ailment is not truly resolved? Zhang Xian gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment at the elder's statement. It is cured, yet not entirely so. His body is healthy now, but he will still require assistance in daily life. Especially during winter, he needs someone to keep him warm at night. Otherwise, the cold could jeopardize the recently mended meridians, a middle-aged man remarked with a mischievous grin. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Xian's beautiful eyes widened once more, appearing somewhat perplexed. Leaning softly against Zhang Xian, I noticed the adults exchanging knowing glances, their faces flushed. It dawned upon me that despite their advanced ages, their mentalities mirrored that of the youth. My uncle was a notorious figure in the underworld, and his companions were no saints either, yet I found it rather endearing. As night fell, the guests invited by my uncle began to disperse. After 3 days of companionship, each individual appeared thoroughly fatigued. I was now able to walk unassisted, relishing the company of Zhang Xian as we strolled together. Stealing a glance at her delicate face, I silently wished for her to accompany me for eternity. Remaining at my uncle's residence were only Lung Yan and Yao, the 4 hall masters, Feng, Hua, Lei, and Dian, and Zhu Mu Lang Ma. Having spent little time resting while caring for me, and Yao, Lung Yan, and the others soon retired for the night. My uncle, though fatigued, seemed preoccupied with matters requiring his attention and left accompanied by a throng of people. The living room echoed with snores as Long Pao, upon entering, immediately collapsed onto the sofa, succumbing to slumber. Your uncle's home is truly magnificent. The decor is remarkably opulent. I used to believe my home was the epitome of wealth. Yet now, witnessing your uncle's abode, I realize how modest mine truly is, Zhang Xian remarked as she supported me, guiding me into the living room. In truth, I no longer required assistance, yet being aided by Zhang Xian felt delightful. So, I feigned weakness, adopting a fragile demeanor. Indeed, it is my first time realizing I have a biological uncle. How affluent he is, It is profoundly enviable, I commented, surveying the lavish embellishments of my uncle's home. It appears your uncle has no children, Zhang Xian pondered aloud. He seems to lack a wife as well. I too found it curious, contemplating how a wealthy man like my uncle could be without a spouse. Engaging in clandestine gossip about my uncle with Zhang Xian, we approached the vast aquarium in the living room. The aquarium was substantial, housing 7 oddly shaped large fish. They bore resemblance to goldfish, yet each possessed a prominent bulge atop their heads. As we neared the tank, the large fish swam towards us, pressing their bulbous heads against the glass, creating a delightful indentation. Their large eyes gazed at us, exuding an undeniable charm. Suddenly, Zhang Xian's phone rang. Upon answering, I overheard her conversing, "Mom, I'll return in a day or two. Someone can cure Wang Shi's illness, and I'm here to accompany him. Why are you still playing with that impoverished boy? Hurry back. If you don't return soon, I'll personally come and fetch you both. Why do you bother with him? I thought the bracelet he gave you was genuine, only to find it was a fake. Come back quickly. No more playing with him." Her mother's voice boomed, audible even from where I stood beside Zhang Xian. Upon hearing her mother's words, Zhang Xian irritatedly lowered the volume of the call. She then spoke into the phone, "Mom, why must you be so practical? Wang Shi's family is quite wealthy. Right now, we are at his uncle's house, and even the coffee table is worth hundreds of thousands. Being poor is one thing, but now you're starting to boast. Stop aiding Wang Shi in deceiving me. When you return, don't bring him home, or I'll kick you both out." Despite Zhang Xian reducing the volume, her mother's voice could still be vaguely heard on the other end. How bothersome. Zhang Xian fumed, abruptly ending the call. After she hung up, I couldn't help but find amusement in my mother's pragmatic attitude. Amused about returning home, bringing in Yao along to surprise her. My aunt likely remained unaware that my younger sister had arrived and that our family was quite affluent. If she were to discover the truth, her expression would undoubtedly be quite entertaining. Fearing that Zhang Xian might feel embarrassed, I pondered for a moment before addressing her. "Sister, is this coffee table truly worth hundreds of thousands? Have you ever seen one?" I was uncertain. It seemed I had been boasting. I recalled having seen a similar coffee table in a furniture market that was priced at 130,000 yuan, which my mother had hesitated to purchase after admiring it for a long while. Zhang Xian replied, "That table is crafted from exquisite mahogany and is valued at 1.2 million. Suddenly, a cold voice emerged from behind us. Upon hearing it, both Zhang Xian and I swiftly turned to look. We spotted the petite and Yao, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Her fatigue had vanished, and she exuded a newfound vitality. Then, with a disdainful glance at Zhang Xian, and Yao remarked, "Furthermore, the fish in that tank are not the bizarre creatures you speak of. They are actually Hongyan Dangtu. Typical Hongyan can only grow to 30 centimeters. Yet Emperor Zhao's have reached 50 centimeters. Hongyan Dangtu is a type of flowerhorn fish known for its affinity for humans, although they are also fierce and prone to infighting. The fact that they can coexist in the same tank without fighting indicates that these particular fish possess a spirit far superior to their counterparts. Each of these rare specimens is valued at no less than 100,000 yuan. Please refrain from shouting and using your phone in front of them. Your lowly status does not warrant alarming such precious creatures." "What did you say, in Yao?" Zhang Xian's face flushed with anger upon hearing in Yao's words. Truly lacking in manners. It seems that someone of your ilk will require several generations of refinement." And Yao scoffed, her disdain palpable. As I stood awkwardly between the two girls, one being the beautiful girl I had long admired, and the other my beloved sister, I felt the weight of the situation. No matter which side I leaned towards, I risked hurting the other girl who had shown me kindness. If not for Yao, we would have endured much humiliation. And Yao's disdain for Zhang Xian seemed rooted in past grievances, perhaps recalling how Zhang Xian had once mocked me. And Yao couldn't help but strike at Zhang Xian whenever she saw her, perhaps out of a desire to defend me. Zhang Xian, who was usually sharp-tongued and could easily bring me to tears with her barbs, now found herself on the receiving end of Yao's relentless jabs, nearly brought to tears herself. "You white-haired witch." After much contemplation, Zhang Xian finally managed to utter this retort. "Has the cheap merchandise resorted to personal attacks? It appears that the daughter of a nouveau riche will never possess true refinement." And Yao replied with a dismissive smirk, "You little white-haired monster." After another moment of thought, Zhang Xian could only muster this response. "Oh!" And Yao chuckled derisively, lightly sighing at Zhang Xian's flustered demeanor. I couldn't help but find the situation amusing, yet I felt Zhang Xian was being overwhelmed. Leaning closer, I whispered to her, "Sister, you must maintain your composure. The more anxious you become, the more smug my sister will feel. If you remain calm and collected, you will surely best her." Upon hearing my words, the distress on Zhang Xian's face diminished significantly. Gradually regaining her composure, she adopted her previous haughty demeanor, lifting her chin and declaring, "Indeed, it would be unwise to engage in quarrels with this uncouth girl from abroad. I must not stoop to her level." At this, Yao's expression shifted instantly. Stamping her foot, she turned to me with a reproachful gaze. "Brother, I was standing up for you, and you dare side with this outsider?" I stammered. "I merely thought she was no match for you, and couldn't help but teach her a lesson. This way, your duel would be more equitable and entertaining." My face flushed with embarrassment. No, I need not contend with her. Regardless, Wangshi will always stand by me, unlike certain individuals who act solely for their own gain. Such a woman possesses a deep cunning. Even if she wins Wangshi, she will only possess his body, not his heart. Zhang Xian shot a haughty glance at Yao. "Nouveau riche, are you suggesting my feelings for my brother are insincere?" Zhang Xian's words unsettled Yao. "Non-mainstream. Did I say something incorrect?" Zhang Xian retorted sharply. Glaring at Zhang Xian, Yao pondered briefly before turning her gaze towards me. Ignoring her, she hastily approached and grasped my arm. "Brother, do not allow the nouveau riche to care for you. After all, you hail from a prestigious family and have been exposed to too much lowly influence. Wangshi, keep her distance from this non-mainstream individual. Just because she has some money does not mean she should flaunt it." Zhang Xian clutched my other arm, as I witnessed the two girls fiercely tugging at my arms. Emperor Zhao suddenly returned, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Upon seeing us awake, he smiled and rubbed the jade ring on his left hand, asking, "Did I miss some splendid entertainment?" The moment Emperor Zhao arrived, the two girls fell silent. "Gather everyone. I have prepared a banquet at the city's crabs pavilion. With Shi's illness cured, we should celebrate properly." As he spoke, Emperor Zhao lit a slender cigarette. Joined by Emperor Zhao and his entourage at the city's restaurant, we enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. During the meal, Emperor Zhao inquired of Yao and Leng Yin, "When are you planning to depart? Why not stay a few more days? We must leave tomorrow. Otherwise, we risk attracting formidable opponents I cannot contend with. My strength has been severely depleted while treating Shi'er, and I will require at least 3 months of rest to regain my former prowess." Leng Yin replied calmly. "Indeed, the greatest concern is the Wang family's enemies launching a large-scale offensive. Though we may be martial arts masters, we are still outnumbered, and facing hundreds of thugs armed with knives would be unwise." And Yao added, "Oh, what if I were to gift you a few firearms?" Emperor Zhao scoffed with amusement. "That would not be feasible. We have already been targeted since our entry. Possessing weapons like firearms would result in immediate police intervention and repatriation." Dihua frowned, glancing towards a corner outside the window. In that very moment, a young man's gaze met Dihua's, causing him to flinch. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly reached for his phone to report, "Boss, those dangerous individuals have spotted me. They're now in contact with the top dog, Emperor Zhao." "What? Continue monitoring them?" "Very well. They have indeed been rather subdued these past few days." Listening to the voice on the other end, the young man reluctantly lit a cigarette. After a moment, he pulled out a small notebook and began jotting down notes. However, before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground, his body going limp. Unbeknownst to him, several young individuals had quietly approached from behind. One of them picked up the notebook, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he handed it to a girl. "Second miss, these individuals were rather careless. The elder sister is the smartest person in the world. How could she be unaware that she was being watched? She simply chooses not to stoop to their level." Smiling, she delicately traced her long, vibrant nails over the notebook, her enchanting gaze lingering for a moment before she abruptly tossed it onto the face of the unconscious young man. Chapter 59. Fool. The eldest daughter, holding a wine glass, furrowed her brow slightly. He then stood up and walked to the window, gazing outside. "Miss, I seem to detect a familiar scent." "What scent?" Upon hearing Hurricane's words, Yao set down her wine glass. Looking outside, it appeared that Hurricane was trying to see something beyond the window. After a moment of contemplation, he lit a cigarette, seemingly indicating that they had arrived. "I think I can sense it too. It resembles her scent," Tian Lei remarked gravely as he also stood up. Are you implying that the Wang family has come? Observing the tense expressions on Hurricane and Tian Lei, Long Pao rubbed his bald head and rose to his feet. It seems so, but I cannot be certain. They are formidable, Hurricane replied. Let us eat. If they come, I shall strip their skins, Emperor Zhao scoffed, gently rotating the jade ring on his left thumb. The brief interlude soon passed, and the private room in the hotel became lively once again. Ever since my recovery, I found my mind clearer than before. My body felt stronger, and I no longer coughed as I used to. Remarkably, I too sensed a hint of danger from outside, though my intuition was not entirely accurate. So I remained silent. Looking at Emperor Zhao, I felt a sense of security, for I had heard that he was the most influential figure in the provincial city. Among the numerous gangs in this province, Emperor Zhao was the largest. He was indeed a man of the underworld, and this city was his territory, with him around. I should be safe. The minor disruption did not ruin the atmosphere of our meal. The crabs here were exquisite. This was my first time tasting crab. Upon cracking open the shell, I could see the rich yellow meat, surrounded by succulent fat that melted in the mouth without being greasy. Besides the crab roe, the white meat in the claws was also delectable. After cracking open the claw and dipping the white meat in vinegar, the flavor was simply unforgettable. Having recovered, I even drank half a glass of wine. The wine was pleasantly sweet and sour, marking my first experience with alcohol. From this day forth, I could practice martial arts like everyone else. Once I acquired skills of my own, I would no longer be subjected to humiliation or scorn. Observing the vibrant Zhang Xian and the aloof and Yao beside me, I silently vowed to cherish this new beginning in my life. I must protect Zhang Xian and safeguard everyone who cares for me. After the meal, we returned to my uncle's villa, surrounded by a throng of people. The villa was quite spacious, spanning 3 floors excluding the basement, yet it had only 5 bedrooms. Of these, my uncle and Long Pao each occupied one, while Lung Yin had another. This left merely 2 rooms, insufficient for me, Zhang Xian and Yao, and the others. Due to the previous chaos, my uncle had not properly assigned bedrooms, and everyone had merely found corners to rest while accompanying me during my illness. Now that it was time to sleep, my uncle looked troubled by the number of people in the house. After some thought, he furrowed his brow and said, Feng, Hua Lei, and Jian, you all should go stay at the hotel. Don't hinder us here. Understood, uncle. Hearing my uncle's arrangement, they showed no sign of displeasure. Third, make sure to take good care of them. Find out what they like and treat them well, Emperor Zhao instructed one of his men. Okay, replied a middle-aged man in a coat with a mischievous grin. Take them away. My uncle waved his hand in frustration. Young master, miss, we will come to see you tomorrow. Nodding gently, the 4 hall masters and Zhu Mulang left. As they departed with my uncle's men, the house became significantly quieter. Seeing the dwindling number of people left, and Yao glanced at me and supported my arm. Uncle, we need to head back. I'll return to sleep with my brother now. My uncle nodded lightly. Supported by Yao, we prepared to ascend the stairs. However, just as we stepped up 2 steps, my uncle suddenly called out to us, and Yao, nephew, do you both know which room you'll be staying in? My brother and I will just stay in the room where I rested during the day, and Yao replied, what? You 2 will share a room? That won't do. Aren't you just causing trouble for your brother? You should sleep separately. Zhang Xian, you go sleep in the same room as my nephew, my uncle declared. Me? Upon hearing my uncle's words, Zhang Xian's eyes widened in surprise. You're already in a relationship. What is there to be embarrassed about? And Yao, come here quickly. Don't disturb your brother. As he spoke, my uncle pulled Yao back. Uncle, I'm used to sleeping in the same room as my brother. And Yao blinked her beautiful eyes, looking adorably bewildered. How can I sleep in the same room as Wang Shi? That would be too embarrassing. Observing in Yao's protest, Zhang Xian joined her in objecting. Then you 2 will share a room, my uncle said, growing impatient. Seeing Zhang Xian's displeasure, yet helplessness, I couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Looking at my uncle, I noticed him winking at me mischievously. At that moment, my heart raced with anticipation. I thought, my uncle is quite mischievous, but how fortunate I am to have such a relative. The room arrangements were thus settled, and Yao and my uncle would sleep in 2 bedrooms downstairs, while Long Pao, Lung Yin, Zhang Xian, and I occupied 3 rooms upstairs. Since we had all bathed in the afternoon, we wouldn't need to wash again that night. Moreover, our room had an en-suite bathroom, so if Zhang Xian needed to freshen up, she could do so in privacy. Though it was merely an overnight stay, Both Zhang Xian and I felt our cheeks flush as we entered the room and closed the door. My heart raced rapidly, and I noticed her taking a deep breath, clearly nervous. Zhang Xian might not possess the beauty of Yao, nor her grace. Yet in our school, she undoubtedly stood as the belle of the ball. Her face was delicate, with elegantly arched brows, a refined nose, and soft lips. Especially her figure, which was undeniably more appealing than in Yao's. Her long legs were enticing, and I had often found myself salivating at the thought of them. Now, the nature of our relationship had become increasingly intricate. We felt like kin, yet we were not. Like lovers, yet something essential was still missing. It was ambiguous, and whenever I was with her, my heart raced. At times, I felt an impulse to kiss her. Yet, I hesitated. Sitting silently together on the expansive bed, we exchanged no words due to our shared tension. Seeing her gaze down with a pitiful expression, gently toying with her delicate fingers, I felt an irresistible itch in my heart. Memories of her birthday night flooded back, and I longed to reenact that evening. What had transpired then was a misunderstanding, yet it left me yearning for more. Since that incident, I had grown increasingly fond of Zhang Xian. Now that the distance between us had diminished, she had become increasingly compliant towards me. Our relationship was growing ever more ambiguous, and I believed she would not reject my advances as I had made that night. Gradually, my desires intensified, as if flames were igniting within me, my heart racing like a kitten scratching at my insides. Yet, she remained silent, and I felt too shy to make any demands. After some contemplation, I removed my bracelet and placed it on her hand. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, startled, immediately lifting her eyes to gaze at me with fear. I intended to confess my feelings, but her sudden fright caused me to swallow my words. "Wang Shi, you're not planning to confess to me, are you?" She looked at me in astonishment. "No." Upon hearing her question, my face blushed instantly. "No? Then what does giving me the bracelet mean? You're so naive, using a family heirloom to confess to me." She teased me further. I did not confess. I merely wished to give you something." Being a novice in pursuing a girl, I felt even more embarrassed by her words. "Your bracelet is too precious. I'd rather not accept it. Let us go to sleep. We need to head back tomorrow morning," she said to me. I nodded. With a snap, Zhang Xian turned off the bedroom light. She gently lay beside me, pulling the blanket over herself. Seeing that my hopes had dashed, a wave of frustration washed over me, as I regretted not seizing the opportunity to confess. What a splendid chance it was. If I had declared my feelings, perhaps it would have succeeded. If we had become a couple, I could have openly enjoyed her company. Now that she was asleep, I felt reluctant to say anything further. With a sigh in my heart, I lay down and covered myself with a blanket. The room fell silent, and gradually, a sliver of light crept in, illuminating the space a little. Suddenly, I heard a rustling sound beside me. "Zhang Xian, what are you doing?" I whispered, sensing her fidgeting. "It's uncomfortable to sleep in clothes. I can't fall asleep," she replied. "Oh." Her words stirred a strange feeling within me, but I remained mired in gloom. Suddenly, I felt Zhang Xian draw closer. Her warm breath brushed against my ear, her body mere inches from mine. In that moment, an indescribable tension enveloped my heart. Then, she leaned in closer and whispered softly, "What is wrong? Are you feeling down?" Her warm breath tickled my ear, causing it to itch slightly. "Silly," she chuckled, shifting her body gently in the dark. In astonishment, I widened my eyes to look at her. Before I could say anything, she pressed her lips against mine. Chapter 60. Tang Wendy's Revenge. My mind gradually became a blank slate. The events of Zhang Xian's birthday night replayed in my mind, but this time, it was no longer a misunderstanding, and I need not remain silent. Having taken many liberties with her, watching Zhang Xian's proactive demeanor ignited a fire within me. "I love you," I said earnestly after some contemplation. "I do too." Her voice was a soft murmur, her body radiating warmth. Listening to her sweet voice and feeling her warm breath, I felt overwhelmed, ready to take the next step. But just then, Zhang Xian suddenly grasped my hand and said, "Let us wait a bit. We'll talk in a couple of days." It was unbearable. She was right beside me, and I could hardly restrain myself. The discomfort was excruciating. Abruptly, she playfully slapped me, then turned away, wrapping herself tightly in her blanket. Realizing I couldn't take advantage of the situation left me feeling a bit disheartened. However, I understood she was looking out for me, fearing I might fall ill. I quietly rested for a while, allowing my frustration to settle somewhat. I thought to myself that if I couldn't take advantage of her, it was fine. After all, she had already allowed me some liberties, so she must have tacitly agreed to be in a relationship with me. I hoped that in the future, I could take advantage of her more easily. Fearing she might renege on her words, I quietly asked her, "So, when will you be mine? Will you take responsibility for me?" She pondered for a moment before asking back. "I will. I plan to marry you," I replied. "All right, let us wait a few days, until you feel better. And remember, when my fiancée arrives, you must not speak to her," Zhang Xian instructed. "Rest assured, I only have eyes for you." I assured her. "That is more like it." Upon hearing my words, Zhang Xian's tone turned shy. Seeing her fondness for me filled my heart with joy. I couldn't help but gently grasp her slender fingers, carefully holding them in my own. During this time, our relationship developed swiftly. From her reluctance to part when she learned I was leaving, to my visit to Tang Ning's home, where she thought I had departed, and our subsequent reunion filled with longing. Later, when I fell ill, she accompanied me as I sought treatment. Now, her attitude towards me had finally changed. I was still the same useless person, utterly lacking in merit. She remained unchanged as well, still the proud Zhang Xian. That night, I slept soundly, holding her hand tightly, reluctant to let go. In the morning, I beheld her slightly pale face. Though devoid of makeup, she still appeared indescribably beautiful. Reflecting on the previous night's events, my heart stirred once more. After some thought, I leaned in and gently kissed her lips. She awoke, her gaze shy as she looked at me. "Xian, I suppose we are together now, right?" I asked. "What do you think?" She shot me a playful glare. "Then, can I take advantage of you a bit?" With just the two of us in the bedroom, I inquired, glancing at her beautiful silhouette beneath the blanket. Upon hearing my words, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she fell silent. Seeing her speechless, I thought it might be the perfect opportunity to make my move. After a night's rest, I discovered I felt much better than before. I could not let this rare opportunity slip away. I carefully leaned in closer, and she looked at me in surprise before promptly closing her beautiful eyes. I thought to myself that being together meant I could seize any moment. Just as I was about to kiss her, the bedroom door was suddenly pushed open. Startled, Zhang Xian and I nearly cried out. It was Yao who entered, and upon seeing us, she remained calm and unblinking, saying, "Time to go. Let us have breakfast." Okay. Terrified by Yao's sudden appearance, my heart raced, and I hurriedly returned to my original position. After Yao left, both Zhang Xian and I felt a lingering sense of shock. I glanced at Zhang Xian's beautiful figure and then at my own, relieved that we had not engaged in any inappropriate behavior. Otherwise, it would have been too embarrassing had Yao seen us. We were both dressed adequately. She had removed her outerwear due to discomfort while sleeping, revealing a thin undershirt beneath while I wore pajamas. After brushing our teeth together, we made our way downstairs. Upon descending, we found Fenghua, Lei Dian, and Zhumu Langma already seated at the dining table, waiting for us. Meanwhile, my uncle was meditating with his eyes closed, while Long Pao called his underlings to busy themselves with something. Upon seeing us, my uncle opened his eyes and asked, "Are you really leaving?" "Yes, uncle," and Yao replied softly. "Why not stay a few more days? I'll show you around properly. This is my territory. Even if martial arts experts come, so what? No matter how skilled they are, can they outmatch a gun? Stay longer. I would like to bond more with my nephew," my uncle proposed. "Uncle, we truly cannot stay longer. We have already delayed nearly a week to treat my brother. Avoiding enemies is one reason, but we also need to help him catch up on his studies. He must return eventually and needs to learn English, Thai, Burmese, and Lao quickly. And Zhang Xian, she's just an ordinary student. She can't stay with us for too long," and Yao explained. "So troublesome. Let us wait until she is less busy before you come back," my uncle sighed. "My request isn't too much. He must come here to celebrate the new year during the winter break, even if he wants to return to his parents. He must first stay here for 2 months before he leaves," my uncle insisted. "Definitely," and Yao nodded. Listening to my uncle, I secretly calculated that winter break was approaching. It was already December, and in 2 months, I would be on holiday. My uncle treated me well, and I felt a bit reluctant to part from him. Soon, we discovered that someone was missing from our home. It was Lung Yen. Noticing her absence, and Yao inquired, "Uncle, where has Senior Lung Yen gone?" "She prefers solitude and left for the provincial capital around 4 in the morning. You all should eat first. You will naturally meet her again once you return to the province," my uncle replied. "All right," and Yao responded, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Breakfast was swiftly consumed, and it was time for us to depart. My uncle personally saw us off, with a convoy of over 10 vehicles trailing quietly behind us. Through the rearview mirror, I sensed my uncle's reluctance, stirring a sense of melancholy within me. After a moment's contemplation, I rolled down the window and waved, "Uncle, I will come back to visit you during the holidays." 2 short honks sounded from a Maybach behind us. Subsequently, my uncle's vehicle and the convoy turned back. I had already discerned my uncle's true identity. He was the foremost figure in the provincial underworld. He exuded an air of nobility, yet before me, his nephew, he appeared as ordinary as anyone else, perhaps even more pitiable. "Young master, are we leaving?" the driver Dihua asked me. Yes, I nodded, suppressing my discomfort and forcing a smile. As the scenery rushed by, we finally embarked on our journey home. Upon our return to the province, our first stop was the school. Since Feng Hua, Lei Dian, and Zhu Mu Lang resided in the dormitory, it was early morning, and we needed a place to rest before classes. However, as we neared the school, we noticed a throng of ruffians gathered at the entrance. I felt a twinge of anxiety and turned to Yao. "Sister, do you think those people are here for us?" "Ignore them. Let us go inside." And Yao replied coldly. Dee was scoffed dismissively at her words before driving straight into the sea of people. "What kind of car is that?" A group of thugs outside exclaimed upon seeing our vehicle. "A Mercedes G63. Who's so wealthy? They cannot see us through the heavily tinted windows." In their presence, a security guard swiftly opened the gate for us. There was no resistance as we entered the school grounds. Once inside, Dihua and Zhu Mu Lang parked the 2 vehicles we arrived in. We then proceeded to our classroom, where we spotted Chai Jin, and Yao immediately inquired, "What is going on with those people outside?" Upon seeing us, Chai Jin's expression drastically changed, and after a moment of surprise, he exclaimed, "Aren't you supposed to be involved in a pyramid scheme?" "What?" And Yao furrowed her brow at Chai Jin's remark. "Wangshi, you actually came back. They said you were taken by a scammer, that they sold your organs." One of Chai Jin's lackeys chimed in. "Who said that?" I exclaimed, my expression shifting at the lackey's words. "Everyone is saying it. We thought they had taken you and Zhang Xian. Just yesterday, Zhang Xian's mother caused a scene at the school." The lackey awkwardly replied, "What? My mom came to the school yesterday to create a ruckus?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian hurriedly grabbed her phone and rushed out. I was taken aback by the misunderstandings that had arisen in just a few days. An uncomfortable feeling washed over me as I reflected on the vivid imaginations of these people. After a brief silence, Lightning suddenly slammed his hand on Chai Jin's desk. "What's the deal with those thugs outside? Those people are here under when DS orders to deal with you, along with young Master Bao and Lu Jicheng. They've been waiting outside for several days. They refused to leave until they dealt with you. Since you were absent, young Master Bao and Lu Jicheng were too intimidated to come to school and have been hiding for days." Chai Jin spoke rapidly, startled by Lightning's outburst. "Oh, it seems Tang Wenpai hasn't had enough fun yet." And Yao scoffed at Chai Jin's words. Chapter 61. The Betrayal of the 13 Eagles. "Miss, that person is not called Tang Wenpai, but Tang Rendi," Hurricane quietly corrected. "Is that so?" "My apologies for the mix-up," and Yao replied. "Tang Rendi? ISNT at Tang Renji." Lightning interrupted. "No way. It is definitely Tang Rendi," Hurricane insisted. "Lightning, even if he's a minor character, you shouldn't forget his name. Remember how our master taught us that underestimating the enemy is a grave mistake." Hurricane spoke earnestly. "So, did I really get wrong?" "My apologies. I shouldn't have underestimated." Lightning nodded lightly, observing their earnest disagreement over the name. I furrowed my brow and turned to Chai Jin. "Where are young Master Bao and Lu Jicheng? Are they all right?" "They're fine." Young Master Bao hid the moment he caught wind of trouble. Lu Jicheng almost got caught, but fought his way out. As for Qin Sun, he fared worse. He was beaten badly and can't come to school now. The other brothers of the 13 Eagles are either injured or hiding. Chai Jin sighed. Hearing this, guilt washed over me. I thought to myself that if it weren't for me, the 13 Eagles would have encountered such misfortune. Despite their previous misdeeds at school, which were somewhat detestable, they had pledged allegiance to me, making them my responsibility. Now that we had returned, we needed to assist them in defeating Tang Wendi. We had to remain here for a while longer and create a peaceful environment for ourselves. With this in mind, I addressed Chai Jin. "You have young Master Bao's number, right?" Please call him and let him know we have returned and that I was not taken by a pyramid scheme. All right. Upon hearing my request, Chai Jin promptly took out his phone to send a message. As I prepared to contact Lu Jicheng, I noticed in Yao and Tian Lady who were quietly watching me. My face flushed and feeling embarrassed, I asked, "Why are you all looking at me?" "Young master, you did well. Continue. We are willing to follow your lead." Hurricane smiled. Me? I looked at them in astonishment. Indeed, you are to inherit our family legacy, which possesses substantial influence and numerous enterprises. As the head of the family, it would be beneficial for you to seize this opportunity for growth. Please direct us. Even if your instructions are flawed, we shall still comply. Hurricane smiled. Yes, don't worry. We are all individuals who have faced life and death situations. Consider this a mere game. Losing is inconsequential. Lightning added with a mischievous grin. Their words only deepened my embarrassment. They were all exceptionally skilled, far surpassing my abilities. I felt unworthy of their care. Though they referred to themselves as my subordinates, each one resembled an elder brother to me. Looking at them, my heart swelled with emotion. All right, I will do my best. However, I must win. It would be too embarrassing to lose with such talented allies by my side. Just have fun with it. By the way, I just received news that the second young lady of the Wang family has set out. Tian Lei suddenly remarked with a serious expression. The second young lady? I inquired. Indeed, your second sister. The Wang family has 7 children. You are the eldest son, and Yao is the eldest daughter, and there are 5 younger siblings behind you. Each possesses unique talents. The second young lady is particularly skilled in deception. If I'm not mistaken, she has already arrived. Tian Lei explained. Where might she be now? I asked. I do not know, but she is certainly hiding nearby, perhaps secretly watching us from the shadows, Tian Lei replied. What? Upon hearing Tian Lei's words, I quickly glanced around. Young master, you will not find her. Her abilities are formidable. If she could be easily discovered by us, she wouldn't TB her. Just be cautious. If you encounter a beautiful girl approaching you, make sure to inform us. She is quite adept at deception. So do not let her fool you, Tian Lei cautioned. All right, I shall exercise caution. Aside from Zhang Xian, Tang Ning, and my sister, I will ignore any other beautiful women who speak to me, I replied. Tian Lei nodded slightly. Hearing that my second sister had arrived made me somewhat anxious, nervous yet eager. Although she had come with malintent, she was still my kin. I found myself curious about her, wondering what kind of beauty she possessed. After some contemplation, I concluded, since my sister is here, we should not waste too much time on Tang Wendy. We must resolve this swiftly, uniting all the forces at our disposal. If she intends to harm me, we shall teach her a severe lesson. This plan was commendable. I had endured much vexation from her in the past. Now that we were away from home, it was the perfect opportunity to rectify that. It would be amusing to see her suffer in silence, unable to voice her grievances to the family head, swallowing her indignation in silence, unable to express her rage. Very well, it is decided, I said, glancing at Chai Jin. Have you received a message from young Master Bao? I have. He will arrive around noon. However, he is too afraid to enter, so we must go outside to escort him in, Chai Jin replied. Good. Let us fetch him at noon. We should also invite Lu Jicheng to join us, I smiled, casting a lingering glance at Chai Jin. Earlier that morning, Zhang Xian's mother had come and scolded me harshly in front of many classmates. It took Zhang Xian considerable effort to persuade her to leave. Seated beside me, and Yao sneered, Zhang Xian is already quite ordinary. Her mother possesses even less grace. If you wish to marry such a girl, your own mother would certainly disapprove. Her mother was enraged because I appeared to be penniless. Had she known of my wealth, she would not have reacted this way. I responded. Oh, then may I ask, what significance does love bought with money hold? And Yao inquired. Taken aback by Yao's words, I found myself speechless. If you genuinely like Yao, then perhaps you should engage with her. However, if you intend to marry her, I advise you to reconsider. Our family is rather unique. You should prioritize the interests of the family. Should you disregard the bigger picture and harm the daughter of the Yi Hina law family, I fear many uncles within our clan would hold animosity towards you. At that point, your standing as a young master would be jeopardized, and you might even be expelled from the family, and Yao cautioned. Will I ever have the opportunity to meet my parents? I pondered aloud. No, and Yao replied. I see. At her words, I glanced at Zhang Xian, seated ahead of us, feeling a pang of discomfort. With Yao by my side, the morning passed swiftly. Just as classes were dismissed, Chai Jin approached us, saying, Shigu, Yao, Jia, young Master Bao is waiting for us outside the school. All right, lead the way, I instructed. Zhang Xian's mother would come to pick her up at noon, and since I had matters to attend to, I hadn't invited Zhang Xian to join us outside. As Chai Jin and I walked out of the classroom building, Feng Huo Lei Dian and Zhu Mulang Ma quickly fell in step behind us. As we walked, I smiled and asked Chai Jin, Jingu, why is it that all the members of the 13 Eagles have encountered trouble, yet you remain unscathed at school? She go, what do you mean? Chai Jin's expression suddenly shifted at my words. Call young Master Bao immediately. Otherwise, you might regret it, I said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chai Jin's demeanor changed again. After nearly a week apart, I noticed he looked somewhat haggard upon my arrival, and now his face had turned pale. Suddenly, he clenched his fists and swung at me, exclaiming, you guessed correctly. I am an undercover agent, seeking death. As Chai Jin's fist was about to strike me, Dihui yanked me back while delivering a powerful kick to Chai Jin. The impact sent him flying several meters away, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. After groaning in pain for a time on the ground, Chai Jin finally managed to rise and glare at us, declaring, a bunch of worthless fools and a few transfer students think they can oppose my brother Wendy? Let me tell you, during your absence, all the brothers of the 13 Eagles, save for young Master Bao and Lu Jiqing, have defected. You are all finished. What? I felt a shock ripple through me upon hearing Chai Jin's words. Turning around, I was met with a vast horde of ruffians advancing towards us. Chapter 62. One-on-one before us stood a dark mass of ruffians. Suddenly, a cacophony of curses erupted from behind us. A glance over my shoulder revealed a throng of dyed-haired youths shouting loudly. Their voices were piercing, and their numbers were overwhelming. As we exchanged wary glances, sweat began to bead on my forehead. We had been cornered by the 13 Eagles and Tang Wendy. Perhaps Feng Huo Lei Dian were simply too powerful. I also had a sister who had never fought before at my side. Even though I had anticipated Chai Jin's role as a decoy, I had not foreseen the collective betrayal of the 13 Eagles. A thought struck me, recalling Lu Jiqing's words. In and out, a stream of water, back and forth. A petty person. It dawned on me that true petty individuals behaved just like this. I had always believed that if someone were to betray us, it would be young Master Bao or Chun Sun, given our deep-seated grievances. Lightning had even incapacitated young Master Bao's arm. Since our first meeting, he had consistently exhibited cunning and treachery. Yet, I had not anticipated that the genuine allies were those I had suspected the least. Despite being under siege by Tang Wendy's forces, they remained steadfast. Meanwhile, the seemingly loyal subordinates of young Master Bao had all turned against him and us. As they drew nearer, Chai Jin coughed and laughed derisively. A worthless individual like you dares to claim the title of our leader? Should someone like you become our leader, I might as well take the role myself. Chai Jin, you truly have a way with words. I managed to retort, stifling my anger. Before us, the hostile crowd continued to advance. Many reached for the bulging pockets of their clothing, revealing concealed weapons. Among them was a plump man, previously an undercover agent, who now brandished a steel pipe, bellowing, cripple them. With a resounding crash, the mob surged toward us like a tidal wave. Realizing they were about to strike, I turned to Yao in panic. Should we flee? I don't know, she replied. What do you mean you don't know? My heart raced at her response. Young master, you are our leader now. Whether we fight or flee, we shall follow your command. Lightning grinned mischievously. Having spent several days with them, I had come to understand their personalities. They treated me well, each possessing a commendable character. Hurricane was gentle and fond of smiling, while Lightning, being younger, enjoyed jesting, often appearing fierce with his crooked smile. Tian Lei was more composed, speaking less, and Dihua had a fiery temper, relishing physical confrontation. As for Zhu Mulangma, he preferred to observe in silence. Seeing that Lightning still had the spirit to jest, I inquired, if we engage them, do you believe we can prevail? That is hard to say. If their numbers are overwhelming and each is armed, we might be able to escape, but defeating them all seems improbable. However, if they were to harm Hurricane, perhaps we would have the strength to eliminate them all, Dihua stated. Determined by mood? I asked. State follows mood, said Lightning. And how do you feel at the moment? I inquired. Pretty good, but my state is average. There are too many people. I fear we may be outmatched, Lightning replied. Outmatched? I questioned further. Yes, there's simply too many, and look, they are armed, he stated. We could handle the students. But those young ruffians from outside are another story, Dihua added, watching Dihua and Yao, both calm and composed with their remarkable skills. I felt like an ant on a hot pan, anxious and restless. This was my first time formally commanding them. If I failed with their assistance, it would be utterly humiliating. In the blink of an eye, someone charged at me. As I saw him draw something from his clothing and aim it at me, I instinctively dodged backward. In that moment, I felt a hand gripping my clothing. Even without that hold, I managed to evade. Lightning looked at me, impressed, saying, "Young master, your reflexes are astonishing." I had no time for banter. I noticed more and more people rushing towards us, prompting me to swiftly hide behind him. "Get lost," Thunderclap shouted, contemplating the oncoming threat before taking action. With a single punch, he sent one thug crashing into 3 others who fell to the ground. "Move." Zhu Mu Lang also joined the fray, using his towering stature and strength to lift a thug and smash him into the crowd. A scream erupted as the crowd was momentarily thrown into chaos. Without my direction, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning were merely defending themselves, failing to retreat. Because Yao was a girl, the thugs showed some restraint and did not target her. Only a few nearly collided with her as they fell, but she gracefully evaded. Yao was clearly the leader of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, yet she had entrusted her command to us. With the incoming thugs and those young men outside trying to break in, my heart raced with unease. "Young master, have you thought of a plan? If not, we should flee. We can't hold out much longer." Redhead, having knocked down a line of thugs, began to sweat lightly. Though he was formidable, the numbers were overwhelming, and prolonged combat would wear him down. A normal person could last a maximum of 5 minutes in a fight, and even if he could endure 10 or 20, he would eventually succumb to their sea of opponents. "Thinking of fleeing? Have you considered whether we would allow you that chance?" Coldly sneering, Chai Jin suddenly blew a loud whistle. The piercing sound summoned numerous boys from all directions. This time, most were not thugs, but rather robust individuals, primarily first and third-year students. Damn, they are just taking advantage of our numbers. They think we can't fight back, and even ordinary students are coming to aid them. As the crowd swelled, it quickly surpassed the number of thugs outside. I turned to Yao, asking, "Sister, aren't you afraid we are going to be surrounded? If we can't think of a way out, we will perish here." "Heh, if you can't solve this minor issue, returning to our family would be pointless. We might as well fall here together," Yao replied. Looking into Yao's icy eyes, I sensed she had a plan. With a mere word from her, the tide could turn. Yet, she remained silent, preferring to endure pain rather than assist me. Helplessly, I pondered how to shift the situation. Though we were not the strongest, we were still commendable within our family. "If you can't handle this little problem, you truly are a hopeless case," Yao scoffed at me. "Useless? Opposing my brother, Wendy?" Chai Jin sneered from the side. "What did you say? Is Tang Wendy your father?" Unable to contain my anger at Chai Jin's incessant references to Tang Wendy, I retorted. "What did you say?" Chai Jin's face twisted with fury upon hearing my words. "Lightning taken down?" I shouted through gritted teeth, having just knocked down a thug. Lightning charged at Chai Jin upon my command. In mere seconds, he reached Chai Jin's side. "Damn it, I'll fight you," Chai Jin yelled, brandishing his weapon. "Useless. How dare you insult my young master?" Lightning smirked, effortlessly dodging Chai Jin's attack. He then seized his wrist, twisting it forcefully, accompanied by a sharp crack. Chai Jin cried out, collapsing in pain. Seeing Lightning easily subdue Chai Jin, I quickly grabbed a steel pipe from the ground. Just as a thug lunged at me, I swung it onto his shoulder before rushing to Chai Jin, pointing the pipe at his head, demanding everyone stop. "If anyone moves, I swear I'll end him." To my astonishment, Wang Shi had captured Chai Jin. Shocked, many of the 13 Eagle's older brothers halted their advance. The ground was strewn with bodies, and chaos surrounded us. Observing the remaining standing thugs, I gestured to Yao and Dihua to approach. As we retreated, still holding Chai Jin hostage, I warned the thugs. "This man is your 13 Eagles leader and your bait. If you disregard his life and charge forward, you will truly be worse than animals. Damn it, hurry and release him," a thug shouted, with Yao and the others unwilling to offer assistance. I had no choice but to take charge. Remaining on campus would offer no escape. Their numbers were overwhelming, and we could easily be cornered. The outside was spacious. If we could just leave the school, we could flee effortlessly. Continuing to back away with Chai Jin in tow, the thugs pressed closer. Gradually, we reached the school's entrance. where a sea of social youths awaited us. I spotted Tang Wendy, who was glaring at us with palpable resentment. The moment our eyes met, he spoke. "Little brat, do you remember what I said? One word from me, and hundreds will come to slaughter you. You think you can oppose me with a few helpers? Damn you. I, Tang Wendy, am the king of this territory." As he proclaimed, he raised his arms, shouting defiantly. He was so arrogant. Glancing at Tang Wendy, Dihua subtly licked his teeth. "Don't stoop to his level. Let us go." Without further words, we continued to lead Chai Jin outside. We gradually found ourselves amidst Tang Wendy's throng. Meanwhile, thugs from the school had followed us out, forming additional layers around us. Surrounded by unfamiliar faces, I felt a twinge of panic. Yet, if we could just advance a few more meters and break through the dense crowd, we could escape. Just then, Tang Wendy spoke again, his voice cold and laced with mockery. "Wang Qi, do you think you're in a drama?" "What do you mean, Tang Wendy?" My heart raced with apprehension. "You think that by casually capturing a hostage, we will let you go? This boy has rendered us a service, but he is of no further use now." Tang Wendy sneered. "Wendy, please, don't abandon me." Chai Jin's face blanched at Tang Wendy's words. "Heh." Tang Wendy pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and beckoned someone beside him. A thug produced a steel pipe and handed it to Tang Wendy. Smirking, he swaggered towards us, pipe in hand. As he approached, something shifted in his gaze. Recognizing the change, I instinctively raised the steel pipe. A sharp crack echoed as pain shot through my hand. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, chuckled ominously, casting a cold gaze upon us. "Isn't this your hostage? Weren't you intent on killing him? What is the matter? I offer to assist you, yet you choose to protect him?" His words dripped with malice. "You are truly despicable." I shot back, my throat still aching from his earlier blow. The force of his strike had nearly shattered my hand, and it was evident that he had murderous intent. Had I not intervened for Chai Jin, he would have likely been incapacitated by now. The sheer brutality of Tang Wendy's attack ignited a fury within me, and my teeth ground in anger. Suddenly, Tian Lei sprang into action, landing a punch squarely on Tang Wendy's nose, followed by another blow to his chest that sent him staggering backward. Seizing the moment, Tian Lei pulled Tang Wendy back and struck him again on the shoulder, causing him to kneel on the ground. With a cold smirk, Tian Lei then delivered a forceful kick, pinning Tang Wendy beneath his foot. "Do you not understand the principle of capturing the leader first? You are perilously close to us," he taunted. In less than 3 seconds, Tian Lei had effortlessly subdued Tang Wendy. Observing his swift movements, the thugs surrounding us turned pale with fear. "Alas, the young master is still lacking," one of them remarked. "Miss, perhaps we should simply dispose of this scoundrel. This back and forth is rather tiresome," Tian Lei sighed. "Indeed," replied Niao, glancing at me with disappointment before nodding. That fleeting look of disappointment pierced my heart, as if I had been struck by something sharp. They had granted me an opportunity, yet I felt utterly incapable of seizing it. Had they not intervened, I would have surely faced defeat today. My failure stemmed solely from my own inadequacy. Watching Yao quietly, I felt a pang of sorrow within me. Yet, I had been a burden for far too long. I had no right to squander their goodwill. All I could do was smile, silently, sadly. At that moment, Tang Wendy, still pinned beneath Tian Lei's foot, roared in defiance, struggling against his restraints. He glared at me with fury. "Wang Qi, you worthless piece of trash. If it weren't for your pathetic reinforcements, you would be nothing more than my plaything. Look at you, like a dog, relying on others for protection. You may have defeated me, but I will always look down on you. If you dare to dispute that, seek out someone stronger," and Yao replied coldly. "Get lost." Tang Wendy shouted in response, his frustration palpable. "Let us finish him off. I'm tired of his incessant prattling." And Yao turned her head away. "Very well, Miss." Tian Lei's expression shifted, and he raised his foot to deliver a crushing blow. "Wait," I suddenly interjected, blocking Tian Lei's path. "You intend to let him go again?" Tian Lei looked at me, astonished. Ignoring him, I turned my attention to the fallen Tang Wendy. Gritting my teeth, I asked, "What must I do for you to acknowledge me? How can I make you cease your harassment?" I, Tang Wendy, will never bow to anyone," he snarled, his teeth nearly grinding together in rage. "Then shall we settle this with a duel?" I proposed, contemplating the challenge. "A duel?" Tang Wendy appeared taken aback. "Yes, a duel," I affirmed, nodding firmly. "Very well, we shall duel," he replied with a mocking smile. Gradually, The surrounding thugs began to laugh derisively at my challenge. One of them, looking at me as if I were a fool, sneered, "You truly do not grasp the gravity of your situation. I've heard that the champion of your school is Lu Jiqing, but the true champion outside these walls is Tang Wendy. He could take on 3 Lu Ziqings at once." Chapter 63. A hidden scheme. The sky was clear, and the midday sun blazed down, nearly blinding in its intensity. Yet the air was chilling, causing shivers to run down my spine. Around us, more and more students gathered, drawn by the spectacle. The crowd thickened, rendering the area outside our campus a veritable sea of spectators. Under such scrutiny, I felt a frown crease my brow as I glanced at Tang Wendy, who was a decade my senior. I realized I was treading on dangerous ground. As the thug had pointed out, Tang Wendy possessed formidable strength. Even without his boasting, I could sense it. He was slightly taller and considerably more robust than I, exuding a brutal aura that compelled one to retreat. Moreover, he was a notorious figure in the surrounding area, commanding a legion of followers who feared him. With a mere word, he could summon hundreds to fight for him, a testament to his extraordinary prowess. When the time came to confront us, even the 13 Eagles betrayed us in an instant. Despite being loyal to the young master, they were willing to turn traitor to protect their own interests. Meanwhile, I remained weak and vulnerable. Although my illness had subsided, I had made little progress. I was still the feeble Wang Shi, who would crumble under a single blow. I had no experience in fighting and was utterly inept in combat. The sheer disparity in strength between Tang Wendy and myself made my palms sweat. "Young master, please do not overestimate your abilities. You are no match for him," Tian Lei cautioned gravely, his eyes locked onto mine. "Though he may appear vulnerable before us, he remains a powerful adversary. If he were not facing us, there are few who could stand against him in this crowd. Perhaps we should train you for a month before you challenge him." "Let him rise," I insisted. "Young master, you must not push yourself," Tian Lei warned again. "If you wish to play around, that is one matter, but the number of onlookers today is overwhelming. Suffering a minor defeat is one thing, but losing face would be quite another. He is already subdued. Why take unnecessary risks?" Guhua stepped forward, unable to restrain himself. "Let him rise," I repeated, my expression unwavering. "Miss, have we offended the young master with our words? Please persuade him," Guhua implored, sensing my stubbornness. "Let him rise," and Yao echoed, her expression equally stern. "What are you saying, miss?" Guhua asked in disbelief. "Suffering a defeat is a small price to pay, even if it brings shame. Tang Wendy is physically stronger than my brother and a decade older. It is perfectly normal for my brother to be unable to defeat him. Let him have a chance to learn from his experience. If he is forever sheltered, he will only be devoured by others once he returns to his family." And Yao stated coldly, "But his internal injuries have only just healed, and with so many spectators, if the young master loses, it will severely undermine his authority." Yehu protested. "It matters not. We are merely passing through," and Yao replied. "Yet, I fear the young master may become disheartened, which would affect his morale in the future," Guhua countered. "Let Tang Wendy rise," and Yao commanded. "Understood." Guhua relented, casting a resigned glance at Tian Lei. Seeing that Yao had also agreed to the duel, Tian Lei regarded Tang Wendy thoughtfully before releasing him. He then leaned toward Guhua, whispering, "If the young master struggles, you must discreetly use your flying needles to incapacitate him. Even if it provokes the crowd, the young master must not be harmed." "No, none of you are to assist me," I declared, clenching my fist tighter upon overhearing their hushed conversation. "What?" Tian Lei exclaimed, taken aback. "Even if you were to kill me, none of you are to intervene. Otherwise, I shall never return to the family with you." I gritted my teeth defiantly. Upon hearing my words, Tian Lei's expression darkened. A tense silence fell over us as Tang Wendy, battered and bloodied, slowly rose to his feet. Having just endured a blow to the nose, he was a sight to behold, blood streaming down his face and staining his collar, giving him an even more menacing appearance, like a demon risen from the depths of hell. After stretching his limbs, Tang Wendy's eyes began to blaze with fury as he fixed his gaze upon me. He spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva onto the ground, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, and ignited it. "You little brat, how dare you seek assistance against me? Regardless of where you summoned these allies from, or how formidable they may be, I shall confront you one-on-one. If they dare to intervene, my brothers will incapacitate them all." With that, Tang Wendy turned and bellowed, "Listen up, my brothers. When I challenge this worthless fool, if they dare to lend a hand, You are all to join me without concern for my well-being. If they choose to assist, we shall eliminate them. We outnumber them, even if they possess some combat skills. They're no match for us. A chorus of voices erupted in agreement, and upon hearing their response, Tang Wendy appeared quite pleased. He then turned to me and declared, "Did you hear that? Even if your pitiful allies subdue me, it will be of no consequence. Today, you have sought your own demise. Even the heavens cannot save you now. What if your people assist?" I inquired coldly. "What?" Tang Wendy erupted into exaggerated laughter upon hearing my words. "Did you hear what this fool just said? How absurd. Our Wendy does not need help." A wave of laughter and insults followed from the crowd. "Very well. Let us refrain from seeking assistance. If anyone breaks the rules, they shall be deemed lower than beasts," I asserted. The expressions of the four hall masters, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, along with Zhu Mu Lang, shifted dramatically upon hearing my declaration. "Huh, excellent." Tang Wendy chuckled, though his earlier disdainful smile began to fade. I realized that the impending battle between us was about to commence. Around us, spectators instinctively created a circle, and I was indeed courting death with this challenge. If I were to lose, the consequences would be dire, possibly even fatal at the hands of Tang Wendy. Moreover, as Hurricane had wisely pointed out, should I lose, even with their future support, regaining my reputation within our school would be exceedingly difficult. However, what if I were to emerge victorious? Should I defeat the strongest ruffian from both inside and outside the school, I would rise to prominence and replace him as the leader. From that day forth, I would no longer be subject to the repeated betrayals of the 13 Eagles. Establishing my authority would grant me the power to command them to do my bidding. I must win. I refuse to be looked down upon any longer. I seek recognition and a reputation of my own. I do not wish to rely on Yao and others for protection, nor do I want to forever be labeled as a worthless individual. Trash, are you not going to make a move? Hurry up and let me finish you off in a minute. Tang Wendy cursed as he noticed the flicker in my gaze. At that moment, my expression transformed. Being insulted had always been a sensitive spot for me. Clenching my teeth, the pent-up resentment and rage within me began to surge. Recalling the torment Tang Wendy had inflicted upon me in the past, I let out a roar and charged at him. "You worthless fool." Upon seeing my fury, Tang Wendy's eyes gleamed with fervor. He had been waiting for an opportunity to eliminate me, and, as I rushed towards him, he unleashed a powerful kick aimed at me. The force of his kick created a gust of wind. Years of fighting experience instilled in him the confidence that he could knock me down with a single blow and follow up with more. However, as he executed the kick, his expression changed. To his astonishment, he had missed. He never anticipated that I would spin away at the last moment. A maneuver I had just observed in Yao employing to evade an attack. "Wait, you have skills." The crowd gasped in disbelief as they witnessed me employing martial arts to dodge Tang Wendy's assault. Hurricane, too, looked at Yao in surprise. Having successfully executed a move I had only just learned filled me with excitement. My mind quickly recalled the technique used by Thunder earlier, and I delivered a powerful punch to Tang Wendy's nose. The resounding crack echoed as my fist met his face, and I reveled in the shock reflected in his eyes. My internal injuries had healed, and my body had regained its strength. Just as Tang Wendy's nose had begun to stop bleeding, my punch caused it to bleed once more. In that moment, my speed intensified. Imagining the technique used by Thunder, I swiftly struck at Tang Wendy's chest with another punch, forcing him to stagger backward. I seized his arm and yanked it forcefully. Gritting my teeth, I leaped high and delivered a crushing blow to his shoulder. "Get lost." Observing my descending fist, Tang Wendy finally retaliated. With a fierce shout, he clenched his massive fist and swung it towards mine. The impact of our fists colliding sent a jolt of pain through my wrist. I realized I was still too weak. My physique could not compare to Thunder's strength. My lack of power meant my strikes lacked the requisite force. In a crucial moment, Tang Wendy's punch sent me flying backward. As I landed, I staggered back 2 steps, only to see Tang Wendy charging at me with a kick aimed at my abdomen. Before I could turn to evade, I was sent sprawling. A sharp pain shot through my stomach as I fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Tang Wendy advanced again, delivering a powerful kick to my side that propelled me across the ground, kicking up dust. Tang Wendy rushed at me once more, kicking me again. Wiping the blood from my nose, he pondered and then charged in for another strike. "How dare you think you can challenge me after learning just a few moves?" He spat. I managed to evade his next kick by executing a roll on the ground. However, I was soon struck again by another of his flying kicks, resulting in a muffled groan of pain. Considering my next move, I braced myself for his forthcoming attack, aiming to grab his leg as he kicked again. The instant his foot connected, I felt a sharp pain shoot through my fingers as they were crushed, yet I managed to grasp his pant leg. With determination, I swept my body and knocked him off balance. Tang Wendy fell to the ground with a thud, and the onlookers erupted in astonishment, never expecting me to take him down. Seizing the moment, I pounced on him and unleashed a flurry of punches to his face, quickly following up with another blow. Though my body ached, I was overwhelmed with exhilaration. To my surprise, Tang Wendy was not as formidable as the rumor suggested. He was powerful, but he could not compare to thunder or fire. He lacked true martial arts skills. Having pinned Tang Wendy down and delivered 2 punches, I restrained my elation and continued to rain down blows upon him. Each punch landed, and though he retaliated amidst the chaos, I absorbed the pain, fueled by the pent-up frustration I had endured for so long. Even as he struck me repeatedly, I remained standing, exhilarated. We exchanged blows, each hit met with a counter. I felt the strain on my stamina. My punches lacked their earlier potency. Suddenly, he struck me with a fierce punch that sent me sprawling. Damn it, how humiliating to be hit so many times by you. Frustrated, Tang Wendy lunged at me, pinning me down and raining blows upon my face. My vision blurred with stars as I felt a wave of numbness wash over me. I yearned to retaliate and strike him down, yet I quickly realized that my fists bore no strength. In a fit of desperation, I grit my teeth and vowed to myself that I must not succumb. Enduring countless blows from him, I suddenly summoned all my might and aimed 2 fingers at his eyes. Striking true, Tang Wendy let out a bellow. Seeing him clutching his eyes, I forcefully flipped him over. Then, I laboriously crawled towards him and struck him with 2 solid punches. Noticing he was preoccupied with his injuries, I contemplated and mustered every ounce of strength to hit his head. Perhaps it was due to his previous wounds, or maybe he had underestimated me. But regardless, if my punch landed, it would surely inflict great damage. Now that my internal injuries had healed, my strength was restored to that of an ordinary person. I was no longer the frail Wang Shi of the past. I could fight like a man. Thrilled, I sensed the wind rushing from my fists. Amidst the onlookers, I spotted In Yao, her eyes gleaming with delight as she watched me. I had won. As my fist was about to collide with Tang Wendy, I let out a triumphant roar. However, at that moment, my tightly clenched fist faltered, and my expression changed. A sudden, excruciating pain shot through my shoulder, and my entire right arm began to tingle. I collapsed to the ground, yanking a slender silver needle from my shoulder. Who had plotted against me? I hurled the needle to the ground and could not help but unleash a roar akin to a dragon's. Damn you! Just then, Tang Wendy, seemingly rejuvenated, delivered a fierce blow to my head. Struck by his powerful punch, a deafening buzz filled my ears, and I fell backward, engulfed by a swarm of shadows crashing down upon me. How much more entertaining this has become. A delicate voice echoed in my ears. Chapter 64. I am Wang Shi. In a sudden uproar, Tang Wendy, who had been pressing me down, was abruptly flung away. Someone lifted me, and around us, numerous ruffians sprang into action. The once tranquil surroundings erupted into shouts and curses, which surged like a tide, rising from among us and spilling outward. Simultaneously, 5 or 6 thugs armed themselves and charged forward. Upon witnessing their aggression, the fire within me ignited, and I retaliated, taking them all down. How dare you assist, now that you've lost? Even as some were subdued, the rest remained defiant. A few ruffians fell, but many others were eager to join the fray. What are you doing? Can't you see our Shigo was ambushed? Lightning bellowed at them while holding me tight. If you can't win, then just admit it. Who ambushed us? The surrounding ruffians yelled angrily. It was the second miss who attacked. How outrageous of the second miss to strike the air at such a critical moment. Hurricane S' face grew grave as he picked up a silver needle from the ground. Wing-ge. And Yao frowned slightly upon seeing the slender needle. Brother, these scoundrels are utterly despicable for aiding him. Should we all join forces to finish him off? Tang Wendy, too, was being helped up by a group of people, their eyes blazing with anger directed at us. Wait! Spitting out blood, Tang Wendy glared at me with venomous eyes before smiling and taunting. You worthless fool! Are you brave enough to continue? Looking into Tang Wendy's resentful gaze. I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. Although I appeared to have the upper hand, I was truly on the defensive. His strength far surpassed mine. For every punch I landed, his could easily equal 10 of mine. I had only managed to stay upright due to my exhilaration and the pent-up frustration I had been harboring. Even without the ambush, I would have been at a disadvantage against Tang Wendy. Especially after my last punch, I had exhausted all my energy. At this point, Tang Wendy was growing stronger, his gaze sharpening with ferocity. He had an inexhaustible reservoir of strength, and he knew that if we continued, I would only be on the receiving end of his blows. Your Highness, it's time to call it quits. Let us return and rest for a few days, then seek our revenge, Lightning suggested. Having just endured the onslaught of Tang Wendy's relentless fists, I felt on the verge of unconsciousness. After considering Lightning's words, I replied, if I leave now, everyone will mock me for being cowardly. Let them laugh. It's not a big deal. You've already done well to fight Tang Wendy like this. Losing isn't shameful, Lightning reassured me. No, I will continue. I must win. At that moment, my eyes suddenly brightened. What? You want to win? Lightning looked at me in astonishment. Yes, I can endure. Perhaps I still have a chance to prevail. I declared. Indeed, you still have a chance. Let us keep fighting. You've already gained an advantage. It would be unacceptable to leave now. Tang Wendy Lauget. Damn it. You think you can just leave after gaining an advantage? His cohorts jeered at us. Then, let us continue. My face had grown pale from exertion. Gritting my teeth, I struggled to rise from Lightning's embrace. Come on, let us continue. Tang Wendy's gaze was fixed on me. All right, I nodded. After a fierce battle, both of us appeared battered. Tang Wendy was covered in dirt, with bloodstains on his face and collar. Yet I was in a far worse state. Despite having landed numerous punches on him, his face bore no bruises. He merely looked disheveled from a nosebleed. In contrast, my face was marred with bruises, and my abdomen and waist were sore from his kicks. It became evident to me that there was a significant disparity between us, while neither of us possessed martial skills. He only grew fiercer with each blow, whereas I weakened with every strike. If you interfere again, I will finish you off. One of Tang Wendy's henchmen glared at us. Damn it, bring it on. I roared as Tang Wendy charged at me once more. I was utterly drained, nearly fainting from his relentless blows. When he lunged at me this time, I had no strength left to resist. He yanked me out and landed a powerful uppercut on my chin. Then, seizing my head, he crashed it against his knee before delivering a brutal punch to my back. With a heavy thud, I collapsed to the ground. He showed no mercy, kicking me violently, sending me rolling away. In that moment, Tang Wendy seemed unscathed, agile and light as a swallow. Approaching me, he suddenly grasped the back of my shirt and lifted me up, then hurled me away with force. With a resounding crash, I landed hard on the ground. The crowd gasped in alarm. Your Highness! Upon seeing me sprawled on the ground, unresponsive, Lightning's eyes turned red with concern. Single combat? You wish to challenge me? I was too complacent earlier, allowing you to gain an upper hand. However, I only grow stronger with each blow, while you are merely a helpless fool at my mercy. With a smug grin, Tang Wendy lit a cigarette, repeatedly stomping on me. With each brutal kick, my body swayed slightly. In that moment, I was devoid of strength, relying solely on sheer willpower to remain upright. Each kick from Tang Wendy was more ferocious than the last. Then he squatted down and struck my head hard, sneering, You have no strength left, do you? Get up and keep fighting. I still have plenty of energy to spare. All right. With a weak smile, I pushed against the ground, painfully struggling to rise. Damn it. Lie down. Tang Wendy smashed his fist into my back. I fell heavily to the ground, letting out a pained groan. Glancing at him, I contemplated once more and attempted to push myself back up. Lie down. Tang Wendy fell once more with a punch, and an indescribable pain coursed through my body. I was utterly exhausted, incapable of continuing the battle. As I beheld the storm, lightning, thunder, and the fiery ground, I noticed their eyes turning red in succession. I smiled and glanced at Yao. In that moment, I saw the redness encircling in Yao's eyes as well. With a smile, I endured the agony and managed to lift myself once again. Slowly, I sat up before Tang Wendy, smiling as I declared, I cannot lose. I shall not be defeated today. Huh, does he dream of beating me? Tang Wendy scoffed at me. Perhaps so. Even if my body collapses, my spirit shall fight on. I cannot, under any circumstances, concede to you. I proclaimed, Damn you, then perish. Upon hearing my words, Tang Wendy's eyes grew cold. He stood and unleashed a fierce kick that struck my chin with brutal force. The impact widened my pupils, and I was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Young master, seeing me nearly incapacitated, Thunder clenched his fists tightly. Do not help me any further, I insisted. Even if I die today, I shall not accept your aid. Lying on the ground, blood began to trickle for the corner of my mouth. Then I shall finish you. Tang Wendy roared in anger. He approached and seized my collar, yanking me up to deliver a punch. One punch after another, he relentlessly pummeled me, gripping my collar tightly. This time, his blows rendered my vision blurry. My eyes began to swell, blood flowed more freely from my nose, and even my teeth were bleeding, with crimson rivulets streaming down my cheeks. Strike me, fight me with your spirit, I taunted. Damn you, I'll beat your spirit into oblivion. Let's see what you have left to fight with. Gasping, Tang Wendy continued to rain down punches upon my face. Still fighting? Eventually, he grew weary. His complexion paled as he gasped for breath, repeatedly questioning me. Yes, I am on the brink of losing consciousness, but I possess one more thing. I smiled, my expression a mix of desperation and determination. What is it? Tang Wendy inquit. Grit. I responded. Damn you. Then I shall beat the grit out of you. Enraged, Tang Wendy unleashed a flurry of punches. For what felt like 2 to 3 minutes, he continued his assault until he was utterly spent. This time he released me, squatting on the ground to catch his breath, while I collapsed as soon as he let go. The onlookers fell silent, and many girls covering their mouths stared at my battered state, their expressions grave. He can't possibly be dead, can he? One of the bystanders pondered as I lay still, merely gasping for breath. Young master, the fiery earth could no longer contain himself and rushed over to embrace me, tears streaming down his face. Let me go, I gasped, lying weakly in his arms. Young master, you can't keep fighting. Your injuries have just begun to heal. If you continue, you may truly perish, he cried, looking at me beseechingly. A man sheds not tears lightly, only when truly heartbroken. I wished to cry as well, yet I was uncertain if I had. My eyes were so swollen that I could not discern whether the fluid escaping was tears or blood. All I knew was that I felt immense pain, loathing my own weakness. Suddenly, I glared at Di Hua and shouted, Let go of me, young master. Di Hua's eyes widened in surprise. Struggling, I mustered the strength to rise. Gasping, I observed Tang Wendy swaying before me. Tang Wendy, I possess one more thing. Do you wish to know what it is? I asked. Damn you, you'll find out when I beat you. Tang Wendy charged at me once more. Strength. Suddenly, I spat a mouthful of blood at him. The crimson liquid obscured his vision, and I seized the opportunity to land a powerful punch on his face. To my astonishment, I still had the strength to strike back, and my blow was not weak. Tang Wendy staggered back in shock, not granting him a moment to recover. I swiftly followed up with a punch that connected with his chin, then another aimed at his throat. He gazed at me, startled, and retreated several steps before collapsing onto the ground. To prevent myself from fainting, I let out a series of primal roars. Then, like a gorilla, I pounded my fist against my chest. Gritting my teeth, I lunged at Tang Wendy, pinning him down and unleashing a barrage of punches to his face. Just moments ago, I was devoid of strength while you were full of it. Now, you are likely fatigued, while my vigor has returned significantly. I vowed not to lose. As long as I desire victory, I shall achieve it, I declared fervently, my eyes blazing with determination. With left and right punches, I struck him relentlessly. Damn you! Do you still have strength left? Suddenly, I summoned every ounce of my power and landed a devastating punch to his head. Upon hearing my words, Tang Wendy merely gasped for breath and did not resist, for he was indeed bereft of energy. Still fighting? For some reason, an unexpected surge of strength coursed through me. Clenching my teeth, I stared at him like a madman and inquired. Tang Wendy remained silent. If you do not fight, then you concede. Do you surrender? I pressed. He still did not respond. Tell me, what is my name? Seeing him silent, I abruptly grasped his collar and demanded, Wang Qi? He pondered before replying. I am Wang Qi. With a resounding smack, I delivered a heavy punch that knocked him down once more. Chapter 65. The master of deception arrives as the final punch landed. I clearly saw Tang Wendy's eyelids flutter before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Turning away, I smiled at Yao, but darkness enveloped me as I collapsed to the ground. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself lying in a hospital bed. Before me stood Yao, hurricane, lightning, Thunder, Fiery Earth, and Zhu Mu Lang Ma, as well as young Master Bao and Lu Jicheng. Upon noticing my awakening, Yao's previously icy demeanor transformed into one of delight. Zhu Mu Lang Ma hurriedly supported me with his large hand, informing me, "Young master, you have been unconscious for a day and a night. Fortunately, Tang Wendy is merely an ordinary person. He did not inflict damage to your meridians. Otherwise, if you had sustained internal injuries, Senior Lung, Yin would surely have killed us." Upon hearing Zhu Mu Lang Ma's words, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. After blinking a few times, I pondered and asked vacantly, "I was unconscious for a day and a night?" "Indeed, you nearly gave me a heart attack." Zhu Mu Lang Ma replied. "Oh, then I must have one, right?" I saw Tang when he faint, and then I lost consciousness, I asserted. "Shi Yi, you've really outdone yourself this time. Not only did you win, but you've also become famous in our circle." Young Master Bao chimed in eagerly, gazing at me with admiration. "Shiga, do you realize who Tang Wendy is? He is a powerful figure outside of school. Most people lack the qualification to challenge him, and your ability to confront him speaks volumes about your prowess. Regardless of the outcome, you're destined for fame. Yet you not only faced him, but emerged victorious. You have no idea. Yesterday, Brother Dihua single-handedly dealt with our traitorous group of 13 eagles. Now that you have triumphed over Tang Wendy, I suspect they will no longer underestimate you or dare to betray us. Young master, your Mercedes G63 at home is quite impressive. From now on, I will follow your lead. Take me along for the ride." Young Master Bao exclaimed excitedly, chattering incessantly before me. Once he finished speaking, I regained a hint of clarity in my eyes, but then I realized my face was swollen and painful, and I could only squint to see. What a shame. Tang Wendy left the hospital half an hour after he was admitted. Otherwise, we would have surely given him another beating. Lu Jicheng remarked. "Is Tang Wendy staying in this hospital too?" I asked in astonishment. "Yesterday, you both arrived at the hospital together. He had only been in the ward for half an hour when he awakened and then left. As for you, you were in a coma for a full day and night," Lu Jicheng remarked. Upon hearing his words, I noticed the peculiar glances everyone cast in my direction. I couldn't help but reveal a faint smile, thinking to myself that winning was what truly mattered. Although I ultimately bore the brunt of the consequences, at least I emerged victorious. Once I master the martial arts, I shall no longer suffer such misfortune. My victory this time was due to a stroke of luck, combined with my ability to endure. Fortune favored me, as the thunder had previously injured Tang Wendy, allowing me to gain a significant advantage. Furthermore, when I was ambushed, and Tang Wendy came to strike me, lightning had intentionally delivered a fierce kick that sent him reeling. As for my ability to endure, that stemmed from sheer willpower. When cold Yin treated me, her strike nearly rendered me lifeless. In comparison, Tang Wendy's punches were far less formidable. I had withstood Cold Yan's palm strike that shattered my meridians. Thus, I could tolerate Tang Wendy's blows. Additionally, while treating my internal injuries, Uncle Long Pao injected me with an unknown substance. After the injection, I inexplicably felt an unnameable strength surging within me, nearly bursting forth from my body. Following Cold Yan's blow, it was indeed the effects of those medications that supported my body and alleviated much of my pain. When Tang Wendy delivered his final blows, I had already devised a strategy: allow him to strike until he was exhausted, and then I would retaliate. At that last moment, I unexpectedly found a surge of strength within me, likely related to that concoction. Although I had suffered losses, I was ultimately victorious. Reflecting on this, I felt a sense of solace. Once I recover, I ought to begin my martial training. From now on, I shall no longer fear being bullied. By the way, does Zhang Xin know I was injured? I pondered aloud. Yes, but I did not inform her of the hospital's location, nor did I mention the severity of your injuries. Otherwise, she would come here crying, which would be quite bothersome, and Yao replied. Hearing her words, I smiled and took her hand. I had come to understand her well. She was a girl who appeared cold on the outside, but was warm within. Although she often claimed to despise Zhang Xian, it was merely lip service. She had no intention of truly driving us apart for the sake of family interests. And Yao's hand was pale, as white as snow, and soft, as if crafted from water. Holding in Yao's hand brought me a sense of comfort. After a moment of silence in the ward, and Yao blushed slightly and withdrew her hand, saying, during your hospital stay, how about I teach you a foreign language? Once you recover, we can also work on your martial arts. And Yao, don't your classmates want to visit Wangxi? Should we inform them of the hospital? Lu Jiqing inquired. No need. Let my brother rest in peace for a few days, and Yao replied. Thus, while residing in the hospital, Yao began teaching me a foreign language, starting with English pronunciation. Her command of English was exceptional, and her teaching method differed from that of our teachers, who focused solely on grades. Yao taught me in a manner that facilitated rapid learning, akin to how an adult teaches a child to speak. Having already entered high school, I possessed some foundational knowledge of English. Thus, during my hospital stay, my proficiency improved remarkably under Yao's guidance. In the blink of an eye, only 2 days remained until Christmas Eve. By then, my injuries had healed considerably, and the bruises on my face had become less pronounced. Following my intense battle with Tang Wendy, I unexpectedly discovered that my body had grown stronger. When I clenched my fists, they felt more powerful than before. Consuming nourishing soups daily, I felt as if a fire burned within me. At times, when I tightened my fists and swung them, I felt capable of smashing a table. Observing my astonishment at my own fists, Yao remarked, fighting is the most effective way to train one's physical abilities, more so than any other form of training. Moreover, your meridians have just been restored, allowing you to quickly adapt to external pressures. Additionally, the medication Uncle Long Pao administered has a muscle memory function. As long as you continue to engage in practical training, it won't be long before you surpass Tang Wendy. Is that true? I inquired. Indeed, we are not ordinary individuals. If our disciples cannot even defeat an ordinary person, it would be rather disheartening, Yao laughed. At that moment, as Yao smiled, I found myself entranced by her beauty. Her fair face was exquisitely delicate, and her aura resembled the melting of glaciers or the blooming of flowers. Igis the hair, saying, Sister, you would look even more beautiful if you smile more often. Really? Yao replied, astonished as she smiled again. Yes, I feel like I'm falling for you. I chuckled. Shut up. Yao shot me a fierce glare, then stated, You can be discharged tomorrow, and then we shall teach you martial arts. Your master excels in formidable techniques, but you cannot learn them directly without foundational skills. These basic techniques can be taught by us. All right. The thought of learning martial arts filled me with indescribable excitement. While conversing, I heard footsteps approaching from outside. Shortly after, 2 beautiful girls entered, carrying a fruit basket. It was Zhang Xian and Tang Ning. Since my injuries had nearly healed and I no longer appeared as disheveled as I had after my confrontation with Tang Wendy, Yao had provided them with the hospital address, allowing them to visit me. At that moment, I was being cared for by Yao and Dihua. Throughout my hospital stay, Yao accompanied me daily, teaching me English. She even informed our homeroom teacher that she was my younger sister. Because I was ill, she requested a leave of absence to care for me. Meanwhile, Juhuan, Shandian, Tianlei, and Dihua took turns attending to me, lest they be marked absent from school, which could lead to expulsion. After several days apart, I noticed that Zhang Xian had become even more beautiful. She remained tall, her long legs appearing quite alluring. Tang Ning also seemed quite adorable, dressed in a woolen coat that exuded elegance. Upon seeing me, Zhang Xian's eyes reddened slightly. However, as she approached, she pondered for a moment before adopting a proud expression, saying, What a useless person. You ended up hospitalized after a fight. Why do you insist on learning to fight when you are so weak? I am Tsundere, cousin. I promise I won't fight again, I replied, feigning seriousness at her proud demeanor. Is everything all right? Zhang Xian cautiously inquired, casting a glance at me. I'm Fina, Ismail. Wang Shi, when will you be discharged? Christmas Eve is the day after tomorrow. You won't spend the holiday in hospital, will you? Tang Ning asked. I'll stay one more night today and be discharged tomorrow, I responded. That's wonderful. Then you can celebrate with us. Zhang Xian and I were planning to invite you to join us for the festivities, Tang Ning said, her eyes crinkling in delight. Sure, let's go have fun the day after tomorrow, I replied. As we chatted, a sense of anticipation filled the air. Previously, Christmas Eve had been inconsequential to me as I had no friends. Now, however, my circle had expanded, including Yao, Lu Jiqing, and Bao Xiaoya, with whom I had developed a good rapport over the past few days. Zhang Xian had previously been under strict supervision by her aunt due to her age. By 8 in the evening, she had to return home, lest her aunt become upset with her. Past Christmases had held little significance for her. Now that she had turned 18, her aunt's grip had loosened, allowing her to accompany us until midnight, and even if she indulged in a bit of drinking, her aunt would let it slide. The mere thought of drinking made me glance at Zhang Xian's long legs with a somewhat lecherous gaze. pondering whether to ply her with drinks on Christmas Eve, especially since she had consented to it. At that moment, I not only wished to win her over, but also to embrace her long legs. Brother, why do you have such a disgusting look in your eyes? Suddenly, Yao gently nudged me. Upon hearing her words, my expression immediately shifted to seriousness. I then chuckled, my face gradually flushing. Zhang Xian. Wang Shi just now had a rather disgusting look in his eyes. He doesn't have any inappropriate thoughts, does he? Upon noticing my flushed face, Tang Ning chuckled and playfully nudged Zhang Xian. You get lost. Zhang Xian shot me a fierce glare, her cheeks reddening at Tang Ning's teasing. The atmosphere in the ward was warm and congenial among the three girls. Suddenly, I observed Di Hua's expression shift, his demeanor turning vigilant as he rose to his feet. Soon after, Yao's eyes turned cold, emanating a chilling aura. I too sensed a hint of danger gradually encroaching upon us. Outside the ward, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the corridor, drawing closer to our room in a disordered throng. Abruptly, Tang Wendy entered with a large entourage, accompanied by an extraordinarily beautiful girl. As they stepped inside, the flowers in the ward seemed to pale in comparison to her beauty. Curiosity piqued within me. Her ethereal presence rivaled that of Yao. In just a few days, Tang Wendy had found such a stunning girlfriend. You must be Wang Shi, right? She smiled, approaching me with a bouquet in hand. Yes, may I ask who you are? I replied, astonished by her beauty, which made me feel somewhat anxious. I am Wendy Ge's girlfriend. With Christmas Eve approaching, we came to visit you, she said, handing me the flowers. At that moment, I was overwhelmed by her intoxicating fragrance, far more alluring than the flowers themselves. Her clear eyes gazed at me with a hint of flirtation, and as she passed me the bouquet, her exquisitely manicured nails lightly grazed my skin. Whether intentional or accidental, I could not tell. Regardless, her suggestive glance left me flustered. Wang Shi, let us make amends. You have a good relationship with my sister and my family, so I won't trouble you anymore. Let us consider our past grievances settled, Tang Wendy said, gently wrapping his arm around the girl as he smiled at me. Amends? I was taken aback by his sudden offer of reconciliation. All right, let us be friends from now on, and I won't cause you any trouble, I replied, still surprised. I've informed my friends that you're now the big shot at Yizhong. Should anything arise outside of school, just let me know, and I'll assist you. Tang Wendy added. Oh, I felt a peculiar sensation in my heart upon hearing his words. Let us go. He lightly patted my shoulder and left with the beautiful girl. As they departed, Yao let out a cold chuckle. The most deceitful has arrived. Chapter 66. Complete breach. As Christmas Eve approached, the sky darkened ominously. The cold wind cut through the air, hinting at an impending snowfall. The ward was eerily silent. The lingering scent of the girl still present, a fragrance that incited a yearning for intimacy. She was indeed stunning and exceptional. Her approachable smile radiated a comforting aura. Yet, Di Hua and Yao's expressions grew increasingly grave, as if anticipating a formidable threat. Is she my sister, Wang Che? I inquired. Indeed, she is the second young lady of the Wang family. Di Hua nodded gently. She is very beautiful, I remarked after some contemplation. Yes, she is the most beautiful girl in our family, Di Hua affirmed. She seems harmless. Her gentle smile invites closeness. Is my sister truly as dangerous as you all claim? I asked, perplexed. Ha! And Yao scoffed at my question. I still cannot fathom why she is with Tang Wendy. Isn't she here to kill me? What is her intention in associating with him? I ponder aloud. Ah, therein lies her cunning. She possesses formidable martial skills and excels in the use of hidden weapons. Her innocuous appearance causes many seasoned veterans to let down their guard. Her greatest talent is deception. She can weave beautiful lies that ensnare others. The prettier the girl, the more adept she is at lying, and Yao replied coolly. Indeed, young master, you must exercise caution around the second young lady. Even our family, well acquainted with her, has fallen for her tricks time and again. Her deceit is masterful, making it difficult to discern the truth. The best way to avoid being deceived is to keep your distance, stay as far away as possible, and utter not a word to her, Di Hua advised. Understood. I will certainly not speak to her. I nodded in agreement, absorbing their warnings. As night fell, Tang Ning and Zhang Xian took their leave, and Yao and Di Hua remained by my side, settling onto the two vacant beds in the ward. Gazing at Yao's petite frame, turned away from me. I got out of bed and tucked the blanket around her snugly. Ever since encountering Wang Che, my heart had been tumultuous. Her exquisite beauty lingered in my thoughts, and despite knowing she was my biological sister, I couldn't help but think of her. Perhaps this was the terrifying allure of Wang Che. Her seemingly harmless visage rendered one incapable of guarding against her. Her crystal-clear eyes beckoned my attention, and without even facing her in combat, I felt a sense of defeat. No, I must not fall prey to her charms. My heart belongs solely to Zhang Xian. I cannot harbor feelings for anyone else. I struggled to quell the turmoil within, yet that night, sleep eluded me. I also pondered her closeness to Tang Wendy. Was she attempting to use him against me? Yet why would she facilitate our reconciliation? Her actions were inscrutable, and despite my contemplation, I found no clarity regarding her intentions. When dawn broke, I awoke with puffy eyes due to my sleepless night. Upon seeing my poor complexion, and Yao huffed in annoyance. Through our recent interactions, our bond had deepened, transforming from mere kinship to genuine friendship. I wasn't oblivious. I could tell Yao was upset, and it amused me. She was a clever girl. She must have realized my insomnia stemmed from thoughts of Wang Che. This little sister of mine was jealous over my sleeplessness. I chuckled softly, tousling her silvery hair playfully. Jealous, are we? I'm not jealous, and Yao replied coldly. Do not feign indifference. You are indeed jealous. Rest assured, I will not be deceived by Wang Che. My loyalty lies with you, and I shall not converse with her. If not for you, I would still be a nobody. Were it not for you, I might have been beaten to death by now, I said cheerfully. You should know, I would never deceive you, and Yao affirmed. Indeed, my silly sister. I grinned, embracing her petite frame. Given our familial bond, our closeness was entirely appropriate. The time spent together had fostered a deeply affectionate relationship between us. And Yao, who preferred silence over frivolity, often found herself the target of my playful antics. Despite her cold demeanor, her temperament was gentle. And no matter how much I teased her, she never grew angry. After a while of our playful banter, Hurricane and Everest entered to help us tidy up. Glancing at the fruits and flowers Tang Wendy had gifted me, and Yao pouted and remarked, Brother, you have established your authority by defeating Tang Wendy. If you manage it well, Yizhong will become our territory. With more hands assisting us, our endeavors will become significantly easier. Aside from the second young lady, we have no other troubles. During your absence, we will bolster your foreign language skills and martial prowess. Just remember to keep your distance from a second young lady. Do not speak to her. Rest assured, I shall not speak to her, I assured her with a smile. Good, and Yao nodded gently in response. Our belongings were swiftly packed, and we all climbed into the car outside. On our way back to school, and Yao's phone chimed, and she informed me. Your fiancé, he has completed the renovations on your new home. She will be arriving soon. So soon? I was taken aback. Yes, Sheer has always been remarkably efficient. And Yao replied, When will she be here? I inquired. She did not speak. It should be soon, and Yao remarked. Upon hearing her words, an involuntary sense of worry crept into my heart. Wang Che was coming for me, yet I remained indifferent to that. It was this fiancé, that weighed heavily on my mind. Furthermore, I had heard that she had a rather volatile temperament. If she were to see me with Zhang Xian, would she not create a scene? Alas, I was already with Zhang Xian. Sheer was something I could not accept. Once she arrived, I would find an opportunity to speak with her. I hoped she could be reasonable and spare us, avoiding any animosity between our families. Otherwise, before I even returned home, I would be branded a pariah within my clan. Having been troubled by thoughts of Sheer for a while, we soon arrived at school. By the time we got there, it was already past 9, and the morning classes were halfway through. As we walked down the corridor, we noticed a number of boys gathered at the entrance of our classroom. They paced back and forth, feigning nonchalance while stealing glances inside. When Yao had come earlier, she had instantly become the focus of our school, attracting quite a few admirers, yet none compared to the throngs of boys outside the classroom now. I was taken aback, wondering if my younger sister had arrived. Only she could create such a stir. Now, many boys seemed indifferent to Yao, all covertly gazing into our class. Pondering this, I pushed through the crowd and entered the classroom. As I stepped inside, I was struck down by the scene before me. It was indeed Wang Che. She had come, clad in her school uniform. She exuded an air of unadulterated innocence. Her dark hair was elegantly tied up, and a hint of pink eyeshadow accentuated her eyes, making them all the more captivating. The classroom was filled with even more boys, and the ruffians from the 13 Eagles were all watching Wang Che, their throats visibly bobbing as they swallowed. Meanwhile, Wang Che smiled gently as she read, her vividly colored nails lightly brushing the pages. Every movement she made ensnared the attention of those boys. It seemed she was oblivious to their gazes, a proud and self-satisfied smile gracing her lips. How splendid she looked! She was, indeed, more beautiful than any star on television. Clenching my teeth, one of the ruffians stared at Wang Che, nearly on the verge of tears. I heard he was dating Tang Wendy. One could only envy Tang Wendy immensely. How could I even muster the courage to speak to her? Just a word would suffice to fulfill my heart's desire. Suddenly, someone shoved through us forcefully, accompanied by a band of ruffians, exuding an air of arrogance. Annoyed by the push, I turned to see that it was none other than my recently befriended young Master Bao, who seemed to ignore my presence as he approached Wang Che. Taking out a stack of cash, young Master Bao flashed a charming smile and said, "Classmate Wang Che, I believe you dropped this? HM?" Upon hearing his words, Wang Che lifted her gaze and smiled. At that moment, it felt as though the classroom had gained an ethereal glow because of her. Young Master Bao's breath quickened as he fished out his wallet, saying, "This wallet seems to belong to you as well." "Sorry, it is not mine," Wang Che replied with a smile, appearing both dignified and courteous. "Winky, may I befriend you?" Young Master Bao stammered, his voice heavy with anxiety. "Of course," Wang Che responded with a smile. "Wonderful. Please give me your number." Young Master Bao shouted excitedly. "All right." Wang Che smiled, retrieving her phone with her slender fingers. Seeing this unfold, and Yao beside me let out a cold chuckle. Zhang Xian, sitting in front, approached, glaring daggers at Wang Che as she said, "And Yao, your sister seems even more of a green tea than you." "Indeed, and she appears even more insipid and cheap," and Yao scoffed. "How intolerable. Ever since she transferred today, she has attracted a plethora of boys, making it impossible for anyone to study properly," Zhang Xian complained. "Why don't we join forces to expel her? Get rid of her, how about that?" And Yao suggested, glancing at Zhang Xian. "Sure, let us get rid of her, and then we'll have our own competition." Zhang Xian readily agreed, grasping in Yao's hand. Watching the two girls unite, I could not help but smile bitterly, thinking perhaps this was for the best. It would save them from constant bickering, and getting rid of Wang Che would ensure my own safety. However, in that moment, Wang Che suddenly raised her clear eyes and walked toward me, wearing a gentle smile. In an instant, I became the center of attention once again. Everyone's astonished gazes fell upon me, filled with envy, jealousy, and a myriad of complex emotions, causing my heart to race uncontrollably. "Brother, Che missed you so much," she said, her eyes slightly reddening as she gently embraced me. My heart raced even faster at her touch, accompanied by an unusual feeling swelling within me. "Green tea, what are you doing? Let go of Wang Shi." Zhang Xian shouted angrily upon witnessing Wang Che's embrace. Unfazed, Wang Che calmly released me and smiled at Zhang Xian's furious face, asking, "Brother, is this your girlfriend? She is so beautiful, it makes one feel ashamed." "What?" Zhang Xian was taken aback by Wang Che's words. "Hello, I am Wang Che, Wang Xi's sister. I should call you sister-in-law, right? You are stunning. It brings joy just to look at you," she said, extending her delicate hand politely. "Is that so?" Zhang Xian's face flushed at Wang Che's compliment. "Yes, you exude a charming aura," Wang Che continued. "Your school uniform looks brand new. Did you buy it from the laundry near the girls' dormitory? Your family must be quite wealthy to wear new uniforms so often. And your shoes? They must be from the Paris Spring Mall, right? I saw them last time and love them dearly." Wing smiled. "Huh, those shoes are only a bit over 2,000. I could buy them any time." Zhang Xian laughed, her smile wide and genuine. "Your words are so delightful. They make one feel good inside. You're also quite lovely. Your aura is enchanting." Wing said, seeing the two girls engaging in cheerful banter. All the boys around held their breath, fixated on them, and Yao's expression gradually darkened. Ever since I had met her, she had always maintained her composure. But at this moment, she began to lose her poise. In a corner of the classroom, a plump girl glared at them with eyes full of fury. Then, that chubby girl bitterly spat, "Green tea. Sister, why don't we go together after school? I forgot to introduce you. This lovely sister has been kind to me. She brought me to class this morning," Wang Che said, immediately stepping forward to introduce Zhang Xian to the chubby girl. "Don't cause a scene. I want to be going with you after school. I'm so ugly, and my family has no money. It's better I don't hang around with you rich girls," the chubby girl said, Her face suddenly panicked. Sister, what are you saying? Everyone is equal. There's no such thing as beauty or ugliness in this world. You are not ugly at all. You look quite adorable, Wang Che reassured her. You. Don't say that. The chubby girl blushed at Wang Che's words. As more and more people rallied behind Wang Che, I gently took in Yao's hand, unable to hide my helpless expression. I thought to myself, this is it. We are likely to lose this battle completely. Chapter 67. Wang Che's secret. The entire day, our classroom resembled a chaotic marketplace. The homeroom teacher, seemingly fond of Wang Che, remained silent upon witnessing the situation. We had long recognized the terrifying nature of Wang Che and had been on guard against her. Nevertheless, despite our vigilance, she infiltrated our group. In no time, Wang Che and Zhang Xian had grown exceedingly close, and even my loyal friend, the chubby girl, had succumbed to Wang Che's sweet words. As for young Master Bao, he was utterly enchanted by her. Her supporters were multiplying, and it seemed that this place was on the verge of becoming her domain. At this juncture, should we confront Wang Che or display any hostility towards her, we would likely become public enemies. People would perceive us as villainous, assuming we were leveraging our influence to bully others. It was quite possible that we would be regarded as a nuisance, facing collective disdain and exclusion. Even in Yao and Hurricane, both martial arts masters would find themselves powerless in such a predicament. We could only watch helplessly as we fell into the trap meticulously laid by Wang Che. Fortunately, you were not deceived by her. Otherwise, we would have faced total annihilation. And Yao remarked coldly, if it weren't for her underhanded tactics using hidden needles against me, I might have truly been misled by her alluring exterior. Sitting beside Yao, I let out a soft sigh. Is there any effective way to remove her? And Yao inquired. What? Surprised by her question, I gazed at her. My thoughts were in disarray, and at that moment, I could not conceive any strategy to deal with her. This time, it's up to you. When it comes to cunning, I'm no match for her, and Yao stated. Her words struck me, reminding me that there would always be someone more formidable. When I saw Yao, I felt she was the most beautiful girl in the world. Her grace and intelligence elicited my admiration daily. Now, I discovered that my siblings were truly exceptional in their own right. And Yao was indeed clever, yet she lacked the knack for scheming. In terms of guile, Wang Che was a master among masters. Defeating her seemed implausible. All I could do was maintain our current situation and prevent her from ensnaring Lu Ziqing and Tian Lei. A bitter smile crept onto my face as I contemplated this. Yes, and Yao nodded gently. Moreover, we must not exhibit any hostility towards her. We can only coexist peacefully. Otherwise, we would undoubtedly invite the ire of the populace. As I spoke, I glanced at the crowd surrounding Wang Che. Indeed, and Yao agreed. It appeared that my siblings and I could only unite in our efforts to resist Wang Che. We must avoid falling into her traps and schemes. Let's begin your martial arts training tonight. Our sister excels not only in strategy, but also possesses remarkable skills. Her master is a master of hidden weapons, and even Hurricane is no match for her. I do not expect you to defeat her. Merely escaping her clutches would suffice, and Yao advised. By the way, could you elaborate on our family's current situation? I asked, intrigued once more by our family's affairs. What would you like to know? And Yao inquired. After pondering her question, I gazed into the distance at Wang Che and replied, who comprises our family, and who are the significant figures? Which of our siblings support us at home? And what are their backgrounds? What is the strength of our maternal family? Brother, our Wang family wields considerable influence, with a complex structure. Had it not been for our intricate relationships with numerous factions, I believe our family might have been eradicated during the familial upheaval over a decade ago. You will learn about the specific matters within the family in due time. It would be futile to overwhelm you with too much information. Let me simply introduce Wang Che. She explained. Wang Che is 3 months younger than I. Her mother is a petite beauty who enjoys joking around and is quite kind to us. Regarding our father's affection, her mother is treated similarly to ours. The difference lies in the power of our maternal family, our master, and the adults within the family who support us. Within our family, influence is divided among several factions. Some factions favor Wang Che, others favor me, while still others favor our siblings. However, because you are the legitimate heir, as long as they know you are alive and have not committed any heinous acts, every faction will support you without reservation. This is your inherent advantage. You are also aware of the influence of your maternal family. Your uncle the Emperor Zhao, is the foremost figure in the province, placing your maternal families standing third in our clan. My maternal family ranks second. The highest position is held by our youngest brother, the seventh. As for Wang Che, her master is relatively competent, and her maternal family holds decent influence, but they only rank fifth in the family hierarchy. Fifth from the bottom? I asked in surprise after a moment's contemplation. Yes, Wang Che's maternal family is quite affluent and is now the richest in the provincial capital. However, her family comprises legitimate businessmen with few connections in the underworld, unlike your uncle, Emperor Zhao. He himself is a master, and his entourage boasts formidable martial prowess, alongside a pack of fierce subordinates. To put it bluntly, while Wang Che's family is wealthy, it lacks substantial utility. Furthermore, concerning her fiancé, I've heard that his character is quite poor. He faced a financial crisis 2 years ago and has since fallen into decline. He has been incarcerated multiple times for drug use and womanizing, and it was Wang Che's family that bailed him out, and Yao elaborated. Wang Che has a fiancé? I exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, to strengthen our family's power, the elders have arranged many marriages for us. Only through complex relationships with various families can we ensure our family survival. Unfortunately for Wang Che, her father-in-law is a decent man, but her fiancé is a scoundrel, lacking capability and prone to reckless behavior. Unlike your fiancé, Yi, who hails from royalty, possesses striking beauty, and is a lady of unparalleled prestige, and Yao remarked. To avoid marrying that scoundrel, Wang Che has been intent on inheriting the family legacy. Only by doing so can she alter her fate and escape that marriage. Are you suggesting that only by becoming the head of the family can Wang Che call off her engagement? A strange sensation surged within me upon hearing Yao's words. Yes, she nodded. Must she inherit the family to annul the engagement? Does her father lack the authority to do so? I inquired. I've already mentioned that the family is vast and entangled in numerous affairs. Many matters require collective agreement, and even the head of the family cannot unilaterally change things. Only Wang Che can alter this situation by becoming the head of the family. Being the head signifies a higher status, and the elders would never permit a person of such standing to marry a scoundrel, and Yao explained. Then, if I were to become the head of the family, could I annul my engagement? I pondered aloud. No, and Yao shot me a fierce glare. Why not? I queried. Because Yi Na La Shi'er hails from royalty, and her family's influence rivals that of our Wang family. Although she could be a bit headstrong at times, her character remains impeccable. There is no justification for you to break off the engagement with such a girl, unless you renounce your status as heir and willingly accept being a commoner, and Yao clarified. Ha! I laughed heartily upon hearing her words. What are you laughing at? And Yao glared at me. Noticing the anger in her eyes, I couldn't help but smile wider. If that's the case, then that'll be splendid. I chuckled. What? And Yao's eyes sparkled. Grabbing her delicate hand, I grinned and said, Sister, hearing you say that makes me feel quite sympathetic towards Wang Che. If she wishes to be the heir and annul her engagement, I might as well relinquish my position to her. After all, I have someone I care for and do not wish to be with Miss Shi'er. I could pass the heir position to Wang Che, allowing her to become the head of the family and annul her engagement. Then, I would humbly accept being a commoner, glance at my parents, and happily be with Zhang Xian. This would be a perfect solution. Brother, you are so clever. And Yao exclaimed in delight, seizing my other hand. Indeed, holding hands with Yao, I felt an overwhelming joy. However, have you ever considered that if you relinquish the position of heir to Wang Che, he will inevitably become the target of everyone's wrath? While she is skilled in schemes, her cunning is merely superficial, and her martial prowess is not the highest. Our other siblings are equally remarkable. It won't be long before Wang Che meets his demise at their hands. Even after his death, chaos will persist among us. They will not only eliminate Wang Che, but will also come for you and me, and even your Zhang Xian will surely be implicated. As for the Yi Hina La family, they would be enraged to learn of your demotion to a commoner, perceiving it as a deliberate slight from the Wang family. They would undoubtedly dispatch a formidable force to attack us. And Yao smiled at me, and the sight of her smile was enchanting. If she were to smile more often, she would surely outshine Wang Che. Yet, gazing at her smile, my heart grew heavy. I recognized her veiled mockery of my naivety. What could I do? I felt disheartened. Handing the heirship to Wang Che would lead to his demise at the hands of others. And then we could exploit the Yi Hina La family's influence to annihilate our clan. And Yao cheerfully suggested. Get lost. I couldn't help but glare at her as she continued to taunt me. After a moment of silence, I pondered and then asked Yao, shall we defeat Wang Che instead? Once I become the family head, I could help her break off the engagement. Whatever. After receiving my retort, Yao's lovely face displayed a hint of petulance, and she turned away, unwilling to engage. Don't be angry. I was just teasing you. Let's join forces, shall we? Seeing her sulking, I gently took her hand to coax her. Please shoo those annoying flies away. They vex me, and Yao pouted, glancing at the boys flocking around Wang Che. All right. I chuckled and lightly pushed in Yao's soft form. Then I turned to the boys in the class and called out, Hey, young Master Bao, come here for a moment. What do you want? Young Master Bao, still entranced by Wang Che, replied without looking back. Come here. I need to talk to you, I insisted. What is it? He approached, still gazing at Wang Che. Casting a glance at the well-dressed young Master Bao, I scolded him. You're utterly useless. What do you mean? He asked, astonished. You like my sister, don't you? I inquired. Yes, I'm completely smitten, he confessed. Please, do me a favor and say a few good words for me. Upon hearing my words, young Master Bao finally focused on me. Of course, I can say some good things for you, but I feel you are quite ineffectual, truly. If you are so enamored with Wang Che, how can you allow so many rivals to swarm around her? Look at your competitors. They're all surrounding Wang Che, clearly disregarding you. Being chased by so many. Even Wang Che, no matter how amiable, would surely find it bothersome. Yet you failed to protect her adequately. I feigned heartache with a sigh. As my words lingered, I observed a palpable change in young Master Bao's expression. The infatuation vanished, replaced by a fierce scowl directed at his rivals. He stormed over, shouting, How dare you compete with me for a woman? Who are you cursing at? A studious boy with glasses inquired. Get lost, all of you. Young Master Bao barked, shoving the boy aside. From today onward, cease your pursuit of Wang Che and get out of my sight. He growled. On what grounds? The boy retorted loudly. Because I'm the brother of the 13 eagles. Young Master Bao's eyes blazed as he drew a dagger from his pocket. Seeing the ferocity in young Master Bao's gaze, the boy instinctively recoiled. All of you get lost. Young Master Bao bellowed once more. When a scholar encounters a soldier, reason often fails. With young Master Bao's intimidating display, students from other classes quickly dispersed, leaving our classroom in relative peace. By stabilizing our internal affairs, we could effectively confront Wang Che. With the intruders driven away, we could finally engage with Wang Che properly. Feeling a surge of pride in my ability to manage the situation, I glanced at Yao, but my expression faltered. After discussing so much with her, I had begun to understand Wang Che better. Yet, I seemed to have overlooked a crucial matter. Chapter 68. Martial training. The sky remained overcast, yet the midday sun shone brightly. Its rays illuminated in Yao's fair face, enhancing the beauty of her silver hair. However, something sparkled on her right pinky finger. It was a small diamond ring, which gleamed brilliantly when touched by sunlight. And Yao informed me that many of our family members had already been promised in marriage. Even if we were to marry someone we did not favor, we would have to endure it for the sake of our family's interests. Sister, you have a fiancé too? My heart tugged sharply, and my expression became quite unnatural. And Yao, still miffed at me, looked surprised upon hearing my words. Your hand. Glancing at her diamond ring, my expression grew even more awkward. What's wrong with my hand? And Yao asked, confused. The ring is an engagement ring? Do you also have a fiancé? I inquired, realizing my misunderstanding. And Yao pouted and shot me an irritated glance. This is not an engagement ring. It's a gift from my mother. Do you think I have a fiancé or someone I dislike? I nodded in acknowledgement, seeing my serious demeanor, and Yao chuckled helplessly before pouting again and saying, Brother, your imagination is quite vivid. While many of our family members are engaged, I'm not, because I bear the surname and the elders of the Wang family have no authority over my fate. Why is that? I asked. Because my maternal family's influence is formidable, on par with the Wang family. Furthermore, my father's first wife is, in fact, my mother. In earlier years, my father was merely an ordinary man, lacking the standing to marry my mother. When they wed, he was considered a son-in-law, and he promised the family that if I were born, I would carry the surname. It was only as my father's power grew that he married other wives. Thus, apart from me, all other Wang family children bear the Wang surname, and Yao explained. After listening to Yao's words, I remained somewhat perplexed. Pondering over it, I asked her, Are you implying that your mother is the principal wife, And that when our father married your mother, he was not yet capable? He had to allow you to retain the surname, as he was initially a son-in-law, correct? Yes, and Yao confirmed. But that doesn't add up. Shouldn't T be the heir then? How did I end up being the heir? I questioned, growing slightly impatient with my barrage of questions. And Yao sighed but still endeavored to clarify. The order of our family as children is unrelated to our mother's status. The sequence of my father's marriages has no bearing on their rank either. It is all based on age. Since your mother is the eldest, she is the principal wife. And you, being the firstborn, are the heir. Do you understand? I get it now. Since I was born first, I am the eldest, and you, being born second, are the second, I summarized. Correct. And like other families, our heirs must be male. Even if you were to perish, the position of heir would not pass to Wang Che, unless all the boys of our Wang family perish, and I, as the eldest daughter, also meet my demise. Wang Che shall never ascend to the position of heir. Therefore, if you wish to bequeath the title of heir to Wang Che, you must first take your own life, allowing Wang Che to eliminate me and the other girls completely, thus enabling her to become the heir. And Yao remarked. I exclaimed, then I must become the head of the family. And Yao gently nodded. After some inquiries, I gleaned various details about our family. It seems our lineage is not merely extensive, but the relationships within it are somewhat convoluted. Perhaps it is the sheer size of the family that gives rise to such numerous trivial troubles. If I were truly to become the head, I would undoubtedly face a multitude of concerns daily. Why are you so concerned about my engagement? And Yao suddenly asked coldly. I cannot bear to part with you. I replied, glancing out the window. Cannot bear to part with me? And Yao echoed. Indeed, my dear sister treats me with such kindness and is so charming. Even if I were to marry you off to a fine gentleman, I would still find it hard to let you go. I confessed. Do you have feelings for me? And Yao asked, astonished. Upon hearing her words, I could not help but turn back to look at her. I noticed her eyes remained icy, yet they conveyed a certain complexity of emotions. I smiled, tousling her long hair. You are so adorable. Of course I like you. Especially when I first laid eyes on you. I was utterly smitten. However, you are my biological sister, and I harbor no such intentions. My affection for you is one of kinship. I wish to cherish and adore you, to elevate you to the heavens. You just scolded me, and Yao pouted, looking at me with a hint of displeasure. That merely shows our closeness. I lack decorum, so do not hold it against me. I grinned to appease her. You are indeed lacking in decorum, perhaps from spending too much time in cheap markets, and Yao retorted. Well, Zhang Xian is quite amiable. I chuckled, playfully pinching her. However, while I was teasing her, I inadvertently cast a glance towards Wang Che. The classroom had quieted down, and apart from young Master Bao and his sycophants, no one else was near Wang Che. I distinctly observed Wang Che, with her back to me, clenching her slender fingers. She might still have been smiling at young Master Bao, maintaining the decorum befitting a lady of her stature. Yet, I perceived much from her gesture. And Yao is my sister, and so is Wang Che. I had just spoken many sweet nothings to Yao, all of which Wang Che must have overheard. Perhaps the misunderstandings between us and Wang Che have deepened. She would undoubtedly seek revenge against me. After school, and Yao and I returned to the Tangning residence together. Initially, I had intended to take advantage of Zhang Xian, but she had been well entertained by Wang Che and had developed a good rapport with her. The two were always inseparable, leaving me with no opportunity to exploit Zhang Xian. I thought it best to focus on honing my skills first. Once accomplished, I could then take advantage of Zhang Xian. After all, she had already promised me, and her word is always reliable. After dinner at the Tangning residence, and Yao led me outside. As we descended the stairs, I spotted Zhu Mulangma waiting for us in the car. Once we settled in, Zhu Mulangma drove us to an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the provincial city, where Tianlei and Dihua were already waiting for us. Having been frail throughout my life, I had often been bullied. Even when the smallest classmates mocked me, I dared not retort. Now, as they prepared to teach me martial arts, I felt an exhilarating thrill. Observing their smiling faces, I inquired, are we to commence our martial arts training now? Indeed, Zhu Feng replied with a smile. He continued, I specialize in hidden weapons, while Dian Tian excels in pressure points, Tianlei is adept in boxing, Dihua in leg techniques, and Zhu Mulangma in wrestling. Which discipline would you like to learn? I felt a twinge of anxiety. What about in Yao's specialty? The eldest daughter is proficient in military grappling, Zhu Feng replied with a smile. With so many skills, I was uncertain which to pursue first. Upon hearing Zhu Feng's words, my excitement grew as I surveyed my many instructors. My father was skilled in horizontal training, and my aunt specialized in joint manipulation. Perhaps I should learn those two techniques. And Yao coldly interjected, horizontal training? Joint manipulation? I was astonished as I glanced at her. Indeed, the family had once vanquished numerous foes with a set of horizontal techniques. And your mother's joint manipulation was equally fearsome. If you master both, it would be akin to inheriting their prowess, Zhu Feng explained. Are they difficult to learn? I inquired. Young master, each skill poses its challenges. If you wish to pursue martial arts, you must be prepared to endure hardship, Zhu Feng replied with a wry smile. Very well, I am unafraid of hardship. Let us begin, I declared, gritting my teeth. Shall we start with the basics? Diwa asked from the side. Yes. The hidden weapon techniques are beyond the young master's current abilities. You shall be his sparring partner for now. Do not be too harsh. Just use a tenth of your strength. Zhu Feng nodded gently. As I observed Zhu Feng and Di Hua whispering to one another, I felt somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, Di Hua approached me. Young master, forgive me. How shall we begin practicing? I asked. Without a reply, Di Hua's smile faded as his expression grew serious. Suddenly, he delivered a powerful kick towards me, sending me sprawling to the ground with a heavy thud. I winced in pain, clutching my waist and gasping for breath. Before I could utter a word, Di Hua followed up with another kick, propelling me forcefully away. To learn martial arts, you must first learn to endure blows. You must possess extraordinary resilience to qualify for the other techniques. I was taken aback, realizing that horizontal training was about developing strong resistance. My eyes widened in shock as I was struck yet again. Indeed, Di Hua affirmed, approaching me with a cold demeanor and fiery red hair. As he prepared to kick me once more, I instinctively shut my eyes. At that moment, and Yao's icy voice pierced through. Are you not going to evade when he strikes? Upon hearing her words, I suddenly understood. I opened my eyes just in time to see Di Hua deliver another kick. But this time I was no longer foolishly enduring. I quickly dashed towards the stairs of the abandoned factory. Running away, Di Hua chuckled, swiftly delivering another kick that knocked me down again. After being relentlessly pursued and struck by Di Hua for half an hour, I found myself covered in dust and dirt. Zhu Feng and Tian lay observed, their brows furrowing with each time I fell. He shows agility, but his footwork is still lacking, and his stamina is average. Di will continue to strike him for another half hour to reinforce the basics, and Yao remarked coldly. Understood, Di Wu nodded, approaching me without mercy and delivering another kick that sent me flying. After enduring another half hour of Di Hua's strikes, my journey in martial arts training had officially commenced. In a push-up position, I supported myself on the ground while sweat poured down my face. And Yao, squatting beside me, expressed her frustration. You can only manage 3 push-ups? Brother, how can you be so weak? Our expectations are not high. We merely request that you complete 200 on your first day. If you cannot even manage that, you shall remain in this position until your sweat moistens the ground. Only then can you advance to the next exercise. I can hardly hold on any longer. I gasped, sweat streaming down my cheeks. No worries. We have ways to ensure your perseverance. And Yao said with a mischievous smile as she scattered tiny nails beneath me. Damn it, and Yao, you are truly ruthless, I exclaimed, my arms trembling at the sight of the glimmering nails beneath me. Rest assured, you won't dare fall, and Yao said with a smile, her petite frame sitting atop my back. And Yao, you harbor such a grudge. This is pure revenge. Are you still angry at me for scolding you earlier? I lamented, my arms shaking even more at the sight of the nails below. And Yao has always held grudges. Suddenly, she smiled, gently leaning on me. I felt her weight increasing heavier and heavier. I gazed at the multitude of nails scattered on the ground, sweat streaming down like a faucet. Chapter 69. Christmas Eve. Startled awake from a deep slumber, I found myself engulfed in darkness. Gradually, my eyes adjusted to the dim light, and I heard a rustling sound outside, causing my heart to race with anxiety. Beside me lay Yao, peacefully asleep, her petite figure curled up, exuding a delightful fragrance. After a moment's contemplation, I promptly shut my eyes. Just then, Yao's alarm clock blared insistently. The sound was urgent and relentless, yet I kept my eyes firmly shut, feigning a deep sleep. Stop pretending to be asleep. It's time for a run, Yao exclaimed as she rose to silence her phone, donning a stylish athletic outfit. Sister, I've only slept for 6 hours. Yesterday's training nearly left me on the brink of exhaustion, and now you're dragging me out for another 4 hours. My body aches all over. I can hardly bear it. Let's skip the morning run. There was no escaping. I reluctantly opened my eyes, pleading with Yao. No way, she retorted, tossing my clothes at my face, her eyes sparkling with mischievous triumph. As we exited the Tang residence, I noticed the world outside remained shrouded in darkness. The community was intermittently filled with rustling sounds as a dedicated cleaner toiled away. Jogging alongside Yao, we left the neighborhood behind. Gradually, we quickened our pace, and I began to exhale large plumes of mist. After last night's training, Yao informed me that this would be our routine from now on. Starting today, I would endure an hour of fire drills each evening, followed by fundamental exercises, push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and horse stance punches. The abandoned factory they had found would serve as the venue for practicing pull-ups. Once I had sufficiently honed my fundamental skills, they would introduce me to even more grueling training. Returning home last night, I felt utterly drained. Thus, upon hearing of the morning run, I was startled awake by my racing thoughts. I can't take it anymore, little sister. I'm my limit. Brother, have you forgotten your promise? You can't give up so soon. Just hold on a little longer. How much longer must I endure? Just half an hour, with Yao pulling me along. We ran through the streets of the provincial city for over 40 minutes. By the time we finished, I was utterly exhausted, having barely slept for 6 hours. The little energy I had managed to regain was depleted by her relentless pace. Afterward, she treated me to breakfast as we strolled toward school, all the while encouraging me to loosen up my body. As dawn approached, more pedestrians began to fill the streets. I noticed many were glancing at Yao and then stealing sidelong looks at me, likely thinking we were a couple and assessing our compatibility. From today onward, we shall not only cultivate your physique, but also your demeanor, for you are a young master. You must become more mindful of your conduct, Yao remarked. Indeed, I replied, groaning in pain from the fatigue that enveloped me. Upon entering the school, the sun had fully risen. We spotted a crowd gathered at the basketball court, where a group of boys were engaged in an intense game. They were divided into two teams: Bao Xiao, Lu Jiqing, Tianlei, Dihua, Zhu Feng, Shandian, and Zhu Mulangma. Despite Bao Xiao nursing an injured arm, the 5 players held their own against the opposing team. With a swift motion, Zhu Feng effortlessly sunk a three-pointer. Following the inbound pass, a scrappy player dribbled towards the opposing basket. Just as he leaped to shoot, Dihua sprang up, delivering a resounding block. The ball sailed into the hands of Shandian, who quickly dribbled down the court and executed a thunderous dunk. That was extraordinary. The growing crowd erupted in cheers. At that moment, Zhu Feng spotted us and approached with a smile. Young master, how did you rest last night? Quite well, I replied, rubbing my darkened under eyes with a bitter smile. Care for a game? Zhu Feng asked with a grin. Another one. I just finished my run. My eyes widened in disbelief. It's merely a game. Can you not handle it? Go on. Engaging in more physical activities will only benefit your health, Yao gently urged. Feeling her push, I noticed many eyes upon me. Since Zhu Feng and the others were familiar faces, I thought playing basketball would also strengthen our camaraderie. Thus, I joined in, though I struggled to keep up. Fortunately, they took it easy on me, treating it as a friendly match that was not overly exhausting yet enjoyable. As we played, I heard Lu Jiqing inquire, I heard you trained with them yesterday. How did it go? Not bad. I just mastered the 17 palms of the dragon and have reached the 2nd level of the 8 yang divine skill, I replied. Stop boasting. Tell me the truth. I want to join tonight. Lu Jiqing insisted. Tonight won't work. It's a holiday. I've already promised Zhang Xian and the others. Let's do it tomorrow night, I responded. All right. Bao Xiao wants to join too. Count him in, Lu Jiqing added. Certainly. I nodded in agreement. After finishing the basketball game, I was drenched in sweat. I then accompanied Lu Jiqing and Tianlei to the cafeteria. I suddenly remembered, by the way, don't you all live in dorms? Did you return after last night's training? No. We stayed outside the school overnight, Dihua replied, rubbing his own darkened under eyes. Indeed, the games were quite entertaining. We should all play together sometime, Shandian suggested. Absolutely. I enjoy staying out too, I agreed. But you can't join them at the internet CAF until your martial arts skills reach a basic level, Yao interjected coldly, interrupting our conversation. After hearing her words, I glanced at her, feeling a bit helpless. Young lady, we need to prepare a few sets of bedding for the afternoon. If not, we can stay at the factory. Otherwise, We won't be able to return to the dorms for sleep. And staying up late at the internet CAF will take a toll on our health, Ju Feng yawned. That works, and Yao nodded gently. Feeling a twinge of guilt at their sacrifice, I remarked, you shouldn't stay in that factory. If it's too shabby, consider staying at a hotel instead. You'd suffer too much there. It's fine, young master. We've endured much worse conditions before. Although we come from prestigious families, this is nothing significant for us, Tianlei replied. Will you not return to the dorms at night? Bao Xiao inquired, surprised by Tianlei's response. Yes, Tianlei confirmed. Taking a sip of soda, Bao Xiao smiled. Returning to the dorms is easy. I have plenty of tricks on my sleeve. Climbing through windows or calling someone to let you in, it's not impossible. In the future, please teach me martial arts. I can handle these trivial matters for you. Thank you so much, Ju Feng smiled. Brothers, you are too kind. I should be the one expressing gratitude for your willingness to include me in your activities despite my past mistakes, Bao Xiao said, gazing at us with sincerity. With Bao Xiao's inclusion, our group grew even stronger. Not only did we face no rivals in school, but we also remained unmatched outside its walls. After breakfast, our group walked towards the classroom building, drawing numerous glances. Surrounded by the beautiful in Yao and my dashing friends, the feeling of happiness within me was simply indescribable. As the evening festivities approached, a flutter of excitement stirred within me. Tonight, Zhang Xian would join us in our revelries, and perhaps I might seize an opportunity to gain some advantage. The festive atmosphere permeating the school was palpable. Students in the corridors wore cheerful expressions, and some familiar faces approached Lu Zhiqing and Yao, asking for a dime. Upon seeing their request, Lu Zhiqing promptly produced a dime, grinning as he handed it over. And Yao appeared somewhat bewildered, prompting Lu Zhiqing to chuckle and say, haven't you been to school? Don't you know this rule? In confusion, and Yao shook her head. With the celebration underway, we decided to wrap apples as gifts. Some surnames were rather uncommon, so we would ask them for a dime to tuck into the apples. You are surnamed In, and I am surnamed Lu. There aren't too many of us with such surnames in school. I recalled how in previous years, I would eagerly ask for money, and even if they were reluctant, they had no choice but to comply. Lu Zhiqing's eyes sparkled as he dashed toward the girl, calling out, Sister Fong, give me a dime. The girl shot him a fierce glare before reluctantly handing over a dime. You should ask her for money too. It's quite amusing. During the festivities, even if she doesn't know you, she won refuse, though she might secretly scold you for being shameless, Lu Zhiqing remarked. Perhaps it's best to refrain, and Yao said awkwardly, clutching the dime Lu Zhiqing had given her and offering him a shy smile. Once the girl departed, I noticed she was quite attractive. Observing Lu Zhiqing's expression while he conversed with my sister, I couldn't help but sigh. With his personality, it seemed unlikely he would find a partner easily. Upon entering the classroom, we were greeted with the arrival of apples. However, most were given to Bao Xiao Yi and Yao, with only the chubby girl presenting me with an apple. Bao Xiao Yi was not even in our class, yet he received so many apples while in Yao, having just transferred, amassed quite a collection. Had I not befriended the chubby girl, I might not have received even one apple. If everyone else had apples while I did not, I would surely feel humiliated. Wang Che has yet to arrive. I mused, noticing the emptiness of Wang Che's seat. Disappointed, Bao Xiao Yi placed a pile of apples on Wang Che's desk and walked away. Seeing Zhang Xian's empty seat filled me with a tinge of disappointment as I set my apple down and headed to the washroom to wash my face. Just as I finished, the striking Wang Che entered, holding a bright red apple, its wrapping exquisitely done. With a smile, Wang Che approached me and said, Brother, this is for you. For me? I exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, although I must compete for the position of heir with you, you will always be my dear brother. I won't turn against you for now, so rest assured, she replied with a smile, placing the apple into my hands. This was the second apple one had received, and I had not anticipated it would come from her. As I watched her slender figure turn to leave the washroom, I pondered aloud. If I become the head of the family, I will certainly assist you in annulling your engagement. Upon hearing my words, Wang Che's shoulders quivered slightly. She then turned to gaze at me in astonishment for a long moment before saying, Thank you. Gradually, a hint of red appeared in her eyes, and with a smile, she turned and exited the washroom. In the corridor, someone began to play a lovely Christmas song. The cheerful melody resonated, yet it evoked a profound sense of loneliness within me.